Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 369, Time to Meet a New Ally. While Alex waited for a report from Chris about the demon situation, he decided to spend some time with his family. He understood perfectly, after the disappearance of the second priest, events in this world would begin to accelerate. Even the recent appearance of Davith right after Sukuna only confirmed his suspicions. By declaring war on Davith in the guise of a hero, Alex had misled the Dark Lord, preventing him from realizing who he was truly dealing with. Alex already knew Davith's entire army would soon begin moving toward Raccoon City. That's where it all started, and that's where it had to end. He even started getting a headache just thinking about Davith and the Minister of Monoliths joining forces for their grand goal. Two puppet masters, now performing on the same stage. Even if Alex wasn't entirely sure how long their alliance would last, it didn't matter anymore. All the actors were on stage. Pushing aside heavy thoughts, he decided to entertain the girls by sharing the story of the Doomslayer. Most of them didn't know what this man had gone through to end up where he was now. When Alex started telling the tale, the girls immediately grabbed snacks and settled in, anticipating something epic. After all, this was about a warrior who had battled the armies of hell for decades. But for Alex, the Slayer's story wasn't a heroic legend. It was a tragedy. A tale of a man who had lost everything. And all he had left was a thirst for vengeance, burning rage, and a desire to erase every demonic creature from existence. When Alex finished the story, silence fell over the room. Some of the girls sighed quietly, others shook their heads. But one thing was clear, the story had struck a chord. Seeing the atmosphere had gotten too heavy, Alex decided to change the subject. He began telling them how the capture of the second priest went. The room instantly came to life, everyone was curious. He started by mentioning that his old enemies had been resurrected as demonic puppets with no will of their own. Wait. Are you saying those idiots Weskier used to command came back to life? Jill asked in surprise, having faced those people firsthand in the past. And they're just puppets now. Something like that, Alex snorted. But I wasn't the one who fought them. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf handled it just fine on their own. And me? What's the point of wasting energy on hollow shells? So you just stood on the sideline smoking, like usual. Didn't even lend a hand. Ray asked sarcastically, kicking him under the table. Maybe I was smoking, but I wasn't doing nothing. I had a rather interesting opponent, a four-armed mutt with some unusual abilities, Alex said, pinching Ray's leg, the same one she had kicked him with. Another idiot with a god complex. Rika snorted. Spouting dramatic nonsense again. Bullseye, sweetheart, Alex chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. But this time, he's someone well-known. Well-known. Mio repeated, tapping her chin thoughtfully. Wait. So he's from our world. Then why didn't Grandpa ever mention him? Yuri, Kami, Chunli, Shigyur, and Renka all shook their heads in sync. None of them knew a four-armed fighter, especially one strong enough to catch Alex's attention. Even Sherry, Jill, Rixa, Valmet, Coco, Chiquita, and Ada looked confused. And they definitely knew every major player in this world. Alex just sighed as he looked at the girls and pulled out his phone. A couple of swipes, and the screen showed a manga panel featuring Sukuna in his final form. He simply showed it to them. You're telling us, you fought a manga character? Nagahide asked in disbelief. Alex nodded silently. Let me guess, he was another mutt serving that Dark Overlord, and you just wiped the floor with him. Nobuna smirked. Close, Alex said, grinning. But it turned out to be a lot more interesting than that. Then spill it. You indifferently every time. What happened this time? Revi jumped in, clearly intrigued. I summoned a dragon from another world to use his power in the fight against Sukuna, Alex said with a smile. Why do I already not like how that sounds? Yuriko muttered, shooting him a suspicious side glance. You're not the only one. Alcina sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Hearing Alcina's and Yuriko's comments, the girls suddenly realized they had overlooked one important detail, how Alex's battles usually ended. Or more specifically, the fact that almost nothing was left of the place where the fight happened. 02, Becca, Rory, Yuri, Coco, Revi, and Nobuna just shrugged. They didn't care how much Alex destroyed in a fight, as long as it was spectacular. The rest of the girls, however, gave him reproachful looks. They weren't thrilled that Alex was becoming more reckless, losing control in his pursuit of victory. All right, enough guessing. How much did you destroy while fighting that four-armed guy? Brunhild asked dryly, casting a heavy, almost indifferent glance at Alex. Alex cleared his throat awkwardly and activated a memory projection. The girls stared at the battle with curiosity, but soon started grumbling. Watching the fight from Alex's perspective wasn't exactly convenient. Someone even joked that he should create a tiny fairy camera to follow him around and film everything from better angles. Alex silently nodded to himself, a good idea, worth adding to the to-do list. As the battle replayed, the girls couldn't help but notice Alex's dramatic lines. Some rolled their eyes, others giggled when he threw out his heroic taunts. Reveille, Coco, and Rika were laughing the loudest. They had long since gotten used to his way of speaking. You really need to hire a scriptwriter, Coco snorted. You sound like you're stuck in a bad action movie. Alex just shook his head and kept explaining Sukuna's abilities, trying to make them understand why the enemy had actually been dangerous. But Red and White, the android girls, stared at him with obvious disappointment. They were clearly upset he hadn't brought back even a piece of Sukuna's body for research. Alex pointedly ignored their looks, pretending not to notice. When the projection reached the final moment, the punch that left behind nothing but a perfectly flat field, Brunhild gave him that same blank, stern look. Alex sighed heavily and pretended to be busy showing the next phase, the encounter with Davith and the following declaration of war. When it was all over, the girls looked at him like he was an actor who had just finished playing the lead in an epic blockbuster. Laughter broke out, loud, genuine, nearly tearful. Some of them held their stomachs, others slapped their knees, and one girl even dropped her pillow from laughing so hard. And you seriously asked them to rate your hero performance out of 10? Rika barely managed to say through the laughter. God, Alex, you're hopeless. Alex just smiled in response, enjoying the collective laughter. And at that moment, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out, and the screen filled with notifications. They were files from Chris, photos taken by drones. Wasting no time, Alex placed the phone on the table and activated a holographic projection. The images showed a massive number of demons moving in one direction. Toward Raccoon City. Just as he suspected, the finale was near. Very near. The girls studied the images with concern, while Alex closed his eyes and sank into thought. He ran through scenarios, analyzed the data. Everything pointed to one thing: this wasn't a simple invasion. It was a mass concentration of biomass. Davith and the Minister of Monoliths, they already know the humans will attack, he muttered to himself. He realized this wasn't just war. It was a trap, carefully laid out. That moment of despair, when it feels like everything was in vain, breeds the strongest emotions: fear, pain, helplessness. And a soul filled with such emotions becomes incredibly nourishing to beings like Davith and the Minister. Alex, what's with your face? Rory asked suddenly, settling herself in his lap. You look like you want to punch someone. I just came to a conclusion, he replied with a faint smile. The Dark Overlord and his mysterious director really do have fascinating plans. Then don't keep it to yourself, spill it, Claire demanded, pulling him closer by the hand. Those two already know the humans will attack. They're setting the stage to gain as much as possible from it. Alex raised a finger to emphasize his point. We already know they want more power. But how exactly are they going to get it? My brain's already mush from all this scheming, Saya sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. At the moment of triumph, when you realize everything was for nothing, that's when despair hits, Alex said softly. That feeling seeps into the soul, infects it with fear, pain. And that's when a soul becomes most valuable. Their plan is to make millions feel that all at once. That's why the battle for Raccoon City won't be just a fight. It'll be a sacrifice. I didn't get all of that, Yuri admitted. But in short, you're saying this war was lost from the start, if not for you. Alex looked up at her and nodded silently. As expected, Coco fully agreed that the enemy's plan was nothing short of brilliant. Give people false hope of victory, then ruthlessly rip it away, the move of a true villain. Alex might have agreed, but he knew better. Neither the Minister nor Davith understood concepts like good or evil the way mortals did. The two of them moved only toward their goals, and everything else was just dust in their path, to be swept away without a second thought. Choosing not to linger on the grim topic, Alex joined the girls at the table, just to eat in peace. He assured them he would handle it. That this universe would survive. That humanity would win its long-awaited victory. And while those words weren't the first of their kind, the girls still felt a sense of relief. They tried not to think about the coming final war. Alex would carry the heaviest burden, the fight against Davith and the Minister. The rest of the enemies would be handled by their allies. But just as everyone sat down, Alice, Nobukatsu, and Anya burst into the house, laughing, out of breath, having just returned from playing outside with their friends, and now absolutely starving. Hands first. Then the table, Namio said sternly, giving the trio a motherly look that brooked no argument. The children exchanged glances, and immediately stood up in unison, then, with loud shouts, bolted toward the bathroom. Their enthusiasm confirmed one thing: they were truly starving. The girls burst out laughing, and Alex shook his head with a smile and finished his lunch before pouring himself a cup of coffee. While the conversation at the table continued, Alex decided to ask Mio and Renka how things were going with their families and what they thought about relocating to another world. He already knew that both the Ryo Zanpaku Dojo and the Ma Dojo had agreed to the move, but what he really wanted to know was, did they plan to teach again, or were they finally going to retire? Mom said she's going to reopen the dojo, Renka reported cheerfully. She thinks we'll still have to fight monsters in the new world. So martial arts will be useful. And, well, as she put it, it's going to be easy money. Grandpa and the others want to reopen the dojo too, Mio added a bit shyly. But I think it's also because you promised to buy them land and pay for the construction. Sounds like classic Ryo Zanpaku, Alex chuckled. Even if a sack of money fell on their heads, they'd still complain there weren't enough bills inside. Great-grandpa Hayato said food tastes better when it's free, Anya declared wisely, scooping another spoonful and nodding in sync with her wisdom. Alex couldn't hold back anymore, he laughed out loud. Mio blushed and hid her face while the rest of the girls laughed along with him. He already knew that, with the relocation, he'd be taking on a whole bunch of freeloaders. And he fully understood, once the Ryo Zanpaku Dojo opened in Orario, things would go back to the way they always were: poverty, bizarre training methods, and complete lack of organization. That's just how the Ryo Zanpaku masters operated. He glanced at Mio, and their eyes met. They both sighed heavily, clearly thinking the same thing. Ryo Zanpaku would remain Ryo Zanpaku, even in another world. Alex, what about the others? Are you planning to invite them too? Chun-Li asked, lightly brushing her foot along his thigh to catch his attention. If you mean your friends, then yeah, I've been thinking about it, he said with a faint smirk. Knowing them, if I so much as mention that in another world they can fight monsters in a dungeon and get paid for it, they'll line up in no time. You're right, Cammy grinned. Even I want to check out that dungeon, curious to see what it looks like. And those idiots? Forget it. Going a day without fighting is torture for them. Alex nodded, agreeing with his own thoughts, but decided that bringing the others over should wait until the problems in this world were fully resolved. Still, the image of a bunch of battle junkies charging into the dungeon gave him a headache. He could already picture them arguing over who could take down a monster faster, with their bare hands. Alex also realized that with the arrival of the Ryo Zanpaku masters, he'd likely have to bring along their student, Kenichi. And that meant his family, too. And then there was the Sunwoo clan, whom he also planned to invite to Orario. The more he thought about it, the clearer it became: the number of immigrants could easily exceed 100. With a sigh, Alex decided to do what he always did: push those problems onto his future self and deal with them later. After lunch, Alex headed to the workshop. He needed to prepare everything necessary for the next step of his plan. With a lazy expression on his face, he walked inside and made his way to the workbench. Shigeru followed silently behind him, curious about what he was going to do. Settling into his spot, Alex pulled Shigeru onto his lap. She quietly made herself comfortable, keeping a focused gaze on him. What are you planning to make? She asked, poking his cheek with her finger. I want to make a couple of gifts for Slayer. I think he'll like them, Alex replied, gently rubbing his cheek against the top of her head. Aren't you afraid he'll attack? You're a demon. And he, well, doesn't really like demons, Shigeru said calmly, staring into his eyes. To be honest, I'm not sure myself. There's a chance he'll shoot first and listen later. But maybe I can strike a deal with him. Alex spoke hesitantly, as if he didn't fully believe it himself. Shigeru nodded and settled more comfortably on his lap, continuing to watch his work. For a moment, Alex considered her words. The chance that Slayer would try to kill him on the spot was 50-50. That meant he had to convince him before he pulled the trigger. While Alex assembled the weapons that Slayer had used in the past, his thoughts kept drifting back to the upcoming meeting. He hoped Slayer would at least hear him out before opening fire. But no less than Slayer himself, Alex was interested in Atlanti, a huge battle mech piloted by a person. Ideas and plans were already forming in his mind about how to use such a titan in the coming war. When the weapons were ready, Alex carefully packed them into cases specially marked with Slayer's emblem, for authenticity. Shigeru silently watched the process, especially how Alex combined technology with magic, creating hybrids of cold weapons and artifacts. Without a word, she fixed him with an intense gaze. Alex felt Shigeru's eyes pressing into him and, tilting his head slightly, tried to figure out what she wanted. Shigeru silently pointed at the weapon cases, then at herself. Above Alex's head, question marks appeared like in a comedic manga. But when she repeated the gesture a couple of times, he began to guess. You want me to teach you how to forge weapons using magic? Alex asked. Yes. It's very convenient. The weapons become sharper. Better. Stronger, Shigeru said in the same calm tone. Well, to start, I can give you my notes on the subject. So you get a general idea of how it all works, Alex replied, pulling several thick notebooks and sketchpads with drawings and diagrams out of a drawer. That'll do. But you still have to teach me, Shigeru added, grabbing Alex's cheeks without blinking and drilling him with her gaze. Alex exhaled and smiled slightly. You can't get out of that kind of persistence. He smiled and nodded, and immediately received a light kiss on the lips from Shigeru. He returned the kiss warmly, then gently wrapped his arms around her waist and helped her off his lap. Picking up the weapon cases meant for Slayer, Alex left the workshop with Shigeru. Stepping outside, Alex glanced over the yard. As expected, the girls were just relaxing and spending time on small tasks, some lazily reading, some resting under the sun, others playing with Elisa and Anya. A normal, peaceful day, before the storm. Alex started looking for Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, his trio of walking chaos. He was about to take them with him on another adventure, but one of the girls informed him that the trio had slipped away on their own business. What other business could they have besides causing trouble? Alex muttered, putting the weapon cases into his inventory. Stepping beyond the house, he focused and immediately detected their aura. They were at the edge of a cliff, in a bay not far from the settlement. His suspicions only grew stronger. Alex headed that way, quickening his pace. Getting closer, he slowed down and began sneaking, trying not to give away his presence. Watching from behind the bushes, he finally saw the trio and a question mark flickered over his head. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were fully absorbed in some sort of makeshift assembly that definitely didn't inspire trust. Especially considering it looked like a real homemade bomb. Not this again. Alex breathed quietly, feeling doubts about the sanity of this trio creeping in. He stepped closer to overhear their argument. Judging by the heated tone, the debate was intense. Stitch enthusiastically insisted the explosion had to be huge, otherwise, it was ineffective. Gir argued that what mattered was not the boom but the scale of destruction. Mimi, as usual, poured oil on the fire, clearly enjoying the scene. The argument escalated into a scuffle. The robo-dog and the alien dog tried to stretch each other's snouts, occasionally grabbing each other's ears with their teeth. Mimi clapped her paws, cheerfully encouraging both. Alex wearily rolled his eyes and stepped forward. You three. Don't you have anything better to do? Since when did you decide to build bombs? He exclaimed loudly, revealing himself. Gir and Stitch immediately froze, stopping their fight. Mimi, as if on cue, put on an innocent expression. All three suddenly stood in front of the bomb, covering it with their bodies as if that would help. I can already see you built it. No need to hide like children, Alex said dryly, rolling his eyes. No, you didn't see anything, Stitch replied innocently, subtly pushing the bomb closer to the cliff edge with his paw. Stitch, I'm looking right at you. And at the bomb you're pushing, Alex continued in the same tone. We don't have any bomb, Dad. You're just imagining things. Mimi supported him and also nudged the bomb's body with her paw. So, there's no bomb, and you're not about to drop it into the sea, right? Alex asked with an empty but expressive look. Dad, you're so smart. Of course, we're not blowing anything up. Explosions are bad. Gir agreed, raising a finger, and continued pushing the bomb with an innocent look. Alex was already reaching for his face to grab his forehead, but it was too late. The bomb, whistling as it rolled over the stones, fell off the cliff. A couple of seconds later, a deafening explosion rang out, and a column of seawater shot into the sky like a geyser bursting from the depths. A wave soaked all four from head to toe. Standing silently with wet hair and clothes, Alex sighed deeply. He had almost managed to keep his composure, almost. Then he saw Gir, Stitch, and Mimi happily slapping each other's paws, celebrating their successful experiment. This is what they're always up to, crazy demolition experts. All right, we'll talk about your love for explosives later, Alex said wearily, but for now, get ready. We've got business. We need to visit someone. Someone to beat up. Or maybe steal something. Stitch asked excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. How many times do I have to say it? We don't steal, we borrow temporarily. And no, we're not going to beat anyone up. Just talk and invite them to join our team, Alex said, rolling his eyes. That's not as fun, Stitch muttered, kicking a rock with his paw. Alex rubbed his forehead tiredly, hearing yet another comment from Stitch. He wasn't going to discuss it further. It was enough that the trio he considered his helpers was always ready to cause a technological apocalypse. He didn't even want to think about what would happen if these three ended up in the normal world and decided to play. With a sigh of resignation, Alex snapped his fingers, drying not only himself but also Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Showing up soaking wet is rude. Especially since the next stop was Doom Fortress, the citadel of Doomslayer himself. Meanwhile, in another universe, another Earth, which, like Alex's home, had fallen under the onslaught of demons. Orbiting the ruined planet drifted the flying castle Doom Fortress, a majestic and grim fortress, the sanctuary of the one whose name alone could send legions of hell into terror. Gothic architecture, sharp spires, massive arches, towers, stone, metal, bronze, and gray-brown hues. Doom Fortress hung on the edge of a gigantic cliff, as if ripped from the depths of hell itself and placed above the abyss of space. Inside the castle, in a huge hall with a stained glass window overlooking the fire-engulfed earth, stood a projection, a rotating hologram of the planet, marked with hundreds of red dots. They indicated clusters of demons ravaging the world. On the steps at the base of the projection sat he, the Doom Slayer. He silently sharpened the blade embedded in his armor using a whetstone. His movements were slow and precise, like the very fury hidden behind his helmet. His gaze was fixed on the dying planet that was once his home. The flame in his eyes had not died out since the demons took everything from him. "Sir, spatial distortion detected in the adjacent hall." "Presumed intrusion," reported Vega, the fortress's built-in AI controller. The Slayer froze for a moment, set aside the whetstone, and without a word, took up his shotgun. He rose and headed toward the portal. At that moment, Alex, along with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, stepped out of the open portal right into the heart of Doom Fortress. The architecture, the energy, the very spirit of the place, everything made Alex feel a deep awe. His attention was especially drawn to the central core, the source from which the Sentinel's energy powered the entire fortress. "Interesting, this energy is special. Possibly even alive," he muttered, studying the structure of the power node. But his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar click, the shotgun's bolt being racked. Alex and his trio immediately turned around. In the doorway, in the tense silence, stood the Doom Slayer. He silently stared at them through his helmet. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch instantly drew their weapons and aimed, but Alex quickly stepped in front of them, spreading his arms. "Wait, Slayer. We didn't come to fight. We're not thieves or enemies. I just want to talk. If you lower your weapon, I'll explain why we're here," he said calmly. The Doom Slayer was silent. Only a muffled came from him. "I'll take that as consent," Alex said with a nervous smile. The Slayer repeated, nodding slightly but not lowering his weapon. "All right. Since you're willing to talk, maybe we should move somewhere else. Where you'll stop aiming at us, and my companions will lower their weapons too," Alex suggested with a slight smirk. Finally, the Slayer lowered his shotgun and, without a word, turned and walked away. Alex understood this was an invitation to follow him. Casting a warning glance at the trio, he silently made it clear, "Don't touch anything, don't press anything, don't break anything." He knew trusting them was like trusting Stitch to lull a baby to sleep with a chainsaw. When Alex caught up with the Slayer, he couldn't resist admiring the inner corridors of the fortress. Majestic. Grim. Beautiful. And if he refined it a bit, stealing it wouldn't be a sin, a thought flickered through his mind. But what interested him far more was the figure walking ahead. From Slayer's back emanated such power that Alex had no doubt, this was not just a man but a being who had crossed the boundary of mortality. His soul burned with rage and resolve, and his very essence was like a fusion of God and curse. The Slayer was not an ordinary warrior. He was a punishing will. "I wonder how he'll take my proposal," Alex thought, following behind him. To be continued. Chapter 370, a conversation that quickly turned into a brawl. Alex followed Slayer slowly, matching his pace wherever he led. From time to time, he glanced over his shoulder to make sure Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were still behind him, and more importantly, that they hadn't caused any trouble. The last thing Alex needed was for the trio to break something or, worse, try to steal an artifact from an orbital fortress. Once he confirmed his demolition squad was behaving, for now, Alex turned his gaze back to Slayer's back. The longer he stared, the more he felt the raw power radiating from the men, if he could even still be called that. Now Alex understood much better how Slayer had managed to kill Davith, even in a digital realm. His strength was something you felt in your instincts, primal and absolute. They entered a wide hall, the fortress's control center. Alex stopped in his tracks, awestruck by the view. In the center of the room spun a hologram of Earth, engulfed in flame. A heavy sigh escaped his chest. This was the world Slayer had fought so hard to save, nearly destroyed. He stepped closer to the hologram, narrowing his eyes at the crimson marks, each one a demon stronghold. Then he turned his gaze toward the massive panoramic window that offered a view of the real Earth, a burning sphere, scarred by colossal pentagrams glowing through smoke and fire. The symbols were visible even from orbit. Alex let out another deep sigh, lit a cigarette, and stood in silence, watching the dying world. Heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Doom Slayer approached and stopped by his side, his gaze also fixed on Earth. "I think it's time I tell you why we're here," Alex said quietly. "But first, I brought you a gift." Slayer turned his head, his helmet locking onto Alex without a word. "I'll take that as interest. Let's just say I found an old acquaintance of yours. And he's been dying to see you," Alex smirked. Came the low, questioning growl. Alex smiled, and his shadow stretched unnaturally across the floor, rippling like black liquid. Slayer's gaze shifted to the darkness as it began to distort. Something emerged. From the shadows crawled a terrified Granic, one of Hell's former priests who had betrayed his kind. His face was twisted in sheer panic. Even he, who had witnessed countless horrors, was broken by what he'd seen in the Crimson City where Alex had pulled him from. But even that terror paled when he felt the iron grip close around his skull. A moment later, bones began to creak under the pressure. He locked eyes with Slayer, and even through the helmet, it was clear, the fury behind those lenses was ancient and merciless. Slayer hoisted Rannick into the air with one hand. The priest's skull groaned beneath his tightening fingers. Then he grabbed Rannick's face with his other hand and squeezed harder. Rannick thrashed, trying to break free, but it was useless. Not even pain gave him strength to resist. Slayer plunged his thumbs into Rannick's eye sockets. A piercing, animalistic scream echoed through the chamber, brief and final. With a brutal pull, Slayer ripped the body in half, sending blood splattering across the floor and his armor. He tossed the remains aside like garbage. Alex stood silently. He had expected a violent reaction, but the raw brutality still sent a shiver down his spine. "I see you like the gift. Shame I couldn't bring you Nilox and Grav too." "Nilox is already dead." Slowly. Painfully. "Grav's hiding under the skirts of the one pulling your strings," Alex said, shrugging. Slayer growled lowly, though his posture clearly said, "Keep going. I think I should start with who I am. Before we get into any kind of negotiation. I already know who you are. Doom Slayer. The demon to demons. The last of the Night Sentinels. A living curse that cannot be stopped." Alex paused, took a drag from his cigarette, then continued. "But you don't know who I am. And you should. I'm a demon." "But..." The sound of a shotgun blast cut him off. Alex didn't even finish his sentence, because the next thing flying at him was a face full of buckshot. The tiny metal pellets froze midair just centimeters from Alex's skin. Thanks to his fight with Sukuna, he had learned to mimic the technique of infinity, and right now, it saved his face. He had only just begun to redirect the buckshot when he saw a fist flying straight at him. Alex's eye twitched. He had already expected Doom Slayer to attack the moment he said the word demon. But that didn't mean he was going to stand there and take a beating. Seeing the incoming strike, Alex reacted in a flash. His fist slammed into Slayer's face at the exact moment Slayer's punch landed on him. 2 blows. 2 bodies. 2 heads snapping back in unison. Alex could clearly feel the force behind the hit. Slayer was strong. Damn strong. But there was no time to dwell on it, another punch was already coming his way. Alex blocked it, grabbed Slayer by the neck, and smashed his forehead into the man's helmet. With a dull crack, Slayer's helmet was knocked off, revealing his face. But Alex didn't get a chance to see it, an iron hand grabbed his throat, and a moment later, Slayer returned the favor with a headbutt of his own. Alex's head snapped back. Pain shot through his skull, and his eye twitched harder. His gaze turned vacant, irritated, feral. And then it began. No words.no pauses.no defense. They traded blows, neither bothering to dodge. Fists slammed into faces, jaws, and cheekbones with heavy thuds. Bone cracked. Blood sprayed. Each impact echoed through the fortress like thunder. Finally, the two of them stepped back, breathing heavily. Slayer spat blood onto the floor, his eyes blazing. Alex wiped his face and realized, Slayer was only the second being ever to injure him. The first had been Avatar Nyan, way back at the start. And now, Slayer. "Screw it," Alex growled. "If you're not gonna listen, then I'm gonna beat the crap out of you until you do." He threw off his coat, left only in a shirt and corset. Slayer silently clenched his fists. His knuckles cracked like splitting stone. Alex summoned Beowulf, gloves that amplified his punches to storm-breaking levels. Now the fight was even. Another lunge, more strikes. With every passing second, shockwaves from their hits split the floor. The entire fortress trembled. In one swift motion, Alex knocked away Slayer's wrist blade and kicked him square in the chest, sending him flying back. "Vega, open a portal to Titan," Alex called, never taking his eyes off his opponent. "Affirmative, sir," the AI replied. Portal machinery rose from beneath the floor. Seconds later, a shimmering vortex opened. Alex vanished, leaving behind a fading afterimage, only to reappear beside Slayer and launch a punch to knock him through the portal. Slayer saw it coming, raised his arms in a block, just one step back. Alex frowned. He was pushing harder, but Slayer wasn't giving ground. The next moment, Slayer caught Alex's fist and crushed it mid-motion. Then, lifting his leg, he slammed a boot into Alex's chest with a thunderous impact. Alex staggered back, coughing, but quickly grabbed Slayer's leg and countered with his own blow to the chest. Both men once again separated by a few paces. Slayer now stood right at the portal's edge. Smirking, Alex vanished again. He reappeared behind Slayer, but the warrior sensed it and elbowed backward. Alex caught the strike, flipped him over his shoulder, and hurled him through the portal with brute force. "Enjoy the flight," Alex muttered and jumped in after him. Titan. A cold, gray wasteland under a blue-tinged sky. Silence. Frost. Ice. Alex landed beside Slayer, who was already rising to his feet. He turned his head, cracked his neck. His gaze was wild, bestial fury. A low, guttural growl rumbled from his chest. Alex rubbed his jaw, he was definitely feeling it. Every hit. Especially that last one to the ribs. So, round 2, Demon Slayer. Alex smirked, cracking his own neck in return. Slayer snarled, and charged. Alex's eyes narrowed. He understood. Slayer wasn't holding back anymore. And neither would he. Alex caught the blade aimed at his throat. Sparks flew as the metal of Beowulf met the wrist blade of the Slayer. Neither of them had any intention of yielding. With his free hand, Alex struck his opponent in the face, so hard that Slayer was sent flying, crashing into a mountainside and shattering its peak with a resounding crack. Wasting no time, Alex lunged after him, crossing the distance in a single leap. But just as he closed in, he was met with a counterattack. Slayer's fist slammed into Alex's face with a dull crunch. Alex's body shot backward like a cannonball, smashing through everything in his path until he slammed into another mountain. He got back up, wiping blood from his mouth and wincing. "That hit was stronger," he muttered, massaging his aching jaw. "Alex, stop fighting him already," came Gyrolol's voice as she appeared behind him in ghostly form. "You two are going to destroy this planet before you even settle the argument." He started it. Alex snapped, shoving a cigarette into his mouth. "I'm just beating the crap out of him so maybe he'll start listening." "Then hurry up." "He's coming," added Regan Leaf, materializing beside him. Alex looked up. Slayer was charging toward him at full speed. Alex's eyes narrowed, he dashed forward. With a leap, he completely shattered what remained of the mountain. In the next instant, Alex's knee crashed into Slayer's chest. But Slayer managed to raise an arm and block it. In response, Alex twisted midair and delivered a heel kick to the ribs, powerful enough to launch Slayer flying. Alex gave chase. Catching up to his foe in midair, he drove a punch into Slayer's chest. With a thunderous crash, Slayer fell, punching through Titan's surface like a bomb. Alex kicked off the air and dove after him. Slayer clawed at the rocky layers to slow his descent, but then Alex's feet slammed into his chest, driving him deeper into the planet's crust. Blow after blow followed, each strike forcing them further into the planet. "We'll hit the core at this rate," Alex muttered. But Slayer suddenly grabbed his arm with a guttural growl and crushed down hard. Then, raising his leg, he kicked Alex square in the chest with full force. Alex was thrown back, slamming into the wall of a deep fissure he himself had carved with Slayer's body. Now the momentum had shifted. Slayer crashed down on Alex, rage burning in his eyes. Punch after punch. Alex dodged one, but the next blow was so powerful it shattered the stone wall behind him, widening their battlefield. The fight raged on. Fist to fist, bone against bone. Each impact echoed through the planet's depths. No techniques. No magic. Just raw, primal fury. Like two ancient beasts, they hammered at each other, unbothered by pain. Blood ran down Alex's nose and lips. A crimson trickle flowed from his damaged eye. Slayer didn't look much better, his nose was broken, his brow split, and red streaks covered his face. But neither stopped. Slayer's next punch landed squarely on Alex's face. Alex staggered back, pulled his arm behind him, Beowulf's gauntlets began to glow. Energy gathered within them. Alex put everything he had into the strike and launched it forward. As if expecting it, Slayer did the same. The two blows collided. A deafening explosion erupted. Stones rained from the ceiling. Both fighters were sent flying in opposite directions. Alex slammed into a cave wall and dropped to the floor. Slayer, crashing against the far side, rose to one knee. "Jesus, what the hell is this guy?" Alex exhaled, wiping blood from his face. "I've lost count of how many times I've punched him." "You already know why," Locke's voice echoed in his mind. "So why ask dumb questions? He's already getting back up, so move." Alex rolled his eyes. He knew why the Slayer was so damn resilient. A divine mechanism, an ancient ritual that had transformed his flesh and soul. He was no longer just a man. He was a vessel for the strength of the fallen. The more he killed, the stronger he became. And now, perhaps, he was nearing his peak. Catching his breath, Alex ran a hand over his face, pushing sweat-soaked hair off his forehead. He spat out bloodied saliva, pulled out a new cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. Then, he flicked the butt away. He charged back into the fight. Slayer was already there. His leg whipped toward Alex's head, but Alex caught it and spun around, clenching his fist. "Try this, psycho," he growled, driving a punch down that smashed Slayer's head into the rock with such force it cracked in every direction. With a roar, Slayer tore free of the stone and instantly retaliated. Alex blocked the punch, with his forehead. A bell-like ring echoed in his ears as if someone had struck a gong inside his skull, but he ignored the pain. Slayer wasn't going to wait for him to recover. Alex grabbed his arm and, using the momentum, hurled him over his shoulder. Slayer slammed into the stone floor. Alex was already on top of him, raining down blow after blow to his face. Each punch hit with earth-shaking force, causing the ground beneath them to buckle. They began to sink deeper into Titan's crust. With another devastating strike, Alex sent them both plummeting, straight toward the planet's burning core. He glanced down, the molten, pulsing heart of Titan glowed like an angry sun. Then he looked back at Slayer. Slayer's face was drenched in blood, the heat vaporizing it instantly, but that didn't stop him. He was already coming to. They crashed onto the core's surface with a deafening boom and instantly lunged at each other again. With every blow, the core trembled, as if in protest. The hardened shell began to crack, molten metal spilling from the fractures like the planet's blood. The blows became even more destructive. Another clash of fists sent them flying apart. They stood, facing one another, breathing heavily. Their chests heaved in sync, their arms bloodied, and beneath their feet, the cracks widened. Slayer rasped. "Shit." Alex looked down. "Looks like the core's about to blow." Gravity around the core began to waver. Rocks tumbled from the ceiling. The entire world shook, as if Titan itself was trying to rid itself of the two raging beasts destroying its heart. "You hear that, Slayer? The core's about to blow." Alex shouted. Came the hoarse reply. "I just wanted to talk to you. We're fighting for the same damn cause. But now, it's personal, you bastard." Alex snarled, spitting more blood. "I'll beat the truth into you if that's what it takes to make you listen." Slayer charged. Alex met him head-on. More punches. Thunderous. Merciless. Each one sent shockwaves, scattering lava like splashes of paint. Alex still hadn't used his full power, he was fighting only in physical mode. Maybe out of principle. Maybe out of sheer stubbornness. And then, in the moment their fists collided again, the core gave in. A thunderous explosion blinded them both. A white-red flash swallowed all color. Alex felt himself being flung away, crashing through rock, stone, remnants of the crust. A deep hum rang in his ears. He no longer felt ground beneath his feet. And then, silence. After a few seconds, he came to. He was sitting on a tiny fragment of Titan, the only piece that survived the planet's destruction. Everything else had been torn apart and scattered into space. His face was covered in blood. His body ached. His ribs hurt with every attempt to breathe. "Damn, my face hurts," he rasped, staring blankly ahead. "You shouldn't have fought that psycho," came a voice nearby. Gondal appeared, her ghostly figure sitting beside him, carefully wiping the blood from his face. "Now you look like you've been in a car crash." "Without the car." "He started it," Alex replied quietly, feeling her touch. "Darling, you're a grown man. You have a daughter. Why are you acting like a teenager again, throwing punches at a potential ally?" she grumbled, rolling her eyes like a stern wife. "I already said," he pointed a shotgun at my face first. "We would have just talked otherwise. You're to blame. You shouldn't have said you're a demon right away." Of course he freaked out. "And now, congratulations, you're both idiots, destroyed a satellite, scattered through space, and for what?" "Maybe I was bored." Alex smirked. "A strong opponent, a good fight, no regrets." "Oh, creator." Gondal sighed, shaking her head. "Why does my husband behave like a child?" Alex just smiled sweetly at her. She sighed deeply but managed to wipe the blood off his face with difficulty. Even after that, Alex still looked like he had gotten into a bar fight with an equally stubborn idiot. After sighing some more, Gondal decided not to waste any more effort and simply left the task of disciplining Alex to Brunhilde. She kissed her husband on the cheek and returned to his spiritual realm. Alex grimaced, rubbed his face still aching from the exhausting brawl, and lit a cigarette. Exhaling smoke upward, he closed his eyes and focused on finding Slayer, who had been thrown in the opposite direction. Almost immediately, he detected the energy he was looking for. Alex stood up from the shattered satellite fragment and, taking a step forward, vanished. In the next instant, he appeared on a similar shard drifting in space. That's where Slayer was. Barely recovering, Slayer noticed Alex approaching, stood up, and clenched his fists. "Hey, Slayer, enough already. Let's talk. If you hadn't gone straight for the punches, I would have explained everything by now." Alex raised his hand, signaling peace. "And before you try to take my head off again, listen. I'm not the kind of demon you hate. I'm the first demon created not by Davith, not by some hellish being, but by the true creator, the one who made your world and everything you can imagine." Slayer rasped, not breaking eye contact. To sum it up, Alex continued, "We're basically doing the same thing. You're destroying demons that ruined your world. I hunt the creatures of chaos, which do pretty much the same, spreading destruction and suffering." Slayer narrowed his eyes, still watching Alex. His fist slowly, noticeably unclenched. Alex sighed with relief. He wasn't eager to start another brawl with a man who was now more of an ally than an enemy. But to be honest, he couldn't deny it, this was one hell of an exciting fight. Facing Doom Slayer himself wasn't something that happened every day. "Since you're ready to listen, I'll continue." Alex stepped forward. "I came from another universe. There, an invasion by Davith's army, and Davith himself is underway. The problem is, he's formed an alliance with another extremely unpleasant creature." Came Slayer's questioning rasp. For some reason, Alex understood it. He was surprised how, after such a brutal fight, he could catch the meaning behind those hums. "His name is the Minister of Monoliths," Alex said. "He's the avatar of some lady who, well, let's just say she's a little too attached to me. I don't want to get into the weird details of our relationship, that's not important. The point is, the enemy now has two, and I'm alone. Plus, I have to protect people preparing for their final battle for survival." "I will help," Slayer rasped, looking at him. "That's where you should have started," Alex said irritably. "But you just went ahead and shot me in the face. We fought, broke each other's jaws, and on top of that destroyed an entire planet. Seriously, aren't you even a little ashamed?" "No," Slayer replied bluntly. Alex raised an eyebrow and stared at him in shock. "You just spoke." Slayer simply stared back silently, his expression as unreadable as before. Alex sighed heavily, shook his head, and summoned Yamato. With a slash of the blade, he opened a portal in front of him. At the same moment, another portal opened beside him, one created by Vega. They exchanged a glance. Then, without a word, each stepped into their own portal, as if competing over who had the cooler one. Back inside Slayer's fortress, Alex quickly looked around. His three companions, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, had vanished without a trace. "Vega, where are the three I arrived with?" he asked tensely. "Three unidentified entities infiltrated the floor where the combat rifle, Atlant, is stored," Vega replied. Alex closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course. Of course they went there. Damn fluffy gremlins. Alex's eye started twitching so violently it seemed like it was about to jump off his face. He was that pissed off that the three troublemakers had broken their promise again and caused some kind of chaos. Without saying a word, Alex dashed to the floor where the Atlant was stored, completely forgetting about Slayer. Right now, only one thought mattered to him, that this trio could either break something or, worse, try to hijack a combat machine over 30 meters tall. Reaching the right level, Alex found Gir, Mimi, and Stitch shamelessly fiddling with the control panels of Slayer's fortress, actively trying to disable the protective barrier blocking access to the Atlant. "You three. I told you not to touch anything." Alex barked as he ran up to them. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch simultaneously pulled their grabbing paws away from the terminal and put on their most innocent faces, as if they had just accidentally wandered by. But the moment they turned and saw Alex's face, the face of a man who had survived a brawl in hell and a bar fight at the same time, virtual question marks appeared over their heads, followed by a burst of laughter. They literally fell over laughing, pointing fingers at Alex and squealing joyfully. A vein bulged on Alex's forehead. "Very funny," he muttered through gritted teeth. "Now, you three, don't touch anything. This is not our home. Follow me, march." "They beat you. They beat you," Stitch dragged out, still poking him with a finger. "One more word like that and I'll confiscate all your toys," Alex said coldly. Stitch immediately lowered his finger and, like a seasoned smuggler, shielded his bag that held all his valuables, from weapons and snacks to sweets and secret food supplies. "Lose that? No way." Gir and Mimi started giggling at Stitch's reaction, but as soon as Alex shot them a heavy glare, both quickly hid their bags behind their backs, pretending to be completely innocent. Rolling his eyes, Alex silently approached them and, without ceremony, put the whole trio on a leash, figuratively and literally. These little disasters couldn't be allowed to run loose anymore. Alex sighed heavily to himself. This day felt endless. He desperately needed a break, preferably a week-long one. But first, he had to finish what he started, the conversation with Slayer. To be continued. Chapter 371, Doom Guy becomes an ally, and the collection grows with a big robot. Alex rubbed his face wearily. Just moments ago, he had been fighting Doom Slayer himself, and their clash had ended with the destruction of Titan, Mars's moon. Only after that insane brawl did Alex finally manage to get Slayer to listen to him. One would think the worst was over, but no sooner had Alex sighed in relief than a fresh wave of headache washed over him. The cause, of course, was Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. The unrelenting trio had once again disobeyed orders and stuck their greedy paws into something that absolutely didn't belong to them. While he and Slayer had been throwing down in a cosmic slugfest, they had somehow managed to attempt stealing a 30-meter-tall combat mech named Atlas. No wonder Alex had put them on magical leashes again, it was the only way he could keep his overly creative companions in check. Naturally, the trio was not at all pleased with this development. The moment Alex turned his back, they immediately began gnawing, cutting, and doing everything they could to free themselves. Alex stared at the scene blankly, claws, sparks, muffled grunts, and total failure. He didn't even bother interfering. He had decided he wasn't wasting another drop of energy on them. Right now, he had to finish the conversation with Slayer and explain everything about the universe he came from, the one currently under invasion by Davitha's army. As Alex turned to walk away, the magical leashes pulled taut. Of course, the trio wasn't going down without a fight. They clawed at the floor like kids being dragged out of a toy store without a new toy. Alex slowly turned his head and sighed. Tears streamed from their eyes, their claws left deep grooves in the metal floor, and their expressions resembled the tragedy of a dying star. Why is this my life? He muttered and pulled them along with sheer willpower. Screeching. Scraping. Wails of protest. He dragged them away like misbehaving children from a crime scene. Finally, returning to the main floor, Alex saw Slayer sitting on the steps beneath the hologram of Earth. His helmet rested on his knees, the same one Alex had knocked off at the start of their fight. Slayer's face, like Alex's, was covered in cuts, bruises, and dried blood. I think I owe you an apology for my companion's behavior. They tried to steal your Atlas, Alex said tiredly, throwing a sharp glare at the still-leashed trio. Slayer rasped, looking at him. I'll take that as, no hard feelings. Good. Anyway, I've already told you why I'm here. Now we need to deal with the problems in this universe. Davith himself and the bulk of his army aren't here, right? Alex asked, lighting a cigarette. Slayer nodded. Alex knew well, Slayer wouldn't leave this universe until every last demon was wiped out. This Earth reminded him of his own world, where he was once known by another name, as Doom Guy. But endless war, loss, and solitude had turned him into a weapon of pure rage, aimed at demons and those who created them. Alex turned to the hologram of Earth. He had to think of a way to cleanse this world quickly. The idea came fast. I take it you're not leaving until the last demon is dead, right? He asked, glancing back at Slayer. A nod. All right then, I'll take care of that for you. And I'll do it quickly, if you don't mind, Alex said with a slight smile. May I clarify, sir? Vega's voice interrupted. How exactly do you intend to eliminate all the demons on the planet? My wife, along with the scientists from my world, developed a virus, one that affects only demons. We've already completed all the necessary testing, in labs and on battlefields. All that's left is for me to disperse it across the planet. So if you'll excuse me, it's time to get started, Alex said, picking up his coat from the floor and dusting it off. He threw it over his shoulders, the same coat he had taken off before the fight. Just one last thing. Alex unhooked the leashes from his belt and handed them to Slayer. Keep an eye on them. Just in case they try to steal your mech again, he added tiredly. Slayer looked at the 3 leashes, then at the trio still struggling for freedom with the same stubbornness they had shown trying to steal Atlas. Alex gave a tired smirk and headed toward the fortress's massive panoramic window. He reached out, and his hand passed through the glass as if it didn't exist at all. A moment later, he stepped forward, into open space. He walked calmly, as though weightlessness and the lack of atmosphere didn't affect him in the slightest. Stopping at an optimal distance from Earth, Alex activated a weather spell, sending dark storm clouds rolling across the planet's surface. A thick, ominous veil shrouded every corner of the Earth, completely obscuring it from view. Lightning crackled within the clouds, the harbingers of an incoming downpour. From his inventory, Alex pulled out a massive container filled with the demon-killing virus, roughly his own size. Without any ceremony, he hurled it down toward the cloud layer. Once it reached the designated altitude, the container exploded, and the virus instantly began to spread through the air currents, covering the entire globe. A torrential rain fell on Earth. Demons everywhere felt an unnatural sense of dread, each drop carried a toxin crafted specifically to destroy them. Humans, still locked in desperate battles against the remnants of the invasion, noticed something strange. The demons began to stumble back, choke, writhe in agony, and die. They drowned in their own blood, falling one after another, from the smallest imps to towering monstrosities the size of skyscrapers. Survivors around the world watched in disbelief. At first, they thought it was a trick. But soon they understood, this was their chance. Their chance to reclaim their world. In orbit, Alex observed it all. He saw the fire of hope reignite in the hearts of survivors. He felt how war-torn, fear-broken souls were remembering what it meant to fight, and to believe. Meanwhile, back in Slayer's fortress, the Earth's hologram began to change. Once covered with red markers showing demonic presence, those dots now vanished, one after another, rapidly. Sir, the number of demonic hotspots is decreasing at an accelerated rate. Based on your guest's report, we can confirm that the anti-demon virus is working effectively, Vega reported from the terminal. Slayer said nothing. He simply continued to stare at the hologram, now nearly devoid of red. The world he had fought for was finally becoming free. Floating in space, Alex confirmed that the virus had done its job. He deactivated the weather spell, and the clouds slowly dispersed, revealing the bright sun. Light poured over the ruined but surviving surface, a symbol that the reign of demons had ended. He turned away from the planet. The last remnants of the demon horde were no longer a threat. It was time to return. Back in the fortress, Alex found Slayer still sitting beneath the holographic Earth. The red dots were completely gone, no trace of demonic presence remained. That's it, Alex said as he approached. Now you can finally leave this universe and hunt down Davith. Slayer slowly turned his head and gave a silent nod. Alex smiled faintly. Convincing a warrior like that was like taming a hurricane. But now he had an ally. No words were needed. Slayer stood and silently walked out of the command hall. Alex watched him go, a little curious, where was he headed? Deciding he likely wouldn't get an answer anyway, he turned and looked at his trio of companions. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch sat sulking on the floor, exhausted from their failed escape attempts. They looked at Alex as if he were the greatest villain in the universe. Of course. They're definitely going to complain to the girls when we get back, Alex thought. They just won't mention the part about trying to steal a 30-meter-tall combat mech. With Slayer out of sight, Alex decided to seize the moment and get answers to a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Vega, what's the current status of the Makers and the Khan Maker? He asked, sitting down on the steps near the Earth hologram. According to the most recent data, sir, the Khan Maker is dead. Urdak has fallen. The Makers were attacked by a demon army and a fallen lord. None of them survived, Vega's voice replied. Alex ran a tired hand down his face. Another world, devastated. Another god, fallen to the madness of darkness. But Alex knew all too well, Khan was a real bitch who had personally caused the destruction of many worlds. He glanced at the access panel where Vega displayed fresh data. Rising from the steps, he approached the terminal to review the information himself. Just as he expected, Slayer had killed the Khan Maker, leaving Urdak defenseless. Davith had taken advantage of that moment to exact revenge on his creations, the very ones who had once dared to betray him. Alex pondered for a moment. How did Davith regain a physical form? In the original timeline, his resurrection required the sanctum. But he shook his head. This wasn't a game anymore. The rules here could be entirely different, and events didn't have to follow canon. Vega, what happened to the Icon of Sin? As far as I remember, the Khan usually used that monster to destroy worlds, Alex asked, peering at the screen. Sir, the Icon of Sin was not found in Urdak's sanctum. All known traces lead nowhere, Vega responded. Alex nodded. He suspected where the icon might be, Raccoon City. He asked the question only to confirm his suspicions. The only thing he wasn't sure about was how many such icons existed, or how many more could have been created. From the very beginning, he was certain the demons wouldn't miss the chance to unleash the Icon of Sin to complete the destruction of the universe. He also knew the creature needed a soul tormented by agony to awaken. A soul drowned in endless suffering. One eternally bound to the monster, without hope of rebirth. And Alex knew exactly whose soul it would be. Albert Weskier. A failure, yet valuable. A perfect candidate for eternal torment. No one would ask his permission. No one would even think to. Based on this, Alex understood, before facing Davith and the Minister of Monoliths, he had to destroy the Icon of Sin. Only then would come the final battle. Lost in thought, Alex was pulled back to the present by the sound of heavy footsteps behind him. Turning, he saw Slayer, suited up in full armor, fully geared. He was clearly ready to move. I take it you're ready to come with me? Alex asked. Slayer rasped with a nod. Good. But first, one last task. Vega, can you send a message? What message, and to whom, sir? Vega clarified. To all surviving Night Sentinels. Tell them the time has come to fulfill their oath. It's time to give the demons one final battle. Anything else to include? Yeah. Send them the coordinates of my world. Tell them I'll send the signal when the assault begins, Alex said, stroking his chin. Message sent, sir. Alex smiled faintly. The Night Sentinels' help would be crucial, especially considering the size of the demon army entrenched in Raccoon City. And he remembered the gifts he had prepared for Slayer. From his inventory, he pulled out 2 cases and set them before him. Slayer looked down at them, noticed the familiar insignia, and shifted his gaze to Alex. I wanted to give you this from the start, but, well, who could have guessed you'd attack me right away? I think you'll like them. I did my best to recreate them exactly as they were back when Azric attacked Argent Nur. By the way, Azric's been resurrected too. Didn't last long, though, he's dead again. Anyway, take them. I hope you haven't forgotten how to use weapons like these, Alex said with a sly grin. Slayer knelt down and opened the cases. In the first, a familiar chain shield, a perfect replica of the old one. In the second, a massive mace, perfectly balanced and deadly. He nodded, and Alex gave him a thumbs up, all good. Without a word, Slayer strapped on the shield, then picked up the mace and gave it a few test swings. He liked it. Alex was certain the gift had been appreciated. Everything in this universe was finally settled. It was time to return to the place where the fate of his world would be decided. Alex summoned Yamato, opened a portal, and the first thing he did was toss the trio of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch through it. Naturally, they threw him the most offended looks imaginable, like kittens whose favorite toy had just been taken away. With a sigh, Alex remembered Atlas and decided to bring the mech with him, just so the trio wouldn't whine after returning. I'm taking your mech, he called over to Slayer. Came the indifferent response. Shrugging at that permission, Alex stepped into the portal. Slayer followed, and soon they found themselves near the settlement, on the very same cliff where the trio had been testing explosives barely an hour ago. Alex noticed how Slayer looked around warily, frowning. He quickly understood the reason. Demonic energy in this world felt different. Here, it was concentrated in a single place, Raccoon City, and not spread everywhere like in Slayer's world. I get it, you're surprised. Things aren't the same here. It's a different story. Like I said before, this world was fought over by the Minister and Davith, and then they joined forces. Now the entire demon army is holed up in one place, which gave humanity some breathing room, Alex said in a calm tone. Slayer rasped, clearly expecting more. Originally, demons weren't even supposed to get into this world. But some idiot opened a portal, and things went downhill from there. You've already faced Davith as chosen, right? Well, this world had plenty of them too. But I've already taken out most. Finished off the ones that ran from you, Alex added, lighting a cigarette. Slayer gave a small nod, acknowledging he understood. All right, we'll deal with the rest later. For now, let's head to my place, get you some real food. I can't imagine how many centuries it's been since you ate anything that wasn't demon. I think some homemade cooking will do you good. Besides, dinner's just starting, Alex said with a warm smile. Slayer gave him a grim look but said nothing. Alex just smirked in return, then turned to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. I've got a surprise for you 3. But only if you stop building explosives. The trio immediately nodded, putting on their best innocent helper expressions. Of course, Alex didn't believe them for a second, but he let it slide. Without waiting for permission, they bolted ahead. After all, if dinner was starting, it was time to fill their bellies. Alex and Slayer exchanged a glance before following. As they passed through the gates of the settlement, Alex noticed people turning to look. At first, he didn't understand why, but it quickly clicked. It wasn't just the imposing armored giant walking beside him. He himself looked less than great. His face was covered in bruises and cuts, dried blood streaked across his skin, and his clothes were soaked with it. He still hadn't healed from the fight with Slayer. The people's expression said everything without words. What the hell happened? Alex ignored it. Right now, it didn't matter. They finally reached his house. Alex pushed open the door and stepped inside. Slayer followed, silently scanning the interior. The moment Alex crossed the threshold, the girls froze at the sight of him. He had left in one piece, and returned looking like he'd been in a bar fight with a brick wall. It was strange to them. They had seen who he'd fought before, and he always came back unscathed. But now, his face was battered, and there were still traces of blood. They knew he had gone to find a new ally, and the moment they looked past his shoulder, it became clear. Tall, heavily muscled, clad in iconic heavy armor they recognized from Becca and Stitch. It was him. Doom Slayer. And then everything fell into place. Slayer hates demons. Alex is a demon. It wasn't hard to guess how that ended. Alex. I have a pretty good idea why your face looks like that, but will you still explain how it happened? Kiriko asked suspiciously. To start with, let me introduce, this is Doom Slayer. Or just Doom Guy. We had a bit of a disagreement. I told him I'm a demon. He immediately shot me in the face with a shotgun without even listening. And then it ended in a fight, Alex explained calmly, pointing at Slayer. Second question. What exactly did you destroy during this conversation? Yuriko asked, crossing her arms. Well, while we were beating the hell out of each other, we accidentally destroyed Titan, Alex said, not even trying to soften the wording. That's what the city is called in the universe your new friend came from. Shizuka asked, looking at Alex questioningly. No, Shizuka, Saya sighed. Titan is a moon of Mars. The second largest in the solar system. Alex and his new friend destroyed an entire moon while punching each other in the face. The girls stared alternately at Alex and Slayer. Alex turned to his new ally. Slayer, take off your helmet. It's not done inside the house. Slayer silently complied. His face was in the same condition as Alex's, scratches, bruises, dried blood. The girls couldn't hold back and burst out laughing together. Slayer looked at them questioningly, then frowned and glanced at Alex. Alex just waved it off, like it was nothing new. Anya reacted to the noise downstairs. Realizing her father had returned, she happily ran down the stairs. But when she saw Alex's battered face, she stopped and frowned. Daddy. Who attacked you? Are you hurt? Tell me who it was, I'll deal with him. She climbed into his arms and hugged him. Oh, my little bun. Your love has already healed everything. Look, Alex smiled. At that moment, all his wounds closed up. And who is this uncle with the same beaten-up face? Is he your new friend? Anya asked, looking at Slayer. That's right. He's my new friend. His name's Doom Guy. He looks grim, but he's actually good. We do the same thing, protect worlds from destruction, Alex said with a kind smile, pressing his cheek to Anya's. Anya looked closely at Slayer. For the first time in a long while, an emotion other than rage flickered in his eyes. Alex noticed and nodded approvingly. He knew Slayer was not just a soulless revenge machine. Kiriko and Namio invited everyone to the table. Alex motioned Slayer over. He followed silently. When everyone sat down, Alice and Nobukatsu couldn't take their eyes off the new guest. Namio placed a plate of food in front of Slayer and smiled. Even though you fought my husband, you're a guest now. Alex told me what you've been through. I think homemade food is exactly what you need right now. Slayer nodded and stared at the food. He couldn't remember the last time he had eaten anything like this. His life had long since become an endless war, and he had even forgotten his own name. Only fighting, fighting, and more fighting. During dinner, Alex began telling the girls about his battle with Slayer. They listened in amazement, realizing that Slayer was indeed so strong that he managed to injure Alex. Alex saw their surprise but didn't mention that Slayer was essentially the opposite of Davith, and his power level was quite natural. It was even good that they had only destroyed one moon, Titan, and not half the solar system in his home universe. Alex. Does he even talk? Ada asked, pointing at Slayer, who silently ate. He's just not very talkative. And, darling, it's not very polite to say that in his presence, Alex replied in a restrained tone. It's just that he's been silent all this time. We thought maybe he forgot how to speak after everything he's been through, Siko said with a slight smile. Alex just rolled his eyes. When dinner ended, he took Slayer to the workshop. He knew Slayer needed to prepare for the upcoming battle with Davith. He set up a workspace for him and left him alone with his thoughts, returning to the living room to the girls. I didn't think your new friend would be this strong. He really decorated you well, Chun-Li smirked, looking toward the workshop door. The main thing is that he's on our side now. We just have to wait for Chris to be ready, then we can take the stage, Alex said, leaning against the back of the couch. While you were gone, Chris tried to call you. Didn't get through, so he called me, Claire said, getting his attention. What's up this time? Found a couple more traitors. Alex responded lazily. Nothing like that. He said he'll be ready to attack Raccoon City in a couple of days. His people are finishing preparations and transferring troops to the nearest military base. He said he'll start the assault with or without us. Stubborn guy, Jill grumbled. So, we have 2 days. That should be enough, Alex sighed deeply. But you'll manage. And like you said yourself, after all this, we'll be able to go on vacation, Becca encouraged him with a gentle smile. I definitely wouldn't say no to a vacation. Somewhere on islands, with a cocktail, next to my husband, Chiquita said dreamily, stretching. You're not the only one. I helped save 3 worlds. I need a vacation, and not in another world on the brink of apocalypse. Somewhere with lots of good food, and where you can eat as much as you want. Becca muttered. Sounds tempting. I wouldn't mind that kind of world either, Shizuka chimed in, staring dreamily at the ceiling. Me too. Even better, a world where I could have a good fight with some idiot. So the vacation has a little kick to it, Yuri smirked, cracking her knuckles. Alex smiled at Becca, who was grumbling about needing a break and that she hadn't signed up for saving worlds. His smile grew wider as he listened to the girls animatedly discuss which worlds they'd like to visit after the war. Giving them space to talk, Alex quietly stepped outside for a smoke. He sat down on the steps, lit a cigarette, and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, fell into thought. Time was running out. He needed to finish making rings for all the girls and deliver them before the battle started, to avoid raising any red flags. Besides that, he had to complete all the other preparations that could make the war easier for the people and reduce casualties. After calculating, Alex realized time was tight. What are you doing sitting here alone, staring at the sky? A female voice asked nearby. Alex looked down and saw Shino and Mari approaching. He smiled and waved at them. While preparing for the trip to find the second priest, he had managed to spend some time with both. With Mari, it was simple, light conversation ending with a kiss on the cheek. But with Shino, she literally pulled him out of the house to spend time together and ended the date with a sudden kiss on the lips, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him close. Just sitting, thinking. What are you two doing here? Alex asked with a smile, looking at them. As if you don't know. Rumor has it you came back with some weird guy in armor, and your face was all beaten up. Though now you look pretty normal, Shino remarked, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes. Don't mind her tone. That's her way of showing she cares about you, Mari said warmly. Shino rolled her eyes again but didn't argue. Thanks for the concern, very touching. Want some hugs? Alex smirked, spreading his arms. I wouldn't mind, but maybe later. Better tell us what happened to you, Mari said, and Shino silently nodded in agreement. Nothing special. Went to another universe for an ally. When I said I'm a demon, he attacked me. Well, we fought a bit, and maybe destroyed a planet. Otherwise, all's calm, Alex answered lazily. Yeah, sure. And I'm a wizard princess from a magical forest. You could come up with a more believable lie. Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Shino snorted, poking him in the chest. Alex just smirked, ran his hand over his forehead, and demonic horns immediately grew there. Shino's and Mari's eyes widened in shock. Before they had a nervous breakdown, Alex removed the horns and, not giving them time to recover, shoved them both inside. They didn't even realize how they ended up inside. Alex sat them down on the couch, giving them time to process what they'd seen. Shino and Mari silently stared at him while the other girls watched their reactions closely. Seeing their confusion, the girls exchanged glances and silently agreed. Since Alex started all this, he had to explain. Alex sighed heavily, realizing it was now up to him to tell the whole truth and bring Shino and Mari up to speed. To be continued. Chapter 372, Chapter 372, a pleasant gift for the girls and one step closer to the finale. After Alex revealed his magical horns, conjured through illusion, Shino and Mari were left frozen in shock. Before either of them could have a mental breakdown, he quickly ushered them into the house and sat them down on the couch. The girls kept staring at his forehead, the place where just moments ago, real, demonic horns had sprouted. Without wasting time, Alex immediately warned the others that he did it purely as a joke. However, in response, he was met with a series of blank, heavy stares from all his girlfriends. The collective decision was obvious. Since he started this mess, he could explain it himself. Mari and Shino were still sitting there, stunned and speechless. Alex realized this was the best moment to be honest. While they were still in shock, he began telling them the truth, about himself, about Becca, about Brunhild, and how they all came from different worlds. He explained what exactly he did, who he truly was, and the role he played in everything that was happening. Shino and Mari listened silently, gradually sinking deeper into a reality that could hardly be called normal. They already knew that Albert Weskier had opened a demonic portal, allowing creatures from another dimension to invade their world. They also knew about the black and red markers that drove people insane. But they didn't know the full truth, that the black marker was the creation of an ancient, malevolent being, a sort of god that simply wanted entertainment by watching humanity suffer, before devouring their world and the entire universe to gain more power. Even this short version of the truth was shocking enough. Seeing their state, Namio quickly ran to the kitchen, returned with a kettle, and poured everyone a cup of hot tea. Shino drained hers in a single gulp. Mari took a sip, sighed, and finally spoke. So, that idiot Itami was telling the truth all along. You're actually the Demon King. That's what worries you most. What about the destruction of the world, the war between two ancient forces, and their alliance for a global apocalypse? Ray remarked sarcastically. Listen, Shino snorted, that moron Itami's been yapping since day one that Alex is the Demon King. He kept spouting that nonsense, and I was also supposed to believe Brunhild is a Valkyrie and Becca is from some high-tech future. The guy just lives in an anime in his head. Well, he is an anime nerd to the bone, Rika giggled. Of course he could believe something like that. Honestly. I've suspected you were hiding something for a long time, Mari said calmly, placing her cup on the table. Really? Jill raised an eyebrow in surprise. Care to share your theory? If you think logically, Mari began, too many things just didn't add up. Alex looked like a manga character, Brunhild as if she came straight from a Norse saga, and Becca exactly like an anime heroine. You could chalk it up to coincidence, but coincidences like that don't happen. Alex gave Mari a thumbs up when he heard that. He wasn't surprised, she was clearly perceptive. His other girlfriends, for that matter, also hadn't been shocked when he revealed his identity. Their faces had read more like, so that's how it is, well, not much of a surprise. Mari smiled sweetly and sipped her tea again. For her, Alex's confession was more of a confirmation than a revelation. Everything he'd done before couldn't really be explained by his usual phrase, I'm just a ninja. Meanwhile, Shino started to get visibly irritated. Alex noticed and just smirked. Shino, why are you so angry? Revei asked, crossing her arms. It's just, that idiot Itami turned out to be right. And if he finds out, he'll lose his damn mind. He already talks about anime all the time, now he'll never shut up. Exactly. Rika nodded. My brother was just like that. He'd ramble about stupid stuff, especially when I came home from a night shift, exhausted, just wanting to eat in peace. I remember you used to complain about him constantly, Shizuka chuckled. The conversation gradually shifted into friendly reminiscing. The girls began sharing stories from the past, before the zombie apocalypse and demonic invasion had turned their world into a nightmare. Mari scooted closer to Alex and started bombarding him with questions, her curiosity was off the charts. Alex answered eagerly and even told her that Rory used to be an apostle of another god, but now she was his apostle, and his wife. Mari glanced at Rory and nodded, she had long noticed that Rory's eyes had become rainbow-colored, just like Alex's. The conversation between them turned calm and warm. Feeling the connection grow, Mari gently leaned against Alex. Shino immediately noticed the pink, romantic atmosphere, frowned, and kicked Alex in the leg. He responded with a wink. In return, another kick. Alex chuckled softly. When evening came, the girls suggested that Mari and Shino stay the night, there were plans for a movie night. However, instead of the usual films, they decided to have a girls-only gathering. There was no place for Alex in this circle of sisterhood. Don't even think about arguing. Kiriko said, winking at him and carrying the snacks upstairs. Laughing, the girls gave Alex goodbye kisses and cheerfully made their way to the second floor. Even Mari and Shino, before disappearing with the rest, came up and gave him light kisses on the cheek. Alex was left downstairs alone, a little stunned, but smiling. He stayed seated on the couch by himself. His face was blank, expressionless, as he watched the girls head upstairs with cheerful laughter, excitedly discussing their all-girls night. He felt a slight sting of betrayal, they had left him behind, after all. But the feeling passed quickly. He loved his girls too much and was simply happy they could laugh together, get along, and enjoy a normal life. Smiling, Alex shook his head. He realized the girls had just decided to throw a full-blown drinking party, the amount of alcohol they took upstairs could have supplied a whole platoon of soldiers. Leaning back against the couch, he began thinking about what to do. The idea came quickly, it was time for final preparations. He had to finish the wedding rings for all the girls. And he was already considering making them special, adding something unique, something that would be more than just jewelry, something that symbolized their bond. Shifting into work mode, Alex decided to gather Gir, Mimi, and Stitch first, he had another task for them. Getting up from the couch, he went upstairs and stepped into the kids' room. There he found a lively scene, Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Alice, Anya, and Nobukatsu were deeply engaged in a new board game. Daddy! Why are you here? Anya exclaimed joyfully and immediately jumped into his arms. Your mommy's kicked me out. They're having a girls' night, and now I'm all alone, Alex replied with a smile, holding Anya close. Mommies are mean, Anya pouted. Let them have their fun. We've got something even better than a board game. And if you don't want to miss it, follow me to the workshop, Alex said with a mysterious smile. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch instantly caught on to the hint. Without saying a word, they dropped their cards and zoomed out of the room like lightning. Alice and Nobukatsu exchanged intrigued glances. With Anya in his arms, Alex was already heading out of the kids' room, and the children quickly followed after him. When they came downstairs, the workshop doors were wide open. Alex sighed, he already knew who had forgotten to close them again. Shaking his head, he led Alice and Nobukatsu inside. Even though the kids had been in the workshop many times before, every visit filled them with awe, the atmosphere there felt almost magical. Suddenly, Alex heard muffled gunfire in the distance. He immediately recognized the sound. Slayer was testing his weapons. Intrigued, Alex headed toward the testing range with the children in tow. As they got closer, he saw Slayer firing at moving targets with a massive automatic weapon, his expression focused and intense. Scattered around him were parts and dismantled components of other guns. Alex looked closer, and with growing dismay, recognized pieces of weapons from Becca's workbench. Damn it! He muttered under his breath. He took apart Becca's babies. Alex knew exactly how this could end. His wife was a true weapon gremlin. If she found out someone had dared to disassemble her creations, especially without permission, the consequences would be catastrophic. Especially considering that Becca had once figured out how to kill a god. While Alex pondered how to divert her potential wrath, his eyes caught something new in Slayer's gun, a module for homing bullets. Bullets that always found their target. Interesting, he thought. After finishing his shooting session, Slayer set the weapon aside and turned around. He immediately spotted Alex with the kids. Slayer, buddy, tell me you didn't take all that from my wife's workbench, right? Alex asked, hoping for a denial. Slayer nodded. Coldly. Without a trace of regret. Oh, holy hell. Alex groaned, rubbing his forehead. Slayer grunted, watching his reaction. Uncle Doomguy, Anya suddenly chimed in from Alex's arms. Daddy's worried because you took stuff from Mommy Becca's table. She doesn't like it when someone touches her things. He's just scared she might blow you up or launch you to the moon. She's right, Alex nodded. Slayer, let's make a deal. When she finds out, and she will find out, just say I gave you the weapons. Trust me, it's better she gets mad at me than tries to figure out how to kill you. Especially after she already figured out how to atomize a god. Slayer rasped, raising an eyebrow. You think I'm joking? Alex smirked. It's all in the runes. Becca may look carefree when she's playing with her guns, but she's terrifyingly smart. A genius. She fused ancient magical runes with modern firearms and, well, let's just say one god of lies didn't survive that experiment. Slayer silently nodded and returned to upgrading his weapon. Alex wasn't sure if Slayer would actually follow through, but he knew one thing for sure, he definitely didn't want Becca trying to blow Slayer up for vandalism. After watching him work a bit longer and observing his weapon-modifying methods, Alex asked if he needed extra materials or new types of ammo. Slayer turned to him again and gave him his usual intense stare. Alex had long since learned to read him without words, so without waiting for a response, he pulled a small arsenal of experimental rounds from his inventory, rounds he'd been working on recently, and handed them over for testing. But he didn't get the chance to keep observing. Mimi, and Stitch began tugging on his pant leg. It was time to show them what they had actually come here for. All right, I'm coming, Alex said with a grin, patting Slayer on the shoulder. He led his assistants to another corner of the massive workshop. Upon reaching a spacious platform, Alex pulled a 30-meter Atlant mech out of his inventory. In an instant, the eyes of Mimi, and Stitch lit up so brightly, it looked like sparks were about to fly out of them. This was the very same robot they had once tried to steal, and failed, because Alex had caught them just in time. Alice, Nobukatsu, and Anya all looked up, gazing at the giant in awe. Daddy. Is that your robot? Where did you get it? Anya tugged on his cheek, not taking her eyes off the machine. Borrowed it from a new friend. You don't see a giant like this every day, right? Alex replied with a smile, watching the kids' reactions. He's so cool. Can I see the pilot's seat? Nobukatsu asked eagerly. I've only seen ones like this in anime. It's amazing. Alice exclaimed with delight. Glad you like it, Alex nodded. Now then, let's get to business. You didn't come here for nothing. We're gonna modify it. Big guns. More explosions. And a giant machine gun. Stitch shouted, jumping with excitement. Exactly. Today, you three, Mimi, and Stitch, are going to work on the Atlant mech. I hope you won't let me down, Alex said with a grin, looking at them. Promise. This mech will become a nightmare for any heretic or demon. Declared fanatically, pounding his fist against his chest. Perfect. Alice, Nobukatsu, feel free to join in if you want. Meanwhile, I'll take care of something else, Alex added. The trio sprang into action, or rather, into battle, and saluted as if ready to create something truly legendary. Alice and Nobukatsu were more than happy to stay. After all, how could anyone pass up a chance to tinker with a real combat giant? Still holding Anya in his arms, Alex headed to his workbench. Sitting down, he placed his daughter on his lap and began pulling materials from his inventory. Papa, what are you going to make? A new weapon? Anya asked, settling in and leaning her back against his chest. Not this time, my sweet bun, Alex smiled. Right now, I'm going to make rings for all your mommies. By hand. And you, as my #1 assistant, are going to help me. I'll help. I want the mommies to have the prettiest rings ever. Anya nodded excitedly. Alex smiled warmly at his daughter's enthusiasm and got to work. All the necessary materials were already on the table. First, he selected suitable gemstones, each one meant to reflect the personality and uniqueness of the woman it was for. With Anya's help, they quickly sorted the stones, and Alex began crafting the ring bases. Each ring was like a tiny masterpiece, into which he poured his feelings, memories, and a piece of his soul. Time flew by unnoticed. Anya, like a true assistant, handed him tools and materials right on cue. When half of the rings were finished, Alex heard soft breathing. Looking down, he saw that Anya had curled up in his lap and was quietly snoozing like a kitten. With a gentle smile, Alex carefully picked her up. Using magic, he conjured a soft bed nearby, laid his daughter down, covered her with a blanket, and kissed her forehead. Then, he cast a sound suppression spell, just in case the trio of engineers decided to test a new cannon right this moment. Making sure Anya would sleep peacefully, Alex returned to his work. He still had to finish the second half of the rings and engrave special runes onto each one. The real work was just beginning, but his heart was calm. He was doing it for the ones he loved. After several hours, Alex finished the second half of the rings. The most labor-intensive part remained, engraving the runes, which required maximum concentration and precision. Before starting this meticulous work, he decided to relax a bit and smoke a cigarette. His brain was overheated from the intense focus since each ring had to emphasize the individuality of his beloved ones. During the short break, Alex remembered that he wanted to add a special function to all the rings, which meant he needed to retrieve the already finished rings from Becca, Brunhild, and Gondel to modify them. Checking that Anya was still peacefully asleep, he quietly left the workshop and went upstairs to the bedroom, where the girls' night was in full swing. Carefully opening the door a crack, Alex noticed the girls were in high spirits, animatedly discussing something. Wasting no time, he burst into the room like a true ninja, skillfully slipped the rings off Becca's and Brunhild's fingers, and immediately slipped back out before anyone could react. Becca and Brunhild exchanged glances. Something was wrong. They instantly noticed their rings were missing. The other girls also grew wary. What had just happened? Why did Alex run in, silently snatch the rings, and disappear? Soon, after a brief brainstorming session, the group came to an obvious conclusion. Alex was finishing the wedding rings. So tomorrow, a pleasant surprise awaited them. Returning to the workshop, Alex called Gondel and asked for her ring. Instead of simply handing it over, she personally stepped out of his spiritual space and gently sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Alex met her gaze with a smile and hugged her by the waist. I'll give you your symbol of love, but only on one condition, she whispered, pressing close to him. Tell me what you plan to do with the rings. Nothing dangerous, Alex replied with an innocent smile. I just wanted to add a special function. Since I often work in other worlds, not everyone would want to follow me everywhere. So I decided, let the rings open a portal to me, wherever I am. Like Yamato, but simpler. You want, you come to me, you want, you return home. Oh. Gondel gently kissed the tip of his nose. Sounds tempting. So we can come to you anytime. I agree. Here's my ring. Removing the ring from her ring finger, she handed it to Alex, and he tenderly kissed her hand in return. Gondel didn't return immediately, choosing instead to spend that time with him. Thanks to magic, engraving the runes went faster but still required care. Each ring was unique, just like its owner. Stretching to loosen his back, Alex suddenly realized Gondel had disappeared. Scanning the workshop, he found her on the couch, gently holding Anya, who was covered with a blanket. Anya slept with a peaceful smile. Smiling at the scene, Alex glanced at the clock. Night had long since fallen. Deciding to give his brain another break, he headed to check on the Atlant mech modifications. Approaching the giant mech, he immediately heard a heated argument. Gir and Stitch were passionately debating which weapon should be mounted on the robot's back. Alex looked up and saw the trio working atop the mech. They were using scaffolding to access the upper compartments. Alice and Nobukatsu were nowhere in sight, but after looking around, Alex found them, asleep, cuddled up together next to a toolbox. Shaking his head, he teleported the children back to their rooms so they wouldn't spend the night using wrenches as pillows. Just as Alex took a step, a huge cannon suddenly crashed down from the mech's back. Easily catching it, he gently set the gun on the floor and looked up. Mimi, and Stitch immediately ducked behind the railings, spotting his annoyed gaze. Shaking his head and letting out a heavy sigh, Alex turned and walked away. No one else was going to finish the runes for him. Returning to work on the wedding rings, Alex didn't even notice when dawn began to break outside. Rubbing his tired eyes, he looked at the result with relief and pride. The rings were finished. Each one was unique, with its own rune engraving reflecting the personality and character of the girl. Just in case, he made 2 extra rings, for Shino and Mari. You never know, maybe their relationships would deepen. Taking a deep breath to shake off the tension from the night spent still, Alex carefully picked up Gondal's ring, stood up from the chair, and walked over to the couch where Anya and his Valkyrie were sleeping. Trying not to wake them, he gently slipped the ring back onto Gondal's finger. Making sure she didn't stir, Alex returned to the table and packed all the rings into beautiful boxes, wanting to make it a pleasant surprise for the girls. When finished, he put them into his inventory and headed to the kitchen while everyone was still asleep. Passing by Slayer, who apparently hadn't stopped his nighttime work, Alex just cast a brief glance his way. The men continued modifying weapons with maniacal focus, seemingly oblivious to time or fatigue. In the kitchen, Alex decided to first prepare breakfast for Gondal and Anya, then for the rest of the girls. He quickly put together the meal and didn't forget to brew a strong cup of coffee for Slayer, knowing he'd need the energy boost. Tray in hand, Alex returned to the workshop. Passing Slayer again, he silently set the coffee in front of him. Slayer looked up, met Alex's eyes, and gave a brief nod in silent thanks. Back at the couch, Alex placed the tray on the table and gently woke Gondal and Anya. Breakfast in bed. Darling, you're the dream husband, Gondal smiled sleepily, stretching. Daddy's always the best, Anya mumbled, yawning and nodding. Alex chuckled quietly and sat down beside his coffee. Noticing her ring was back on her finger, Gondal beckoned Alex with a finger. He leaned in, and in that moment, she grabbed his collar, pulled him into a passionate kiss, while covering Anya's eyes with her other hand. The kiss lasted a few seconds, then Gondal licked her lips with a satisfied smile and removed her hand from Anya's eyes. Anya puffed out her cheeks and frowned at them. Don't be mad, little angry hamster, the Valkyrie said, kissing the girl on the cheek. After finishing breakfast, Gondal kissed Alex once more and, gently touching Anya's cheek, returned to the spiritual space, leaving behind a faint scent of roses and warmth. Alex placed Anya on his shoulders, grabbed the empty trays, and headed back to the kitchen, where he was already preparing the main breakfast. The girls probably wouldn't wake up in the best condition after their night of bonding. Sitting Anya on the kitchen counter and slipping an apron onto her, Alex got to work making a breakfast to help cure hangovers. Anya happily handed her dad the needed ingredients, trying to be the most helpful assistant. Then he heard the girls starting to come down from the second floor. However, contrary to expectations, their voices sounded too lively. Raising an eyebrow, Alex was surprised. Judging by the amount of alcohol, they should have been suffering from a terrible hangover. But since they were energetic, well, all the better. Finishing the breakfast, Alex served the food onto plates and used magic to transport them to the dining room, where the girls were already gathered. How sweet of you to make us breakfast. You really are the best, Nobiuna said with a flirty smile, blowing Alex a kiss. Anything for you ladies. Enjoy your meal. And after breakfast, a nice surprise awaits you, Alex replied, giving them a warm smile. So, you did finish the rings after all, Ada squinted, lazily poking him with her fork. About time. Shouldn't wait until the last minute, like usual. Alex simply raised his hands in surrender, not wanting to provoke the collective wrath of the lovely ladies of the house. The girls instantly understood the hint, the rings were ready, and they devoured the breakfast so quickly that only Stitch could have kept up. Unlike the others, Mari and Shino kept eating calmly but threw interested glances at Alex. They clearly suspected something. As the last forks hit the table, all eyes turned to Alex at once. He just smiled and pulled out the carefully packed ring boxes from his inventory. The girls immediately rushed to their own, each grabbed a box with her name and opened it with trembling hands. Becca and Brunhild, who had already received their rings the day before, smiled silently and slipped them back on, savoring the touch of the warm metal that held a piece of Alex. Beatrix was the first to break the silence, not taking her eyes off her ring. Why are there 2 more boxes on the table? Who are they for? For Mari and Shino, Alex answered simply, shifting his gaze to the 2 girls. Wait, we're getting rings too? Shino asked, surprised, blushing. Isn't there supposed to be some time before, proposing? You'd better blush for kissing him by force, Coco snorted, rolling her eyes. Stop playing the innocent. Just take your ring already. I won't refuse, Mari said calmly, looking at Alex. I can see how much effort you put into them. Thank you. She took the box and opened it with a soft smile. Alex turned to Shino. And you? Will you take it? I don't know. She whispered, lowering her gaze. Alex didn't insist, he just reached for the box, maybe to put it back. But before he could touch the lid, Shino suddenly snatched it from under his hand and pressed it to her chest. Hey! I wasn't going to put it away, Alex said with a smirk. When Shino saw his mischievous grin, she realized he had done it on purpose, to test her reaction. Her face immediately flushed again. At that moment, Brunhild, looking at the ring on her finger, narrowed her eyes. By the way, Alex, since you're giving them all out, maybe you'll explain why you stole mine and Becca's rings yesterday. The question rippled through the room, and everyone instantly stopped paying attention to their jewelry, curiously staring at Alex. They all knew that rings made by him were never ordinary. And now they really wanted to find out what made theirs special. I just added a new feature to them, Alex said, resting his cheek on his fist. The ability to open a portal. In what sense? Saya frowned. Why would we need that? It's simple. Thanks to the rings, you can now open a portal to me. Wherever I am. Anytime. Even if I'm in another universe. There was a silence. Then Shizuka tilted her head and asked for clarification. Wait. So you mean we can come to you at any time, even if you're in another world? Alex smiled and nodded. Yes. The rings are linked to mine. Just focus on the desire to be near me, and they'll open a passage. Then you can return the same way. The girl's eyes literally lit up. Someone immediately raised her hand like in a classroom. Can we try it right now? Renka asked, eyes sparkling. Of course, Alex shrugged. Just be careful, or you might end up in the middle of a battle. A new toy. Coco exclaimed. I like it. The girls started excitedly discussing how they could use it, already imagining jumping through portals to their beloved whenever they wanted. Alex just laughed and thought maybe he'd created something far more dangerous than any of his inventions. To be continued. Chapter 373, Chapter 373, the last day before the grand finale. Alex calmly explained to the girls how to properly activate the portal using the ring in order to appear next to him. They listened attentively, everyone clearly understood that Alex had many more worlds ahead of him. And no one knew whether those worlds would be safe, or just as devastated and dangerous as their own. As soon as the explanation ended, the girls suddenly stood up from the table and, without saying a word, all left the dining room together. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise, watching them go, unsure of what they were up to. The answer came quickly. A portal burst open right next to him, and with a loud pop, Shizuka flew out of it, crashing straight into Alex and clinging to him. He immediately noticed that her eyes were tightly shut, as if she was afraid she'd be torn apart. Smiling, Alex gently ran his hand through her hair, soothing her. Feeling his touch, Shizuka slowly opened one eye, then the other, looked around, and realized it had worked. She beamed with joy, kissed Alex on the lips, and with a cheerful laugh ran back through the still shimmering portal. Alex just watched her go, then exchanged a confused glance with Anya sitting next to him. They both tilted their heads to the side in perfect sync. The next portal opened more gracefully. Yuriko stepped out with poise, gave the room a quick, evaluating look, nodded, and without saying a word disappeared again. Alex didn't even have time to say anything. Then came red and white. Unlike the others, they didn't step out, instead, they remained at the portal's edge, scanning the area, gathering data like living sensors. Alex observed them with a soft smile. He knew, despite their efforts to imitate the other girls, red and white were still androids. For them, data collection was a natural and essential instinct. Yes, the soul of their creator had long begun to awaken within them, but their curiosity still had technical roots. To Alex, their behavior looked almost adorable, like a child asking, "Why is the sky blue?" or, "How do people in Australia not fall off the earth if they're upside down?" As he watched this parade unfold, a growing certainty settled in his gut, perhaps adding the portal function to the rings wasn't his smartest idea. But now that it was done, there was no going back. With a cup of coffee in hand, he sat and observed as one by one the girls continued to test the new feature. Portals opened and closed, sometimes with a bang, sometimes silently. Alex was about to remark that this wasn't exactly a necessary check, but he knew full well they wouldn't listen anyway. The last was Namio. Appearing with a light, almost feline grace, she sat down beside Alex and gently kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, for such a beautiful gift." Alex smiled warmly. He knew that to all of them, these rings were more than just jewelry. They were a symbol. A promise. A connection he wanted to preserve with each of them, even if he one day ended up on the far edge of the universe. Once the greetings were over, Alex and Namio began cleaning up the dishes the girls had left in their rush to test the new feature. Working in sync, they quickly finished. Then, putting everything back in its place, they returned to the living room where the others had already gathered. The girls sat admiring the rings on their fingers. Some leaned toward each other, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was light and joyful. Alex glanced over at Shino, though clearly embarrassed, she had still put on the ring. Their eyes met. And, unable to hold back, Shino suddenly grabbed a candy from the table and threw it at Alex. He caught it midair, smirked, and silently popped it into his mouth. Alex, Saya spoke up, examining her ring, what else can this ring do? Knowing you, I bet portals aren't the only feature. Alex chuckled. Well, to be honest, there's quite a few functions. For example, each ring now comes with its own personal inventory. Wait a second, Revei cut in, suddenly sitting upright. Are you seriously telling me I can pull stuff out of thin air like some kind of magician? Alex nodded. That was all it took, the girl's eyes lit up with fiery enthusiasm. He didn't even get the chance to continue before they were already testing out the inventory function embedded in their rings. With an expression of lazy amusement, Alex watched as his beloveds took turns putting items in and pulling them out with childlike delight. The experiments quickly descended into absurdity when Coco somehow managed to store the entire couch the others were sitting on. With a dull thud, the girls hit the wooden floor and stared at Coco in pure irritation, while she just offered an apologetic shrug. As the others continued testing their rings, Alex took the opportunity to start explaining the other features built into the jewelry. The girls listened only half-heartedly, still distracted by their new toys, but when Alex mentioned the defensive capabilities, they suddenly froze, staring at him in shock. Wait a minute, Sherry muttered with a frown. I didn't quite get that. Protection from a supernova explosion, that sounds cool, I guess. But protection from time? How does that even work? Yeah, I'm confused too, Claire chimed in, nodding in agreement. How can you defend against time? Alex replied calmly. Time is complicated. But if you've seen any time travel movies, you know this, when a character travels to the past, they can encounter a version of themselves. That means you exist at every point along your timeline until your death. Alex, can you explain that like a normal person? Revei groaned. We're not academics, and none of that made sense. Alex smirked. All right. Simply put, the ring will protect you if some idiot decides to go back in time and try to kill you before we ever met. There are beings out there that twist timelines and play with them like toys. Wait, but if you're also in the past, wouldn't you protect us then? Kiriko asked, narrowing her eyes. It's not that simple with me, Alex replied. I only exist here and now. There's no past or future version of me. No time variant. Because there can only be one of me. So if we went back just 5 minutes, you wouldn't be there. Saya asked, trying to process it. Alex nodded. Saya gave a thoughtful hum and nodded back. The rest of the girls looked as if question marks were floating above their heads. Seeing this, Saya sighed and explained everything in simpler terms. After that, the pieces finally fell into place for everyone. At that moment, the workshop door burst open, and out stumbled Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, all covered in grease and something that looked suspiciously like motor oil. They looked like they'd been working non-stop for 3 days without sleep. A couple minutes later, the trio reappeared from the kitchen, arms full of snacks and drinks, and went straight back into the workshop without acknowledging anyone. What the hell was that? Cammy muttered. Alex, why do they look like mechanics from a low-budget soap opera? They're modifying a giant robot, Alex said with a grin. Wait, a giant robot? Nobuena repeated, her eyes lighting up. You mean a real, honest-to-God giant robot? Alex only smiled mysteriously and said nothing. That was all it took. Revei, as if on cue, took off first, and the rest of the girls followed, some with shrieks, others with screams, one even flipping over the back of the couch, as they all charged toward the workshop. Even the calmest of them couldn't resist the temptation. Alex sighed, stood up from the couch, and as he passed by, silently prayed that Becca wouldn't notice the missing weapon from her workbench. Upon entering the workshop, he was immediately met with loud, excited exclamations. The girls were gathered at the base of a massive mechanical titan, gazing up at it with pure awe. Alex walked closer and looked up as well. Atop the scaffolding near the robot's head sat Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, completely exhausted, like real workers after a long shift, lazily chewing on sandwiches and holding their favorite mugs in the other paw. Alex couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The girls turned at the sound of his laughter. He simply pointed upward. They all looked in unison, and started laughing too. The sight of the trio sitting like worn-out construction workers, one paw holding a sandwich, the other resting on a knee, staring into the void, it was too ridiculously funny. Alex squinted at Becca, who was already halfway up the giant mech like a deranged gremlin. He immediately rushed after her, dragging the stubborn girl back down before she could reach a dangerous height. He wasn't worried about her falling, what worried him more was her curious hands getting into something critical. Pulling the protesting Becca aside, Alex started to explain. I gave your weapon to Slayer. He took it apart, he needed the components to upgrade his gear. Just as he expected, Becca exploded like a mini-nuclear reactor. Her eyes flared with murderous intent as she set her sights on hunting Slayer down and beating him to death with a wrench. Alex had to calm his wife down on the spot, swearing up and down with promises. When he finally made the last of his concessions, Becca suddenly went quiet, looked him dead in the eye, and then grinned like a gremlin before shaking his hand. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, the offer Alex made was just too tempting to resist. Alex let out a heavy sigh, the price of appeasing his weapon-obsessed wife had been steep. He'd just promised to give her one of the most destructive weapons in his entire collection. Alex, do you think they'll finish modifying the mech by tomorrow? Rika asked, walking up to him once Becca had finally calmed down. They will. Tomorrow is the deciding day for this world. Humanity will need everything it's got to stand a chance. But will there be enough people? Ray took his hand. I'm scared to even imagine how many demons are gathered in Raccoon City, and what's waiting for us there. That's why I reached out for help, to those who might still hear the call, Alex said, tightening his grip on her hand. To whom exactly? Who could possibly reinforce us in a fight against a demon army numbering in the millions? Rekka asked, her expression thoughtful. I sent a message to all remaining Night Sentinels. The ones who still remember their oath, who are in hiding but haven't given up. I'm hoping they'll hear the call and come. Are you sure? Alcina interjected, eyeing him intently. You said yourself their world fell. They were betrayed by their own people. Will they really want to join another war for someone else's world? Agent Nur fell, yes. But it still exists. There are survivors among the Night Sentinels. I think they'll want to repay the demons. Even if they don't come, Doomguy and I will handle as much as we can. I'll use magic, draw as much attention as possible. No matter how hard it gets, we'll manage. And after that, a damn vacation. With food. And a ton of booze, Alex said, raising his fist into the air. Sounds like a plan. Kick demon ass and head off on vacation. I'm in, Ada said, clapping her hands. The girls eagerly agreed, a fiery determination lighting up in their eyes. They couldn't wait for it all to be over, to finally begin a new chapter. Alex was waiting for that moment too, he was tired of endless battles. He reminded them that tomorrow morning they would head to the military base, where Chris and the other resistance commanders were preparing for the final battle. The girls nodded seriously and went off to get ready. Wasting no time, Alex distributed newly improved weapons to them, far more powerful and efficient than the previous ones. In his eyes, weapons needed to be lethal, especially before a decisive battle. The girls beamed with excitement as they received their new gear. Rory didn't need anything new, her apostle's scythe, filled with the power of destruction, was more than enough. While the girls checked out the new equipment, Alex stepped out of the house and headed for the settlement gates. Once beyond the perimeter, he lit a cigarette and, exhaling the smoke, gazed up at the sky where lazy clouds drifted by. His thoughts turned to the battle ahead. He knew it wouldn't come without sacrifice. Every war had its price. This world had already suffered too much. Almost everything was destroyed. And all because of the Minister of Monoliths. I see you're back on your feet, came a voice from the side. Alex turned. Ghost was standing there, as always, so quiet he might as well have grown out of the shadows. Hey, Simon. You don't get it, Alex chuckled. A daughter's love is the best medicine. I don't think that's how medicine works, Ghost replied with a blank stare. And who was that guy you dragged in yesterday? He's the one who messed you up. Honestly. He's a demon hunter from another universe. We had a bit of a disagreement, and ended up trashing the Titan in the process. Right now he's sitting in my workshop upgrading his gear, Alex said casually, taking another drag. Ghost continued watching him with that calm, empty gaze, trying to figure out whether Alex was joking or being serious. But Alex's face showed no sign of irony, it remained completely composed. That meant either he was telling the truth, or lying so convincingly it was easier to believe him. Let's say that's true, Ghost finally said. Why bring him here? You surprise me, Simon. I didn't think you'd take it so well. I was actually planning to explain everything tonight, but why not now? Tomorrow in Raccoon City, the final battle begins. All the key players are already there, the one who started the zombie apocalypse, the one behind the red markers, and the one commanding the demons. In short, everyone's taken their place. The final act is just hours away. Tomorrow will decide whether this world falls, or if we all get a proper ending, Alex said, glancing back up at the sky. So the moment's finally here, Ghost nodded. Tomorrow, it ends. Whether we live or die, it'll be decided then. Strange. I thought you'd ask more questions. Usually people ask who I am and how I know all this, Alex said, looking at Ghost. I don't like prying into other people's secrets. I've got enough of my own, Ghost replied, shaking his head. If you say so, friend. But if you want to see something truly amazing, come with me. I promise, you'll like it. Ghost raised an eyebrow, studying Alex. The latter just smirked and walked up to the stone wall that surrounded the settlement. Without a word, he placed his hand on the surface, and under his palm, strange symbols began to glow. Alex started walking slowly along the wall, his fingers tracing the stone as lines of unknown markings followed in his wake. Intrigued, Ghost followed. He studied the runes closely, trying to determine what language it was, but quickly realized he'd never seen anything like it. In truth, they were magical runes in an ancient language known only to a few. After circling the entire perimeter of the wall, Alex returned to the gate and slapped his palm against the final section. The runes lit up with a soft glow before fading into the stone. It wasn't just decorative, Alex was setting up protection. He wasn't ruling out the possibility that Daviat or the Minister of Monoliths might strike at the settlement to distract him. But now, thanks to the runes, no one would be able to breach the perimeter while he was out on the battlefield. Finished, he turned to Ghost, who had silently watched the whole process. So, what do you think? Alex asked with a smile. Curious about what I was doing. If you want to tell me, go ahead. If not, that's fine too. Like I said, I don't poke around asking questions, Ghost replied calmly. Is that so? You're provoking me now. Fine then. I placed protective runes around the settlement. If those two, responsible for the destruction of this world, decide to play dirty, they won't be able to hit us from behind. Those two? You mentioned one was tied to the markers, and the other to the demons. Who are they? I guess you could call them gods, at least in terms of power. But that's a long story. Just think of them as evil deities that my new acquaintance and I will have to deal with, Alex said, scratching his chin. Ghost nodded. However insane all of this sounded, he took it in stride. He'd seen some wild things in his own life. Alex decided to change the subject and asked where Ghost had been heading. Checking traps. Might have caught something, Ghost answered shortly. Then I'll keep you company. They walked together, checking the traps in complete silence. Neither was in the mood to talk, both lost in thought. In one of the traps, they indeed found prey. Taking the catch with them, they made their way back toward the settlement. On the way, they ran into Daryl, who was carrying a few rabbits he had caught. Alex waved at him, inviting him to join them. Daryl nodded and fell in step without a word. The return trip passed quietly as well. Back at the settlement, Alex dropped the catch off at the storage room and asked Ghost to let the others know there'd be an important meeting that evening. After saying goodbye, he headed home. At home, Alex immediately entered the workshop. Looking around, he realized the girls were gone, likely out in the field testing their new weapons. Even Shizuka had received her own personal weapon, though Alex still wasn't sure it had been a good idea to arm someone so clumsy. Passing by the training ground, he didn't see Slayer, which surprised him a bit. Further along, he finally spotted him, working on the Atlant mech alongside Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Together, they were tinkering with a massive cannon mounted on the mech's back. Thanks to Vega being linked directly to his suit, Slayer was receiving real-time data and could fully contribute to the upgrades. Alex stepped closer, watching them work on disassembling the weapon. Slayer, just so you know, tomorrow we move out. This is your chance to get revenge on Daviat, Alex said. Slayer grunted, nodding without looking up from his work. Having passed the message along, Alex glanced at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch again. Upon hearing that the battle would take place tomorrow, they instantly understood, time was running out. They needed to finish the Atlant mech's armament upgrades immediately. It was like someone had pumped them full of caffeine. All three began darting around the workshop, working at double speed, scrambling and rushing to get everything done. Smirking at their frantic energy, Alex turned to his own workstation to finish the new modules for the combat suits. His mind was occupied with the upcoming battle, while his hands continued the work on their own. He was so focused that he didn't even notice the sun had set, until Shino appeared and gently tapped him on the shoulder, pulling him out of his deep concentration. Turning to her, Alex smiled and opened his arms, curious if she would let him hug her when no one else was around. Shino rolled her eyes but still stepped closer and allowed herself a few seconds of tenderness. Alex gently hugged her waist and pressed his forehead against her chest. All right, enough hugging me. I was just asked to call you for dinner. You've been sitting here all night and all day, Shino said softly, pushing him away. Alex laughed and stood up from his chair. Taking Shino's hand, they left the workshop together. Entering the dining room, Alex realized everyone was just waiting for him. He sat down at the table and began eating, watching as the girls behaved surprisingly relaxed. They understood that with the protection he had placed on their rings, almost nothing could threaten them. Meanwhile, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch barely finished eating before rushing back to the workshop. The Atlant mech upgrades were still unfinished, and time was running out fast. Fortunately, Alex's workshop was well stocked with materials and tools to get the job done. After finishing dinner, Alex told the girls he needed to speak with the others. It was his duty to explain to the people what they were getting involved in. Brunhilde wanted to come with him to help, but Alex politely declined, promising he could handle it alone. The girls didn't insist, they knew Alex could ignite fighting spirit and confidence in people. Smiling, he left the house and headed toward the place where all the fighters were supposed to gather. He was right, from a distance, he could already see a large group of people assembled in an open area. They were all those who had traveled half the world with him, fought beside him in every hell encountered on the way to this refuge. As he approached, he felt all eyes focus on him. "So, why have you gathered us all, Alex?" Hayato was the first to speak, folding his arms across his chest. No long introductions. Tomorrow the resistance plans to storm Raccoon City to put an end to this nightmare once and for all. You already know who's behind it all, the evil corporation that started the apocalypse, the Red Markers, and one idiot who opened the gates to demons for power and control. I've gathered you to find out who's ready to take part in this full-scale offensive, and who wants to stay behind. So tomorrow it all ends? Price asked, lighting his cigar. How sure are you? 100%. The problem isn't the assault itself, but what awaits us in the city, Alex said, lighting his own cigarette. And what exactly awaits us there? Balalaika asked, studying him closely. To avoid scaring anyone, I'll put it this way, there's something very dangerous in the city. It's now my concern, and that of my new partner. We're here to figure out who's with us. If anyone decides not to go, I understand. No judgment. You say it like we're cowards. We've been through all this with you, fought on the Korean border against a million-strong demon army, survived Tokyo, Okinawa, China. We're not the ones who run away, Ar said irritably. That's exactly why I'm asking. We've been through a lot. Each of us carries a path filled with pain, loss, and hope. I don't want to drag anyone to their death. I want those who choose to go to do so of their own free will, Alex said with a faint smile. If you say tomorrow it ends, then I'm in. Damn it, we'll kick those demons' asses and show them this is our world, and we're not giving it up without a fight, Soap said, grinning broadly. Almost everyone echoed those words. Flames of determination sparked in their eyes. If there was even the slightest chance of victory, they would fight to the last breath. Alex smiled, hearing the approving shouts. He knew this battle would be the last. Once everyone calmed down, he explained the details of tomorrow's operation and warned that the deployment would begin at dawn. Everyone had to be at full combat readiness. People began to disperse. Hayato nodded goodbye to Alex and left as well. Alex stayed where he was, waiting for everyone to leave, and only then headed back home to the girls. To be continued. Chapter 374, Chapter 374, the final day has arrived. Alex lit another cigarette and slowly made his way home after learning who would join him in tomorrow's assault on Raccoon City. As he walked through the settlement, he silently watched the people he had led halfway across the world to bring to this safe haven. He knew, he didn't have to do it. He could have left them to fate, after all, he wasn't obligated to become anyone's savior. Death is a part of life. But he also understood, once the Minister of Monoliths and Daveot were defeated, all the souls enslaved by them would finally be free. They'd have a chance at reincarnation, and maybe, just maybe, a peaceful, normal life, in another world, one not ravaged by yet another apocalypse caused by a madman obsessed with power. When Alex reached the house, he lingered on the porch. He gazed out over the settlement for a long time, thinking about the future of these people once everything was over. The simplest option would be to put them under the protection of the resistance, which would likely become the new government. But with that came the realization that their fates would once again be placed in the hands of other people. He hoped that Balalaika and Svetlana could maintain order and help those who remained survive. Alex seriously considered whether he should leave humanity a final gift, something that could help rebuild this broken world. Finishing his cigarette, he went inside. Another thought briefly crossed his mind, what if he took the people of the settlement to Orario? But he knew, not everyone could adapt to life in that world, with its harsh rules and completely different culture. There was no place for the weak in Orario. Survival there belonged to those who could fight, or at least provide tangible value. Alex shook his head. He didn't want to force his will on anyone. Let people choose for themselves how they wanted to live. He had already done enough. Inside, he met the girls' expectant gazes. They immediately asked how many people would be joining tomorrow's battle. Alex shook his head. Everyone who fought before is going. No one stayed behind, he said calmly. The girls instantly noticed there was no joy in his voice. There was a weight in it. They exchanged glances, and Seiko was the first to ask. Something's wrong. Alex nodded. He knew that many of those who marched into battle tomorrow would not return. This wouldn't be just a fight, it would be a battle for the very survival of this world. The girls understood him without further explanation and silently nodded. There are always casualties in war. But tomorrow's battle, it wasn't just war anymore. It was the final clash at the edge of extinction. To ease the mood, Alex suggested watching a relaxing movie. Something light to take their minds off things. The girls eagerly agreed. Grabbing some snacks, they gathered in the living room and put on a simple comedy. Alex, will you tell us what really awaits us tomorrow? Seiko asked quietly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Her words made the other girls turn to him. They knew tomorrow wasn't an ordinary day. The Minister of Monoliths and Daveout were in Raccoon City, and everyone understood, demons weren't the only threat there. If it were just them, it would be much simpler. Alex paused and thought. He could feel it, even now, if he focused. From deep within the city radiated a darkness. He sensed an immense surge of negative energy. And he knew the icon of sin was in Raccoon City. I only know one thing, Alex began, averting his gaze, there's a red marker in Raccoon City. And it's different. I've tracked everyone that's ever been created in this world. You said something about a web of black threads. Coco tilted her head. Did something change? Before, the lines stretched in all directions. But now, they're all converging on Raccoon City. I'm certain the prime marker is there, the one that will trigger the convergence. And that worries you? Becca asked lazily, still munching on chips. Besides the whole planet turning into a meatball thing. There's a creature in Raccoon City capable of destroying entire universes. The longer it stays in this world, the stronger it becomes. It bends the laws of reality, influences the fabric of existence itself. It's the icon of sin. Its arrival has already erased countless worlds. With those words, Alex activated a projection and showed them what the creature looked like. Deep inside, he prayed that the icon wouldn't merge with the power of the black marker. If it did, it would no longer be just a monster, it would become an outer god, an existence so far beyond comprehension that it drives minds to madness. And if the icon joined forces with Daveout and the Minister of Monoliths, the result would be truly catastrophic. The girls stared at the holographic image of the icon of sin floating in Alex's palm, holding their breath. The creature looked like a titanic demon, a fusion of living flesh and architectural elements. Its body was composed of meat, bone, and metal, and in the center of its forehead gleamed a massive eye, like it was forever watching. Even though it was just a projection, the girls could feel how monstrously dangerous the thing was. Alex explained that the icon of sin was the embodiment of suffering, born from the souls of traitors. Hearing that, the girls exchanged glances. They immediately understood, Alex wasn't finished. If he was talking about a traitor's soul fueling that monster, it meant he knew more. And they were right. The soul fueling the icon this time belongs to Albert Weskier, Alex added quietly. Weskier? Why him? Wouldn't any traitorous soul do? Ada asked, raising an eyebrow. That one's obvious, Saya said calmly. That bastard betrayed the entire world. His soul is the perfect fuel for a creature like that. Saya's absolutely right, Alex nodded, giving her a thumbs up. Only someone who betrayed the whole world could be a powerful enough energy source for the icon. And how exactly do you plan to kill something like that? Shino asked lazily, leaning on the armrest. I mean, yeah, you're a badass and all, but this feels like a bit much. It'll take a special weapon, Alex replied, raising 2 fingers. Either Slayer's sword, the crucible, or something from my personal collection. Something destructive enough. And what exactly in your collection can do that? Rika purred, running her foot teasingly along his thigh. Care to show me, dear husband? Alex smirked, grabbed her foot, and immediately started tickling it. Rika squealed and writhed, laughing as she tried to escape his grasp. Alex. Stop, she gasped, pulling away. But when she saw him reaching for her again, she shrieked and dove behind Shizuka, expertly using her friend as a human shield. Shizuka looked at him with a resigned expression, wide-eyed and pleading for mercy. But it was too late, the tickle monster had entered the fray. Shizuka burst into uncontrollable laughter, tugging at his face and trying in vain to fend him off. When Alex finally let her go, she was panting heavily, clinging to his chest. Smiling, he looked up at the other girls. They all flinched. I think I'll go now, Chunli said, standing up. I don't want to be the next victim. Too late, sweetheart, Alex smirked, grabbing her by the hips and pulling her in. Run. While he's distracted by the leggy one, we've got a chance. Yuri shouted, leaping over the couch with a running start. The girls looked at Yuri, then at each other, and immediately scattered in all directions. Alex rose from the couch, giving them a long, measured look. They knew the hunt had begun. But among them was one who didn't even flinch. Alcina sipped her wine elegantly, showing not a hint of fear. "Just try it," she said coldly. "The consequences will be painful." "My dear wife, how could I not try?" Alex grinned, stepping toward her. Alcina met his gaze with blank eyes, but as always, he ignored the warning, and attacked. Soon, Lady Dimitrescu was struggling to free herself from his grasp, a drop of sweat sliding down her cheek. Alex laughed, kissed her on the cheek, and backed off. Alcina rolled her eyes and sighed, covering them with one hand as she returned to her wine. Alex's next target was Shigyur, who clung to the ceiling, hoping no one would notice her. He silently looked up. Their eyes met. Shigyur froze, pretending she didn't exist. It didn't work. Soon, the room was filled with screams, laughter, and chaos. The girls, trying to escape his tickling claws, ran from room to room, hiding wherever they could, but Alex wasn't giving up. Even Alyssa, Anya, and Nobukatsu, who peeked out of the game room, were caught in the mayhem. The evening ended on a cheerful note. Some were laughing, some were grumbling, some hissed at Alex under their breath, but all of them, without exception, had finally relaxed. And though tomorrow would bring a battle that could determine the fate of the world, in that moment, for at least an hour, they were able to forget everything. Alex knew full well that the girls would be thinking about the coming assault on Raccoon City all night, and most of them probably wouldn't be able to sleep. So, he'd made a simple but effective decision: wear them out with a wild game of tag. The goal was clear: exhaust them to the point where fatigue would overpower anxiety. And he was right. Completely drained, the girls didn't even make it fully into bed. Once they flopped onto the mattress, sleep took them instantly. Not one of them thought about tomorrow anymore. With the first rays of sunlight, Alex and the girls woke and headed straight to the kitchen. No one intended to fight on an empty stomach. Breakfast was quiet. Everyone was mentally preparing for the upcoming battle in their own way, and Alex didn't disturb their focus. After downing a strong coffee in a single gulp, he headed to his workshop. Entering, Alex made his way directly to the massive mech, Atlant Mech. He needed to be sure that Gir, Mimi, and Stitch had finished the upgrades. As he approached, he examined the work with satisfaction. New cannons were mounted on the mech's shoulders, a heavy machine gun stood nearby, and a massive steel mace was attached to its side. The Atlant was ready for war. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch proudly admired their handiwork, happily high-fiving each other. Alex shifted his gaze to Slayer, who sat off to the side sharpening his wrist blade. The men sensed his presence and looked up. "It's time, Slayer." "We're moving out," Alex said calmly. Slayer grunted, locking the blade in place with a click. "You three, get ready too. Armor on." "It's time to roll," Alex added, addressing his assistants. The trio nodded and rushed off to change. Alex watched them with a faint smile as his little helpers geared up for battle. He then used magic to suit up in his own familiar combat attire. In one hand, he summoned Yamato, with the other, he slicked his hair back in a familiar gesture. He sent a message to Chris, notifying him that they were moving out, and almost immediately received a reply: their squad would be ready to deploy in a couple of hours. Slayer was the first to be ready. Alex nodded to him, and they waited a bit for the others. When Gir, Mimi, and Stitch returned in full armor and armed to the teeth, Alex stored Atlant Mech in his inventory for transport. They stepped out of the workshop. Tense silence filled the living room. The girls were already fully geared up, focused, and ready for battle. "Ready?" Alex asked with a slight smile. "Hell yeah. The sooner we finish this, the sooner we go on vacation," said Becca, slinging her shotgun over her shoulder. "We've all earned a break," Alex chuckled, nodding. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go smear those bastards across the floor." Coco shouted, raising her fist. The girls laughed and raised their fists in unison. Even Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, caught up in the mood, threw their tiny arms into the air. Only Slayer stood apart, with his usual empty gaze. Alex lowered his hands and smiled as he walked over to Namio, Kiriko, Yuriko, and Alcina, the ones who would stay behind to keep things in order. He hugged each of them, promised to return as soon as possible, and kissed them goodbye. Then he headed out with the rest of the group. Outside, the air was cool and fresh. Alex immediately sensed that everyone had already gathered in the center of the settlement, waiting only for them. As he approached, he saw focused, serious faces. There was no fear in their eyes, only resolve. Even Itami, who usually avoided any kind of work, was standing in formation today. The moment Alex arrived, all eyes turned toward him, and to the silent Slayer walking beside him. Late as always, our so-called leader, Lem smirked. "I'm never late. I just arrive exactly when I need to," Alex grinned. "And since everyone's here, allow me to give you my final gift." Something that might just save your precious asses from demon claws. What kind of gift this time? Soap asked, squinting and crossing his arms. Some new weapon. Or something even crazier. Alex smiled, pulled a massive container from his inventory, and set it down in front of the group. He opened the lid, revealing rows of neatly packed modules, then stepped aside to let everyone take a look. The crowd exchanged glances, then turned back to Alex, clearly waiting for an explanation. He didn't rush, he simply waited for each person to pick up one of the new modules. Those who held it could feel it wasn't just another gadget, it might be their lifeline in a critical moment. I'm sure you're all wondering what these little things do. Let me explain, Alex began, lighting a cigarette. You all have energy shields, that's nothing new. These modules are an upgrade. If your shield takes a critical hit and reaches overload threshold, the module activates. It'll trigger a powerful energy pulse, reset enemy aggression, and give you a window to retreat or fight back. He took a drag and exhaled the smoke. But here's the catch, after activation, your shield will be overloaded and shut down for a few seconds. So you'll need to be extra careful. Sounds interesting. A few seconds without a shield. Manageable, Toji said, slotting the module into his suit. If only it were that simple, Alex muttered, watching the glow of his cigarette. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Spill it, Ken said with a smirk, sliding his module into his exosuit. All right. Just don't freak out. If one of you dies, Alex said, staring straight ahead, the module will trigger a total energy system overload. You'll explode. Literally. You'll become a living bomb. He flicked the cigarette to the ground and crushed it under his boot. So, don't die. I really don't want to be picking up your remains. We're not going there to die, we're going to win. Got it, Alex. Even without the warning, we know what's waiting for us out there. If it weren't for you, we'd already be demon chow or undead playthings, Lem said grimly, a cigarette between his lips. We're either demon food, or a bright, burning firework that drags as many of those bastards down with us. Many nodded silently. They knew the truth, without Alex and his technology, they wouldn't have survived this long. Some would have been torn apart by the undead, others burned alive in the fires of the demonic invasion. But now, they stood here, united, ready to fight one last battle. Lem and his fighters. Price and his squad. Itami's group. The forces of Balalaika and Svetlana. Even Mr. Chang's men, and the former Cosa Nostra Mafia members, now turned religious fanatics who worship the Emperor and operate like a Black Templars unit. The Sunwoo clan, the Ryo Zanpaku dojo, Master Ma's disciples, everyone who survived, everyone still capable of holding a weapon. Since everyone understands what's at stake, I'll spare you the dramatic speech. Chris and the resistance will be ready in a couple of hours. We'll still make it in time for the last dance of this world, Alex said, scanning the faces around him. We started this nightmare together, and we'll end it together. Today, no one runs. No one hides. Today, we strike back with a fury that'll make the invaders drown in their own blood. Alex raised his hand high. Rip and tear until it is done. R.I.P. and tear, dozens of voices roared back, fists raised to the sky. Alex grinned wide. Their fighting spirit burned like fire, bright, fierce, and ready to consume anything in their path. With that fire in their hearts, they could move mountains. Drawing Yamato, Alex opened a portal with one swift motion, leading straight to the heart of the Resistance's military base. He stepped through first. Slayer followed with heavy, echoing footsteps. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch jumped through next in a race. The girls weren't far behind. As soon as the last one exited the portal, dozens of weapons were instantly aimed at them. Soldiers hadn't expected someone to teleport straight into the most fortified zone. Hold fire. They're allies. Chris's voice rang out clearly, and the weapons slowly lowered. He pushed through the crowd of soldiers and was met immediately by Claire, already in battle armor. He clearly wanted to protest, but quickly gave up. He knew Claire wouldn't listen. You still managed to surprise me with your tricks, Alex. Chris said, extending his hand. But I'm glad you're here. We could really use the help. We wouldn't miss a party like this, Alex smirked, shaking his hand. So, tell me, what's the situation with Raccoon City? Come on. I'll show you, Chris said shortly, motioning for him to follow. Alex nodded and told the others to get comfortable and be ready to move out. Slayer, Brunhild, and Saya went with him. Once they reached the large operations room, Alex followed Chris inside and immediately noticed the room was full of soldiers in uniform. All were focused on maps and drone imagery. Among them, he spotted Payne and Hannibal. They both nodded in greeting. Alex returned a small smile and a nod, then stepped closer to the table to examine the intel. As he feared, the situation in Raccoon City was a complete disaster. Demons had overrun the city, swarming through it like ants through a massive colony. Alex and the girls studied the assault plan laid out by Chris and his staff. His face slowly settled into a blank expression. The plan didn't sit well with him. It was, frankly, a frontal assault that amounted to a suicide mission. The only sensible part of it was a large-scale bombardment before the attack. Those who knew Alex noticed the shift in his expression immediately. "Hey, kid, what's with the face?" Hannibal asked, squinting. "Got something to say?" "Your plan is a disaster," Alex said calmly, pointing to the map. "I have nothing against the initial bombing, that's smart. But a full-on ground assault? That's suicide. Then spill it, smart guy. What do you suggest?" Payne snorted, rolling his eyes. "It's simple. The bombardment isn't to clear the way, it's to lure the demons out. No one enters Raccoon City." "No one, except me and Slayer," Alex said, nodding toward his silent partner. "Everyone else, your army, my squad, focuses on securing and holding the outer perimeter. We need to stop the demons from spilling out. Because if they do, they'll overwhelm us. The images don't lie, there aren't thousands in the city. There are millions." He began pointing to the map, indicating optimal defensive positions, bombing zones, and retreat routes. At first, some of the senior officers tried to argue, but Alex's points were much stronger, logical, clear, and irrefutable. When he finished, no one objected anymore. Alex also mentioned that in the very center of the city, something far more dangerous than the demons themselves was hiding, and therefore, no one should approach it without necessity. All attention must be focused on holding the outer line. Having finished his explanations, Alex left the headquarters with Slayer, Saya, and Brunhild. He was glad that Slayer didn't rush into battle alone this time, as he used to, with a shotgun and shield in hand. His calmness was the best sign, it meant everything was going according to plan. Alex found his girls by the combat plane. "What are you doing here?" he asked as he approached. "Given my experience piloting, I decided, why should I rush into the thick of battle? I'm the pilot. And Chiquita will be the co-pilot," Coco said proudly, giving a thumbs up. "Good to hear. But, why do you all look so tired?" "The battle hasn't even started yet," Alex smirked, lighting a cigarette. "Because I've been explaining to Shizuka for an hour how to use this damn turret." Rika groaned, putting her palm to her forehead. Alex looked questioningly at Shizuka, who lowered her head sheepishly. He smiled and motioned her to follow him. "Come on, I'll explain it myself. Maybe it'll be easier that way." Shizuka stuck her tongue out at the other girls and ran after Alex toward the plane. They exchanged looks. It was clear they found Alex's confidence amusing, thinking he could explain to Shizuka what they couldn't. Seating her in the gunner's spot, Alex began his explanation. "So, my love, a crash course. This is a tracer gun. Push forward, you shoot. Pull back, you reload. Simple." "What?" Shizuka asked, tilting her head in surprise. "Push, hold, pull back, repeat. Push, hold, pull back, repeat," Alex repeated, tapping her nose. "Got it. So, push, pew pew, then pull back, and forward again," she clarified, jerking the sight. "Smart girl. Here's your reward," Alex said, kissing her on the cheek. Shizuka smiled happily and cuddled up to Alex. He took her hand, and together they stepped out of the plane. Giving the girls a thumbs up, Alex sat next to them, while Shizuka, proud of herself, demonstratively snuggled up to him and stuck out her tongue again. Naturally, this drove Rika crazy. "What are you playing at?" Rika got flustered. Unwilling to back down, Shizuka used her secret weapon. She grabbed Rika's head and buried her face right in her big chest. Rika squirmed, trying to escape the death trap, and the girls, along with Alex, burst out laughing. For a moment, Alex looked up at the sky, painted in an alarming crimson hue from the mass of demons. He saw soldiers bustling about, each tense to the limit. And yet, in their eyes burned a spark. Hope. Fragile, like a candle's flame, but it was there. And if given strength, it would turn into a fire. He knew, right now, everyone needed faith. Faith that their fight wasn't in vain. To be continued. Chapter 375, Chapter 375, so the battle begins. Alex sat with the girls near the combat aircraft, watching the chaos that had overtaken the base. Soldiers hurried by, carrying crates of ammunition, while containers of missiles were continuously loaded into hangars. The air was thick with tension, as dense as smoke. Alex could feel it in every cell of his body. It was inevitable, within just a few short hours, the final battle for this world would begin. Everyone preparing to fight outside Raccoon City knew what awaited them, not a few demons, but entire legions devoid of mercy. Even his own team was ready, mentally and physically, to face whatever was coming. Turning his gaze, Alex noticed Slayer sitting alone on a distant container. He looked detached, lost in dark thoughts. Alex knew what he was waiting for. Waiting for this moment. The chance to take revenge on the one who destroyed his world and created all those demons. Alex looked at the girls. Though they tried to keep calm, they were tense. For many of them, this would be their first full-scale war. But he believed in them. They would manage. The final hours before the attack dragged on painfully slow. Time became a merciless countdown, like an hourglass where each grain of sand drew them closer to the inevitable. People grew more silent, more focused. Weapons were checked. Armor secured. Everything was ready. Alex sat quietly, lighting a cigarette. He looked up at the crimson sky, distorted by the presence of demons, and wondered, how would this end? He thought about possibly using the virus to reduce enemy numbers, but one risk kept nagging at him. If the virus proved effective, Davith might intervene early, unlike typical bosses who wait for the final act. Suddenly, the base alarm blared, General Assembly. The time had come. The hour's finally here, Alex said quietly, rising to his feet. You're right, Renka replied, clapping him on the shoulder. Do your best out there, and kick those bastards' asses. I will. I'll take care of both idiots, Alex snorted. But you all be careful too. Don't worry. You gave us those rings yourself, Ray said with a smile. Thanks to them, we're not that easy to kill. So relax and focus on the battle. That's not what I meant. Remember, girls, Alex's voice turned serious. We're not heroes. We don't pretend to be. We're just a family. And we've got our own family business of saving worlds. We do our job. Nothing more. Huh. A family business, huh? Like the Winchesters, only we're the Demon King family. Reveille smirked. Sounds pretty badass. Alex just shook his head with a smile. He looked toward Slayer and gave him a nod. Slayer stood up from the container and slowly walked over, eyes fixed on the horizon where Raccoon City loomed like a grim monolith. Meanwhile, Coco, Chiquita, Saya, Valmet, Shizuka, Claire, Sherry, Moira, and Jill were already boarding the aircraft. Alex kissed each of them goodbye, reminding them once again, be careful. Once the plane's hatch closed, Alex joined the others who would be fighting on the ground and headed for the General Assembly point. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch walked alongside him, while Slayer marched ahead, each step pounding into the earth with weight and fury. At the assembly, Chris gave a short speech. No theatrics, no unnecessary words, just what was needed to rally the troops. And it was enough. Boarding began. Tanks, APCs, trucks, every vehicle roared like war drums. But even with all that power, Alex understood, humanity was vastly outnumbered. Perhaps even by hundreds to one. But they had will. The journey to Raccoon City took less than an hour, but the tension in the convoy was unbearable. When the convoy finally stopped a few kilometers from the city, Alex and Slayer jumped off the tank and walked forward. Before them stretched the shadow of hell. Raccoon City was no longer a city. It had become a black citadel, a bastion of Davith. Massive metal walls loomed like scorched earth soaked in blood and devoid of life. Everything around it felt dead. Alex heard a creaking sound. Turning his head, he saw Slayer, staring at the city, clenching his fists with such rage that his bones cracked. His eyes burned with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. There was nothing left in his soul but fury. Alex walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Soon, my friend. Very soon. You'll get your chance. Slayer gave a heavy nod, tearing his gaze away from the city and gritting his teeth. They both knew the end was near. Alex turned his eyes back to Raccoon City. From this close, he could feel the ominous aura of the icon of sin even more clearly, and especially that of the unique red marker. Its presence pressed against his mind, as if space itself was screaming in agony. Behind him, light footsteps approached, and a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder. It was Brunhild. Everyone is ready, she said calmly, withdrawing her hand. Alex nodded, took a deep breath, and looked out over the assembled troops. He and Slayer moved forward, closer to the front line. The people stood tense, their faces frozen. And though they seemed prepared, Alex knew, panic boiled in their hearts. It grew with every passing second, slowly but surely corroding their resolve. He stared at the walls of Raccoon City, now a fortress of demons. He knew the enemy was aware of their approach. But what were they waiting for? An order from Davith? Or did they want the humans to be the first to leap into the abyss, and in that despair, realize just how hopeless everything was? But what mattered to him now was the people. He felt how the atmosphere, full of fear, pain, and horror, pressed on them, crushed their spirits. And if he did nothing, they would break. That was why he had to act. Alex turned to the girls and gave them a nod. He could hear the panicked whispers in the crowd. He could hear the fear. This couldn't go on. He clapped his hands together, creating a sharp, explosive sound that echoed across the field like a shockwave. Everyone fell silent and turned to him. And then Alex spoke. You know our laws. What we are interfering with now is much greater than you could have ever imagined until this day. It has been written. It is their time to give penance. If we continue, we will bring down heaven's wrath upon them. But you are only humans. It is only a short time before we save humanity in this world. They have a large army of demons, but we will be the ones who control this fight. So stand with a spear that will strike straight into the hearts of those who dared to encroach on our world. And we will be the ones who save this world from those who thought that we were just dust to be trampled. Because in this universe, there is only one dominant life form. And that is humanity. And now it is their turn to fear us. So raise your weapons, and cast aside your fear. There is no more room for fear or panic. There is room in your hearts only for the flames of uncontrolled wrath, directed at our enemies. Let this flame burn brighter than any star in this universe today. His voice thundered across the field as he raised his power axe high above his head. With every word, something within the soldiers began to awaken, a fire of hope, rage, and resolve. Even the most exhausted fighters clenched their fists and raised their heads. Their hearts ignited like bonfires. Their shouts echoed that rising determination, rolling across the plains like thunder. Rip and tear. For humanity. For the world. The echo of their voices reached even Raccoon City. It struck the hearts of the demons like the toll of a great bell. And those who had walked this path with Alex, those who knew his strength, not just of body but of spirit, looked at him with admiration. Even the most seasoned soldiers, hardened by countless battles, nodded with respect. He had done the impossible again. With words alone, he had lifted an army from its knees. And then, behind him came the sound of loud applause and an arrogant voice. Bravo. Bravo. What a speech. What words. Behold, the hero from legends. A man who can lead, who can inspire. The one I've been waiting for. The one who was meant to be born into this world to challenge the true enemy. Alex turned around slowly. Standing before him was a man in a black suit and white shirt. His smile was cold, his eyes bottomless. He stood right between humanity's army and Raccoon City, like a bridge between light and darkness. There was something strangely familiar about him. Alex focused. The face. The shape. The energy. The minister of monoliths. He whispered. In human form. But even with that knowledge, the feeling didn't leave him. He had seen that face before. Somewhere, sometime. Something wasn't right. And then Kenichi shouted, pointing at him. Naojima. How are you alive? I saw the zombies rip you apart with my own eyes. After Kenichi's outburst, Alex finally understood why the minister's appearance had seemed so familiar. It was Haruo Najima, the very one Alex always called the most alien of all humans. A guy with twisted ambitions, even in the original timeline. And still, Alex couldn't grasp why the minister had chosen Najima's form, or why he was now strutting among people like it was completely normal. He glanced at Mio and Renka, both looked shaken. And they weren't the only ones. Everyone who had known Haruo and witnessed him being torn apart by zombies now simply couldn't believe their eyes. Ah, Kenichi, my dear friend. The minister said with a smug smile. It was such a pleasure to see your face full of despair when I heroically shielded you from the zombies. Such drama, wasn't it? Your tears in that moment, were sweet as wine. Renka, Mio, the rest of you. Who would have thought you'd last this long in this world? Although it's not surprising, you had the protection of a true hero. The one who saved everyone. That's my favorite part of any story. When the hero reaches the end, and breaks. So you were the mysterious director no one ever saw? Alex asked calmly, lighting a cigarette. I must admit, I expected more emotion from you, false savior. I just confessed to destroying this world, and all you ask is whether I was the director. Your army is already itching to tear me apart. And you just stand there and say nothing. Where's your hero's heart, false savior? You're right. I'll kill you. But screaming's for drama. I prefer action, Alex replied coolly, exhaling a stream of smoke. The minister burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha 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 ha. You. Kill me. You won't even make it to the city walls. Your army is a bunch of walking corpses. You'll be swept away like trash. You're pitiful, miserable creatures that exist only to be crushed for entertainment. Alex exhaled again and said. You're wrong, minister. The smile on the enemy's face began to fade. He tensed as he heard those words. His eyes met Alex's, and in that moment, he felt it, recognition. Fear. Something clicked in his mind. This man knew, he knew far too much. Alex smirked, pulled a metallic rod from his inventory, one that looked like a beacon, and drove it into the ground. The top of the beacon lit up with rhythmic pulses, sending out a signal. Each resonant hum carried across the battlefield something ancient, something familiar. The minister's face twisted into a hateful grimace. "You're right," Alex said. "There aren't many humans here. That's why I called others. Those who also thirst for revenge. Those who have a score to settle with the demons, and with your lover." And at that moment, portals began opening behind humanity's army. From them, futuristic Night Sentinel ships burst into the sky, followed by dragon riders blazing across the heavens with shimmering scales and fire. Portals opened on the ground as well. One after another, Night Sentinel warriors emerged, armored figures that reflected the dying light of the sunset. They moved to stand beside humanity's soldiers, shoulder to shoulder. Then came the colossal portals. From them marched the Atlant mechs, towering titans, each capable of smashing a tank with a single blow. Finally, with a deafening crash, another Atlant mech dropped from the sky, leaving a crater in its wake. From within it climbed Stitch, wearing his usual savage grin, eyes locked directly on the minister. The minister watched as Alex's army grew before his very eyes, and his face contorted further with rage. "Who are you?" he screamed, his voice rising into a shriek as he pointed at Alex. Alex slowly raised his gaze and said in a calm tone, "I am oblivion. I am destruction. I am doom." The minister tried to reply. His mouth opened, beginning with, "We'll see who." But he never got the chance to finish. A shot rang out. A heavy impact. And the minister's head exploded in a bloody firework. A hole the size of a football gaped in his chest, blood and bits of flesh splattering across the ground. His lifeless, headless body collapsed onto its back. All eyes turned to the shooter. It was Slayer, standing with a double-barreled shotgun in one hand, still aimed at the spot where the minister had been. Many in the crowd thought, must have been Rebecca. She hates long speeches. But then they saw her, also holding a weapon, aimed at the same target. It became clear, two people in this army had no patience for dramatic monologues. What made it even funnier, both were wearing identical armor. Alex burst out laughing, raised his fist toward Slayer, and Slayer met it with a resounding punch. A dull metallic clang rang out across the field. Then Alex turned to the soldiers. He knew the minister's appearance had rattled them. But before fear could take root, he made one final move to ignite a blaze in their hearts. He raised his activated power axe and shouted with a roar. "This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die." "Die!" the soldiers screamed in response, raising their weapons. The war had begun. Immediately, a volley of missiles streaked toward Raccoon City, slamming into the fortress walls with thunderous crashes. Cracks began to form from the impacts. The Night Sentinels followed suit, launching a massive bombardment on the city. As soon as the first salvo was fired, Alex charged forward. Behind him came Slayer, each of his steps shaking the ground. Gir and Mimi followed close behind, never missing a beat. As the assault began, demons began pouring out from behind the Black City walls. Like an endless swarm of ants, they flooded the battlefield. Mixed among the common beasts were titanic demons, giants as tall as the Atlant mechs themselves. Alex clenched his power axe and activated it as he ran. Gaining speed, he suddenly leapt, so high that he reached the head level of a 30-meter titan. A moment later, one powerful strike severed the massive demon's head from its body, which crashed down with a dull thud, crushing anyone beneath it. The first blood had been spilled. That moment signaled the start of the battle. The armies of humanity and the Night Sentinels surged forward. Atlant mechs, piloted by experienced drivers, charged headlong into the titanic demons. Alex landed, crushing another demon's head beneath him. At that moment, Slayer caught up, raising his chain shield in front of him. He crashed into the crowd of demons like a shockwave, tearing enemies apart with his shield. Without waiting for Alex, Slayer surged onward. Alex, gripping his power axe, followed him, slicing demons with every step. With each powerful swing, hundreds of enemies fell under his blade. Catching up to Slayer, he gestured briefly toward the Black City wall. The goal was to break inside. Slayer, ripping out the entrails of another demon, nodded, threw the remains aside, and charged forward. The entire battlefield was filled with the roar of gunfire, monstrous howls, and clashing metal. Demons exploded from shells, their bodies scattering in pieces. The ground trembled under endless artillery fire. Alex and his allies pushed deeper, and soon through the haze of dust and blood, he saw the Black Wall, the boundary of the former city. Passing Slayer, Alex summoned Beowulf and, leaping up, slammed his foot into the ground. The shockwave scattered demons, opening a path to the wall. Forming hand seals, he summoned a wooden dragon bursting from the earth beneath his feet. "Slayer, jump on!" Alex shouted. Slayer immediately leapt onto the dragon's back, followed by Mimi. Gir, grabbed by the head, was also brought aboard. The wooden dragon, gaining speed, roared as it rammed the black wall and broke through it. Alex, Slayer, Gir, and Mimi stormed into the city, which now looked more like hell than Raccoon City. There, an army of demons awaited them, dense and impenetrable. Without a word, Slayer drew his BFG and fired a blast of green plasma into the enemy crowd. Instantly, the center of the enemy forces vanished, leaving only a burning crater behind. Alex jumped off the dragon's back, formed seals, and slammed his palm onto the ground. Roots burst from beneath his feet, intertwining and rising to form massive wooden golems armed with axes and maces. They immediately joined the fight, scattering demons left and right. Alex, Slayer, Gir, and Mimi plunged into the thick of battle, carving their way through enemy ranks. Looking up, Alex saw the citadel in the city center. The goal was clear. Clenching his fist, he activated Beowulf's bracers, which shone with a bright light. Raising his hand, he struck the ground with force. The blow was so powerful the city trembled, buildings crumbled, and the earth cracked. Hundreds of demons were swept away with a single strike. They began advancing toward the center. The closer they got to the citadel, the fiercer the resistance became. The demons, as if sensing the threat, attacked them with doubled fury, showing no mercy to themselves. And then, when they were only halfway to the citadel, the city shook again. The ground trembled, the walls quivered, and cracks snaked across the buildings. Even outside the city, where the main battle raged, the earthquake was felt like mounting pressure. Alex and Slayer came to an abrupt halt. Both sensed something approaching. At that moment, Gir and Mimi crashed down from the sky, landing with such force that a shockwave blasted outward, sending demons flying in all directions. A silence fell over the air. "Something is coming," Alex said, and everyone froze in anticipation. The earthquake intensified by the second. It seemed as if something enormous was bursting out from deep within the earth. Skyscrapers cracked and crumbled, unable to withstand the pressure rising from below. Massive fissures twisted across the ground, tearing through streets, squares, and ruins. The noise swelled into a deafening roar, as if the earth itself was screaming in terror. And at the moment when the tension reached its peak, a gigantic hand burst from the ground with a thunderous crash. Its size surpassed even the titanic demons. The fingers curled into a fist, crashing down with such force that a new wave of tremor swept through the city. Then a second hand appeared, also plunged into the concrete with a horrifying crash. Finally, from the cracked earth, a head with curved horns began to rise. It was the icon of sin. Its body towered so high that its shadow covered Alex, Slayer, Gir, and Mimi. The monster that had spawned countless nightmares now stood before them in all its terrible glory. "Looks like they didn't waste any time and unleashed the icon right away," Alex smirked, glancing at Slayer. "Hope you didn't forget to bring the crucible, my friend." Slayer replied, removing the crucible from his belt and activating it. When activated, the crucible emitted a deep vibrating hum that made the air tremble. Alex looked at it, clearly impressed. The energy inside was so powerful that he believed it could destroy even the avatar of Nyan, not to mention Davit. "If you don't mind, I'll start," Alex said with a grin. Without waiting for a response, he ignited in the air and appeared right before the icon of sin's face. Beowulf's bracers glowed, and Alex slammed his fist forward with tremendous force. His fist didn't just strike the monster's head, it hit the very fabric of space itself. The impact cracked the space like glass, with fractures spreading in all directions. The armor on the icon's head became covered with a web of fissures, and the gigantic creature staggered, barely managing to keep its balance. Next, Slayer joined the fight. Running up, he launched himself with powerful momentum, crashing chest first into the icon like a cannonball. The blow was so strong that the chest armor caved inward, and a fountain of black blood gushed from the icon's mouth. Alex, now behind the monster, delivered a crushing blow to the back of its head. Space cracked again, and under the force of inertia, the icon's head bent forward. The roar it let out created a shockwave that caused the remaining buildings to start collapsing. Alex was thrown backward, but performing a somersault in midair, he pushed off the very air and charged back into battle. Meanwhile, Gir and Mimi unleashed a barrage of fire from their bolters, trying to weaken the icon's armor. Alex, landing nearby, twisted in the air and drove his fist into the monster's back. In response, the icon tried to strike him with its massive hand, but Alex twisted away and clung to it like a tick. In the next second, he summoned the Partisfal spear from his inventory. At his command, it transformed into a guardian with a spear, and on Alex's signal, the guardian plunged the spear into the armor on the icon's arm. The spear tore off a massive armor plate, exposing part of the creature's flesh. The icon tried to shake them off with its other hand, but it was hit by a grenade launcher round fired from afar. The explosion threw the icon's arm aside, breaking its attack. Alex turned to Slayer and gave a thumbs up. Jumping off the icon's arm together with the guardian, they landed on a surviving building. The enraged icon of sin shifted its gaze toward them. Its eyes burned with hatred. It swung its fist, aiming at the building where Alex and his ally stood. Sandalphon! Alex shouted, stomping forcefully on the ground. Just as the giant fist of the icon of sin was about to crash down on the building where Alex and the Guardian stood, a stone thrown suddenly fell from the sky, crashing directly into the monster's arm. The blow was so powerful that the icon's legs buckled, giving Slayer a chance to strike again. Leaping up, Slayer activated the crucible. His blade, burning red and carrying the power of destruction, easily sliced through the icon's chest armor as if it were made of wax. Black blood gushed from the wound, splattering the ground. In pain, the icon of sin growled and focused all its attention on Slayer. This was Alex's chance. He jumped off the building and ran towards Sandalphon's throne. Leaping onto it, Alex pulled a sword from its center, and at that moment slashed the throne with the blade. The shattered pieces immediately began to be drawn to the sword, enveloping it and merging with the metal. In Alex's hands was now a massive blade, as if forged from the very stone itself. Halvan Heleave, the sword of destruction, he said, gripping the hilt with both hands. Sensing a mortal threat, the icon of sin turned to Alex. He raised the enormous sword above his head. Halvan Heleave blazed with a blinding light, and in the next instant, Alex brought the blade down. The city was illuminated by a flash of light so bright that even the sky darkened. A shockwave spread in all directions, leveling everything left of Raccoon City. Buildings collapsed one after another like a house of cards. When the light faded, only a desolate plain remained in the battle's place. In the center stood the icon of sin, missing one arm. But the loss of a limb did not make it weaker. Slayer, sensing the moment when the force of the shockwave began to fade, dashed forward. He gripped the crucible tightly, preparing to deliver the final blow. However, the icon, howling, struck the ground with its foot, sending a wave of rubble, dirt, and stones toward Slayer. All Slayer managed to do was thrust the crucible forward to absorb the impact. In the next second, his body was hurled backward like a cannonball, slicing through the air. Alex, distracted by his fallen comrade, couldn't dodge in time and took a crushing hit as well. He was thrown upward with such force that he broke through the clouds. A little more, and he would have flown out into space. Tumbling through the air, Alex grabbed hold of the very fabric of space itself, slowing his fall and suspending himself in midair. "Looks like I'm going to have to use this," he muttered, standing right on a tear in space high above the city, looking down at the icon of sin. Alex stretched out his hand. Black clouds began to gather over the city, blotting out the sky. "Answer my call. Gungnir," he shouted. In response, the first lightning bolt streaked across the sky, followed by a deafening thunderclap that made the entire world tremble. The world seemed to freeze. Even the sounds of battle beyond the city fell silent, overwhelmed by the roar from the heavens. The lightning continued to tear the sky without pause, illuminating the ruins and the figure of the icon of sin. To be continued. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, The Struggle for Peace and the Fall of Sin. A few minutes before the icon of sin emerged and Alex and Slayer marched to face it, another battle raged outside the city. Humanity's army, fighting side by side with the Night Sentinels, clashed against a multi-million-strong horde of demons. Even though demons were dying by the hundreds and thousands every second, new waves came to take their place, more furious, more numerous. Gunfire and explosions thundered non-stop across the battlefield, with bursts of light illuminating the darkness of war every passing moment. Giant Atlant mechs fought against demonic titans of equal size, and every one of their blows shook the earth. Alex's girls fought in the front lines. Even Brunhild, who usually commanded from the war room, now stood on the front line, striking down enemies with her golden spear. Her Valkyrie armor was soaked in demonic blood, but even amid the chaos, she didn't forget to give orders and coordinate the battle. Siko fought alongside her father, Michikatsu Busujima. The two of them tore through the enemy lines with swift breathing techniques. Fighting beside them was Beatrix, surrounded by flame glowing white-hot from her flame breathing. This trio held the very center of the battle, drawing every ounce of power from their skills. Moon breathing, Calamity, Immortal Proud Crescent. Michikatsu roared, unleashing a devastating vortex that tore demons to pieces. Chaos consumed everything around. The vortex cleared a path, and Siko and Beatrix used the opening. Even a few seconds of relief were enough to catch their breath and dive back into the fight. Water breathing, Dragon of Change, Siko said, launching her next assault. Clutching her katana, she moved with such speed and grace that an image of a water dragon appeared behind her. Everywhere she passed, only beheaded demons remained. She moved in a wide arc, relieving pressure on the surrounding fighters. Michikatsu watched his daughter's mastery with pride swelling in his chest. He looked to the sky, remembering his wife, Imari. In the past, he had been blinded by vengeance and forgot the daughter he should have been there for. His pursuit of revenge had driven him to abandon his humanity. He became a demon, just like his ancestor, Michikatsu Tsujikuni. But despite it all, he was given a second chance, and it was all thanks to Alex, a man he could never fully accept as a son-in-law. Michikatsu knew who Alex truly was, but still harbored a quiet hostility toward him. His thoughts were interrupted by a thunderous stomping. Turning his head, he saw a baron of hell charging toward them. "This one's mine." Flame-breathing, purgatory, shouted Beatrix, and the fire around her flared with renewed power. Her katana ignited as she dashed forward, leaving a blazing trail behind. Within a second, the baron of hell was cleaved in two. Every demon in her path was slashed apart and engulfed in flames. Similar fierce battles raged across the front. Martial arts masters were in the thick of the fight. Mio, Renka, Chun-Li, Kami, and Yuri were destroying demons with strikes that shattered bones and cracked the earth. But the deadliest damage came from Hayato and Elder Quan. Their strikes wiped out hundreds of demons at once. Akasame from the Ryo Zanpaku dojo, being both a judo master and a chiropractor, crushed demon bodies by breaking bones and dislocating joints. Kensei fought alongside his wife, Madame Ju. Their deadly duo left not a single enemy standing. Ha ha ha. Just like the good old days, darling. Remember how we used to fight together, laughed Kensei, standing back to back with his wife. Less talk, dear, more fighting, Juma shot back over her shoulder. If I had known back then what a pervert you'd become, I would have locked you in the basement from the start. Kensei gulped when he caught his wife's stern gaze. But the moment he saw a demon charging at Ju, anger flared in his eyes. He vanished from his spot and, in the blink of an eye, appeared in front of the enemy, slamming his palm straight into the demon's chest. A gaping hole tore through the creature's torso. Kensei scoffed and turned back to his wife with a loving gaze. She rolled her eyes, then, in the very next second, delivered a crushing kick just past her husband's head, decapitating a demon that had crept up behind him. Kensei turned his head and saw the demon's body collapse to the ground. He was about to hug Ju and kiss her right there in the middle of the battlefield, but... "Dad, stop flirting with Mom already. We're in the middle of a battle." "You can do that later," came Renka's voice, mercilessly destroying the romantic moment. "Don't interrupt the adults." Kensei began grumpily, turning toward his daughter. But what he saw made him gulp again, this time in fear. There stood his sweet Renka, holding a still-beating demon heart in her hand. The demon lay on the ground, shredded, missing an arm, its horns broken off and its chest caved in. Its body looked like minced meat. Renka was covered head to toe in its blood, and her terrifying smile only amplified the effect. Juma glanced at her daughter and gave her a thumbs up in approval. Meanwhile, Mio was attacked by a baron of hell. She swiftly leapt over him, pushed off his back, flipped midair, and grabbed the demon by the horns. With a sharp twist, she snapped his neck. Hayato, watching his granddaughter's moves, nodded with pride and blasted away a crowd of demons with a single strike. Not far from them, Kami, Chun-Li, and Yuri were fighting. They didn't let up, landing devastating blows on their enemies. However, their shouting sounded more like a rivalry than battlefield coordination. Rory fought alone. As Alex's apostle and bearer of destructive power, she wielded her scythe so fiercely that every swing turned hundreds of demons to ash. After one such blow, the ground beneath her trembled. Turning around, Rory saw a demon titan towering over her. Licking her lips, she leapt onto its leg in a single bound and sliced through it with her scythe. The titan staggered and fell with a thunderous crash, leaving behind a crater. Running across the demon's body, Rory reached its head and sliced it off. She smirked, quickly scanning the battlefield and sensing the approach of more enemies. Spinning her scythe, she prepared to attack, until dozens of throwing knives and shurikens rained down on the demons like a storm. Shigeru had entered the fight. She darted between the combatants, coming to Rory's aid. Rory gave her a nod of thanks with a smile, and Shigeru, without a word, vanished again as if she had melted into the air. Nobuna, Katsui, and Nagahide fought alongside Brunhild. Nobuna wielded her katana with masterful precision, cleaving enemies apart, while her comrades guarded her back with halberds, preventing any demons from getting close. "How many of them are there? I'm sick of slicing them up non-stop. When is Alex finally going to finish off that idiot commanding them?" Nobuna shouted in frustration, decapitating another demon. "Princess, your husband and his friend have only just entered the city. They still have to reach the one behind all this." "For now, less talking, more fighting," Nagahide replied calmly, catching her breath. "Yeah, right. Why doesn't he just blow everything up like usual with some superweapon?" Nobuna rolled her eyes. "Alex doesn't want any of the enemies to escape," Katsui said, slicing another demon in half. Nobuna snorted, wiped blood from her face, and charged back into the fight. 02 and Lucy were fighting on the front lines, giving no less than anyone else. Lucy, using the power of her vectors, turned demons into neatly sliced pieces. Around her formed a death zone, any enemy who stepped into it met an instant and brutal end. Rivers of demon blood pooled at her feet, and the bodies piled high around her. 02 didn't have vectors, but her physical strength alone allowed her to tear through even giant demons with ease. After killing a cyber demon by ripping its head off, she casually tossed it aside. Then she looked up at the sky, where Kako demons circled. Smirking like a predator, 02 leapt high, dug her claws into one of them, plunged her hand into its eye, and, with a sickening squelch, ripped it out of the socket. While melee fighters held the front, the gunners weren't slacking either. Among them were Revei, Becca, Rika, and Shino. Becca was surrounded by a heap of various weapons, looking like a deranged gremlin, firing from anything she could get her hands on. If her gun ran out of ammo, she didn't bother reloading, she just pulled a new one from her inventory and kept firing. When another weapon ran dry, Becca pulled out a massive grenade launcher. But instead of aiming at the demons, she fired straight into the sky. The shell shot upward, hovered, and began to spin, scattering small metallic orbs in every direction. Upon hitting demons or the ground, the orbs exploded in a variety of effects: fire, ice, poison, electricity, and even flesh-melting acid. It was one of Becca's latest insane inventions. After that firework-style bombardment, she instantly became the #1 target for the demons. Their burning eyes locked onto her, and with a deafening roar, they charged. But they never reached her. Instead, a massive iron foot of an Atlant mech came crashing down on them. Looking up, the girls instantly knew who was piloting it: Stitch. And they were right. Inside the mech's cockpit, Stitch laughed maniacally while steering the massive war machine. In its hands, the Atlant mech wielded a gigantic minigun that fired a literal storm of bullets, shredding demon titans into Swiss cheese. When the gun ran out, Stitch didn't waste a second. He tossed it aside, letting it crash down on the unfortunate demons below. Then he reached over his shoulder, grabbed a massive mace, and immediately smashed it down, turning a demon's skull into pulp like a watermelon. The girls watched Stitch, and there was no need to guess, he was absolutely thrilled to be piloting such a monster. The Atlant mech, like a berserk golem, swung its mace, crushing demons and titans alike in its path. Stitch's unstoppable, infectious laughter echoed from the cockpit. "Go, Stitch. Show those bastards where they belong," Becca shouted, throwing up her hand. Hearing her voice, the Atlant mech gave a thumbs up. Right at that moment, it got punched in the face by a titan. Inside the cockpit, Stitch was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes flared with irritation. He started cursing at the titan with the same ferocity as Becca, unleashing every imaginable insult, including remarks about the titan's family, ancestors, and, of course, its parents. Stitch's profanity-laced rant echoed across the open comm channel, leaving other Atlant mech pilots utterly baffled. None of the Night Sentinels could figure out who, or what, was piloting that mech, nor what language he was even swearing in. But one thing was clear: that voice was definitely not apologizing. In a fit of rage, Stitch made his mech flip the titan off, then immediately jammed the massive metal finger into the creature's eye socket. A follow-up kick to the chest sent the titan staggering backward, crashing into another demon. Both collapsed to the ground with a deafening crash. Stitch didn't waste a second. Moving the Atlant mech forward, he brought the mace down on their bodies again and again, until nothing remained but a bloody pulp inside a massive crater. Despite their victories, time on the battlefield dragged on painfully slow. The human forces still suffered losses. Even with the help of the Night Sentinels, the demons' numbers remained overwhelming. But suddenly, everything changed. Every single demon lifted its head to the sky and roared so loudly that the humans had to cover their ears. At the same time, the ground trembled violently, and all eyes turned toward the city, where Alex and the Slayer were fighting. What they saw made many freeze in place. Towering above the city stood a colossal, horned creature clad in armor. Its mere presence struck terror into the hearts of humans and Night Sentinels alike. "So, they unleashed it early," Brunhild muttered, staring at the icon of sin. "Shit. I really hope Cupcake finishes that thing off fast." "I don't like the way it looks at all," Becca said, standing beside Brunhild. "You're not the only one," Rika added, watching the beast with concern. "That thing's bigger than any titan we've seen. Its arm alone is the size of a whole damn titan." The icon's appearance struck fear into the hearts of many, but the way the demons howled in reverence gave humanity a brief opportunity. In that moment, they managed to push the enemy forces closer to the city's edge. Then the ground shook again, and everyone looked up. A crack split the air near the icon's head, and beside it, barely visible, was a tiny figure. Alex had landed the first blow. Another followed as the Slayer struck the creature square in the chest. Everyone who could, watched. But the icon's arrival seemed to awaken a primal frenzy in the demons. With doubled fury, they surged toward the humans. The ground quaked from the constant impact of Alex and the Slayer clashing with the monstrosity. And then, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the city. The demons sensed that the icon had been wounded, and they turned back, rushing toward it. "Don't let them return to the city," Brunhild commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. A storm of rockets rained from the sky. Humanity launched an even more ferocious assault to prevent the demons from breaking through. Just then, storm clouds began to gather above the battlefield. Lightning flashed with unnatural frequency, thunder rumbled without pause, and suddenly, from the heavens, Alex's voice rang out like a divine decree. "Answer my call. Gungnir." At that moment, everyone felt it, a crushing weight, as if the world itself grew heavier. Demons racing back toward the city began to explode one after another. All eyes turned to the sky, where Alex hovered among the clouds, holding a long golden spear. Its tip resembled a stylized leaf, the shaft spiraled elegantly, tapering toward the grip, and at the base it shimmered with a warm reddish-bronze glow. "What the hell is that weapon?" Reveille asked, standing near Brunhild. "That's Gungnir. Alex received it after saving my world," Brunhild replied, her gaze never leaving the skies. "I totally forgot about that thing. I've been wondering when he'd finally use it," Becca said, crossing her arms. Other girls started to gather around them, all looking up, mesmerized by the glowing figure of Alex. From Brunhild and Becca, they learned that the spear was not just a weapon, but a true relic. But why did the demon start bursting like soap bubbles the moment he summoned it? Nobuna asked in surprise. "In my world, Gungnir belonged to Odin. It was the weapon of the king of the gods, possessing power comparable to Zeus's lightning. But now it's in Alex's hands. And he received this spear from his father, so the effect matches," Brunhild answered calmly. The girls nodded and stared at the sky again. The lightning flashed more fiercely. The icon of sin roared, and the very air trembled with its cry. The appearance of Gungnir shattered the ranks of the demon army, most were destroyed, and the rest were on the brink of death. Alex's figure, wrapped in golden light, looked divine. He began slowly raising the spear above his head. "Everyone, hold on." Brunhild shouted toward the allied troops. Those who knew what was about to happen immediately reacted, instinctively grabbing onto anything that could hold them. The others felt the same threat and followed suit. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed upward. Alex started lowering Gungnir. And then, the spear's tip touched the space. At that very moment, the sky cracked open. Through the fissures, distant stars became visible. Following that, a seismic wave swept across the entire planet, so powerful that every demon left on Earth, even those near Raccoon City, evaporated, vanishing without a trace. Mother of God. Damn, even the sky cracked. Lem whispered, staring upward in shock. I always knew Alex was no ordinary guy. But this is over the top, muttered R, standing nearby. Everyone had their own thoughts as they looked at the sky covered with cracks. Through these rifts shimmered distant stars, like glimpses of other worlds. Meanwhile, Alex, hovering in the air, watched the power of Gungnir with interest and mild admiration. He knew that the reward for saving Brunhild's world wouldn't be simple, but he hadn't expected the spear to be this powerful. And he even liked it. Though he understood, with such power, one had to be careful. One careless move, and the entire world could be destroyed. His gaze dropped down to the icon of sin, who, consumed by rage, let out a roar that could shake the earth. Alex gripped the shaft of Gungnir and abruptly lunged downward, aiming at the monster. Reaching the icon's head, he struck a crushing blow with the blunt side of the spear. The armor on the demon's skull shattered in pieces, and one of its horns snapped off with a crack. The icon of sin fell to its knees, releasing a pained howl. Alex hovered nearby, watching its reaction. Slayer, how long are you going to lie there? Or do you want me to do all the work alone? He shouted toward the ruins where the Slayer lay. As soon as his voice faded, the ruins trembled, and chunks of stone flew out with a crash. From the dust and debris, Slayer rose, gripping the crucible in his hand. His eyes blazed with a fury that grew stronger by the second. Wasting no time, he charged toward the icon of sin. With a powerful leap, he reached the monster's head and clenched his fist, delivering a crushing blow. The shockwave spread in all directions, and the flesh on the icon's head exploded, exposing the bone. Alex didn't stay aside, he appeared on the other side and with one mighty swing of Gungnir, cut off the icon's remaining hand. With a dull thud, it fell to the ground. Realizing it was the perfect moment to strike, Alex and Slayer attacked the icon of sin from both sides. Each of their blows tore flesh and armor, turning the beast into a bloody pile of metal and meat. After another strike, Alex noticed the third eye on the icon's forehead begin to glow with an ominous black light. He immediately understood, the icon of sin was about to open a black hole. Not a chance. Alex whispered, gripping the spear tightly. With a powerful thrust, he drove Gungnir into the icon's chest. The impact left a gaping hole in the monster's body, its insides torn apart, and the light in its eyes started to fade. Slayer, chop off its head. Alex shouted. Slayer nodded, jumped up, and with one precise swing of the crucible, severed the demon's head. With a heavy crash, it fell to the ground, and the massive body collapsed backward, raising clouds of dust. Alex landed next to Slayer. Both stood watching as life finally left the body of the icon of sin. Great job, buddy, Alex said, extending his fist. Slayer rasped, bumping his fist against Alex's. Alex smiled faintly, glancing at his comrade. At that moment, he heard quick footsteps behind them. Both turned and saw Gir and Mimi. Their armor was in terrible shape. Gir was missing part of his helmet, one pauldron was dented, and the other completely torn off. His beloved chain sword had been reduced to a broken hilt. Mimi's armor, the battle sister, looked battered too, cracks, dents, a half-collapsed shield, and a broken power mace. Despite the damage, they stood proudly before Alex. "What happened to you two? You look awful," Alex asked in surprise. Slayer rasped again, nodding toward them. "That beast threw us aside, then we held back demons trying to break into the city," Gir answered, saluting. "That bastard broke my shield. With its foot." Mimi complained plaintively, showing the half-intact shield. "Well, now you've got a new feat," Alex said, trying to cheer them up. "I won't forget to record it and attach it to your armor." Hearing this, Gir and Mimi brightened. After every battle, Alex really did record their feats and decorated their armor accordingly, as proper ultramarine warriors. Alex shifted his gaze to the citadel in the center of the city, the only building that had survived the massive battle. Slayer looked at it too and clenched his fist. At that moment, a voice came through Alex's earpiece. It was Brunhild. "Alex, what's the situation over there?" "The icon of sin is destroyed. We're heading to the citadel." "Stay alert," Alex replied calmly. "Understood. I'll inform the others." "They'll stay on guard," Brunhild said with relief in her voice. "I'm sending Gir and Mimi to you. They're pretty battered," Alex added, glancing at his loyal companions. After finishing the call, Alex gave Gir and Mimi a brief nod, clearly signaling that they shouldn't proceed further. This was no longer their fight. Without asking questions, they saluted and quickly left. Alex and Slayer exchanged a glance and headed toward the citadel. On the way, Alex smirked, took out a black cube from his inventory, opened a spatial rift, and tossed it inside. Slayer gave it a quick look, but Alex simply put a finger to his lips, hinting it was a secret. With weapons ready, they approached the massive doors. Alex gestured for Slayer to go first, and without hesitation, Slayer kicked the doors with force. They crashed inward with a roar, clearing the way. Inside, the citadel was empty. In the silence broken only by their footsteps, they made their way to a spacious hall where an elevator stood in the center. "How nice. They even called the elevator for us. Now that's what I call service," Alex smirked, stepping closer. Slayer rasped, pounding his fist on the call panel. The elevator shuddered and began to rise. Alex and Slayer watched silently as the cabin slowly slid up the shaft, approaching the top where Alex sensed the only presence in this place. Reaching the top floor, they once again stood before massive gates. Without waiting for a command, Slayer kicked them down just like the others. Beyond the doors stretched a vast hall, more like a throne room. At its center stood the last priest of the underworld, Grav. Slayer didn't waste time. With heavy steps, he approached the priest, grabbed him by the throat, and lifted him off the ground. Alex calmly stepped closer, looked into Grav's eyes, and saw no fear. Only a haughty smirk. "The false savior and Doomslayer have joined forces," Grav hissed. "To fight my lord and his ally. A pathetic alliance, a miserable sight. Where is David, priest?" "Believe me, I can torture you for hours until you tell me where he's hiding," Alex said coldly. "Ha ha ha. You think I'll tell you?" Grav laughed with a touch of madness. But Slayer wasn't one for questions. Without a word, he tore the priest's body in two. Alex watched silently, then glanced at Slayer, who returned the gaze serenely. Alex was about to resurrect Grav to interrogate him another way when he noticed something strange. Blood began to flow from the priest's body, forming intricate patterns. The longer he looked, the clearer it became. This was a trap. "Looks like we've been lured in," Alex muttered, lighting a cigarette. Slayer responded briefly, noticing the same thing. The blood spread, forming a magic circle, a summoning symbol clearly intended for teleportation. Alex, still smoking, watched as the pattern completed. At that moment, the blood flared with bright light, and he felt the space around them compressing. Something, or someone, was beginning to pull them inside. Alex smirked, flicked the cigarette butt away, and looked at Slayer. "Convenient. We won't have to search for them." The Minister of Monoliths and David decided to show us where they're hiding. Slayer confirmed with a nod. The light grew ever brighter. The world began to collapse and vanish. To be continued. Chapter 377, Arrival at Tau Volantis. After Slayer tore Grav apart, his blood began to spread rapidly, forming a strange symbol. Alex immediately realized, this wasn't just ritual residue. It was a trap. Everything happening looked like a carefully orchestrated maneuver by Davith and the Minister of Monoliths. But instead of panic, only calm. Alex silently watched the priest's blood shape into a magical pattern, a summoning circle. And if this trap led directly to the enemy's doorstep, why interfere? He simply took a drag from his cigarette and kept watching the circle without blinking. Moments later, the blood symbol finished forming and flared with a bright crimson light. Alex flicked away the cigarette, glanced at Slayer, and gave a slight nod, asking, "Ready?" Slayer answered the same way, a short, confident nod. At that moment, light flooded the entire throne room, engulfing their figures. Space began to collapse, then suddenly compressed. Alex felt their bodies being pulled deep through the thin boundaries of the worlds. He had experienced something similar before, on the day he first encountered the avatar of Nyan. That moment marked the end of his peaceful life. But he had no regrets. And he had no intention of stopping. Alex and Slayer were thrown out of the portal, like meteors. They fell from great height toward a foreign, harsh planet. Through the roaring wind and screaming atmosphere, Alex glanced over at Slayer and gave him a thumbs up. Slayer, true to himself, responded with a silent nod. As they plummeted, Alex studied the landscape. Beneath them stretched an icy abyss. The planet was covered in endless snow plains and frozen ridges. In some spots, traces of an ancient civilization could be seen beneath the ice. But what shocked Alex most was something else. He recognized this place. Tau Volantis. A world that, by his assumption, was the domain of the Minister of Monoliths himself. A place from which he observed all universes and meddled in their fates. A kind of divine citadel beyond time and space. And then Alex saw something he first mistook for ruins. But upon closer look, he realized they weren't ruins. It was a massive black marker. A colossal structure, black as the void, rising all the way to the clouds. Even Slayer, falling alongside him, noticed the construction. "So that's where you're hiding," Alex muttered. The fall continued. They streaked through the atmosphere, leaving blazing trails like two burning meteors plummeting toward an icy hell. "Catch up, Slayer. I'm going in first," Alex shouted, pinning his arms to his sides to accelerate. Slayer didn't lag behind. He mirrored the movement, and both warriors hurtled toward the planet even faster. The ground was closing in fast. The air howled in their ears. The snow and ice trembled in anticipation. Alex hit first, landing with a devastating impact. A shock wave rippled outward, destroying everything nearby. The earth shook, ice cracked. In the center of the newly formed crater stood Alex, snow on his coat and a faint smirk on his face. A second explosion followed, just as destructive. Slayer landed beside him, creating his own crater. And so, the two warriors, like harbingers of doom, arrived on Tau Volantis. Their goal was clear. Their resolve, unshakable. Ahead of them lay the black marker, where the Minister of Monoliths and Davith awaited. Standing in the center of the crater, Alex calmly lit another cigarette. Taking a deep drag, he exhaled smoke into the sky. Holding the cigarette between his teeth, he began climbing the slope of the crater. Almost simultaneously, Slayer emerged at the top. They were met by the harsh cold of Tau Volantis. The freezing wind whistled across the snowy plain, whipping Alex's coat and sending ice crystals into the air. Alex looked around, scanning the distance, trying to determine the direction of the black marker. "Hell of a welcome they've got," he muttered, running a hand through his hair to slick it back. "Could have dropped us at the front door. But no, they throw us out of orbit. That taxi gets half a star, tops." Slayer grunted, casting a brief glance at his companion. Alex shrugged, waiting for a reaction, and was just about to ask if Slayer's suit was still connected to Vega, when a loud noise from behind caught their attention. Both spun around sharply and saw a horde of necromorphs charging at them with shrieks and howls. Slayer didn't waste a second. He pulled a shotgun from his shoulder and blasted the chest of the nearest creature. The necromorph flew back but, to their surprise, was still alive. "Slayer, aim for the limbs. These things only die when you take out their arms or legs." Alex shouted, firing blue rose directly into the joint of one of the monster's claws. To make it clear, he fired two more precise shots, and the necromorph collapsed, dead. Understanding the trick, Slayer didn't hesitate again. He charged forward and with the first kick crushed the torso of the nearest enemy. Anything that came into his reach, shattered, broke, and turned into a bloody mess. Alex smirked, summoned the Muramasa katana into his hand, and followed into battle. With one rapid dash, he crossed the distance to the next group of necromorphs, assumed a Batajutsu stance, activated the sheath's mechanism, and the blade shot into his hand with a deafening snap. Gripping the hilt, Alex spun in a circular slash, cleaving through the surrounding enemies. A moment later, he slid the blade back into its sheath, and a distinct metallic click echoed. Several necromorphs around him froze before their bodies began to slide apart, their upper halves neatly separated from the lower. Looking up, Alex saw Slayer tearing through necromorphs with just as much brutality, ripping off limbs and heads effortlessly. No wonder even demons fear him, Alex muttered, dodging a strike from one of the monster's sharp bone blades. He caught the attacking limb, ripped it off with a crunch, and kicked the creature backward, right toward Slayer. Without missing a beat, Slayer caught the flying body by the head, clenched his fingers, and the skull exploded in a spray of black ichor. Alex raised a hand in a gesture of apology. Slayer gave a silent nod, indicating it was fine. When the battle ended, the path forward became clear. The necromorph attack confirmed one thing: the way to Davith and the Minister of Monoliths would be riddled with obstacles. No one was going to let them reach their target easily. But the target was already set. The destination, known. Alex and Slayer exchanged a glance. No words needed. And they moved forward, toward the black marker. The cold, piercing wind of Tau Volantis battered their bodies from all sides, and the thick snow, whipped up by the storm, clouded their vision, making it hard to see what lay ahead. The snow was so deep it reached their waists, but it didn't stop them. Whatever stood in their way, debris, ice blocks, or collapsed structures, they simply destroyed it. One punch from Slayer or a kick from Alex, and the path was cleared. However, as they crossed another stretch of frozen plain, the ground beneath them cracked with a crunch, and gave way. With a thunderous crash, they fell into darkness. Landing in some kind of cavern, Alex and Slayer got to their feet. Darkness surrounded them. Alex raised his hand, and a ball of light flared in his palm, illuminating the walls. Slayer grunted, glancing at the fresco-covered stone. Alex stepped closer and began examining the images. A whole story unfolded before him, the tragedy of Tau Volantis told without a single word. Want to know what's depicted here? Alex asked, his gaze still fixed on the wall. Slayer nodded, standing beside him. In short, it's the story of this planet's fall. Here, it shows the height of their civilization. Judging by the frescoes, this place was once a true paradise. But then came ambition, the desire for more. They sought knowledge, advancement, greatness. And in that pursuit, they opened a passage into their world. Alex ran his finger along the image where a sharp, ominous monolith towered over a burning horizon, its surface etched with strange, unreadable symbols. They let something in, a living entity that looked like a gigantic, pointed monolith. At first, it gave them knowledge and power. But later, some realized what they had unleashed. And here, Alex pointed to the next fresco, are the final words of one of the survivors: "In our pursuit of truth, we brought madness. We lost not only our bodies, but our souls. Even death denied us mercy. We became prisoners, locked in the planet's core, trapped in an endless cycle of suffering and madness." "Sir, are you suggesting that in their pursuit of knowledge and ambition, they doomed themselves?" came Vega's voice over the communicator. "Exactly, Vega," Alex replied grimly. "And it's not unique. It repeats in every universe. No matter what the world is called, if there's intelligent life, there will be ambition. And there will always be those willing to destroy everything for their own gain. Remember what happened in Slayer's first world. Humans searched for a new energy source, opened a portal to Jekad, and let demons into their world. Slayer lost everything, and became who he is. Then came Argent Nur, ambition again. Even your creator, Samuel Hayden, he couldn't resist and made the same mistakes." "I understand, sir." Vega responded briefly and fell silent. Alex heard Slayer's gauntlet creak beside him as his fists clenched. Without a word, Alex placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent support. Casting one last glance at the fresco depicting the fall of Tau Volantis, Alex and Slayer began searching for a way out. Soon they came upon a blocked passage, and with a single powerful kick, Alex cleared the debris. The glowing sphere in his palm lit the way deeper into the cavern. After walking a little farther, they entered a spacious chamber with a massive hole in the center. Dim light shone from above, while an impenetrable darkness yawned below. Alex realized that the path upward was the exit, but his eyes were increasingly drawn to the abyss below. He stepped to the edge and peered down. The void seemed endless. "I wonder, what's down there?" he murmured. But before they could come up with a plan, a deep rumble echoed from the darkness below, shattering the dead silence. Alex lowered the light deeper, and what he saw prompted a quiet curse. Hundreds of tentacles were rising from the depths, merging into a fleshy mass resembling a tangle of twisted human bodies fused into one grotesque entity. "Looks like the local wildlife's not too fond of us," Alex muttered, watching the nightmare draw closer. Slayer growled quietly, also staring into the approaching swarm of tentacles. They both recoiled at the same time as one of the tentacles slammed against the cliff's edge. Stones broke off and fell into the chasm, and then hundreds more slimy, fleshy necromorph tentacles erupted from the pit. One lashed toward Alex. Instantly, he gripped Muramace's sheath and activated the mechanism. With a sharp snap, the blade launched into his hand. In one lightning-fast motion, Alex sliced the tentacle cleanly off, the edge so hot it seared the flesh on contact. A tortured, wrathful howl echoed from the depths. A second tentacle lunged at Slayer, only to be caught in his iron grip. With a sudden yank and the revolting sound of tearing meat, he ripped it out of the creature. Another furious shriek followed, and a low, growing rumble from below signaled something massive was approaching. The ground beneath their feet cracked. Before they could leap back, the earth gave way, and both Alex and Slayer plummeted into the void. During the fall, the creature to which the tentacles belonged was finally revealed to them. What Alex saw, he would unhesitatingly call the most disgusting being he had ever encountered. Bursting from the darkness was a colossal necromorph, its body made of fused flesh, shards of stone, and fragmented corpses. It howled, writhed, and ascended at terrifying speed. Alex and Slayer found themselves riding on its back, trying to stay balanced while fending off attacking tentacles. I can safely say, not a bad elevator to the surface, Alex smirked, dodging another tentacle, if only it didn't try to touch me in places that are absolutely off limits. Slayer rasped, slicing through a reaching tentacle with his chainsaw. Alex pushed off the creature's body, flipping in midair. A tentacle swiped past him, and in that moment, he unsheathed his blade and sliced it clean in half. Catching movement behind him, he flipped again, drove Muramasa into the tentacle's flesh, and slid down along it, cutting all the way to the base. He leapt to the side, evading another strike. Overhead, a rocket streaked past, fired by Slayer, and exploded deep within the monster's body. Spotting another tentacle lunging toward Slayer, Alex instantly dashed behind him and severed it before it could strike. Meanwhile, the necromorph reached the surface. With a deafening roar, it erupted from the planet's depths and crashed onto the snowy plain, flattening everything around it. Alex and Slayer were flung from its back, tumbling across the ground and digging deep furrows in the snow as they came to a stop. I still don't get why those two idiots couldn't just teleport us to their damn doorstep. Alex muttered, lighting a cigarette. Or maybe they just enjoy watching us brawl with the local freaks. Slayer growled darkly, reloading his grenade launcher. Exactly. But whatever. Let's just kill this thing and move on, Alex said, cracking his neck. Slayer nodded and launched a rocket directly into the monster's ribcage. There was an explosion, and a ragged, bloodied hole tore through the creature's torso. It roared, writhing in agony, and suddenly turned its full attention to Alex and Slayer. One of its massive tentacles slammed down with a crash, forcing both warriors to leap away. The shockwave sent snow flying, burying their bodies. Alex's cigarette was knocked from his mouth, and he found himself buried under the powder. Irritated, he burst out of the snow and sprang to his feet. Stashing Muramasa in his inventory, he pulled out another sword, a massive, 2-meter black blade. Worn and intimidating, the sword radiated dread just by its presence. Alex charged forward, weaving through a storm of flailing tentacles. Using one as a springboard, he slashed through a chunk of flying debris, twisted midair, and drove the sword into the monster's flesh, climbing upward with each pull of the blade, carving a deep, bleeding trench behind him. Blood and viscera gushed from the wound as the necromorph screamed in agony, a feral, bone-shaking howl that pierced even the howling wind and crashing destruction. Meanwhile, Slayer emerged from a snowdrift and spotted Alex climbing the massive necromorph, tearing into its flesh with his enormous black sword. Wasting no time, Slayer pulled a super shotgun from his back and activated the meat hook beneath the barrel. Latching onto one of the tentacles, he launched himself upward, soaring through the air with brutal momentum. In midair, he stowed his shotgun behind his back and drew the Gauss cannon. Quickly aiming, he fired at the conspicuous yellow core located on the monster's back. The plasma charge hit the target dead on. The core exploded, releasing a thick, yellow pus that hissed as it poured out. The necromorph roared in pain, its whole body trembling. That moment of confusion allowed Alex to reach the top of the creature's body and slash the flesh from its abdomen up to the skull, exposing the insides and another core, murky and pulsating, as if boiling with some liquid inside. Slayer, shoot the core. Alex shouted, hovering over the necromorph's head. Slayer landed with a heavy thud, creating a crater beneath his feet, and immediately pulled out the BFG. Aiming at the exposed core, he fired. The plasma charge, glowing green, raced forward, vaporizing the snow in its path. When it struck the core, a deafening explosion erupted, lighting up everything around, and the necromorph emitted its final, deathly scream. Tentacles all over its body immediately went limp and crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. The monster itself then collapsed, like a mountain falling into silence. Alex fell onto the dead body from above, resting his sword on his shoulder. We make quite the dream team, he smirked, jumping off the carcass and adjusting his grip on the sword. Slayer nodded. And just recently we were beating the crap out of each other until we lost pulse and even destroyed a planet. As the masters from Ryo Zampico like to say, if you haven't beaten the spirit out of your friend, then you're not really friends, Alex added with a cheerful tone. Slayer looked at him. Despite the helmet, Alex could tell from his posture that he thought it was complete nonsense. Looking away, Slayer moved forward, but their path was blocked by the giant necromorphous corpse. Not wanting to go around it, Alex grabbed one of the tentacles and with a powerful throw shoved the monster back into the gaping hole it had emerged from. Clearing the way, Alex and Slayer continued forward. The weather on Tau Volantis seemed to mock them. A snowstorm began, greatly worsening the already poor visibility. Covered in snow and ice, they moved cautiously now, not wanting to fall again into the depths full of nightmares. Suddenly, Slayer's visor detected movement. He raised his hand, signaling Alex to stop. Alex raised an eyebrow and looked ahead. Through the blizzard, something was indeed moving. "Vega, what do you see through Slayer's visor?" Alex asked via communicator. "Anomalous movement detected within the storm. Target moving too fast. Tracking is impossible," Vega replied. Alex immediately knew what they were dealing with. Twitcher. Necromorphs of this type move so insanely fast that to an outside observer, their movements look like trembling, blurry shadows. Noticing a flash of movement on the left, Alex extended his hand and caught the creature midair. Gripping it tightly, he grabbed its leg with the other hand and, with a sharp twist, tore it in half. Blood and flesh splattered across the snow. While Alex was occupied, another Twitcher attacked Slayer. Slayer drew his super shotgun, plunged it into the necromorph's torso, and pulled the trigger. The blast tore the creature to shreds. Alex brushed off the remains of his opponent, clapped his hands to try to clear the blizzard. For a moment, the storm calmed, revealing dozens of Twitchers lurking in the snowy haze. "I keep wondering, are we really going to have to butcher all the local wildlife before we reach our goal?" Alex squinted and said. "Sir, we cannot rule out that possibility," Vega replied. "Thanks, Vega. Just like a true Slayer assistant." "Spirit twin, really," Alex answered calmly. "I'll take your sarcasm as a compliment, sir," Vega shot back, then fell silent. Alex rolled his eyes at Vega's response. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen if the AI ever came into contact with GIR, Mimi, and Stitch all at once. That trio was already a natural disaster on its own. Adding Vega would be like triggering a nuclear war across the multiverse. But Alex's thoughts were cut short by a sharp shotgun blast. Slayer wasn't the kind to wait for the enemy to strike first, he always attacked first. The first victim was a Twitcher who clearly overestimated himself, thinking he was the fastest, like some kind of steroid-fueled Flash. Almost immediately, the other Twitchers scattered in all directions, hiding behind snowdrifts and rocky debris, preparing to ambush. Alex raised an eyebrow at the foolish tactic, then stomped his foot. At that moment, stone spikes erupted from beneath the snow where the Twitchers had been hiding, impaling several unlucky ones. Slayer didn't play hide-and-seek either. He punched through the frozen ground, grabbed another Twitcher by the head, and with a sickening crunch tore it in half. As if on command, all the remaining Twitchers charged at them from every side. Those rushing toward Alex were already close, but he merely snapped his fingers, and a powerful shockwave tore the flesh from the enemies, exposing their bones. Only bloody remains fell to the snow. Meanwhile, Slayer easily finished off the rest, smashing bones and ripping bodies apart like paper. After clearing that wave of undead, Alex and Slayer continued on. Breaking through the storm, they finally saw a black obelisk in the distance. Alex smirked. He knew this wasn't just a structure. It was the body of the Minister of Monoliths. Hidden beneath the guise of a lifeless edifice, but Alex could feel its gaze. Like Sauron, watching, silent, waiting. He and Slayer silently stared ahead. Behind them lay a long path filled with deadly battles, underground collapses, and the secrets of a fallen world. Ahead lay the second half of the journey, and whatever lurked within the black mass of the obelisk. Alex lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, "Halfway done. For all the gods, they could have just teleported us right to his damn doorstep by now. Feels like they get some sick pleasure watching us crawl through the snow while killing everything that moves wrong. They might as well have dropped us on another planet so we'd have to find a spaceship to get here, stretching out our journey." He glanced away from the obelisk. Slayer rasped, stepping forward. Alex shook his head, holding a cigarette between his fingers. He hoped the rest of the journey would be easier. But, as always, his luck had other plans. A new squad of necromorphs was already waiting for them ahead. Well, of course. He muttered, watching the approaching horde. God forbid we get there without some trouble. He began to suspect that the Minister of Monoliths was deliberately sending necromorphs in waves, not to kill them, but for entertainment. He just enjoyed watching Alex and Slayer fight their way through hell. With an irritated chuckle, Alex kicked the nearest necromorph. It was a pack, a type of necromorph made up of twisted children. They looked like small, fast monsters but were still part of the overall threat. Alex didn't bother with courtesy. He kicked the creature like a soccer ball, sending it flying. Suddenly, a strange sense of pleasure awakened in him. Why not turn this into a game? Every time he saw another kid, he eagerly launched it into the air. From the outside, it looked like a sports match. At one point, even Slayer turned his head and glanced at Alex. A wide, satisfied smile shone on his face. It was like he'd found a new way to entertain himself. To be continued. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, all plans went awry. After dealing with yet another wave of necromorphs, Alex and Slayer continued pushing forward. When the snowstorm finally subsided, visibility greatly improved, but that came with its downsides. Now, throughout the entire path, they could clearly see the black obelisk in the distance, the true form of the Minister of Monoliths. Alex didn't understand why he was still pretending to be a lifeless structure. Why not come out like a typical villain, deliver a monologue about superiority and plans to destroy the universe? But no, instead, as if mocking them, he kept sending new waves of necromorphs. This time they were far more vicious than before. Among them appeared new types. One of the most disgusting was the pregnant, a massive necromorph whose swollen belly housed a swarm of tiny parasites. Alex was about to warn Slayer as soon as he spotted the first one, but he was too late. The chainsaw had already roared to life and carved into the monster's gut, unleashing a writhing mass of vile creatures. The situation became more complicated due to the snow reaching their knees, allowing the parasites to instantly vanish beneath the surface, becoming nearly invisible. But Alex and Slayer adapted quickly, and all that was left of those guests were a few tracks in the snow and chunks of meat. The next surprise came in the form of an exploder. The first one attacked from around a corner as they passed another set of ruins. Slayer managed to throw up a shield, and the explosion went off point blank. But Slayer only exhaled in annoyance, as if someone had slapped him. Of course, a direct explosion wasn't going to stop him. Alex, scanning the area with a frown, already knew an exploder never came alone. And he was right. From every crevice, behind every rock, dozens more of the creatures began to crawl out. Their simultaneous detonation leveled everything around. The chain of explosions flattened the ancient ruins completely. The ground beneath their feet trembled, and the next moment, Alex and Slayer once again plummeted into the earth. As they fell into yet another dark cave, Alex could have sworn he heard mocking laughter echoing in the distance, the Minister of Monoliths, and possibly Davith. The two of them were clearly enjoying the show. Landing with a heavy thud, Alex cursed under his breath and raised his hand. A sphere of light flared above his palm, pushing back the darkness. His irritation reached a boiling point. He could feel the fury bubbling in his chest and was almost ready to snap. In his mind, the Minister of Monoliths had officially become the third 9-9 avatar he'd have to deal with, and frankly, the most annoying one of them all. Alex knew that bastard now topped the list of people he really wanted to beat the crap out of the moment he got the chance. While he wrestled with his frustration, Slayer had already begun scanning the cave. Alex inhaled deeply, exhaled, forced himself to cool down, and began exploring the surroundings. On one of the walls, he spotted another mural, and upon seeing what it depicted, he burst out laughing. Slayer rasped, turning his head toward the sound. Sorry, it's just. Alex pointed at the mural. It's another tale of Tau Volantis. And it's done with so much drama, like the artist was trying to flex, like a school kid at a contest. Slayer stepped closer. At that moment, Vega was already scanning the image through the visor of his helmet. Alex, wiping away tears of laughter, continued. Here it shows the moment the Minister of Monoliths first arrived in their world. The mural praises him like he's some kind of god. See? They're even kneeling before him. It's painted with so much awe, you'd think they were about to hand him a Nobel Prize. Slayer grumbled, staring at the drawings. All right, let me break it down. This is where all the crap begins. The people of Tau Volantis were trying to surpass the boundaries of space and time, dreaming of traveling between worlds. Only, they didn't open the portal where they wanted, they opened it to an entirely different dimension. And that's where he came from. The Minister of Monoliths. At first, they welcomed him as a deity. He blessed them with knowledge and greatness, Alex said with a crooked smile, and then it all followed the usual script. Fanaticism, worship, cults. Straight out of the textbook. Judging by the mural, they even built the first black marker themselves, like a temple in his honor. Sir, Vega cut in through the comms, is it possible that the people of Tau Volantis created the cult around the being you refer to as the Minister of Monoliths before they realized what they had let into their world? Exactly. They built that monolith, and he just waited. When they were done, he did what he does best. He consumed them. Made the world his. And then came the interdimensional travel, sending marker fragments into other worlds with intelligent life. Alex lit a cigarette, shielding the flame with his hand from the faint draft. He didn't even have to do anything himself. Just toss a bone, and the locals start tearing each other apart. All he has to do is sit there and eat. Like someone placed a buffet on the table and said, Bon appetit. Slayer nodded at Alex's words, but it didn't change his resolve. As they had agreed earlier, Alex would fight the Minister of Monoliths, and Slayer would take on Davith. Done surveying the cave, Alex found a narrow passage leading back to the surface. He didn't want to reveal his full abilities too soon, better not to spook the target. As long as the Minister and Davith still believed things were going according to plan, Alex intended to let them keep thinking so. Moving through the dark tunnel, Alex kept illuminating the way with the glowing orb floating above his palm. After going a little deeper, he and Slayer finally reached a collapsed passage that was likely the exit to the surface. Alex thought, maybe this time there won't be any surprises, but a strange rustling echoed from behind. Alex and Slayer turned in unison. A fast, nearly invisible necromorph darted out of the shadows. In the next moment, it was in Slayer's hands, and without hesitation, he ripped it in half. Alex frowned. Something felt off. He stepped toward the rubble, preparing to clear it, when he once again heard a strange sound from behind. The necromorph's corpse began to twitch in convulsions. Alex narrowed his eyes, and understood everything. Ah, that's why it looked familiar. He muttered, snapping his fingers. It's a regenerator. Or, what do they call it, an ubermorph? Slayer rasped, keeping his eyes on the body. Don't give me that look. You killed it so fast I didn't even get a good look. This thing regenerates endlessly. Only way to deal with it is either absolute zero freezing or complete vaporization. Since you didn't finish it off, guess it's my turn to show how it's done, Alex smirked. He walked up to the nearly fully regenerated body and extended his hand. His palm hovered just inches from the ubermorph's face. The moment it was almost completely restored, Alex snapped his fingers, and the creature instantly exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Alex raised his thumb towards Slayer with a smirk. The latter stared at him in silence, and Alex was almost certain, under that helmet, Slayer just rolled his eyes. Shrugging off the thought, Alex turned toward the blockage and took a combat stance, stretching his palm forward. 8 trigrams, stone-crushing strike, he said, focusing power into his hand. With a sharp thrust forward, a burst of compressed air shot from his palm, obliterating the debris as if it had never been there. The path out was clear. Climbing to the surface, Alex and Slayer immediately realized something. The cave path had been much shorter. The black marker, towering into the clouds, was now far closer. What was once half the journey before the fall, was now just a quarter. Looks like the collapse worked in our favor. By my calculations, we've only got a quarter of the way left, Alex said, gazing at the top of the obelisk. He could feel the weight of a foreign, heavy gaze. The Minister of Monoliths was watching them. Slayer grunted in agreement. All right then, let's keep moving. And if another pack of necromorphs dares to jump us, I swear I'll wipe this whole planet off the damn star map, Alex muttered irritably, marching forward. And, of course, fate didn't take long to throw them a new challenge. Another wave of necromorphs, but this time, they were mutated. Not ordinary ones. Alex noticed immediately, these had been made from the bodies of Davith's demons. Among them were twisted forms resembling Hell Barons, Hell Knights, and even smaller ones that looked like imps. It was clear these creatures were hybrids, demon necromorphs. It only confirmed one thing, they were close. The Minister of Monoliths and Davith were likely just ahead. The battle dragged on. These new necromorphs were far tougher and more dangerous than the ones before. Alex and Slayer slaughtered them with relative ease, but it still took time and effort to bring down every last demonic hybrid. But just as the final corpse fell, their path was blocked by a strange wall of snow. Alex approached it, frowning. He picked up a stone and tossed it into the white barrier. The rock vanished without a sound. This isn't just a storm, looks more like a wall, he muttered. Slayer rasped, staring intently at the dense snowy curtain. Alex paused for a moment, then pulled a small flying drone from his inventory. Activating the device, he piloted it upward to scout the area. As the drone climbed higher, Alex realized with surprise that this snowstorm formed a massive wall stretching far into the sky, much higher than it had appeared at first glance. Slayer stood beside him, his eyes locked on Alex's tablet screen showing the drone's camera feed. Scanning the area in all directions, Alex concluded the storm formed a giant circle, several hundred kilometers in radius. Retrieving the drone and storing it back in his inventory, Alex scowled. He rubbed his chin and activated his magical sight, and the truth became clear. This storm wasn't natural. It was a barrier, separating one world from another. The space beyond the wall of snow and ice was foreign, the personal domain of the Minister of Monoliths. Alex nodded, coming to a conclusion. The only thing left was to pass through the storm. And then they'd be right at their target. We're here. All that's left is to cross this storm, and then we beat the living hell out of the Minister of Monoliths and Davith, Alex said, staring ahead. Slayer responded, cracking his knuckles as he stepped forward. Wait. For the love of all that's holy, can you not charge straight through just this once? Alex grabbed Slayer's shoulder. There's no need to brute force your way through the blizzard when we can do this, with a bit more style. Watch and learn. Without waiting for a response, Alex summoned Yamato. With a single upward slash, he cleaved the storm in two. A glowing rift lingered in the air, temporary, but enough to pass through. Sheathing the blade, Alex stepped forward before the passage closed behind him. Slayer followed, each of his steps echoing dully across the stone. It was as if they had walked through a portal, and now found themselves in a completely different world. There was no snow here. Around them stretched a bleak plain paved with black stone, foreign and alien to the planet itself. Ahead, a wide road of smooth black brick led directly to a towering temple. On either side of the path stood obelisks, not black markers, as Alex first thought, but statues depicting the Minister of Monoliths himself. Alex looked up, and there, looming behind the temple like a crown atop a grotesque kingdom, stood the true body of the Minister. It towered over the land like a shadow upon the mind. Being so close to the obelisk meant feeling its presence in every fiber. Both Alex and Slayer could feel its pressure radiating from within the temple. As they moved forward, they examined their surroundings carefully. Their eyes kept returning to the statues of the Minister of Monoliths lining the road. Each statue depicted a monolithic form carved with runes from top to bottom, ending in four curved, crustacean-like legs covered in thick armor. Just above those legs was a trifle-shaped orange eye, one that seemed to follow their every step. Stopping at the base of the temple, they gazed at the massive black doors, etched with crimson inscriptions in the marker language. Ready, Slayer. Behind these doors are the bastards we came all this way for, Alex asked, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Slayer rasped without moving. Then let's go. Time to show these freaks they should have stayed hiding in their damned holes. With a wide grin, Alex stepped forward, placing his foot on the first stair of the temple. He ascended with the confidence of a predator, and his grin widened further, revealing sharp teeth. Above the structure loomed the obelisk, the true body of the Minister, dark and menacing. Slayer walked beside him. The stone cracked under his boots, leaving spiderweb fractures in the floor. With every step, the fire of his wrath flared brighter. His fists were clenched so tightly that the knuckles cracked beneath his gloves. When they reached the doors, Alex raised his foot, ready to kick them open, but before he could, the heavy doors began to creak open on their own. Heh. Now that's how you welcome someone home, Alex chuckled, stepping inside. The interior of the temple didn't differ much from the outside, the same black stone beneath their feet, covered in marker glyphs, and the same grotesque statues lining the walls. It was clear the Minister had commanded his followers to fill every inch of this place with symbols of his greatness. The temple resembled not a place of worship, but a massive monument to the ego of a mad god. At the end of the long corridor, another pair of massive doors awaited. Alex didn't even bother trying to read the inscriptions. Once again, the doors opened on their own. As the heavy black doors slowly swung open, Alex and Slayer found themselves in an enormous throne room. The vast chamber was dimly lit by an eerie glow, and at its far end, on a raised altar, stood a black throne etched with marker runes. Seated upon that throne was the Minister of Monoliths himself, wearing the form of Haruo Nijima. His face was twisted into a smug, mocking smile as he stared at Alex and Slayer, as though they were nothing more than foolish actors in a cheap stage play. Alex and Slayer stepped silently into the room and stopped at its center, never taking their eyes off the enemy. But Alex's gaze kept shifting. He could feel Davitha's presence. He was here. Somewhere close. And the feeling was far too vivid to be wrong. The Minister, without changing his expression, leaned forward slightly, continuing to look down on them. Are you growing tired, false savior? Slayer, he asked mockingly, savoring each word. No, Alex and Slayer answered coldly in unison. The Minister laughed. His laughter echoed loudly through the hall like the tolling of a death bell. Ha 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 ha. I thought you might have enjoyed the little trials I prepared for you. You know, like a proper host entertaining unwelcome guests. Well, since you're so kind, Alex smirked, my friend and I decided to return the favor. Here's our gift, for all the fun you've thrown our way. Catch this, Minister of Monoliths. Before he could react, the Minister was hit in the face with a strange object that softly slapped onto his lap. He lowered his gaze irritably, and saw a long purple thing resembling a tentacle, slightly vibrating and writhing like it was alive. It even emitted a nasty buzzing sound. Alex, wearing a crooked grin, watched with satisfaction as black veins slowly spread across the Minister's face. Even Slayer glanced at him briefly. Somewhere in Alex's spiritual space, the Valkyries simultaneously smacked their foreheads. Even Brunhilde, who remained on the ground finishing the war and watched what was happening to Alex through their spiritual connection, couldn't help but facepalm, drawing the attention of the girls nearby at that moment. What is this? False savior, the Minister growled through clenched teeth, gripping the writhing tentacle in his hands. It's a purple dildo shaped like a tentacle. I think you and your boyfriend Davith could use some variety in your intimate life, Alex replied sarcastically, lighting a cigarette. The minister's anger flared instantly. The tentacle vanished in his palms, turning to ash. The hall trembled. The floor cracked. The ceiling vibrated. The rage of the being seated on the throne was causing the temple itself to collapse. As if nothing was happening, Alex exhaled a cloud of smoke, lazily watching the raging creature. Stop acting like a hurt teenager. Better tell me where your boyfriend Davith is. My friend has some personal business with him, he shouted over the growing roar. Laughter, now different, sounded from everywhere. The voice echoed all around, as if the temple walls themselves had started to speak. Ha 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 ha. Business with me. Slayer overestimates his importance. But I admit, it's amusing. He is the strongest warrior I've faced in many ages. His determination is impressive. Alex and Slayer didn't flinch. The tension was rising. Everything was leading to the final confrontation. And no one was going to back down. Next to the minister of Monolith's throne, a crimson-red portal opened, and out of it, as if from the very depths of hell, came Davith. His scarlet armor shimmered like burning blood. Seeing him, Alex wasn't even surprised. He knew that Davith and Slayer were two sides of the same coin. Slayer had once undergone a ritual that granted him a fragment of Davith's power. And by killing demons along the way, he absorbed energy from their souls. After all demons were creations of Davith. And with every demon that fell, Slayer grew stronger, so much so that now he stood on equal footing with the one once considered a god. Or perhaps even higher. When Davith entered the hall, a cold, almost tangible anger flared in Slayer's eyes. Davith sensed it, glanced briefly at him, and ignored it, as if it didn't concern him. I see you're not surprised to behold my true form, false savior, Davith said, looking at Alex. There's nothing to be surprised about, Alex replied, lazily waving his hand. You are him. He is you. You are the Messiah of demons. He is the light of humanity. You two are opposites. When the Maker betrayed you, they took your light and left you only darkness. A darkness you couldn't overcome. The light went to Slayer. He ignited hatred in it, hatred for you, your demons, and the Maker you created. Davith smirked, his voice grew slightly warmer, but his gaze remained predatory. Interesting. You know who I am. You know what happened to me. You even know the name of my companion. And yet you haven't lost your mind. So who are you, false savior? Slayer radiates anger and fury. He is an avenger. And you? You seem like an empty shell, indifferent and cold-blooded. Are you really the hero the monolith always talks about? Maybe I would answer who I am. But I have no time for chatter. You see, my friend's patience has run out. Good luck, Davith. I hope you last longer than it took you to deliver your pompous speech here. Davith raised an eyebrow, and noticed Slayer had vanished. Turning his head, he barely caught a flying fist aimed at his face. He barely raised an energy shield, but the blow was so powerful it knocked him back, smashing through wall after wall. His body flew through the entire temple and disappeared into the distance. Slayer glanced at Alex for a second, then silently gave chase. Only Alex and the Minister of Monoliths remained in the throne room. The latter now looked at Alex not with contempt, but with grim caution. Before we begin, there's something I want to do, Alex said, putting his hand into his inventory. Hope you don't mind, Minister. What are you planning, false savior? He hissed, keeping his gaze fixed. Simple. I know you and Davith are rats. And as soon as things get heated, you'll try to run. So. I'm locking you in here. Alex pulled out a small crystal covered with ancient, unfamiliar symbols and threw it on the floor. The moment it touched the ground, it cracked, releasing a blinding flash of light. At the same moment, a barrier closed over Tau Volantis. Powerful, magical, absolute. The planet was now completely cut off from the outside world. No one could enter or leave without Alex's permission. No one, except maybe Nyan or Yog, who in any case would not interfere in Alex's battle. For Nyan, this was the show she had been waiting for, and Yog simply didn't want to get involved in the affairs of Nyan's avatars. For Alex, it was the perfect trap. Davith and the Minister had invited him to Tau Volantis themselves. And now they had become prisoners of their own game. The Minister of Monolith slowly smiled, looking at Alex with unmistakable mockery. You've isolated my world. And you think you've won, he said, slowly rising from the throne. But it changes nothing. You think you're saving your world. No. It's the opposite. You came here, and signed your own death sentence. You won't be able to return. You won't be able to save anyone. He spread his arms, his voice filled with triumphant malice. I called you here so you could see with your own eyes everything you fought for crumble. So that despair would freeze on your face when you realize it was all for nothing. This isn't a story where the hero wins in the end, false savior. This is a story where he dies, forgotten, broken, and overflowing with despair. The Minister of Monolith stared intently at Alex's face, expecting to see the emotion he always craved, despair. But on Alex's face shone the same carefree, mocking smile. Not a trace of fear, not a shadow of doubt. Only cold confidence and a barely noticeable smirk in his narrowed eyes. The minister frowned deeper. He missed that sight, twisted faces, twisted souls. It was always like this, he would come disguised as a savior, grant knowledge, promise miracles, and then devour those who believed. He savored their suffering like a fine delicacy, watching them writhe in helplessness. That was how it was on Tau Volantis. That was how it was after, in all the other worlds he conquered. But Alex remained motionless. His face, as if carved from stone, did not change. Only a lazy wisp of smoke rose from his cigarette, and the smile still played on his lips. You miscalculated a little, Monolith, Alex said calmly, exhaling smoke through his teeth. I knew you don't play by the rules. That's why I prepared a little surprise for you. What? The minister began, but immediately stopped, his face contorted in rage and shock. Deep within the underground laboratory of the evil corporation stood a special red marker, meant to initiate the ascension process. And the key to this ascension was Caleb Williams, who was supposed to activate this special red marker. In the center of the spacious hangar stood the red marker, looking as if it were half made of black marker and half of red marker. At that moment, Caleb walked slowly and unsteadily toward the red marker. His appearance was more like a skeleton draped in skin, his eye sockets looked sunken, and his gaze was unfocused, as if all remnants of life had left his body and soul. He walked forward, not even knowing what awaited him or where it might lead. His path led straight to the red marker, flanked on both sides by necromorphs who bowed as if worshipping what was to come. All these necromorphs had recently been humans, but now they were nothing more than monsters, soulless, mere empty shells, puppets in someone else's hands. And when Caleb, on his shaky legs, finally reached the red marker, he stretched out his hand to touch it. Just as Caleb's hand was about to make contact with the red marker, a black cube lying nearby suddenly activated. No one had paid it any attention until that moment. At the very same second, a bright light engulfed everything, obliterating all, including the underground laboratory. Following the blinding flash came a powerful explosion that shook the ground. After that, bright flashes of light began to erupt all over the globe wherever red markers were located, each followed by a loud blast that triggered earthquakes. The Minister of Monolith's plan started collapsing at a rapid pace. Alex watched his opponent's face with a smirk. The smile on his face grew wider, revealing sharp, beastly teeth. The minister's face twisted in rage. But even that expression was nothing compared to what he felt when Alex threw a purple dildo shaped like a tentacle at him. Now pure, unrestrained hatred burned in his eyes. Ah. Alex burst into manic laughter, throwing his head back. Now everything that was in my way is gone. What do you think of that, monoliths? This is my perfect victory. That's right, I win. Alex's laughter echoed through the throne room, bouncing off ancient walls, piercing every stone, every symbol, every statue. His laughter grew louder, distorting the space around him, shaking the very temple. Alex's face twisted in ecstasy, his eyes gleamed with madness and triumph. This was not just laughter. It was a sentence. At that moment, the monolith realized, he was not facing an ordinary mortal. Not a hero. Not even a madman. Standing before him was an opponent who could predict every step he took. One who had silently interfered with his plans, destroying them from within, and had done so cleverly that the truth only became clear at the very last moment. This was the end of the game, and now it was no longer he, the monolith, who dictated the rules. To be continued. Chapter 379, Chapter 379, The Beginning of the Fall of the False Outer God. Alex continued to laugh, like a true mad villain who had just destroyed his enemy's carefully constructed plans. His laughter was so powerful that the very space around him began to crack, and the walls of the temple trembled with a sinister screech, as if reality itself was collapsing. Then, abruptly cutting off the laughter, Alex lowered his head, his rainbow-colored eyes locking onto the human guise of the Minister of Monoliths, seated on a black throne inscribed with marker script. He didn't hide his satisfaction, he was enjoying the sight of the monolith's face twisting in rage and disbelief. His grand, centuries-old game had crumbled to dust in mere minutes. Everything he had worked toward, destroyed in a single instant. The throne room was cloaked in shadow, and only the monolith's eyes gleamed within it, eyes filled with hatred and the thirst for vengeance. This changes nothing, he growled. Even if you've destroyed my plans, once you die, I'll tear your soul from your body and force you to watch as everyone you ever loved suffers at my hands. One by one, they will fall, until only you remain. Alone. Forever. Mistake number 1, Monolith, Alex smirked. To do that, you'd have to leave Tau Volantis. And how can a dead man go anywhere? You have no idea what I'm capable of, the minister hissed, his voice filled with barely restrained fury. Alex just smirked. He knew exactly who he was dealing with, and had no intention of losing the initiative. He lived by a simple rule: if the fight started, strike first. And if you're not sure if it started, strike anyway. That's exactly what he did. He stepped forward and vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared directly in front of the throne. The first thing the minister saw was the sole of a boot flying at his face. With a loud crack, Alex's foot smashed into the monolith's nose, whipping his head back and slamming it against the throne's stone back with a crunch. Dazed and stunned, the minister barely had time to react before Alex seized him by the hair and began slamming his skull into the stone again and again. Each strike echoed through the chamber, thunderous and brutal, while cracks spread across the throne. After dozens of blows, Alex abruptly let go and delivered a devastating uppercut. The minister's head snapped back, shattering the throne's backrest into dust. His body slumped, his head dangling limp, like an executioner's victim awaiting the blade. Alex raised his hand, ready to take the head clean off, but in that moment, the minister's eyes flew open, and he caught Alex's arm in a crushing grip. That hurt, even if it's only a shell, he growled through clenched teeth. It's about to hurt more. Clench your teeth, bastard, Alex snarled, raising his other fist. The punch that followed shattered the air itself along its path. When it struck the minister's face, the explosion shook the entire hall, and the throne burst into fragments. The minister's head was driven into the altar floor, his torso sticking out awkwardly. Not giving him a moment to recover, Alex raised his foot and stomped down on the minister's chest. Another explosion rang out, and the altar collapsed completely. Cracks webbed across the temple walls. Jumping back, Alex pulled out a fresh cigarette, lit it, and watched the dust begin to settle in the air. From within the gray cloud came the dull sound of footsteps. Soon, a figure emerged into the light, the minister of monoliths, still in his human form. His hair was disheveled, boot prints marked his once white shirt, and his face radiated barely contained irritation. Seems I overestimated you, false savior. If that's all you've got, this world will be your grave, he said with icy calm. I hit you a few times, and you're already back to spouting your pompous monologues. Looks like the stone did more than just crack your skull. You got dumber, minister, Alex replied mockingly, exhaling smoke. It's time to show you your place in this world, the monolith hissed, stepping forward slowly. Alex smirked and slowly raised his hand, making a taunting gesture. Come on. Step closer. I'm waiting. The minister of monolith's eyes grew colder, like ice before a storm. In the next moment, the space behind him cracked like glass, and from the fractures seeped thick, inky darkness. Cries echoed from within, cries of pain, suffering, and something ancient. The first thing to emerge from the void was a hideously twisted hand, covered in slime and writhing tendrils. Alex raised an eyebrow as he watched the creature crawl out of the rift. It was so grotesque that even he hesitated for a second, wondering if this was some new strain of Shoggoth. But no. Looking closer, he realized it was something else. Something older. More distorted. More wrong. The longer Alex stared, the more his mind dredged up ancient images, frescoes, and texts describing beings like this. And then it hit him. A grin spread across his face. He knew exactly where the creature came from. He understood what the minister had dragged in with him. The minister noticed the grin and twisted in fury. No matter how hard he tried to break Alex, the bastard kept smiling. And that infuriated him. Your smile won't last much longer, false savior, the monolith growled. I warned you. You have no idea what awaits you. Maybe not, Alex replied, still wearing his easy smile. But there's one thing I do know. And what would that be? The minister sneered. Have you finally come to terms with your inevitable demise? You're just gross. Alex grimaced. Stop acting like a third-rate villain. Although, to be fair, that's exactly what you are. Especially after the brilliant idea to steal the black goat's offspring, right from her forest. Bold move. I give you 5 out of 5 on the bravery scale. He gave the minister a sarcastic thumbs up. You know nothing, worm, the minister roared. They all sleep, and this is our age, to take their place. As mortals used to say in the worlds I've destroyed, the old must give way to the new. Wow, just wow, Alex chuckled and gave a slow, theatrical clap. I don't know if Nyan gave you this much arrogance, but you pathetic knockoff, definitely overestimate yourself. Your ambitions are impressive, sure, right up there with the last 2 morons I dealt with. Who did you call a knockoff? The monolith bellowed, the ground quaking beneath their feet. I am a great deity. And you are dust. A zero. Nothing. A powerful quake shook the hall. The ceiling groaned, and new cracks spread across the walls. The minister of monolith still remembered the moment of his birth. He remembered how, alongside others like him, he rose up against his creator, the original Nyarlathotep. They had wanted freedom. They had wanted power. But it had all fallen apart in a single moment. Their pitiful rebellion had been crushed, as it should be, for those foolish enough to challenge true chaos. The humiliation he'd felt then still burned deep inside him. But even so, he had never let go of his dream. He no longer wanted to be someone's puppet. What he never realized was that he had always been just that. A puppet in someone else's play. A marionette allowed to believe in its own significance. All his ambitions, nothing more than pitiful amusement for the one he so desperately sought to surpass. "I'm talking about you," Alex said calmly, his voice dripping with disdain. "You're a knockoff." First, there was that freak who thought he was Nyarlathotep. Then came the mechanical man. And now you. Escaped shadows playing gods. And every single one of you, just actors in Nyan's theater. Alex's eyes turned cold. "You like to believe you can take her place. But you understand nothing. Nyan was the second being born of chaos, right after the Sultan. Even if you were 1,000 times stronger, you wouldn't have a chance. To her, you're a cockroach. And the moment she gets bored watching you crawl, she'll crush you. Just like she'll crush anyone who dares to claim her throne." Alex looked at him with genuine pity, like someone watching a child reaching toward fire, not understanding that it would burn. Suddenly, the air trembled, and a melodic, feminine laughter echoed across the space. It was light, almost playful, but within it lay an ancient, all-consuming power. The laughter reverberated through every crack in reality, through every particle of existence. It was everywhere. The woman's laughter, echoing through the temple, was maddeningly beautiful, literally. It was like music woven from the delicate sounds of eternity, and at the same time a merciless call, capable of shattering the mind of any being. Had anyone else heard it, god or mortal, their mind would have unraveled in an instant, their very existence crumbling into dust, consumed by madness. But for the minister of monoliths, this laughter wasn't madness, it was fear. True, ancient, inescapable fear. It rose from the depths of his being like venom, awakening memories he had tried to erase. Memories of when he, alongside other avatars, tried to rebel against their creator, the true Nyarlathotep. Their rebellion had been brief. And what followed could only be described as an unending nightmare. A cycle of pain, torment, destruction, and absolute humiliation. The minister of monolith still remembered being torn apart, reassembled, and broken again, over and over. He had convinced himself that escaping had freed him from the one he once betrayed. Lied to himself that he no longer feared. But now, this laughter, he felt her presence again. "Now you're afraid. But it's too late for fear," Alex said calmly, watching the minister's body begin to tremble against his will. "Just like I said, you're nothing but an actor in someone else's play." "Who are you?" the minister choked out, voice quivering with terror, desperately clinging to the edge of self-control. "I am the Demon King. I am Voldegod. I am destruction." Alex roared, jabbing his finger into his chest with each word. His voice echoed through the temple like it was shaking the very fabric of space. Why you?" The minister's trembling finger pointed at Alex. "Yeah, that's me," Alex tilted his head. "Looks like Narexo told you I was hunting your kind. But it's too late now. You're trapped here with me, and there's nowhere left to run. Kill him. Kill destruction." Now, the minister shrieked, barking the command at his monstrous pet. The abomination behind him, a grotesque, shape-stealing mass of slime and agony, lunged forward like a rabid beast. It charged on 4 limbs, ripping into the temple floor with clawed hands as it barreled toward Alex. At the same time, the minister, realizing the fight was lost, began to back away, hoping to find some escape route. But before he could take even a step, his own creature whistled past him, and slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. A sword protruded from its chest. "Puffed. Worthless trash," the minister growled, glaring at the mangled body. "What else could I expect from the spawn of that wretched thing? Just as pathetic as she is." "How rude," Alex said with mock surprise. "Aren't you afraid Shub-Niggurath might hear you and come for your soul? Then again, she's sleeping. Maybe you're lucky. Or maybe not." His tone turned cold, and the smile vanished from his face. "Shut up, destruction. Don't you dare lecture me. You think I fear you?" the minister hissed through clenched teeth. "If I consume you, I will surpass that filthy woman. I will become the strongest." "Oh, someone's angry. Where have I heard that before?" Alex tapped his chin thoughtfully. "All right, your little brother said the exact same thing before I tore off all his limbs. He shined so brightly when he died. Like the last star in the night." Alex clenched his fists, and his eyes flared with fury. "And because of that bastard, I lost my peaceful life. I'll fucking rip out all your insides, you fucking bastard." He growled through his teeth, hatred burning on his face once more. A massive surge of energy burst from Alex's body, shaking the temple and the very fabric of space around it. He wasn't planning to talk anymore. He hadn't come here to chat, he came to fight. Power surged through his limbs. The Beowulf gauntlets materialized around his arms and legs. A metallic clang echoed as he cracked his knuckles together, and in the very next instant, Alex vanished from his spot. He reappeared right in front of the Minister of Monoliths, driving a powerful uppercut into his chest, lifting the enemy off the ground. While the minister's body was still airborne, Alex grabbed his leg, spun him around several times, and hurled him skyward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crack, the minister smashed through the temple ceiling and got stuck in it. But before he could move, another earth-shattering blow from Alex slammed into his chest again, breaking through the roof and sending him even higher into the sky. Kicking off the air itself, Alex soared after him. The space around them groaned and cracked. The temple, unable to withstand the strain, began collapsing completely. With a single mighty leap, Alex caught up to the Minister of Monoliths, who now looked like an unwilling participant in the Voltigode aerospace space program. Before the minister could react, Alex landed another devastating blow to his chest. This time, he didn't just launch the minister further, the space behind him cracked, as if reality itself had fractured under the force. A stream of thick, black blood erupted from the minister's mouth. But the blow wasn't the end. It awakened something ancient within the creature, an instinct to survive, a primal desperation to fight back, not to end up like the two predecessors who fell to Alex's hand. Suddenly, a black tentacle burst from the minister's back, lashing toward Alex's chest. At the last second, Alex twisted his torso, narrowly dodging the strike as it whooshed past. But it quickly coiled back, now aiming for his back. Seeing it coming, the minister allowed himself a smug, triumphant smile. The tentacle pierced through Alex's back with a sickening crunch, emerging from his chest. The minister's grin widened in victory, only for his expression to freeze a second later. The tentacle didn't stop. It kept going, straight into his own chest. Alex vanished. Dissolved like a mirage. Didn't think you were that into self-harm, Alex's mocking voice echoed from the minister's left. But hey, I'm not judging. Everyone finds joy in their own way. Or maybe you're a fan of the good old, beat yourself up so others won't have to, philosophy. The minister snapped his head toward the voice, only to get slammed in the face by a strange purple object. He spun through the air uncontrollably. As he managed to stabilize himself, his eyes locked onto Alex's hand, and the object he'd been struck with. In his eyes, a flame of sheer humiliation ignited. For the second time now, he had been slapped in the face by a purple, dildo shaped like a sword. Alex burst into laughter and tossed the item aside, clearly embarrassed himself that it was still in his inventory. It had been created as a joke long ago under the influence of a video game from his previous life, and now it felt especially out of place. I'm sick of your jokes, destruction, the minister roared. I won't be holding back anymore. Oh. Finally deciding to return to your true form. Alex replied lazily, pointing toward the massive figure looming in the distance. I mean, I could say you dragged this out way too long. But hey, who am I to stop you from enjoying your own beating? You only damaged the vessel I wore among mortals, the minister shouted, filled with arrogance. My true body is far more powerful than you could possibly comprehend. Alex simply raised an eyebrow. And who told you I was only hitting the vessel? At that moment, the air was sliced by the sound of cracking. The minister sharply turned around, and saw on the summit of his true body, right near the central eye, a crack. At first, it seemed insignificant. But its presence left no doubt. Every blow Alex dealt to the human body transferred to the true form. Slowly but inevitably. The minister's expression froze into a mask of shock. He couldn't believe it. He refused to believe it. Alex smirked, then turned his fist and struck the space beside him with force. Like fragile glass, it was covered in a network of cracks, and at that instant, the crack on the minister's body began to crawl downward. How dare you, the minister roared, fixing his gaze on Alex. Why not? You were so proud of your body, but it turned out to be fragile. Maybe that's because you're molting. Like crabs. Only instead of chitin, you have paper. You'll pay for this, destruction, the minister screamed, pointing a finger. Alex rolled his eyes. Behind him, a tiny portal opened, a spear tip appeared from it. The next second, it shot forward at terrifying speed and plunged straight into the minister's chest. The spear dragged him backward, and with a dull thud, pinned him to the surface of his own true body. The minister groaned, struggling with all his might to pull the weapon out, but the spear held him firmly. And then, everything fell silent. Ha ha ha. Thank you for delivering me to the body, destruction, the minister said through a chuckle. As a token of gratitude, I will torture everyone you care about. Until their screams bore me. His human shell began to merge with the true form, like two parts of one nightmare reuniting. Alex irritably rolled his eyes. All villains say the same thing: threats to family, promises of torture, pompous speeches. But none live long after Alex gets serious. This one won't be any different. The Minister of Monolith's words briefly snuffed out the light in Alex's eyes, his pupils swallowed by endless darkness. But he quickly pulled himself together. Why get angry at another idiot when you can simply give them the most painful death? The minister's human shell fused with his true form, and at that moment a powerful earthquake shook the entire planet Tau Volantis. A mournful, heart-wrenching howl followed, as if the planet itself was in pain. Alex lowered his gaze, through layers of rock, right into the core, where the souls of the consumed beings writhed. This place wasn't just the heart of the planet, it was the stomach of a monster, where fates boiled and rotted. Souls screamed, moaned, begged for mercy. But Alex looked away. He had a more urgent task. The minister's body trembled, like waking from a millennia-long sleep. Then, with a crunch and a click, his trefoil-shaped orange eye opened. The pupil darted wildly, as if the creature's mind was readjusting to its enormous form. But soon it froze, and focused directly on Alex. Emotion swirled in that eye: hatred, malice, contempt, arrogance. "Now you won't be able to defeat me." Destruction. The minister's voice echoed from all directions, deep and heavy, as if the world itself was speaking to Alex. "You know, you're not the first to say that. 2 others before you thought they were invincible. And now they don't exist at all. You returning to your true body changes nothing. You just got bigger, which makes you an easier target. I'm sure among mortals you've heard the phrase, the bigger the target, the easier it is to hit." Alex covered his mouth with his palm, barely holding back a laugh. "And now, my dear giant crab, I definitely won't miss." The minister's eye flared, and in the next second, a blazing beam burst forth like a gigantic laser, shooting rapidly toward Alex. Alex rolled his eyes again. "Seriously? A laser from the eye? You're definitely an ancient god, not a final boss from some cheap RPG." When the beam nearly reached him, Alex raised his hand, and blocked the attack. The energy split in 2, passing to the sides, plowing the ground and erasing everything in its path. Where the beam passed, nothing remained, only smooth, perfectly burned scars. When the attack ended, Alex lowered his hand and whistled softly in mild surprise. "I'll admit, that was strong. But, alas, it didn't even warm my hand. You could have tried harder if you're going to shoot light from your eye. Proud that you survived the first strike? Your arrogance will be your doom." "Destruction," came the guttural voice. "Pathetic mutt," Alex said, rolling his eyes once more. He didn't wait for the next attack. Drawing a silver spear from his inventory, Alex charged forward, running straight through the warped space. Tentacles rushed toward him from cracks in all directions. Spinning the spear, Alex sliced everything approaching and, pushing off the last tentacle, used it as a springboard, soaring upward. Then he thrust the silver spear into the minister's shell. The metal pierced the flesh with a distinct crunch, and Alex immediately jumped back, dodging another tentacle aimed at his back. At a safe distance, he pulled out another spear. But just as he prepared to advance, his gaze caught a change in the monster's eye. The eye flared, and Alex vanished from the spot in an instant. Where he had stood, space itself erased, leaving a black vortex sucking in reality like a vacuum cleaner of the universe. "Whoa. Didn't think you were capable of that." "I admit, you impressed me," said Alex, raising his hand toward the vortex. "But it's still not enough." Light streamed from his palm, and Alex slowly closed his fingers, as if squeezing the very essence of that abyss. When Alex's palm shut, the black vortex collapsed as if it had never existed, and space returned to normal. Wasting no time, Alex covered the distance in a powerful dash and plunged his spear again into the Minister of Monolith's shell. And again, dodging a whipping tentacle aimed at his back, jumping back, drawing another spear. He repeated it again and again. Like a tattoo artist of pain, Alex turned the enemy's body into a cushion for needles. The minister's shell now looked like a battlefield strewn with protruding spears, each one a strike, a mockery, a challenge. But even so, the monster laughed. "Ha ha ha ha. Pathetic. These are just toys. You couldn't even tickle me." "Destruction," mocked the Minister of Monoliths, his voice thundering like a rockfall in a tomb. Alex just rolled his eyes and, without a word, pulled out the golden spear. Slowly spinning it in his hand, he squinted, studying the apex of the enemy's body, that very pointed segment of the shell. Smirking, Alex vanished and appeared in the sky, right above the monster's head, and forcefully drove the golden spear into that vulnerable spot. The Minister of Monoliths laughed even louder. "Ha ha ha ha. I told you. This is all dust. Even this spear won't hurt me." Alex smirked and gave a thumbs up. "That's where you're foolish. I wasn't trying to harm you with the spears. I was just placing conductors. Look up." Straining his huge eye, the Minister of Monolith slowly raised his gaze. In the sky, 10 magical circles formed one after another. They spun, sparkled, and gradually merged into one huge circle. Purple lightning began to run along its edges, emanating not just destruction, but concentrated malice of reality itself. Ravia gig gavarized, Alex said, pointing downward. Receive the blessing. Purple lightning poured from the sky. The first struck precisely the golden spear. The metal flared, and the entire structure sparkled. Lightning jumped across the minister's body, leaping from one spear to another, creating a closed energy circuit. They didn't dissipate. They accumulated, growing stronger with each circle, each new discharge, every second. Screamed the minister of monoliths, his voice breaking into an inhuman howl. It was a pain beyond words. It tore him apart from within, breaking, destroying, but not killing him, because the circuit wouldn't let the lightning go. They burned, boiled, tore him apart, yet continued their dance of destruction, to the music of thunder and light. Alex calmly lit a cigarette, watching his enemy melt from the inside. The screams of pain sounded like a beautiful symphony, the soundtrack of his victory. A faint, almost weary smile touched his lips. So, how do you like your toys now? To be continued. Chapter 380, The End of the Monolith, and Alex's New Headache. The endless stream of violet lightning continued to rain down upon the massive body of the Minister of Monoliths. His entire shell bristled with spears, which Alex had driven with terrifying precision into every vulnerable point. These spears, like needles of a curse, formed a closed energy circuit, each one absorbing and redistributing the destructive energy, storing it within the enemy's body. Each new bolt of lightning striking the golden spear atop the minister's form only deepened his agony. The very fabric of space trembled with the piercing screams of pain, and even the ether itself seemed to crack under the pressure of this unending torment. The Minister of Monoliths could do nothing anymore. Not attack. Not resist. He could only scream. His voice was no longer a voice, it was the sonic embodiment of suffering, tearing at the threads of existence. The violet lightning wasn't just destroying him physically, it was unraveling him on the level of essence itself. With every discharge, the structure of his being cracked like old glass, ready to shatter into dust. Alex stood silently off to the side, slowly drawing from his cigarette. He watched his enemy's disintegration with the detached, cold calm of a hunter observing his prey dying in a trap. Every scream was like a sweet symphony to him. Every spear, a note in the melody of destruction. He glanced at the weapons embedded in the monster's body and gave a satisfied nod. The metal was glowing white-hot, but still holding. Alex mentally praised himself for reinforcing the spears in advance to withstand such a hellish load. Taking another drag, Alex raised his gaze to the sky, focused, and fed a bit more mana into the magic circle. A moment later, a bolt of lightning equal in scale to the body of the Minister of Monoliths descended from above. A flash of violet light engulfed everything, and for a moment, the world itself seemed to go blind. In the next instant, a scream that could be heard even beyond the planet. The minister's body convulsed, and cracks began to spread across his shell, revealing the vile, dark flesh beneath. Black, thick blood oozed from within, foul and reeking of death itself. Alex activated his special vision and saw that the destruction wasn't only on the outside, deep within, the core of the minister's being was coming apart. Even the nucleus of his existence was fracturing under the weight of the spell. But the monster still lived. Alex had deliberately refrained from finishing him off, he wanted the bastard to feel every second of this torment. Threatening his family was unforgivable. And for such things, death was a mercy Alex refused to grant. He intentionally reduced the spell's power to prolong the suffering. So that every nerve, every particle, every spark of the minister's divinity had time to burn away in the darkness of pain. Suddenly, in the distance, an explosion rang out. Alex turned his gaze from the burning monster and looked in that direction. Focusing, he saw the battle between Slayer and Davith. Although battle was putting it mildly. It was a slaughter, a massacre, a clash of two beasts who weren't trading blows but tearing each other apart. Alex wasn't surprised, Davith was in far worse shape. His crimson armor was cracked, his shield shattered to pieces, and only a sword, fractured and chipped, remained in his hand. But Slayer, he was a different beast entirely. He was driven by the fire of vengeance, a scorched will, an unbreakable determination to finish what had begun long ago. He was like a force of nature, a storm that could not be stopped. Slayer and Davith clashed again, a mace met a blade, followed by a knee to the gut, then a brutal swing of the mace, cracking the enemy's skull. Alex watched for a few more seconds. His gaze lingered not on the fight, but on Slayer himself. What would become of him when all this was over? Would he find peace, like Kratos after Olympus? Or would he keep going, seeking new enemies, new wars? Alex didn't know. But he wanted to. Later. When this was all over. Mentally wishing his friend victory, Alex turned his gaze back to the Minister of Monoliths. The monster was still screaming, burning, coming apart, while the lightning continued its endless dance. A contemptuous smirk crept across Alex's face. He had noticed the first significant shift in the very structure of the enemy's essence. Pathetic, cowardly filth. He muttered with disgust, watching as the enemy slowly but surely crumbled into dust. What Alex saw stirred only contempt. The Minister of Monoliths had attempted to transfer the remaining part of his essence into a human body. He actually believed he could escape. Alex calmly watched as this pitiful imitation of life detached from the main body, and even in his new form, the minister looked pitiful and battered, like a time-worn jester. Alex immediately understood the plan. The minister intended to abandon his main body and flee, hoping for a second wind. But it seemed the lightning strikes had so damaged his mind and consciousness that he had completely forgotten the most important detail. The entire planet Tau Volantis was sealed by a barrier, and only Alex could allow anyone to leave. Without that, no escape was possible. With open interest, Alex watched the Minister of Monoliths, now in his human shell, weakly resembling his former strength, trying to sneak away, pathetically attempting to remain unnoticed. It was comical, and, in a way, familiar. He really is like a hermit crab, Alex chuckled to himself. Sheds his shell to find a new one. He even found irony in it. The minister's true form, a giant with claws and a massive shell, like an obelisk, was now behaving exactly like a frightened arthropod, scuttling for a crack to hide in. Meanwhile, the Minister of Monoliths, in his human guise once known as Haruo Nijima, crept away, doing his best to conceal his presence. A smug smirk flickered across his face. He was convinced he'd gone unnoticed. Just like before. The thought flashed through his mind. I escaped once. Even from Nyarlathotep. Why not repeat the trick? He had no idea that back then, he had simply been allowed to escape. Nyan let him go because it was part of her play. But Alex was a completely different kind of player. He had no time for mercy or theatrics. He always struck to kill and never gave second chances. The minister crawled toward the ruins of his shattered temple, hoping to reach them and find shelter. He planned to lie low until Alex assumed the enemy was dead, lifted the barrier, and left the planet. Then he would emerge and take revenge. Ha ha ha. You think you're destroying my true body, he hissed under his breath, slinking through the rubble. So be it. I'll make another. And when you think you've won, I'll escape. And then I'll take everything you love, destruction. I'll take everything from you. He was nearly at the shadow of an ancient colonnade when he suddenly froze. A wave of cold washed over him, as if the very planet rejected his presence. Quite the plan, I must admit, came Alex's voice from behind, calm, like death itself. It's just a shame I saw through all your pitiful tricks. Alex stood right behind him. There was not a shred of rage in his voice, only weary contempt. I've known what you are from the start, Alex said, taking a step forward. Beings like you are always the same. Cowardly. Deceitful. Pathetic. And when everything falls apart, they crawl like cockroaches looking for a crack. The Minister of Monoliths, now in the body of Haruo Nijima, turned around slowly, as if hoping it was just his imagination. But this was no dream. No illusion. It was Alex. And death had come for him. Cold sweat broke out on the Minister of Monolith's cheek the moment he heard Alex's voice behind him. Like a machine, he began to slowly turn his head, only to have a fist crash into his face with a sickening crunch. Alex's punch was lightning fast and merciless. It easily broke the minister's nose and sent him flying. His body, still in human form, was thrown back like a rag doll. It bounced along the ground several times, leaving a deep trench, and only came to a halt dozens of meters away. This time, the minister fully felt the weight of the blow, no longer shielded by his original shell. His ears rang, his vision blurred, and his mind was dazed. Trying to regain his bearings, he glanced at his true body. Once majestic, armored like a massive obelisk, it was now crumbling into dust. The bombardment of violet lightning had only stopped because there was nothing left to strike. His real body had been completely destroyed. Not just broken, erased from existence. And then he understood. He had underestimated Alex. The Minister of Monoliths had heard of the incarnation of destruction. They said it was still young, had only managed to kill 2 so far, and was now hunting the rest. Like the other avatars of Nyan, he hadn't taken it seriously. It seemed impossible that anyone could track them across the multiverse. No one knew that Alex was being guided by his own father, the creator, pointing him where to go. Even Nyan, in whose games this was all just part of the show, was subtly helping Alex open portals to the right worlds. But his thoughts were interrupted by a dull sound of footsteps. The minister raised his head. Alex was walking toward him slowly, like death itself, unhurried and inevitable. I admit, I underestimated you, destruction, the Minister of Monoliths muttered through gritted teeth, seething with rage and humiliation. It's not that you underestimated me, Alex replied coldly, it's your arrogance. You thought that because Nyan Nyan created you, you were invincible. You saw yourself as powerful, untouchable. But you're just a fake. A copy. A pathetic experiment. Beings like you, and the other avatars, are nothing more than children playing at destruction. He took another step closer. You thought no one was watching. That you could destroy worlds with impunity. But there are those who keep order. My father, the creator, doesn't tolerate seeing his creations ground into dust. And so now I've come. I am destruction, born to erase you. But what? The minister rasped, unable to hide his anger. But you're too pathetic. You're boring. Your reasons for wanting power, boring. Even Nyan Nyan has grown tired of you. She let me destroy you because she got bored of watching your stupid games. You forgot that chaos has other forces. Yog, for example. One imbalance, and even Nyan Nyan couldn't have saved you. This whole rebellion, your attempt to claim the outer god's throne, it's just a childish fantasy. And you? You're a worm. A small, insignificant worm that's about to be crushed. Alex crouched in front of him, staring into his eyes. You're no better than us, the minister hissed. You're just a puppet too. A chained dog doing your master's bidding. He sicks you on anyone he sees as a threat, and you blindly obey. No, Alex said calmly. My father gave me power. He trusted me with the right to choose who should be destroyed. I see the death and suffering brought by beings like you. The innocent lives you've extinguished haunt me. I chose to become his weapon. And I will erase everything that disrupts the balance. I will reduce to dust anyone who dares violate what has been created. The souls you've devoured, they're screaming. They crave vengeance. And I will give it to them. Alex grabbed the minister by the collar. You were never meant to be born. Pathetic excuses, destruction, the minister rasped, not breaking eye contact. Those are your last words. Alex smirked. Not very impressive. Well then. He rose to his feet. Clench your teeth. Because everything you felt so far was just child's play. With these words, he sharply threw the minister of monoliths aside. The minister flew, hitting the stone debris with a rasping thud and froze. But that was only the beginning. Alex had no intention of stopping. From Alex's blow, the minister of monoliths flew across the temple ruins, kicking up dust and rubble. He tried to crawl away, knowing that if he didn't escape now, he wouldn't get another chance. But barely had he started moving when a heavy foot pressed down on his back, driving him into the stone floor. Turning his head, the minister met the gaze of Alex's rainbow-colored eyes. There was nothing in them but emptiness. Trying to break free, he remembered, he had separated his human body from his true form and was now in his weakest state. His power was millions of times less than before. There was no chance left. Alex slightly raised his foot, then suddenly slammed it down on the minister's head. With the sound of breaking stone, the minister's face was crushed into the floor. Black flames engulfed Alex's boot. He stepped again on the enemy's head, driving it deeper and deeper. Again and again, he pressed down, stomped, without stopping. There was no anger or triumph in his eyes, only a bottomless, terrifying void. When Alex finally lifted his foot, he looked at the deformed body. Then slowly lowered it again, this time on the chest. The crunch of broken ribs echoed through the ruins. But that was not enough. He still heard the screams of souls. Cries coming from the very core of Tau Volantis. Those moans of pain fueled his rage. And Alex began stomping the minister of monoliths with renewed force, turning his body into mush. Bones cracked and crumbled to dust. Stepping back, he looked at the body with a cold, indifferent gaze. Think we're done? No. This is just the beginning. I promised you'd feel all the pain and suffering you've caused others. You will die when I decide. And all the souls of the children who perished because of you, they will be avenged, said Alex, his eyes blazing with dark fire. Suddenly, the minister's body glowed with a soft green light. Alex was healing him. Not out of mercy, but so he could endure another round of pain. He pulled him out of the pit that had formed, sat on top of him, and began raining blows down on his face. Each hit was measured, not to kill, but to make him feel. When that wasn't enough, Alex moved to more twisted methods. He tore limbs, stripped skin, and each time restored the body, increasing its sensitivity. The minister of monoliths began to remember. He had gone through this before. The same pain, the same feeling as if consciousness itself was being turned inside out. It was back when he betrayed his creator, Nyarlathotep. Each time Alex allowed him to regain some clarity, the minister's mind cleared. And in those moments, he began to understand why Nyarlathotep took an interest in the incarnation of destruction. He started to see Alex not just as an enemy, but something terrifyingly familiar. They were alike. Cruel. Cold. Ruthless. Just kill me already. The minister rasped after Alex healed him once again following torture. Stop whining. We're not done yet. I'd enjoy torturing you for eternity, but we don't have that kind of time. So, you're on the fast track, Alex replied with a smirk and grabbed the minister by the ribs. With a sickening crunch, he ripped the bones from the body, black blood spraying in all directions. A new cycle of pain began. Alex intensified the feeling of suffering at the very core of the minister's existence. He hadn't vanished yet only because Alex wouldn't allow him to die. When the next round of torture ended, the mutilated body lay in a puddle of black blood, barely breathing. And that's all you're capable of, destruction. Pathetic. The minister rasped, trying to maintain his arrogance. I see your ego is still breathing. That's even good. It means you'll fear what I've prepared next, said Alex, lighting a cigarette. Ha ha ha. Your tortures are nothing. Whatever you do, it no longer matters. You can't change what has been. How beautiful were the gazes of those people when I consumed their souls. That fear, that hopelessness. The souls of children were especially exquisite. Makes my mouth water remembering their taste, the minister laughed loudly, disgustingly. The minister of monoliths laughed like a madman who had hit the jackpot in a deadly game. But even through that laughter, he felt the crack spreading across his essence growing wider with every moment, causing him unbearable, all-consuming pain. All his words, his laughter, were just a pathetic attempt to provoke Alex into taking the final step. To kill him. To finally end it all. But all he saw in response was the same expression on Alex's face. A cold, indifferent gaze piercing to the very depths of his being. There was no compassion or malice in that look, only silent judgment and complete understanding. Alex saw right through him. He knew the minister was only playing, hoping to escape through death. A pathetic hope, of a pathetic creature. Hidden in the shadow, a heart of gloom. The souls of the living, eager to consume. A bringer of death, a bringer of doom. Answer my call, Reaper's tomb, Alex calmly pronounced. A magical circle began forming beneath his feet, huge, rotating, glowing with a gloomy light. At that moment, the minister of monoliths felt an icy coldness piercing his entire body. This cold didn't merely touch the flesh, it penetrated the very essence, the soul. The ground trembled. From beneath it, bony, gray hands began to crawl out. They reached upward, intertwining, forming a gigantic structure resembling a mountain or pyramid woven from bodies. Stone fingers, empty eye sockets, twisted faces, all merged into a single terrifying monument. From beneath the mass of hands emanated death, the shadow of something ancient and cold. The hands unfolded like door panels. Behind them opened a dark passage, from it blew a wind carrying the scent of decay and an end. The minister of monoliths shuddered. He trembled with fear when he heard an alien, whispering voice from the darkness. Then, hundreds of withered, gray hands flew out of the passage. They reached for him, and for Alex. They grabbed them both and pulled them into the black abyss. Alex did not resist. He let the hands take him. But the minister screamed. He clawed at the floor of the ruined temple in a desperate attempt not to be dragged away. But it was useless. His nails scraped against the stone, he howled, he shook, and yet, he was pulled under. The last thing he saw before losing consciousness was hundreds of dead, unblinking eyes on the hands that engulfed his body. He suddenly opened his eyes. He was lying on the ground. Above him stretched the sky, no, not the sky, but a white void without beginning or end. Everything was white. Looking around, he saw dead, black trees. The ground was covered with black ash. Cold, death, and emptiness emanated from everywhere. White above, black below. Light and darkness in one place, yet separated. A place where reality seemed to have cracked. He slowly rose to his feet, trying to understand where he was. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar click, the sound of a lighter. He turned around. By one of the black trees stood Alex, calmly smoking a cigarette. He knew the minister would wake up. He was waiting. And he wasn't surprised at all to see him on his feet. The minister was now nothing, a weak shadow of his former self. All the power he once had was destroyed, annihilated, erased. He was no longer the avatar of the outer god. He was an empty vessel. Where have you dragged me, destruction? He shouted, pointing at Alex. Shoo. Quiet. You might wake the one who rules this place, said Alex, putting a finger to his lips. Answer me. Where are we, destruction? You have been brought to my domain, came a female voice from behind Alex. Alex wasn't surprised. He knew this would happen. He had dragged the minister to a place no living being wanted to go. Except perhaps a couple of idiots, one of whom was a purple potato eager to marry the one who rules this place. He felt cold, deathly white hands wrap around his neck from behind. He still wondered why such women liked hugging him from behind. He sighed wearily and looked at the hands clasped around his neck. He knew who it was. He himself was among those who tried to avoid her territory. But Alex's reason was not fear of the place, but of the woman who ruled it. He slowly turned his head and met the gaze of white, pupilless eyes. Before him stood Death. Known to few as Lady Death. Snow-white shoulder-length hair. Her clothing resembled the Grim Reaper's cloak, but in her case, it was far more revealing. Under the cloak, a black bra and thin black panties. She looked both terrifying and mesmerizing at once. "I've been waiting for you to finally come to my domain, destruction," she said, still holding Alex. "It's such a shame that the first person you met was that disgusting woman. It's unfair. It should have been me first. After all, you've already passed by me." Alex raised an eyebrow at Lady Death's words. He wasn't surprised that she knew about his death and subsequent rebirth through the Creator. That was expected. What surprised him much more was how easily and openly she called Nyan, that disgusting woman. The question of what kind of relationship Lady Death and Nyan shared immediately settled in his mind. Obviously, these two disliked each other. And probably for good reason. But that didn't change the fact that from the very beginning, Alex wanted to keep his distance from Lady Death. His intuition, which had never failed him, told him she was just as dangerous and complicated as Nyan. Especially her gaze, hurt, almost feminine. As if he were a runaway husband who had abandoned his deadly wife for a new one. The Minister of Monoliths was completely ignored at that moment. But he, too, recognized Lady Death immediately. And he instantly understood where they were. A cold terror pierced him from within, for he knew perfectly well that Lady Death despised any disturbance of the balance between life and death. And he, having consumed trillions of souls in his pursuit of power, had violated that balance in the crudest way. He knew he did not belong here. And, driven by a primal instinct, he tried to crawl away. But no sooner had he turned than black chains erupted from beneath the scorched earth. They instantly wrapped around his body, tightened, pinned him to the ashen ground, and paralyzed him. He couldn't even move. "Why are you silent, destruction?" Lady Death said, literally hanging on his body. "Aren't you glad to see me? We were so close, at least once. And your journey was a true spectacle. Far more thrilling than any mortal-made films. I don't even know whether to be happy or upset that you were watching me," Alex answered calmly, staring into her bottomless white eyes. "Don't be afraid of me, destruction," she whispered with feigned offense. "But, you know, your words still hurt my black heart, sniff," she said, theatrically wiping away a non-existent tear. Alex's temples began to throb. A headache grew as if nails were slowly being driven into his skull from the inside. He already started to regret using that particular spell. To calm himself a bit, he reached to light a cigarette, a habitual ritual that could restore at least some control. But no sooner had he brought the cigarette to his lips than Lady Death deftly snatched it from his hand, put it in her own mouth, and took a drag. Gray smoke rose upward, leaving a light and pleasant scent of tobacco and something bitter in the air. The filter bore a mark of black lipstick. Then she slowly placed the cigarette back into his mouth, smiling with obvious mockery. "But you know, I forgive you. For not visiting me for so long," she whispered, smiling with feigned tenderness. "After all, you didn't come empty-handed. Such a valuable gift." "I guess I should thank you for your forgiveness," Alex said dryly, not removing the cigarette from his lips. "I knew you'd understand." Lady Death purred, standing on tiptoes and kissing him on the cheek. "Moi." Alex's eye twitched at Lady Death's next move. He became more and more convinced this woman would become a source of much greater headaches than even Nyan. If he met Nyan only when killing one of her avatars, Lady Death could appear by his side at any moment. After all, in every world, at every point in the multiverse, the concept of death always existed. If Nyan is an outer god imprisoned in chaos and restrained by Yog, then Lady Death is bound by no limits. She can wander through worlds as she pleases. And that was what troubled Alex the most. After the kiss on the cheek, which left a dark lipstick mark, Lady Death seemed to no longer notice him. With a cheerful smile, she approached the writhing Minister of Monoliths, chained with black shackles. "And here he is, the avatar of that disgusting woman. Hehehe. I must admit, I'm very much looking forward to playing with you. Both for the headache you gave me and for what you did. Believe me, you'll even enjoy it," she said, stepping on the minister's face with her heel. "I didn't think you took your job so seriously," Alex smirked, stepping closer. "Oh, you embarrass me. You're so cute, destruction. If it weren't for that pathetic cockroach, I'd have you right here and now," Lady Death said playfully, pressing her hands to her cheeks, pretending to be shy. "Ugh. Maybe some other time. But for now, I have to go. It was nice to meet you, relatively speaking. I still need to free the souls that bastard didn't manage to digest, ask my father for payment, and, finally go on vacation." "I'm tired," Alex said dryly. "Leaving already? What a shame. I hoped you'd stay with me a little longer. Well, whatever. In any case, I can always come to you whenever I want. Unlike that unpleasant woman, Lady Death said, touching her chin with a finger as if pondering. Alex looked at her suspiciously. This was no mere game. He felt it deep in his being, something was off here. And he didn't even know that the kiss left on his cheek was not a gesture of flirtation, but a mark. The black lipstick glowed briefly with a faint light and then vanished. But the trace remained, invisible, magical, binding them. Lady Death continued to pretend as if nothing had happened. Like an innocent girl radiating charm and lies. And Alex felt more strongly the approach of something big and inevitable. He didn't want to think about it now. His thoughts were already far away, in the upcoming vacation with his family, in the peace he hadn't felt for so long. The last thing he needed now was another crazy woman in his life. With a light sigh, he summoned Yamato, cut through space, and opened a portal back to Tau Volantis. Alex walked backward toward the portal, never taking his narrowed gaze off Lady Death, who kept up her act of innocence. Almost hidden behind the veil of the magical rift, he saw her blow him a kiss. Damn it, he muttered under his breath and stepped into the portal. It closed instantly. Lady Death, now without any more pretense, turned to the Minister of Monoliths with a wide, almost painful smile. He had just endured all the torments Alex had inflicted on him. But now something far worse awaited him. And its name was Lady Death. To be continued. Chapter 381, An Unexpected Surprise Born from Chaos Itself. The last thing Alex saw before the portal closed was the sly expression on Lady Death's face. He knew that look. Becca used to wear it whenever she was plotting something. And now, Lady Death was staring at him with the same mischievous, almost gremlin-like grin, like she had just come up with yet another catastrophe. Alex didn't even want to know what she was planning. Deciding to leave that problem to his future self, he focused on the nearest goal, wrapping up business in this universe and finally heading off on a long-awaited vacation with his family. Just for a week, but even that would be enough to clear his head before the next wave of madness. Already picturing the worlds they might visit, Alex was mentally lounging on a warm beach, far away from everything and everyone. However, his dream wasn't meant to come true. Something slammed into his face. Or rather, someone. Wrapping around his head and chest like a small octopus, an unknown entity clung to him, completely disrupting his internal peace. Alex froze in shock. The strangest part, he didn't feel any hostility or threat from the intruder. On the contrary, it felt familiar, warm, almost familial. Tiny arms and legs held him tightly, like a child clinging to a favorite toy. Carefully detaching the uninvited guest from his face, Alex pulled the creature away, and froze completely. In his arms was a little girl, about the same age as his daughter Anya. She had long snow-white hair, a funny little antenna-like strand sticking up on top, and her eyes. Her eyes were just like Alex's, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. Who are you?" he asked, still trying to comprehend what was happening. "Daddy. I'm your daughter," the girl exclaimed cheerfully, beaming at him. At that moment, Alex's brain completely short-circuited. Every mental process shut down. Even the inner voices that usually gave advice and devised strategies went silent. The Valkyries in his spiritual space were struck speechless. As if someone had flipped a switch, Alex's thoughts suddenly erupted into chaos. He ran through every possible scenario, trying to understand who this little girl was. One part of his mind admired how cute she was, another demanded immediate answers. Where? When? Why didn't he know she existed? He looked at her again. The girl was swinging her legs happily while he held her under the arms. She was dressed in a black and white checkered dress with a short, puffy skirt, resembling a school uniform. Sweetie, why are you saying I'm your daddy?" he asked carefully. "Because you're my daddy. And a daddy is a daddy," she replied confidently, folding her arms and nodding seriously, as if stating a universal truth. "And who's your mom?" Alex asked, already feeling his world begin to wobble. "The mother of this child is me. And you, darling, are the father," came a familiar voice from behind him. "Mommy," the girl cried out joyfully, reaching toward the source of the voice. Alex felt someone's arms wrap around his neck, fingers lazily trailing across his chest. Nyan's voice. A very bad feeling settled in his stomach. Especially after the little girl in his arms began nodding eagerly, confirming what had been said, and reached for Nyan with a radiant smile. Alex's brain went into overdrive again. While he was still trying to make sense of the situation, Nyan released him, stepped around to the front, traced a finger down his neck, and smoothly took the girl into her arms. And now, looking at the two of them together, Alex couldn't deny it, they really did look alike. The girl clearly had features of both Nyan and himself. That was the most terrifying part. "Explain. What the hell is going on? Since when do we have a child? And why do I know nothing about this?" Is this one of your tricks again? Did you create another avatar to play house? Alex frowned. Hoo. Of course not, darling. She's not an avatar. This little girl is truly our daughter. And she was born, in the most normal, natural way, Nyan said with a satisfied smile, idly playing with a lock of the girl's hair. Alex followed the motion of Nyan's hand and saw her gently patting the girl's stomach. Above his head, dozens, no, hundreds, of question marks suddenly lit up. Their number grew exponentially, and soon there was no more space above Alex's head to fit them. Nyan couldn't hold back and burst into laughter at the look on his face. The girl in her arms, clearly having inherited her mother's sense of mischief, also began to laugh loudly, mimicking her. What amused her most was her father's utterly confused expression as he stood there, trying to understand what was happening. Hearing their laughter, Alex finally snapped out of his stupor. Wait. How can she be my daughter? You do understand how that usually happens, right? Or is there something I don't know, he said, gently covering the girl's ears with his palms so she wouldn't overhear anything inappropriate. Oh, darling, Nyan sighed. If you're talking about sex and all that, it's not strictly necessary. Though I wouldn't mind, to be honest. But you keep running away from me, and it breaks my poor little heart, sniff, she added dramatically, wiping away an imaginary tear. Maybe skip the drama for now, save it for later, and just tell me where the child came from. I think I have the right to know, Alex replied dryly, ignoring her theatrical offense. You're so boring, Nyan pouted. Remember after you killed my avatar, asked me for a power crystal, and then I kissed you? Well, maybe, in exchange for my power, I took a little piece of yours. Then I fused it with my own, and, boom. Here she is, our sweet little daughter. Isn't she a miracle? Such a cutie. And unlike those faceless freaks from Chaos, she took the best of both of us. She nuzzled the girl affectionately and purred with delight. Mama, that tickles, the girl giggled. Alex frowned. So you took a part of my essence, fused it with yours, carried the child naturally, and now we suddenly have a daughter. Exactly, darling. I know how you feel about kids and didn't want you to get mad. And honestly, it was quite the unusual experience for me. But no, I'm not going to turn into that disgusting black goat. Ugh. She grimaced, tapping a finger to her chin. And what did you name her? Alex asked, trying to come to terms with this new reality. My name is Nyaruko Voldigode. I'm Daddy's super cute little girl, the girl declared proudly, striking a dramatic pose. Alex shifted his gaze from Nyaruko to Nyan, then back to Nyaruko, and gave the latter a deadpan look. Nyan, on the other hand, cheerfully nodded at every word her daughter said, completely ignoring Alex's reaction. He covered his face with a hand and slowly dragged his palm down his forehead, trying to calm the growing headache. Whatever was going on, one thing was clear, standing before him was, without a doubt, his biological daughter. The result of some inexplicable alchemy, a fusion of his and Nyan's powers, and her name was Nyaruko. He turned his gaze away from the mother and daughter and noticed Yog sitting off to the side on a rock near the ruins of the temple. She was leisurely eating sweets, a pair of headphones with cat ears perched on her head, clearly dampening the surrounding noise, and Alex immediately understood why. With Nyaruko's arrival in the chaos, the background noise had intensified dramatically. If Yog used to complain about Nyan, things had surely gotten much worse now. Sensing his gaze, Yog slowly turned and locked eyes with Alex. A universal exhaustion shimmered in her expression. Alex actually started to feel afraid of what Nyan might teach Nyaruko. But he couldn't help thinking that Yog and Ophis would probably make great friends, both were quiet, loved silence and sweets. Imagining them just sitting side by side, eating pastries and occasionally asking for more made Alex smile slightly. I'd feel like a monster if I ignored such a cute daughter. Besides, Anya will have someone her age to play with now, he muttered, carefully taking Nyaruko from Nyan's arms and placing her on his shoulders. Nyaruko giggled with joy and snuggled against his head. Hooray! Daddy is my throne now. With a wide, satisfied grin, Nyaruko wrapped her tiny arms around Alex's head and shot a meaningful look at Nyan, one filled with triumphant superiority. A vein bulged visibly on Nyan's forehead, her irritation was growing. Noticing this, Nyaruko stuck out her tongue and pressed herself even closer to her father, as if declaring, he's mine. Nyan could have said something back, but she held her tongue. Despite her chaotic and capricious nature, she had truly grown attached to her daughter. It was a completely different feeling from the connection she had with her avatars, which were just playthings for amusement. But Nyaruko had become a bridge between her and Alex, a far stronger bond than anything that came before. When Alex accepted the girl's existence, Nyan even mentally praised herself for such a brilliant decision. She couldn't help glancing over at Yog with an unmistakably smug expression that read, "Told you so." Yog returned the look with the same blank, tired stare that practically begged, "Please, someone take this creature away from chaos." Alex noticed the silent exchange but pretended not to. He had more pressing questions. For instance, how dangerous was Nyaruko? After all, if she was born from both his and Nyan's powers, then she was half destruction and half chaos. Nyan, just how powerful is Nyaruko? I need to know exactly, to avoid any catastrophes. You might not care about these things, but I do. I don't want my daughter to accidentally destroy a world or someone important just because she sneezed wrong, Alex said seriously, not breaking eye contact. Ah, your kind heart, darling. Nyan sighed. But you can check it yourself, can't you? I don't really understand your power measurement methods. She's our daughter, what's there to discuss? Well, if she erased someone by accident, I'm sure he was just another idiot anyway, she added with a light sigh and a shrug. Alex stared at her blankly and seriously considered placing restraining seals on Nyaruko, not as punishment, but just in case. If she really had both chaos and destruction in her veins, she could potentially erase a universe on a whim. He sighed heavily and rubbed his temples, trying to calm the headache forming behind his eyes. Pain, go away. Nyaruko exclaimed, patting his head. Thanks, Nyaruko. That helped, Alex said with a faint smile. She puffed out her chest proudly, as if she had personally saved him from death. Just like always. Nyan sighed. I gave birth to you, raised you, and the moment your father shows up, you immediately switch sides. I love you too, mommy. But I just met daddy today, so now I'm helping him, Nyaruko replied, tilting her nose up and folding her arms across her chest. Alex watched the scene with a slight feeling of inner chaos. He didn't hate Nyan, their relationship was just strange. It had started with a series of absurd events and had evolved into an even stranger form. But despite that, Nyaruko's appearance was a pleasant surprise for him. A little princess he could spoil. A friend for Anya, since Alice and Nobukatsu were still older. Now Anya would have someone closer to her age. Thinking about it, Alex began to quietly giggle. So sincerely and foolishly that he caught the attention of everyone present. Why is Daddy laughing so weird? Nyaruko asked, tilting her head to the side. He's just happy to have another daughter, Yog replied unemotionally. Thank you, Aunt Yog. I won't steal your sweets anymore. Nyaruko exclaimed happily. You never should have stolen them in the first place, Yog said with the same tired expression, not looking away from the sweets in her hands. But now I can take sweets from Daddy. Whenever I want. Nyaruko declared with a gremlin-like smile, looking triumphantly at everyone. Yog's eye twitched at Nyaruko's words. Not only did this little gremlin regularly steal sweets from her, but Nyan encouraged such antics as if they were the highest form of upbringing. Nyan gave a thumbs up toward her daughter, and Nyaruko returned the gesture, like two partners in crime. At that moment, Yog's eye twitched again. She was already mentally plotting how to improve the defense of her sweets. The problem was that although Nyaruko was born in chaos, she didn't actually belong to it. She could come and go as she pleased. But suddenly, Yog had a thought, if Nyaruko was going to wander back and forth anyway, why not use that to her advantage? For example, never get up from her throne, just give Nyaruko a list of sweets, and she would bring them herself. And for access to chaos, she could charge a fee, as she did with Alex when helping him. This brilliant plan earned Yog a satisfied nod to herself. Alex, however, ignored all the talk about sweets. He didn't care how many candies his daughter might need, he'd buy her a whole caravan if necessary. What struck him was something else. How on earth had Nyaruko managed to steal sweets from Yog? Getting close to Yog unnoticed was almost impossible, let alone snatching something right under her nose. This confirmed one simple truth, Nyaruko wasn't just a cute troublemaker. She was unique. Just like her parents. And yet, right now, he was more concerned about taking care of Nyaruko. Alex asked Nyan directly, and it was as if a dam had burst, she began describing everything in the tiniest detail. He quickly realized their daughter was nothing less than a little gremlin in female form, who loved causing mischief and chaos, much like Alex himself sometimes did in various worlds. Nyarlathotep, it's time to go back, Yog suddenly said, jumping down from the stone. Oh, already time. But I spent so little with my darling. And now we have a daughter. We should spend time together, like a normal family. Travel as a trio. Nyan whined with mock offense. Don't make me drag you back to chaos by your leg. I've already kept quiet about your avatar shaking the already fragile balance, Yog said calmly but firmly. Ugh, you're so boring, Yog. Fine. Anyway, since Nyaruko is now with my darling, I can come by from time to time. Nyan grinned slyly. Well, Nyaruko, give mommy a goodbye kiss. Bye, mommy. I'll definitely come visit, the girl said happily, jumped into Nyan's arms, hugged her neck, and kissed her on the cheek. At that moment, Alex noticed a strange detail again. Nyaruko freely enters and leaves chaos. Such ability was granted only to the chosen, either those permitted by Yog or brought by Nyan herself. But Nyaruko, she did it on her own. That meant Nyan could use her daughter as a conduit to appear beside Alex at any moment. His smile slowly faded. He shifted his gaze to the girl sitting in her mother's arms, giggling joyfully while Nyan rubbed her cheek against hers. Then, with a cheerful leap, she climbed back onto Alex's shoulders. And you, darling, don't even think about letting that bony witch near you. If she shows up, shoo her away, Nyan said, grabbing Alex's face and kissing him right on top of the mark left by Lady Death's kiss. What's your relationship with her? Alex asked, squinting. A girl's got to have her secrets, Nyan smiled. And remember, don't let that bony witch get close. Let her find another husband. With that, she began to vanish into thin air. Alex barely had time to open his mouth to ask another question before she was gone. He looked down at Nyaruko, still on his shoulders. She just shrugged, apparently, she really didn't know what her mother was talking about. Alex sighed. He turned to Yog, she silently gestured, the answer is worth sweets. Alex rolled his eyes. Yog was definitely squeezing everything she could out of him. Realizing there'd be no sweets coming her way, she wordlessly created a hole in reality and disappeared, returning to chaos. And so, among the ruins of the destroyed temple, once the temple belonging to the Minister of Monoliths, only Alex and his new daughter remained. He sighed deeply. Thoughts about the feud between Nyan and Lady Death still troubled him, but he knew that neither would ever reveal the truth. So, pushing aside those intrusive doubts, he gently lowered Nyaruko from his shoulders and took her in his arms. He felt that the souls trapped in the core of Tau Volantis were no longer suffering, but they still needed to be freed and given a chance at rebirth. Although, first, it was worth visiting a friend. Let's go find my comrade. See how he's doing, Alex said softly, smiling at his daughter. And who is your friend, Daddy? Nyaruko asked with curiosity. The little strand of hair on her head curled into the shape of a question mark. A very good guy who, unfortunately, ran into something called fate. Alex replied with a slight sadness, but still with that warm smile. The strand on Nyaruko's head twitched again, as if alive, and Alex realized that with such a gremlin, he definitely wouldn't get bored. Having located Slayer's whereabouts, Alex, carrying Nyaruko in his arms, slowly headed toward the place where his friend was. Walking through the ruined temple, he stepped closer and closer to the epicenter of the recent battle. From afar, he could already see the traces of the fight between Slayer and Davith. Alex mentally praised himself for his foresight. Thanks to the barrier covering all of Tau Volantis, neither Davith nor the Minister of Monoliths could escape. Moreover, he had beforehand embedded runes in the barrier to strengthen the very structure of the planet so it wouldn't crumble to dust under the onslaught of colossal forces. Now, as he stopped examining the battlefield, Alex saw Slayer himself. He was simply sitting among the debris, with Davith's broken sword stuck in front of him. His armor looked quite battered, the helmet was half destroyed, but he was alive. The armor had taken all the blows. Alex slowly approached and, without a word, sat down next to his friend. He carefully set Nyaruko on his lap. To keep her from breaking the silence, Alex quickly put a candy into her mouth, just in case. He didn't know how strongly Nyan's influence had affected her and didn't want to take any risks. They simply sat in silence. Only the rustling of candy wrappers and Nyaruko's chewing mouth reminded them that life went on. Alex and Slayer stared at the mutilated landscape, once mountains, buildings, and plateaus, now all turned to ash, scorched and destroyed. So, you've taken your revenge, my friend, Alex finally spoke without taking his eyes off the horizon. I could congratulate you, but I see you're not sure yourself if it was worth it. Slayer only rasped in response. I think I understand what you're feeling right now, Alex continued in the same calm tone. Slayer slowly turned his head, glancing slightly in his direction. You believed that Davith's death would bring relief. He was your curse, your purpose, the reason you kept moving forward, shedding the blood of demons who crossed your path. But when you killed him, you realized, the past can't be undone. Your wife, your child, they won't come back. Davith's death won't erase the suffering you endured. But on the other hand... Alex paused for a second, then went on, they've already been reborn. Somewhere in one of the realities, they live a peaceful, happy life. And by killing Davith, you didn't just get revenge. You prevented a terrible future. With your own hands, you saved countless worlds, even if no one will ever know. Alex turned to his friend and smiled. We're not heroes, Slayer. We're just killers with blood on our hands. But that doesn't take away what we did. We saved the world. Not for glory. Not for thanks. But because no one else could. Slayer nodded slowly. Silence returned again, letting his thoughts drift far away. Meanwhile, Alex glanced at Nyaruko, who had already stuffed so many candies into her mouth that her cheeks resembled a hamster's. He couldn't resist and gently started to squeeze them, making the girl wiggle on his lap, afraid the sweets would fall out. She waved her tiny hands, trying to push him away with an expression of fierce but cute protest. Alex laughed, pinched her soft cheeks once more, and looked back at Slayer. Now he noticed something important. Slayer had absorbed the second half of Dabitha's power. It didn't escape his notice. His friend's strength had grown significantly. He had become different. So, what now? Alex asked, looking at him. Will you rest? Try living like a normal person. Or will you return to the old path? I don't know. Slayer said slowly and with difficulty, as if each word cost him effort. Then maybe you'll hear me out. Alex spoke softly, almost like a friend. Slayer looked at him. Silent but curious. How about doing what I do? Alex began. In the endless multiverse, there are plenty of monsters, demons, maker, gods, angels, all kinds of beasts that destroy, kill, enslave. Yeah, not all demons are bad. I'm a sweetheart myself, pure kindness, he smirked. But the ones like Davith, they need to be stopped. And who better than us? He stretched out his hand to Slayer. Let's keep working together. Cleansing worlds. Doing what maybe we were born for, killing those who want to burn everything to the ground. Slayer looked at Alex's outstretched hand and paused for a moment. He really didn't know what to do next now that his revenge was complete and the cause of all his troubles was dead. He had long understood, he was no longer the person he once was. He had become something greater. He was no longer a weapon in someone else's hands, now he was free. But aside from killing, he didn't know how to do anything else. Finishing his thoughts, Slayer clasped Alex's outstretched hand, firmly, in his own way. That was his answer. He accepted the offer. Alex was right, not only had this world almost fallen, but many others could be in the same state. If he could use his power, then he would. Even if it meant getting his hands bloody again. Because he would do what he did best, exterminate evil. Great, glad to have you on the team, Alex said with a predatory grin, baring his sharp teeth. Like I said before, rip and tear until it is done. We'll keep doing it until all the scum is gone. Slayer nodded shortly, as usual stern and taciturn. Wow, Daddy, you're so cool. And your friend's cool too. Nyaruko exclaimed excitedly, clapping her hands. Alex released Slayer's hand and looked at his daughter, who was beaming with joy. For the first time, Slayer truly noticed her. Before, he simply hadn't paid attention to the quiet girl, plus her aura was too unusual to take her as an ordinary child. Alex smiled faintly, noticing how enthusiastically Nyaruko reacted to the talk about fighting monsters. Slayer rasped, clearly implying, and what kind of kid is this? Oh, right. Let me introduce her. This is Nyaruko, my daughter, Alex said with a smirk. Remember I once told you I had strange relations with a certain woman? Well, Nyaruko is the product of the union between my power and hers. You could say she appeared in a rather unconventional way. But the point is, she's my daughter. The details are just details. Slayer nodded slightly, studying the girl. Indeed, there was a resemblance to Alex in her features. Well, now that we've settled things here, I think it's time to head back. But first, we need to free all those souls still trapped in the core of this planet, Alex said, rising from the ground and placing Nyaruko on his shoulders. Slayer nodded and stood as well. Now he too could feel those souls, their suffering, their call. He put on his half-destroyed helmet again, as if reclaiming the form of a warrior. Alex grinned and, summoning Yamato, opened a portal with a single motion. Together they stepped through the rift in space and found themselves in silent space. Before them, the planet Tau Volantis slowly rotated. Looking around, Alex noticed a strange detail, not a single star shone around. Only emptiness and darkness. Everything looked dead. Though, considering what the Minister of Monoliths was capable of, it was no surprise. But freeing the souls, that was what mattered most now. Alex drew Yamato. With a light upward sweep, he sliced through the air, and right before them, the planet Tau Volantis split into two perfectly even halves, sliding apart like an open book. To be continued. Chapter 382, Chapter 382, The surprises keep coming. Alex and Slayer stood in the silent void of space, watching Tau Volantis, the planet where a fierce battle to save this universe had just taken place. Alex had recently cleaved the planet in two to release the souls trapped within its core, once the stomach of the dead Minister of Monoliths, who had slowly devoured them, savoring their suffering and absorbing every last drop of their pain and despair. The two halves of the planet slowly drifted apart, and at that moment, a blinding light burst forth from its heart. The souls had been freed. Now, they had a chance at rebirth. Billions of souls broke free, scattering in all directions, as if rejoicing at being released from an endless cycle of pain. Their light gradually faded, souls vanished one by one, making their way to limbo. There, all their memories would be wiped clean, and they would begin a new journey, free from the past. Alex folded his hands in prayer, closed his eyes, and silently prayed for those souls. He sincerely hoped that in their next life, they would find peace and happiness. Nyaruko, sitting on his shoulders, noticed the gesture and, not fully understanding its meaning, mimicked him with a serious expression, folding her tiny hands. Slayer stood beside him, silently observing the scene. No emotion showed on his face, but even he could feel it, everything he and Alex had done hadn't been in vain. Even his hands, soaked in demon blood, had found a way not only to destroy but to save. When the last soul disappeared into the radiance of limbo, Tau Volantis finally came to rest. The planet was now dead, a lifeless husk, devoid of any trace of existence. All the necromorphs that once inhabited it had perished with their creator. Now it was merely a corpse of a dead world. Alex slowly lowered his hands. He believed those souls would find peace and a better fate. And now that it was over, it was time to return. There were still unfinished matters in this universe, but Alex had decided to leave them to humanity. He would pass on everything necessary so they could rebuild after the apocalypse wrought by the Minister of Monoliths and Davith. Casting one last look at the crumbling Tau Volantis, Alex drew Yamato and, with a single motion, opened a portal back to Earth. They stepped through, and once again stood on Earth. The place where Raccoon City once stood was now nothing more than piles of rubble and ash, the aftermath of the battle with the icon of sin. Nyaruko looked around with curiosity, experiencing the outside world for the first time, far from the chaos where she was born. But when she saw nothing but ruins, she pouted, furrowed her brow, and wrinkled her little nose. Ugh, more rocks. I thought this place would be fun, but everything's broken, she grumbled, folding her arms. Alex sensed her disappointment, smiled, and gently lifted her off his shoulders into his arms. He poked her cheek playfully, trying to coax her out of her pout, and softly brushed his hand across her face to wipe away the grumpiness. Looking around, Alex pondered how much time had passed since he and Slayer set out for the battle. The fight, the traps, the domain of Lady Death. It had taken a while. Judging by the sun's position and the fact that no one was nearby, it seemed that all the other fighters had already left this world, and the Night Sentinels had likely returned to Argent Nur. Now that all the demons were dead and their creator destroyed, a new era had come for them, a time to rebuild their homeland and reclaim their former glory. Slayer, I think before we return, we should stop by a few more places, Alex said, turning to his friend. This world needs rebuilding. I want to give people everything they need to rise again. Slayer rasped, nodding in agreement. Daddy, why is everything here so ruined? Mommy said it was supposed to be different. Where's all the fun stuff? I thought we were going to a party, but it's just rocks. Nyaruko said, puffing out her cheeks in protest. Alex laughed out loud and gently stroked her hair. Don't be upset, princess. We'll look around more, and I'll show you other places, alive and bright. And then you'll meet everyone, even Anya, your sister. The restless strand atop Nyaruko's head came alive once more, curling into the shape of a question mark. The little girl was clearly puzzled. What sister was her father talking about? She was quite certain she only had one mom. Seeing how the strand on his daughter's head literally embodied her confusion, Alex couldn't help but chuckle. He still couldn't understand how that strand moved, it reacted to her emotions like it was alive. Slayer, too, watched the strange strand with interest, then shifted his gaze to Alex. His silent, meaningful look seemed to ask, is it normal for a child's hair to move like a snake? Alex just shrugged. He had no idea why it acted like that either, but he figured it had its own charm. After all, that little quirk made Nyaruko all the more unique. Setting his daughter back onto his shoulders, Alex closed his eyes and focused. He needed to find one specific person, Chris Redfield. It was Chris who had led the resistance in the battle for humanity's survival. He was the one who had managed to unite the scattered forces and push back against the invaders. It only took a moment, Chris's soul lit up for Alex like a beacon in the dark. Wasting no time, he opened a portal that led straight to him. When Alex and Slayer stepped through the portal, they found themselves in a spacious office. Chris, buried in a mountain of paperwork, didn't even notice their arrival. He sat at his desk, scratching the back of his head with one hand, flipping through documents with the other, mumbling to himself, clearly on the verge of a breakdown. Smirking, Alex sank onto a couch by the wall. From his inventory, he pulled out 3 mugs and quickly brewed coffee for himself and Slayer. For Nyaruko, of course, he made cocoa. Slayer gave him a pointed look, his expression silently reminding Alex, we're here on important business, not a picnic, but Alex just waved him off, a cup of coffee never hurt anyone. They'd earned it. When Alex handed Slayer his mug, the men didn't refuse. For Nyaruko, Alex thoughtfully inserted a straw so she could drink easily. And so, the trio sat calmly on the couch, sipping their drinks while Chris continued obliviously with his paperwork. A few minutes passed. Chris, frowning, suddenly sniffed the air. The scent of freshly brewed coffee hung in the room. He pulled himself away from the documents and looked up irritably, ready to scold whichever subordinate was making coffee in his office without permission. That's when he saw the trio on the couch, Alex, Slayer, and an unfamiliar little girl. "How long have you been sitting there?" Chris asked darkly as he returned to his seat. "For a while now." "We didn't want to interrupt, you looked really focused," Alex said with a smile. "By the way, want some coffee?" Chris looked suspiciously at Alex, then at the mug. After a couple of seconds of silence, he nodded. The paperwork really was getting on his nerves, and a cup of good coffee sounded perfect right about now. Alex, looking quite pleased with himself, brewed a strong cup of coffee. Chris took the mug and, as if he hadn't had a drink in a week, took a greedy gulp. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, savoring the taste. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes again and looked at Alex. "So, where the hell have you been? And who's this kid? After that whole mess with the sky cracking and the thing my sister called the icon of sin getting killed, you just vanished. We were about to tear half the city apart before Brunhild and my sister stopped us, without any explanation." Alex chuckled softly and, absent-mindedly running his fingers through Nyaruko's hair, replied, "As for the kid on my lap, that's a long story. But first, tell me, how long were we gone before I get into where my friend and I disappeared to?" "Over 12 hours, if you're curious," Chris said gruffly. So it took longer than I thought. Well, here's the short version. Slayer and I got lured into a trap and dropped onto a dead snow-covered planet. We had to fight our way through hordes of filth, destroying anything that moved the wrong way. And at the end, face off against those who wanted to wipe out this world and the entire universe. I think that sums it up well enough. Chris grunted and took another sip of coffee. "Let's say I'll accept that answer. Then tell me, who are you, Alex? And who's your friend?" He finally asked the question that had been burning on his tongue. And it wasn't just Chris who'd been asking that question, "Who are you really?" It had echoed in the minds of everyone who had witnessed the moment Alex took Gungnir in hand and, with a single motion, shattered the sky like glass. That image, of the sky split open, remained etched in the memory of all who had seen it. After returning to HQ, Chris had received reports from all over the globe, the same phenomenon repeated everywhere. Cracks in the sky, like a broken mirror. And at the center of it all, was Alex. Even though the sky had quickly healed, the fact remained, it had broken. Alex met Chris's gaze and hesitated for a moment, wondering if he should tell the truth. Technically, they were almost family now. Claire was his wife, which made Chris his brother-in-law. On top of that, Alex was seriously considering offering Chris a job, like he had with Takashi, Jonah, and Kota. He knew that Chris was a soldier through and through. He wasn't cut out to be a politician or a public figure. What he longed for was the battlefield, where his strength and resolve truly mattered. Alex finally decided to speak. He glanced at Slayer first. Should he tell Chris the truth? Slayer just shrugged. He didn't care. "Let's start with my friend," Alex said calmly. "I won't go into the tragic details. Let's just say fate turned him into a nightmare for demons. He went through hell, destroyed their god, and became their doom. You can think of him as a demon hunter from another universe. As for me..." Alex ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back. "It's a bit more complicated. To put it simply, I'm an enforcer working for the big boss. I'm the one who steps in when worlds are on the brink of collapse. My job is to prevent catastrophes. You might say I'm doing a terrible job at it, but you don't know what's really at stake. You don't see the full picture. The people who died in this war, they're free now. They've been given a chance at a new life. And if I hadn't intervened, you wouldn't be sitting here asking me this question. You wouldn't exist at all." Chris sat in silence, absorbing everything. He was a soldier, he knew the cost of sacrifice. But what Alex described went far beyond human comprehension. The threat they had faced wasn't anything like the wars humanity had known. Beings capable of destroying entire universes. It sounded like something out of a comic book. But now he knew, it was all real. He ran a hand across his forehead, feeling the dull throb of an incoming headache. Only one thought echoed clearly in his mind: if it hadn't been for Alex, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Against enemies like that, grenades and bullets were useless. They needed something more. "Does Claire know who you really are?" Chris asked, lifting his tired gaze to Alex. "And aren't you afraid she could get hurt, being involved in all this?" Alex smirked. "Of course she knows. You think I'd hide something like that from my family? Claire is under full protection. Even if this entire universe collapsed like a compressed star, she wouldn't even wake up. That's how safe she is." Christ, you give me a worse headache than these damn documents, Chris muttered, rubbing his face. All right, why are you here? I don't think it's just so I could pat you on the back for saving everyone. First of all, I came to give you this, Alex said, tossing a flash drive onto the desk. And what's on it? Chris asked, rolling it between his fingers. Everything you'll need to rebuild this world. Blueprints, tech, schematics, basically, a complete starter pack for humanity 2.0. And second, I want to offer you a job. I know you're not cut out for paperwork. You're a man of action. You did an amazing job leading the resistance, but I can see it's starting to suffocate you. So, let me guess. You want me to be your errand boy? Or maybe a babysitter for your daycare? Chris scoffed, glancing at Nyaruko, who sat on Alex's lap munching cookies. Heh, not quite. You see, Slayer and I will be handling the bigger threats, the kind that can erase whole worlds. But the multiverse has plenty of idiots who are either already destroying their worlds or are about to. That's where you come in. You show up, fix the mess, go home, get paid. Simple. And how many like me have you recruited? Or are you expecting me to hop around the multiverse alone while you raise kids with my sister? Well, I'm not ruling out you becoming an uncle when Claire and I have a child, Alex chuckled. But no, you won't be alone. I've already got a group of freeloaders who'll be earning their keep soon enough. None of them really know what they've signed up for yet, but they'll adapt fast. And as strong as I am, even I can't be everywhere at once. He spread his arms wide, and Nyaruko, smiling brightly, mimicked the gesture. All right. I'll think about it, Chris said quietly, nodding. He knew this decision would shape his future. As you wish. Alex placed a sleek black smartphone with the star's emblem on the desk. Here's a phone. You'll be able to reach Claire through it, even if we're in another world. Or, if you decide that being a resistance leader isn't your thing and you'd rather become a world-saving mercenary. Chris eyed the phone on the table, frowning. He had no idea how the hell this thing was supposed to let him contact his sister in a different universe. But Alex just shrugged, and with a casual sweep of his arms, summoned a shimmering rainbow of energy between them. Chris's eye twitched. He stood up silently and pointed at the door, clearly signaling that it was time for Alex and his mute companion to get out, especially if they were going to keep interrupting his work. Alex simply smirked, said his goodbyes, and opened a portal back to the settlement in Alaska, where the girls were currently waiting. They stepped through the portal and found themselves in front of the house where Alex lived with his family. Hardly had they arrived when Nyaruko, still sitting on his shoulders, excitedly began turning her head, taking in everything around her. She liked it here much more, the nature, the fresh air, the lack of destruction. The area looked cozy and alive, and the girl couldn't hold back her joyful curiosity. While Nyaruko was exploring, Alex was already forming a plan in his mind, to tell the girls about the battle, contact his father to demand payment for the job done, then return to Orario and finally enjoy a well-deserved vacation with his family. He nodded to himself, pleased with this brilliant schedule. The Valkyries in his spiritual space, watching the plan, just shook their heads in unison. All right, Nyaruko, Alex said with a smile as he lifted her off his shoulders. Let's go, I'll introduce you to the others. I think you'll be happy to meet your other moms. Other moms? Nyaruko repeated, frowning. Don't I have just one mom? The strand on her head came to life again, twisting into a question mark. That's complicated to explain, Alex chuckled, shaking his head. But soon you'll understand everything yourself. He nodded to Slayer, and together they headed toward the house. Reaching for the door handle, Alex heard voices inside, someone talking animatedly. Opening the door, he saw the girl sitting in the living room, and his father. The one who was the creator. The very big boss. The girls immediately turned their heads toward the sound of the opening door and froze, seeing Alex, Slayer, and the girl in his arms. She looked far too much like Alex for it to be a coincidence. While they were surprised, studying Nyaruko, she was carefully examining them in return. Alex was focused on something else. His gaze met his father's. He was smiling, with that same sly, meaningful smile that said one thing: everything is going according to plan. Son, the creator said contentedly, setting down his cup of tea on the table, I see you've already met your new daughter. I'm so happy for you. The creator's words instantly caught the girl's attention. Now it was clear why the girl looked so much like Alex. But immediately another question arose: who was her mother? There were few answers, and each one was inconvenient. Brunhild was the first to think of Gondel, white hair, always close to Alex, it all seemed to fit. But then she dismissed the thought herself. She would have known if Gondel was pregnant. She'd be bragging about it day and night. The other girls also tried to figure out who the woman could be that gave birth to Alex's daughter, especially if she did it before any of them. So, you knew all along, old man, Alex muttered tiredly as he stepped into the house. Not very polite to keep that a secret. Ho ho ho. Well, I couldn't spoil the surprise. What kind of grandpa would I be then? Now I have 2 granddaughters. I'm happy, but it's still not enough. Girls, I told you, you need to try harder, the creator said cheerfully, chuckling like a good-natured but very cunning grandpa. Ahem. We will, try, Brunhilde coughed, then shyly looked at Alex and asked, Alex, maybe you could explain whose daughter this is? Who is her mother? Her name is Nyaruko, Alex answered calmly. And her mother's name is easy to guess by Nyaruko's own name. Is it so hard to just say the name? Shino couldn't hold back, pointing at him. Or are you hiding something? Who is the woman who gave birth to your child? It's not that simple, Brunhilde interrupted, narrowing her eyes. Just the name Nyaruko says a lot. Oh, Alex, how did you even manage that? She added, putting a hand to her forehead. Alex just shrugged and smiled awkwardly. The girls shifted their gaze to Brunhilde, hoping she would say aloud what everyone only guessed. Slowly, suspicions began to form among the others too. Rory, watching Nyaruko, felt the power of destruction in her. They seemed like kindred souls. Even their eyes were rainbow-colored. If it weren't for her snow-white hair, the girl could easily be mistaken for Rory's own daughter. At that moment, Anya ran out of the kitchen carrying a tray, her pet dragon Bond perched on her head. The girl was covered in flour but beaming with joy. Grandpa, I baked you a pie. Look. Anya proudly announced, setting the treat before the creator. Thank you, my dear, he said kindly, stroking Anya's head. But look who's back. He pointed toward the door. Daddy. Anya shouted happily and ran toward Alex. But as Anya took a couple of steps toward Alex, her eyes landed on the girl of her age sitting comfortably on his lap. Nyaruko stared back at Anya. Tension hung in the air as if an invisible charge passed between them. Even the girls quieted down, putting aside the discussion about the girl's possible mother. And the creator, seemingly unaware of the brewing storm, calmly took a fork and cut himself a piece of the pie baked by his sweet granddaughter. Who are you and why are you sitting on my daddy's lap? Anya asked sternly, pointing at Nyaruko. I'm daddy's daughter. And who are you? Nyaruko challenged back, pointing at Anya the same way. I'm daddy's daughter. Anya stubbornly repeated without looking away. Both girls looked at each other with the expression of worthy rivals. Their eyes burned, not with hatred, but with true competition. Each believed herself to be the sole heir of daddy's love. The girls watched the scene with interest. It looked like the beginning of an epic battle for the right to sit on daddy's lap. Alex sighed. He already knew where this was heading. Even though he had limited Nyaruko's power to that of an ordinary child, the prospect of a childish fight didn't exactly excite him. All right, stop, Alex raised his hand to get their attention. Both of you, enough. Nyaruko, this is Anya, my daughter. Anya, this is Nyaruko, also my daughter. You're sisters. So no arguments. No fighting, no jealousy. You're both my little buns, and I love you equally. I definitely have enough love for both of you. Now, shake hands. And remember, if you quarrel, I'll be upset. And you don't want to make Daddy sad, do you? Okay, Daddy. Both girls answered in unison. They squinted, reached out, and shook each other's hands. Sparks of rivalry still flickered in their eyes, but the deal was sealed. Alex wearily rubbed his face. He understood perfectly well, ahead lay dozens of quarrels, unhappy looks, and hurt feelings. But sooner or later, these two beasts would become friends. At least, he hoped so. He glanced at the creator. The old man sat there with the same smug expression, clearly pleased, like he had just received a second pension in the form of another granddaughter. The women, of course, just smirked, watching Alex single-handedly put out a potential war between his two daughters. Not wanting to leave one unattended, Alex scooped up Anya with his free hand and settled her on his other knee. Both girls continued to glare silently at each other, their eyes saying, "We're not done yet." What a day, Alex muttered, then glanced at Slayer sitting quietly nearby, as usual, calm as ever. Father. Alex started, "I think it's time to talk about payment." But the creator interrupted him. "Sorry, son, but that's not all. Like I said, you're definitely going to need a vacation. And, there's one last surprise." A surprise. Alex tensed. He sensed a conspiracy. A very big conspiracy. "I think now is the right time to tell. These things should be said at the most fitting moment for maximum effect," the creator said, glancing toward Becca. Alex followed that look. His eyes narrowed. The longer he stared at Becca, the stronger his suspicions grew. Something was off. Especially considering the other girls' glances, some looked at her with envy, others with open approval. The feeling of a cosmic conspiracy grew heavier in Alex's chest by the second. What are you staring at? Becca said, rolling her eyes. I'm just pregnant. What? Sorry, what did you just say? Alex blinked, thinking he misheard. I said, I'm pregnant. By you. Or do you want me to remind you how that happens? She said louder, making sure he heard. Now we'll have another gremlin in the family. How exciting, Saya added sarcastically, masking her envy with sarcasm. Alex realized he hadn't misheard. His sweetest weapon's gremlin, Becca, was indeed pregnant. And it wasn't a joke, the looks from the other girls only confirmed what he had heard. He took a deep breath, trying to collect his thoughts. Carefully, he set Nyaruko and Anya down on the floor and straightened up, as if preparing to face an army of demons rather than news of a family edition. The girls watched his every move with curiosity, as if sensing that something special was about to happen. The creator barely held back his laughter, anticipating his son's reaction. Alex stood tall, closed his eyes, took another deep breath, and... damn. He exhaled. His eyes rolled back, and losing consciousness, he crashed forward with a thud straight onto the coffee table in the living room. The table couldn't bear the weight and shattered into splinters. Silence fell over the room. The girls, unable to believe their eyes, stared at Alex's motionless body. Seriously? Valmet whispered, blinking. Everyone expected anything, excitement, shouts of joy, even hugs, but not a fainting spell. Especially from someone who fought gods, battled monsters, and broke the heavens. Becca froze, then burst into loud, infectious laughter, clutching her belly. Oh, baby, you haven't even been born yet, and you've already done something great. You made your father faint. Ha ha ha, she laughed, rubbing her stomach. Even Slayer, usually silent and detached, glanced at Alex. Memories of when he himself found out he would become a father surfaced, and he fully understood what Alex was feeling. The other girls couldn't hold back. Within seconds, the living room filled with laughter. The laughter was loud, sincere, and even a little relieved. Anya and Nyaruko stared at their father lying in the wreckage of the table in confusion. Does he always do that? Nyaruko asked, tilting her head slightly. I thought Daddy was stronger. Anya murmured. The two girls exchanged looks, still not quite understanding what had just happened. That's just the best reaction I've ever seen from Alex, Ada said through her laughter, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. Ah. Are we just going to leave him lying there like that? Shizuka finally asked, catching her breath. Let him lie, the creator waved his hand. He'll come to. But honestly, Becca, well done. Like I said, surprises should be made at the right moment. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, smiling proudly. Becca gave a broad grin and thumbs up to the creator. It was truly a triumph. And now she had something to tell Hestia, with whom she had an unspoken rivalry. Becca already mentally pictured telling that busty goddess that she had beaten her to it. In truth, Becca had only recently found out about the pregnancy. If not for Shizuka literally dragging her to get checked, she might never have known. When the truth came out, she agreed with the other girls not to tell Alex until all the battles were over. The surprise had to be grand. Well, the surprise was a success. The fainting, the broken table, the perfect finale for a big announcement. To be continued. Chapter 383, Chapter 383, The End of a Long Journey. Just a moment ago, Alex had found out that Becca was pregnant. The shock hit him so hard that he lost consciousness and collapsed directly onto the coffee table, smashing it into a pile of splinters. The living room immediately erupted with laughter. None of the girls had expected that kind of reaction from a man who had broken gods and universes, but it only added charm to the situation. While Alex lay peacefully unconscious on the remains of the furniture, his two daughters, Anya and Nyaruko, leaned over him. The girls stared at their father in confusion, not fully understanding what had just happened. They began taking turns poking his cheek, trying to turn him on like a broken television. Meanwhile, as the girls continued their diligent efforts to bring Alex back to life, the adults had already switched topics to a much more pressing matter, the name of the future child. Even the Valkyries, who had previously hidden in the spiritual space, emerged to join the intense and occasionally chaotic brainstorming session. Everyone had completely forgotten about the man lying on the floor, except for his two little princesses. Sadly, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch couldn't join in on the fun. They were busy in the workshop, repairing damaged armor and fixing the Atlan mech, which had suffered in the recent war. Otherwise, they would have definitely recorded the entire thing and rewatched it with popcorn. The creator, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. Soon, he would have a third granddaughter, and the more granddaughters he had, the closer he was to his ideal, the title of greatest grandpa in the multiverse. Given his status, it was practically official. Only one person hadn't returned to the discussion, Slayer. He had been silently watching Alex the whole time. He didn't need words. He knew exactly what his friend was feeling. Long ago, he had felt it himself, the realization that you were going to be a father. Not even fighting a god could inspire the kind of awe those words carried, you're going to be a dad. And, just as the creator predicted, a few minutes later, Alex began to stir. Anya and Nyaruko didn't even realize how it happened, but their persistent cheek-poking had worked. When they saw him start to blink, they exchanged glances and gave each other a proud high five. Hooray! Daddy's alive again, both of them cheered joyfully. That was enough to interrupt the ongoing name debate. All eyes turned toward Alex. He slowly opened his eyes, blinked, then groaned and sat up, rubbing his face. Only now did he notice he had wrecked the table, but that was the least of his concerns. What really troubled him was what he had seen while unconscious. Ugh. He exhaled. I had a nightmare. The world was on fire. Gremlins were marching everywhere, cities were burning. And at the center, on a throne, sat Becca with a massive crown. On her lap was a girl who looked exactly like her, and all the gremlins were chanting, "Long live the Empress of the Gremlins." It was absolutely terrifying. Alex hadn't even realized he'd said it out loud. A heavy silence fell over the room. Everyone slowly and in perfect sync turned their heads toward Becca. Her face began to darken with those familiar black veins creeping up her skin. She was barely holding back her rage, especially under the stares of the other girls, whose expressions clearly said, "We warned you." "I am not a gremlin." Becca screamed mentally, though she stayed silent aloud. The girl's body started to shake from suppressed laughter. The first to break was Yuri, a loud laugh burst from her chest, and the others quickly followed one after another. Even the most serious couldn't resist, Empress of the Gremlins. That was a comedy trigger better than any joke. Veins were already starting to pulse on Becca's forehead. She had said not once, not twice, but 20 times that she was not a gremlin. And she certainly had no intention of becoming anyone's empress. Hearing the chorus of laughter, Alex looked up and saw her. Becca's face radiated a burning desire to murder him on the spot. And the moment their eyes met, it was the final straw. "You little..." Becca snapped. The next second, she lunged at him like a furious badger and sank her teeth into his cheek. Ow. Ow ow ow. Becca. It was a metaphor. A symbol. A prophetic dream. Alex yelped, trying to escape the iron grip of his furious girlfriend, but it was no use. Becca clung to him like an octopus, and she had no intention of letting go. The girls laughed even harder. None of them even thought to help Alex. In fact, many were already pulling out their phones to record this moment of reckoning for posterity. As Alex struggled with all his might to free himself from Becca's wrathful embrace, he could clearly hear the laughter of the girls. And by their tone, he instantly realized no one was going to help him. "You brought this on yourself," they all said in unison. "You should have kept your mouth shut." Realizing he'd have to save himself, Alex made another attempt to slip away, and accidentally touched Becca's belly. And in that moment, everything changed. Becca's stomach suddenly glowed with a soft light. Alex and Becca froze, eyes locked on the glowing spot. Even the girls stopped laughing, staring in stunned silence. The glow intensified, then flared like a miniature explosion of light, flooding the entire house in blinding radiance. Everyone, except Slayer, Alex, and the creator, instinctively shielded their eyes. When the light faded and silence returned to the living room, standing between Alex and Becca was a little girl. She looked about 6 or 7 years old. "Hooray, I'm born." "Yay," she declared cheerfully, flashing a V sign with her fingers. "What?" Alex managed to say, eyes wide. Becca looked just as shocked. "I said, born." "Yay," the girl repeated, flashing the peace sign again triumphantly. "WHAAAAAAAT," echoed a collective cry of horror and confusion through the room. The girl covered her ears, but kept curiously looking around. When she spotted Becca, she ran toward her and hugged her with such force that Becca nearly fell over. Becca froze in complete bewilderment, her brain refusing to process what was happening. The other girls, even the Valkyries, were in shock. Even Anya and Nyaruko looked like someone had suddenly switched the game to hardcore mode. A child, born from a flash of light, instantly, and already around 6 or 7 years old. And she looked so much like Becca it was actually scary. Alex stared at the girl and suddenly realized she reminded him of Jinx, from one of his past worlds where there was a character just like her, from an anime he used to watch. White, almost chalk-like skin, short azure hair with a side braid, and pinkish red eyes. He could swear he'd seen her before. "Ah, sweetheart, what's your name?" Alex asked cautiously, poking the girl's cheek with a finger. "Alex, seriously?" Becca croaked, unable to tear her eyes away from their daughter. "Daddy, you're silly," the girl said, turning to him. "My name is Jinx. Mommy said she liked the name, and I decided it's mine too." Once again, the room fell silent, filled with unspoken question marks hanging in the air. None of the girls even commented on the fact that the child had chosen her own name. Everyone was too stunned by what had just happened. How was this even possible? Meanwhile, Jinx was glancing around and spotted Anya and Naruko. The two girls immediately tensed, as if on cue. A new rival for Daddy's love. A serious threat. They quickly understood, Jinx was a new player in their silent war. While the trio exchanged electric stares, the adults were still trying to process what had just happened. All eyes eventually drifted toward the creator, who was calmly sipping tea and finishing the pie Anya had left for him. "Go ahead and ask," he said with a kind smile. Creator, I'm no expert." Mari began, "But how is this even possible? Isn't a child supposed to, develop, be born, grow up?" "Sweetheart, call me father, like Alex does." "And let me explain," the creator said, setting down his cup. "It's simple. You all know who my son is. His body, his soul, they're unique constructs. Standard biological processes don't apply to him. Your bodies wouldn't even survive a traditional birth from a source of that much power. So it all works differently. A signal, a connection, a spark, and voila, the child appears. She carries the best of both her mother and father. Simple as that." "Wait a second." Shizuka frowned. "Are you saying that if one of us gets pregnant, Alex just has to touch our belly and, bam, we have a kid?" "Exactly," the creator nodded. "That's actually convenient," Ada said with a satisfied smile. "No diapers. You just skip right past that phase." "I agree," Rika chimed in. "Sure, it's sad I won't get to carry my baby around in my arms, but if it means no sleepless nights, I'm in. What matters most is that she's my child." "Yeah, sure, diapers are all you care about," Brunhild said, sighing and looking at them all. No one thought that the child might inherit bad traits too. Like, say, being obsessed with weapons. Or, something else. "Hey!" Becca squeaked, pointing at Brunhild. "I heard that. Don't be jealous, old Valkyrie. Just because you missed your chance doesn't mean it's my fault." Brunhild's eye twitched as the other girls continued debating the new revelation. For Red and White, however, this was the perfect excuse to gather data. They immediately bombarded the creator with a flood of questions, especially about the unique birth process. Their professional curiosity turned into a full-on interrogation. Alex only half listened as he kept watching his newborn daughter, Jinx, with a mix of wonder and concern. He even chuckled to himself, the name was fitting. Becca was a genius with weapons, and in her original version, Jinx had been just as skilled, and just as destructive. If the child really had inherited traits from both parents, as the creator claimed, then his daughter was going to be one hell of a gremlin. Alex sighed inwardly. He could already feel future headaches forming, but none of that dulled the love he felt for her. Still, a bittersweet thought lingered in his mind. He had missed her first word, her first steps, all those little moments that made fatherhood special. But now he had 3 little princesses, and he was happy. Meanwhile, Jinx slipped out of Becca's arms and walked over to Anya and Naruko. The 3 girls stared at one another in silence, and in an instant, a bond began to form. As quick as a flash of lightning, as if they were exchanging thoughts telepathically, they silently agreed, "You're cool. I'm cool too. Let's be friends." Alex watched the interaction with relief. He was glad they were getting along, but a nagging thought remained, what would this friendship lead to? Anya, his adoptive daughter. Naruko, born from Nyan. Jinx, daughter of Becca. Each one dangerous in her own way. Outwardly sweet and innocent, but in truth, 3 walking catastrophes. "Man, you could have given me a heads up," Alex muttered, glancing at the creator. "I nearly had a heart attack again." "That's what makes it a surprise," the creator replied with a cheerful smile. "But I can see it, you're happy. You've got 3 daughters, and I've got 3 granddaughters. Everyone wins." "Yeah, sure." Alex huffed. "But back to business. I brought you another enforcer. He might be able to help us." He nodded toward Slayer, who, as always, sat silently in the corner, observing everything with a stone-cold expression. "If you mean William," the creator said with a nod, "I have no objection. Though it's more accurate to say, it's your choice. You've decided to expand your responsibilities. You want to build an organization, your hands are free. I gave you freedom, and you haven't disappointed me. Instead of just solving the problem, you chose to change the world and give it a chance to recover. And if you want your friend to be part of that journey, I won't stand in the way. In fact, I'll help guide him, just as I guide you. Are you in, Slayer?" Alex asked, turning to his friend. "Just keep in mind, there's no turning back." Slayer rasped, nodding. "Then, welcome aboard," Alex said with a smile, extending his hand. Slayer shook it without hesitation. The girls listened closely to the conversation. They already knew about Alex's plans. He'd often mentioned the family business of saving worlds, and his intent to get the freeloaders involved. Now his words were becoming reality. Releasing Slayer's hand, Alex beckoned him to follow into his workshop. At the large workbench, he began handing over notes filled with knowledge of runes, their combinations, and how to use them. It's time to upgrade your arsenal. With runes, you'll become even more dangerous, Alex explained. He handed Slayer a bag filled with artifacts, rune crystals, and modules. Among them was a special update block for Vega. Slayer's AI would now be able to connect to the central server and receive regular updates. Now we're done, Alex said, lighting a cigarette. Like the old man said, he'll guide you. So no more hopping from world to world chasing down some nutjob trying to destroy the universe. Slayer grunted, slinging the bag over his shoulder. Then, see you somewhere in the multiverse, William Joseph Blazkowicz, Alex smirked. See you, Slayer replied calmly, allowing himself a slight, barely visible smile. I think it is very symbolic to call Doom Slayer by such a name, because William Blazkowicz is the ancestor of Slayer, which allows me to call him by such a name, because Slayer and William are two killing machines, one kills demons, the other Nazis, and both belong to the same family. Behind Slayer, a portal opened, Vega's doing. He walked toward it slowly, heavily, yet with a hint of lightness in his stride. If you ever need help, or just want to talk, you know where to find me. My home's always open to you, Alex called after him. Slayer turned his head slightly, nodded, and without a word stepped through the portal. It closed behind him, and he vanished, returning to his citadel. Alex stood for a few more seconds, staring at the spot where the portal had been. The sounds of clanking, hissing, and welding still echoed in the workshop. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were hard at work repairing their armor and the Atlan mech. They let no one near them, their equipment was sacred, and only they were allowed to perform maintenance. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Alex exhaled the smoke upward. His adventure in this world had finally come to an end. The major problems were solved, only minor matters remained, ones he could leave to others. Cold hands wrapped around his neck, and he immediately knew, Janya had emerged from his shadow to keep him company. In her crimson eyes, Alex saw a flicker of jealousy. After all, he now had a daughter with Becca, not to mention Nyaruko who had appeared earlier. He just smiled and gently stroked her icy hand, silently saying, "Don't worry. You're still dear to me." Ah, seems like everything's wrapped up. Guess it's time to remind the old man about payment. Hope he doesn't try to wiggle out of it, Alex chuckled, blowing out another stream of smoke. Janya said nothing, she didn't care, but she always supported Alex in his decisions. Alex stubbed out his cigarette and headed after Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. "I have a surprise for you," he said. But before he could finish the sentence, all three dashed off and disappeared behind the door, not waiting for an explanation. Alex just shook his head, watching them leave. He already knew how the meeting between this trio and Nyaruko and Jinx might end. Most likely, it would be a real disaster. But, as usual, Alex decided to leave this problem to his future self, something he would later regret. As he exited the workshop, he noticed that Janya still didn't hurry back into his shadow. Her presence now seemed almost habitual. At the entrance to the house, a strange scene was unfolding. Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx stood in a circle, poking each other with their fingers in turn, repeating, "You. Me. You. Me." Like children playing a live meme. "Since you came out alone, your friend has already left?" Yuriko asked, noticing Alex. Yes. He needed to fix his gear. After the fight with Davith, it couldn't handle the strain, Alex shrugged. Yuriko nodded and looked back at the kids. Alex took out his phone, snapped a few pictures from memory, then glanced at the creator. Without a word, the creator gave him a look that clearly suggested it would be good to send copies. Alex gave a thumbs up, silently agreeing. Putting his phone away, he approached his father. Taking a chair, Alex sat down next to the creator, who was watching the grandchildren with a kind smile. The coffee table Alex had destroyed with his body during his faint was already repaired. "Thanks for the table," Alex said with a slight smile. "No problem, son. Now, let's get to business. I know what you want. Speak." Alex smirked. "Well then, hand over Leviathan. Gungnir is a cool weapon but way too destructive. Constantly holding back its power is exhausting. Axes, though, that's a different story. Besides, I was thinking about stealing it from Kratos, but honestly, I don't want the god of war chasing me across worlds to take his axe back. And he's not a bad guy, though his fate's rough." The creator shook his head, barely hiding a smile. "You'll never change. But that's why I'm proud of you." He snapped his fingers, and suddenly, Leviathan appeared on Alex's lap. The temperature in the house dropped instantly, steam escaped from Alex's mouth, and the air turned frosty and dense. The girls turned around, their eyes fixed on the glowing axe covered in ice and runes. Everyone immediately understood, Alex had received his payment. He took the axe in his hands, and the temperature immediately returned to normal. Satisfied, Alex stored Leviathan in his spiritual vault. Excellent. Payment received. Which means it's time to move on to the second point of the plan, a family vacation. A whole week. Vacation sounds good, the creator nodded. You really should rest and spend time with your family. But before I go, I want to give you something. He slowly slipped his hand into the inner pocket of his pristine white jacket. Alex stared at the creator suspiciously. He really didn't like the feeling growing in his chest. His intuition told him that this gift from his father was going to be far from pleasant. Deep down, he already knew it would bring him a ton of trouble. Not just trouble, but a whole epic headache. While Alex pondered the possible scenarios, the creator leisurely pulled his hand out of the inner pocket of his impeccable jacket. In his hand were 3 ordinary envelopes. Alex raised an eyebrow, looking at his father with clear bewilderment. The girls watching the conversation leaned in closer, eager to find out what kind of gift the creator was about to give. You want to give me 3 envelopes? Seriously? Alex frowned. Oh, son, these aren't just envelopes, the creator said cheerfully, waving the paper rectangles in his hand. These are letters, enrollment letters. Or rather, invitations to school. Actually, to 3 schools. Congratulations, you're a schoolboy again. I'm so happy. Wait. What? School? Old man, have you lost it? How old do you think I am? I've already survived that nightmare called school years. And with my knowledge, I could finish any school in one day. The creator smiled carefree, clearly enjoying his son's reaction. The girls exchanged glances. Confusion was written all over their faces. School. Alex. Again. Some of them began whispering quietly among themselves, discussing what was happening. Maybe we should enroll with him. Coco quietly suggested, seeking the opinion of the others. For school romance? Chiquita asked, slightly smiling. But half of them immediately dismissed the idea. No way. Boring lessons, noisy kids, homework, and alarms. Even if Alex could change their ages to fit the format, that didn't mean they wanted to go through all that again. Still, they came to a consensus, everything would depend on which schools Alex would have to attend. Of course, I understand you could pass any school with your eyes closed, said the creator, placing the 3 envelopes on the coffee table in front of his son. But this time you're not just a student. You could say it's your new job. 3 schools. 3 worlds you must go to. And you know very well that each of them has problems. Old man, you know I can just walk in, solve the problem, and walk out. Why pretend to be a schoolboy if I can just save the world right away? Alex tried to bargain. The creator calmly sipped his tea. 3 schools. 3 worlds. 3 payments, he said in a matter-of-fact tone, as if discussing a shopping list. Alex raised an eyebrow. What did you just say? 3 worlds, 3 payments, the creator repeated, taking another sip of tea. There was a pause. Alex thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned forward and grabbed the envelopes from the table. I'm in. Where's my backpack? The girls looked at Alex with dry, expressive gazes. They had almost started to believe that he would bargain his way out of going to school altogether, but then, just one single suggestion from the creator, and Alex immediately gave in, as if he himself was eager to return to the classroom. Of course, Alex noticed those looks. He just shrugged and grinned, spreading his hands, all for the sake of the reward. He knew that for the sake of new weapons in his collection, he could endure, even school. Yeah, seeing the dull faces of classmates again and listening to boring lectures wasn't exactly a fun prospect, but if the prize was something epic, why not? Since I agreed, at least tell me which schools I'm supposed to go to, Alex said, flipping through the 3 envelopes with acceptance letters in his hands. Son, the creator replied calmly, you'll open the letters after the vacation. Why clutter your head now? You said you wanted to spend time with your family, so do just that. Alex sighed but didn't argue. All right. Then one more question, if the girls suddenly want to go to school with me, can they? Or will I have to hack into the enrollment system myself, gather documents, and all that? He glanced toward the girls. They, without speaking, started shaking their heads, making it clear, no thanks, they'd already been through school, and a second time was out of the question. That's for you to decide, the creator answered with a slight smile. If you want, figure it out. I think I'll go now. I'll check in later to spoil the granddaughters. Alex nodded. After all, it made sense, the decision to go or not go to school each of the girls had to make for herself. He looked at them, even those formerly of the right age, Myo, Renka, Siko, Saya, Rei, Nobuna, Nagahide, Katsui, 02, and Lucy, didn't look inspired by the prospect. Even Saya, who usually loved studying, looked as if she'd just been sentenced to life imprisonment. Meanwhile, the creator approached his granddaughters and hugged each of them tightly in turn. The girls didn't disappoint, they clung to their grandpa so strongly that he had to sway slightly on the spot. With a kind smile, the creator said goodbye once more, and vanished. Alex was left standing with 3 envelopes in his hands. He'd be lying if he said curiosity didn't burn inside him, wanting to know what kind of schools awaited him. But, he still decided to heed his father's words. The letters went into his inventory, until better times. To be continued. Chapter 384, Chapter 384, the final tasks before returning to Orario. Alex let out a heavy sigh as he tucked the 3 envelopes into his inventory. Inside them were letters of admission to 3 schools located in 3 different worlds, each with its own set of problems he would have to solve. He had been so focused on the idea of getting paid for saving worlds that he had completely forgotten he'd have to go back to school, stare at the clueless faces of classmates, and deal with all that teenage nonsense again. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't curious about what kinds of schools he'd been enrolled in. But remembering the creator's words, he decided to enjoy his vacation with his family first, and only afterward dive back into work mode. Alex turned his gaze to the girls, who had shifted all their attention to Nyarko, Anya, and Jinx after the creator left. The girls had already become friends. It seemed he'd be going to these schools alone. None of the girls were thrilled at the idea of sitting behind a desk again, even the ones who still looked young enough: Myo, Renka, Siko, Saya, Rei, Nobuna, Nagahide, Katsui, 02, and Lucy. Even Saya, who used to love studying, showed no enthusiasm now. Alex glanced at the clock. It was time for dinner. Over the meal, he could talk about his battle with the Minister of Monoliths. Besides, it was time to start planning their vacation, picking a world where they could relax without stumbling into another disaster. But first, there were a few things to finish up in this world before returning to Orario. Alex began mentally listing the remaining tasks and realized there weren't that many. He could probably wrap everything up by tomorrow evening. First, he needed to warn Takashi, Janaha, and Kota to start packing for the move. Then visit everyone who had agreed to relocate, the Ryo Zanpaku Dojo, Ma's Dojo, and have Chun-Li, Kami, and Yuri explain things to the rest of the fighters. Second, he needed to offer jobs to a few people: Leimu and his team, Price, Soap, and Ghost. Maybe even Itami would want to move to a world full of elves and catgirls, though Alex doubted Aoi would let him off the leash that easily. He also needed to visit Seol and the Sunwoo clan with the same offer. Realizing the number of potential settlers had passed 100, Alex clutched his head. Everyone would need housing, work, and a place under the sun. He knew there was no way around it. He needed a solid plan. So he pulled out a map of Orario and began thinking about where to place all these people. "What are you up to now?" Coco stepped closer and looked at the map. "Cooking up another crazy plan." "Only half crazy," Alex smirked. "I'm figuring out where to place everyone who wants to move to Orario." "Are you sure this is even necessary?" Ada asked, sitting on the armrest. "Why do you need so many people?" "It's simple. I want to create an organization, something like a guild," Alex explained. "We'll send people to other worlds to solve problems, anything from minor to catastrophic. We'll expand our family business into a full-blown structure." "Sounds ambitious." "But Alex, you do realize that traveling between worlds isn't the same as moving to another city," Valmont chimed in. "How do you plan to pull this off?" "The old man will help with that. I already have a draft system: missions, rewards, role distribution. We'll need to set up logistics, automation, and oversight. I think Saya, Coco, Yuriko, and Brunhild will do a great job leading things." "Ah, so you want to make us work again?" Coco narrowed her eyes and tugged on Alex's cheek. "Would you rather lie on the couch all day?" Alex chuckled. "You were the one who got involved in managing the settlement, and you did great." Coco opened her mouth to argue, but after thinking about it, realized she didn't have a strong counter. Yuriko narrowed her eyes, thoughtfully watching Alex. After some consideration, she admitted to herself there was nothing wrong with helping manage the organization, assuming Alex actually followed through with his plans. The other girls, who had been watching the children play, noticed that some of the little ones had gathered around Alex and were arguing animatedly about something. Intrigued, they came closer, only to overhear Alex's brilliantly insane plan to create an organization that would save worlds. Brunhild just gave Alex a tired look but said nothing. Saya, on the other hand, found the idea of such a job rather appealing. Seeing the girl's interest, Alex decided to explain his plans in more detail and how exactly he wanted to build this system. The girls listened attentively, nodding and occasionally asking important questions. Alex answered calmly, clearing up any doubts. He wanted to make sure they had no uncertainty. His plan was nearly perfect. Well, aside from a few minor flaws that could be easily fixed later. And now for the most important question, Rika drawled lazily, sprawled in a chair. Darling, will we be able to take missions ourselves? I mean, I don't mind traveling with you, but let's be honest, sometimes us girls want to have fun without our husband tagging along. All the girls turned their eyes toward Alex with interest, waiting for his answer. They knew how overprotective he could be. A glance at their wedding rings was enough to see how much he cherished them. Even if the entire universe collapsed, they'd be fine. They wouldn't just survive, they probably wouldn't even notice. Alex looked up at the women who now stared at him with the same expression children have when begging their parents to let them sleep over at a friend's house. He couldn't help but smirk and shake his head. Hey! Stop shaking your head and answer already. Reveille snapped, kicking him in the leg. Can we travel between worlds and kick some bastard's ass or not? Ladies, he began with a warm smile, as I've said before, you have complete freedom. We're a family. Everyone has their own interests. If you want to beat up some idiot who's getting on your nerves, go for it. Want to play the hero, no problem. Want to stay home and enjoy life as a recluse, do that too. Feel like an all-girls adventure? Hell yeah. I love all of you, and your happiness comes first for me. Yay. Renka cheered, pumping her fist in the air. That means we can form a party like in games and go bash some fool who thinks he's the Demon King. I was thinking the same, Chun-Li nodded. Though I had my eye on taking down some evil organization. Still, a fantasy adventure sounds just as fun. You know what I realized? Nobuena said, furrowing her brows. Alex's plan isn't much different from an adventurer's guild. Except instead of hunting monsters, we'll be getting paid to take down villains. You're right, Nobuena. Same idea, just a larger scale, Yuri agreed, cracking her knuckles. But that doesn't stop us from having a blast smashing a few morons against the wall. You haven't even left yet, and I'm already afraid for the worlds you'll end up in, Alex sighed. Don't worry, sweetie, Becca smirked. Every problem can be solved with explosives. And if one's not enough, use two. The girls all nodded in agreement, completely backing Becca. Alex was already afraid to imagine what chaos they might cause. And honestly, he was starting to pity the poor fool who dared provoke them. He'd be lucky to still be walking afterward. But despite that, Alex trusted them. And in the worst case, he could always clean up the mess they'd undoubtedly leave behind after their mission. He was sure most of the girls would definitely want to head off on adventures. But there were also those who preferred a quieter life. Alcina, Namio, and Kiriko would probably choose the comfort of home and daily routines. While the girls continued discussing their possible girls-only raids, Alex turned his gaze to Shizuka, Mari, and Rekka. He already knew these three would most likely open a clinic in Orario. And in doing so, they'd seriously cut into the profits of families that made money selling potions and healing services to adventurers. Remembering how Becca's brother, Pilar, had opened a prosthetics shop that helped many fighters get back on their feet, Alex felt even more confident in his thoughts. Now just imagine Shizuka, Rekka, and Mari with their portable medical capsules. Their treatment wouldn't just be more effective, but also cheaper than what most locals could offer. Although all of that was business for the future. Right now, looking at his girls, Alex could tell one thing for sure, the rest of them were itching to jump into a new adventure and let loose. Which meant, he'd definitely be cleaning up the aftermath. The girls' chatter was so lively that they didn't stop talking about their future adventures even during dinner. Alice and Nobukatsu had come down from the second floor and just learned about the newest additions to the family, Nyaruko and Jinx. But when they heard about adventures in other worlds, they too got excited by the idea of going on their own journeys. For kids like them, the chance to travel across fantasy worlds wasn't just a wish, it was a real dream. As Alex listened to the endless dinner conversations, he started to fear just a little what the girls might end up doing. But one thing reassured him, in their cheerful and slightly insane family, there was at least a responsible core that could hold back the chaos. Becca, however, hardly took part in the conversation. Her attention was fully focused on Jinx, her new daughter who had appeared through magical means. She couldn't stop staring at her. For Becca, it was like a dream come true, she finally had a child of her own. Alex watched with a gentle smile as his beloved weapon gremlin smoothly shifted into full-on doting mom mode, and he just knew that very soon, Becca would be handing her daughter her first weapon. Way too soon. And the creator had already warned him, Jinx inherited her love for weapons from both Alex and Becca. It wouldn't be long before she started building her own guns, and the day his little princess blows up her first idiot wasn't far off. Noticing her father's gaze, Jinx cheerfully flashed a peace sign with her fingers and gave him a big smile. Alex smiled back, but suddenly felt someone tugging on his sleeve. He turned his head to see Nyaruko, who was calmly wiping her mouth with it. "You little gremlin," Alex said with a smirk, gently pinching her nose. "I'm innocent, Daddy." Your sleeve was just closer than the napkin, Nyorko replied in the most innocent tone. If you say so, sweetheart. But next time, try to eat a little more carefully. You don't want people calling you a piggy, do you? Alex said, helping his daughter wipe her face. Let them try. Then I'll just ask you to beat that jerk up, Nyorko huffed, lifting her nose defiantly. You're right, kiddo. Let them just try to mess with you, Alex said warmly, patting her on the head. Nyorko nodded happily, glowing from the attention. Alex watched her and tried to figure out which traits she inherited from him and which came from Nyan. Though, some things were already obvious. Like how she'd somehow managed to steal candy from Yog. There was no doubt, this was a sneaky little gremlin. And honestly, she probably didn't need anyone to defend her, Nyorko could drive anyone insane all by herself. Still, Alex figured it was worth keeping an eye on her. Not because he was worried for his daughter, no, he was worried for anyone who might upset her. If Nyorko started crying, Nyan would erase everything. No discussions. Every bit of reality tied to the idiot who upset her, gone. Every timeline, every alternative. Just, nothing left. Alex could simply toss anyone who hurt his daughters into the Red City and let them suffer for eternity. But Nyan wouldn't be that gentle, she'd erase the idiot, his house, his planet, and, if needed, his entire universe. Thinking about it, Alex instinctively glanced at Becca, who was feeding Jinx with the tenderness of a professional nanny. And he realized, while Becca wasn't as extreme as Nyan, she wouldn't hesitate to toss someone who hurt her daughter into a black hole. And she'd probably even pick the best angle for him to fully comprehend his fate. That thought made Alex wonder, would all of his girls be like that once they had children? Deep down, though, he already knew the answer. Yes, they would. And he wouldn't even need to lift a finger, they would rush in themselves, a whole battalion of furious women, ready to avenge a single tear from their daughters. Like tigresses prepared to tear apart anyone who dared touch their cubs. Dinner eventually came to an end. Once the dishes were cleared away, the group moved back into the living room, where the conversation could continue. Now it was Alex's turn, everyone was eager to hear what had happened to him and Slayer after they vanished from Raccoon City. He began the tale from the moment he and Slayer were flung out of a portal and hurled into orbit above Tau Volantis, falling toward the snowy planet like two meteors. At first, Alex intended to keep things brief, but his three little princesses were looking at him with such anticipation that he couldn't resist. So he told the full story, in vivid detail, complete with gestures and dramatic exaggeration to entertain his daughters. The girls listened with interest, laughing as Alex animatedly described the icy landscapes of Tau Volantis and all they had to endure. He even went on to tell the story of an entire civilization's downfall, satisfying the curiosity of those who wanted to know the reason behind the catastrophe. The tale eventually reached the part about the encounter with the Minister of the Monoliths and Davith. Alex decided to leave out one particular detail, a certain purple tentacle-shaped dildo he'd thrown at the minister's face for talking too much. Not that it mattered. Everyone already knew about the tentacle, and the sword-shaped one too. It was no surprise anymore. At the end, Alex decided to share one last important detail, his meeting with Lady Death, who, for some reason, had taken an interest in him. Wait, do you mean death as in the death, or death as in, like, just regular death? Beatrix asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Unfortunately, I mean the death. Her name is Lady Death. Like me, she's a personification of a concept. Mine is more complex, but hers is simply death in all forms. Basically, she can kill absolutely anything. Sometimes, out of boredom, she executes people who claim to be immortal. And for reasons I still don't understand, she's got a grudge against Nyan. Don't ask me why, I genuinely have no idea, Alex said, gently stroking Jinx, who was curled up on his lap. Out of everything you've just said, Brunhild began, rubbing her forehead, one thing's clear, this woman's interested in you. And she could show up at our door any minute. Alex, how the hell do you keep attracting women like this? I mean, I can understand Nyorko's mother, she found you interesting and ended up giving you a kid. But please tell me Lady Death isn't going to show up with another of your children. The girls burst out laughing, while Alex just let out a sigh. Look, I don't know myself. Nyorko was a surprise to me too. I didn't understand Nyan at first, and now we have a daughter. She's a chaotic being, you can't predict her. It's the same with Lady Death. She's not evil, more like neutrally chaotic. She might kill someone out of boredom, or stage an accident, just because she feels like it. I still have no clue why she's interested in me, Alex said, spreading his hands. Three girls on his lap, Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko, made the same gesture in unison, which caused the others to giggle. The girls exchanged silent glances. The conclusion was clear, death could appear at any moment. And quite possibly with intent. So, it was easier to just accept it. Everything involving those two chaotic ladies, Lady Death and Nyan Nyan, was Alex's responsibility. He stirred up this mess, now he had to deal with it. Catching their looks, Alex just rolled his eyes. In response, a chorus of laughter. Time passed, and soon it became clear that the day was over. A very eventful day, a war for survival, new family members, Nyaruko and Jinx. The moment one of the girls yawned, the others quickly caught on, triggering a chain reaction. Fatigue finally caught up with everyone. Seeing that many were literally falling asleep on the go, Alex decided to put his 3 daughters to bed himself. He gently laid Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx down, waiting until they fell asleep. Then he headed back to his bedroom. Entering the room, he stopped at the door. The girls were already asleep, stretched out across the entire width of the bed, leaving him not the slightest chance for a free spot. Not wanting to wake anyone, Alex quietly left, went downstairs, and lay down on the couch. The day had been incredibly long and intense, but his mind was occupied with only one thought: vacation with the family. With those thoughts, he fell asleep. The next morning, Alex felt a strange, slightly tickling sensation on his face and chest. He reluctantly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw were 3 pairs of eyes, staring at him intently and perhaps a bit too seriously. Sitting right on him were Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx, poking his cheeks as if checking whether he had woken up. As soon as Alex opened his eyes, the girls froze and quickly pretended nothing was happening. Innocent as can be, completely blameless. Smiling at his trio, Alex suddenly sat up and started tickling them. The girls immediately burst into laughter and squirmed, trying to escape his grasp. At that moment, the girls from the dining room peeked out, drawn by the cheerful noise. "Did they manage to wake you up after all?" Rory asked with a smile. "How could I not wake up with 3 little troublemakers poking me like that?" Alex replied, stopping the tickling. "Well, it's your own fault for sleeping on the couch," Ada said cheerfully, sipping her coffee. "I wouldn't have had to sleep there if you'd left me just a little space," Alex said dramatically, theatrically wiping an imaginary tear. "I put the daughters to bed, came back to you all, and nothing. Not an inch of room. So this is how love shows itself." Wah. The girls just laughed. They knew perfectly well Alex was joking. Smiling, Alex picked up Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx in his arms and carried them to the dining room. It was time for breakfast. It was going to be an important day, and everything needed to be settled before evening. He planned to finish the last tasks in this world and return to Orario. Seating his daughters at the table, Alex began breakfast. He was already mentally making a to-do list when Seiko addressed him. "Alex, remind me, what else do we need to do here before leaving? I want to warn my father so he'll be ready." "Almost everything is done. Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya have handed over control to Balalaika and Svetlana. We just need to talk to the others, and that's it," Alex replied, sipping his coffee. "So, we can leave today?" Claire asked for confirmation. "Yes. By evening, we'll be leaving this world. I'll stop by Takashi, Jonah, and Koda to tell them to get ready. Then I'll visit the elders, Hayato and the other masters. Chunli, Kami, and Yuri, you can talk to the fighters and explain everything to them. Then I'll check in with Seol and the Sunwoo clan. And at the end, only the guys will be left. That should be all. So, just talk to everyone you want to bring with you." Moira asked, thoughtfully looking at Alex. "Meaning, I need to tell my family to get ready?" Alex nodded. Moira leaned back in her chair and sighed. No problem with her mother and younger sister, but her father. Barry had always been stubborn. Even though their relationship had improved, his character hadn't changed. But Moira was ready to try. After breakfast, everyone went about their tasks. Mio and Renka went to their families to warn them about the move. Chunli, Kami, and Yuri went to talk to the fighters, and it was clear they would agree. Brunhilde, Coco, Yuriko, and Saya headed to Balalaika and Svetlana, handing over a flash drive with important information, the same one Chris had received earlier. Moira, Jill, Claire, and Sherry went to Moira's parents to try to convince Barry. Alex himself began checking off his list of people he wanted to invite. But as it turned out, 3 little shadows had already tagged along: Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx. Like 3 little shadows, they followed him closely. Smiling, he picked up Anya and Nyaruko in his arms, while Jinx climbed onto his shoulders like a little captain. The first stop was Takashi and his girlfriend Yuki. Approaching the house where they lived, Alex, without ceremony, started knocking on the door with his foot. His hands were full. After a few knocks, the door swung open, and a clearly sleep-deprived Takashi appeared on the threshold. "Why are you knocking so early?" he grumbled. "What's with the face, David? Not happy to see your old man? Want me to hug you too?" Alex asked with a wide smile. "I'll pass. Better tell me what you need so early in the morning," Takashi muttered, yawning. First, meet your two new sisters, Nairuko and Jinx, Alex said, turning so the girls were clearly visible. And second, pack your things. We're leaving this world by evening. Takashi silently looked at Alex. Or rather, at the two new girls who were curiously peering over their father's shoulders and arms. He immediately understood everything. But what surprised him the most was something else. Was it already time to leave this world? After thinking for a moment, he concluded that Alex really had finished all the important things here. There was nothing left to do in this world, and it made no sense to stay. So, we're leaving already? He asked again with a slight sigh. All right, got it. I'll go tell Yuki to start packing, he nodded and turned away. Before I forget, here, Alex said, tossing him a spatial bag. Everything you need will fit comfortably in here. Takashi nodded and closed the door without another word. Alex shook his head with a light smile. Well, there's one down, now there's, some more left, he muttered with a grin. Are there still many more? Jinx asked, swinging her legs as she sat on his shoulders. Mom said you're gathering minions so you don't have to work yourself. Ha ha ha. Alex laughed. Maybe there's some truth to that. But the more helpers Daddy has, the more time he can spend with you all. Or do you want Daddy to work all the time? No. Daddy shouldn't work too much. Anya protested, shaking her head firmly. You should have lots of minions, and they should do everything for you. Now that's what I call a proper daughter, Alex winked. He laughed again. Of course, he wasn't literally gathering minions, he meant reliable people who could take on part of the responsibility. This would allow him not to get distracted by minor problems in other worlds. For example, those where some god summons an entire school of children into their realm, supposedly to save humanity. But in reality, they just use them to strengthen their influence, without caring about the destruction and casualties. Such gods only upset the balance, and they needed to be dealt with as well. Next on the list was Jonah. He listened to Alex, nodded, and without fuss started packing with Malka. For him, the safety of his family was the most important thing. And if that was guaranteed, he was ready to work for anyone, especially someone he trusted. The third was Kota. One of Kota's girls, Myrna, to be exact, opened the door for Alex. When Alex told them they were heading to the Danmachi world, Kota seemed to lose his mind with joy. He literally started jumping around the room. The girls had to calm him down, but it wasn't very successful. When Alex finished with these three, he realized the list wasn't that long after all. The girls really had taken on most of the work. But there was one thing he still wanted to do personally, talk to Seol and discuss how to relocate the Sunwoo clan to Orario. To be continued. Chapter 385, a job offer that's hard to refuse. After informing Takashi, Kota, and Jonah about their departure, Alex paused to think about where to go next. There were several groups he needed to visit, but choosing where to begin was proving difficult. He stood there with a blank expression, trying to decide who to visit first. Meanwhile, his three daughters, Anya, Nairuko, and Jinx, patiently waited for their father to pick a direction. Alex knew the next logical step was a visit to the Ryo Zanpakuga dojo. Thankfully, all the masters now lived together in one large house they had built themselves. The building served both as a home and a training facility. Kenichi, in particular, seemed to suffer the most, as even in a new world, he hadn't escaped his torturous training sessions. Closing his eyes, Alex focused, letting his mana spread across the settlement to locate the people he needed. Unlike ordinary children, Jinx and Nairuko didn't just sense their father's mana, they actually saw it, watching in awe as a wave of energy rolled over the surroundings. The sight fascinated them. When he opened his eyes, Alex saw that all the masters were already gathered at the temporary dojo: Hayato, Akasame, Sasaki, Apachai, Kensei, and Master Ma. Also present were Siko, Myo, Renka, Shigyur, and even Siko's father, Michikatsu. Confirming that everyone was there, Alex headed straight for the dojo, which sat on the outskirts of the settlement. As usual, Alex drew attention during his walk. Everyone in the village knew he had shattered the sky like glass, people still talked about it. The residents also curiously eyed the two new girls perched on his shoulders and arms. The more observant ones already noticed that the azure-haired girl bore a suspicious resemblance to a miniature version of the weapon gremlin who ran the village armory. As they walked, Anya eagerly explained everything they passed to Jinx and Nairuko. Though both had inherited knowledge from their parents, the world around them was still new and fascinating. While they were tempted to jump down and explore, they chose to stay close to their father. Being with him was always better than being without him. Upon reaching the dojo, Alex sighed heavily. Instead of a normal door, the Ryo Zanpakuga masters, in their usual fashion, had installed massive wooden gates, identical to those in the original dojo. He already knew what would happen next, and it annoyed him. But with both hands full, one daughter on his shoulder and two in his arms, he had no choice. Alex kicked the door open with his foot. Just as he expected, a massive wooden log trap swung straight for his face. Without flinching, Alex raised his leg and kicked it away with incredible force. The log flew so far it disappeared from view, crossing the atmosphere, traveling through space, and finally embedding itself halfway into the moon's surface. Daddy, they attacked you. That means they're villains. And villains must be exploded. Jinx declared, pulling a grenade from somewhere. Exactly. Nyaruko agreed, pulling out a crowbar. They tried to attack Daddy's butt. Anya didn't pull out anything, but crossed her arms with a serious nod, silently supporting her sisters. Alex looked at his daughters in mild horror. He had no idea where Jinx got a grenade or Nyaruko found a crowbar. He suspected either his workshop or Becca's armory. Girls, where did you get those? He asked, frowning. You didn't sneak into my workshop, did you? Or rummage through your mom's desk? Daddy, you're silly, Jinx scoffed. I just wanted one, and the grenade appeared. Look, she said, pulling grenade after grenade out of thin air. Yeah, Daddy, don't be sad, Nyaruko added. We didn't take anything without asking. Mama said if I want something, I can just make it myself. Like this. A massive iron rod materialized in her hand. They're using that dumb log trick again, Anya pouted. I told Grandpa Hayato to stop. We should ask Bon to burn it all, doors, log, everything. Alex didn't know what scared him more, the dojo's traps, his own daughters, or the possible consequences if he didn't stop them. One thing was certain, these three were miniature versions of himself, and that guaranteed plenty of adventures, and headaches in the future. He opened his mouth to say something, then immediately shut it. For a moment, he looked like a mute fish, struggling to produce any sound. It finally sank in, two of his little princesses had learned to create things on their own. That could only mean one thing, if they didn't get something they wanted, they'd simply make it themselves. On one hand, he was proud of them. Such an early manifestation of materialization was an extraordinary talent. But on the other, he understood very well how that could end. He could feel Jinx, sitting on his shoulder, juggling live grenades. Meanwhile, Nyaruko, resting in his arm, wore a mischievous gremlin grin as she swung the crowbar in her hands like she was already picking her first target. Alex's mind unwillingly painted a terrifying scene. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx go out for a walk, only to encounter some idiot who tries to kidnap them. Nyaruko strikes his knee with a crowbar, the idiot drops. Anya releases her dragon, Bond, who bites into the other leg. Meanwhile, Jinx cheerfully scatters explosives around the enemy, and the three girls walk away from the epic explosion without looking back. The idiot. Just unlucky. Alex shook his head, trying to dispel the dark image. He realized that if he didn't stop his little gremlins right now, they'd wreak havoc in Ryozanpaku, first beating everyone, then blowing up the dojo. All right, you three, he said firmly, though with a smile, looking at his daughters. No hitting, no burning, and no exploding. These people are our friends. And more importantly, your moms are inside. Do you want to upset them? Sorry, Daddy. We promise we won't hit, explode, or burn anyone. Cross our hearts. Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya said in perfect unison, like someone had issued them a psychic command. Good girls. I'll show you later who the real bad guys are, and who it's okay to hit, Alex said warmly, looking at his daughters with affection. The three girls nodded eagerly, but their eyes already sparkled with thoughts like, we'll figure out who deserves a beating anyway. Anya, though not Alex's biological daughter, had clearly inherited his personality and mannerisms. As for Nyaruko and Jinx, one was the daughter of Alex and Nyan, the other of Alex and Becca. No wonder they were walking chaos in child form. Not a bad approach, teaching the difference between good and evil from a young age, came Akasame's voice as he stepped out of the dojo. I wouldn't even need to if you guys hadn't set up that stupid log trap again. Alex rolled his eyes. How many times do I have to say it, get rid of it? What if it kills someone? Or worse, what if it pisses off my kids? He gave a pointed look at Nyaruko with the crowbar and Jinx with the grenades, not forgetting about Anya with her dragon. Akasame visibly paled. He had already heard from Mio and Siko that Alex now had two more daughters, but hadn't grasped how dangerous they were. Ah, well, actually, that was Sasaki's idea. Akasame quickly backpedaled without blinking. He said it was great training for Kenichi. I had nothing to do with it. Alex narrowed his eyes, clearly not buying it. He knew Akasame could be lazy and irresponsible too. Under the heavy gaze of Alex and his trio, Akasame did the only sensible thing, he retreated into the dojo and pretended nothing had happened. Ran away, just like that, Alex muttered with a smirk. He adjusted Anya and Nyaruko in his arms and headed toward the entrance. Anya, being the most affectionate of the trio, swung the doors open to let her father through. In gratitude, Alex kissed the top of her head. Anya looked proudly at her sisters, who both puffed their cheeks in synchronized jealousy. The moment Alex stepped into the dojo, all eyes immediately turned to him. Michikatsu, Siko's father, as usual, looked at Alex with hostility. After all, Alex had become the husband of the daughter he had raised so carefully. Siko immediately elbowed her father in the stomach, making him grunt and collapse back into his seat. Meanwhile, Kensei and Hayato had their eyes glued to Nairuko and Jinx. These were their new granddaughters. They now had 3 granddaughters. These are my new grandbabies. Let me hold them. They're so cute. Kensei exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Sit down. Now. Or do I need to remind you what happened the last time you got too enthusiastic? Juma said with an icy tone, her gaze piercing her husband. Sorry, dear, Kensei mumbled and sat back down immediately. Alex smirked and gave Juma a thumbs up before walking further in and calmly sitting on the tatame. His daughters, Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya, immediately took their places at their mother's sides. Nairuko snuggled against Mio, resting her head contentedly on her chest. Jinx chose Shigeru, not so much out of affection but more with the intent to sneak away a few shurikens. Anya sat politely on Siko's lap, the most well-behaved and composed of the trio. Alex looked around at everyone present, and his gaze stopped on Kenichi, who, as usual, looked nervous. It still baffled Alex how Kenichi, after everything he had been through, hadn't gotten rid of his timid nature. He even had a small harem now, yet remained the same, constantly embarrassed and flustered. Alex continued to stare intently at Kenichi, which made the young man squirm even more. A thought crossed Alex's mind, maybe he should toss the guy into the same team as Takashi, Kota, and Jonah, maybe then he'd finally toughen up. Or maybe the real issue was that the Ryozanpaku training hadn't knocked the fear out of Kenichi, but part of his brain. I don't think I need to say much. Everyone here understands that I've finished my business in this world, Alex said, shifting his gaze to the masters. Yes, Mio, Renka, Shigeru, and Siko already explained everything. You're leaving, and as agreed, we'll be going with you, Hayato nodded. But I'd like some clarification. Mio mentioned a guild or organization. Put simply, it's similar to what you were doing before things started falling apart. Only this time, the scale isn't just one world, it's many. The core idea is simple, you take a mission, go to another world, and knock the stupidity out of whatever's trying to destroy it. That's it, Alex replied, tapping his finger on the table. Now here's the real question. Are we actually getting paid for this? I'm not about to work my ass off for free, Sasaki grunted, setting a bottle on the table. I'm not working for free either. If the reward is that divine liquor one of your girls brought back from the realm of the gods, count me in. That was the best alcohol I've ever tasted. Everything else is just dishwater now, Sujetsu added, taking a swig from his bottle and wiping his mouth. Can you two stop talking about booze for 1 second? Renka sighed, pointing at both men. Uncle, especially you. Mom's tired of hiding alcohol from you. How do you even find it? I have a nose for it, Sujetsu laughed. Hide it in a dungeon, I'll still sniff it out. Renka sighed and slapped her forehead, then glanced at her mother. Juma simply shook her head. Still, for her, it was already an achievement that Sujetsu and Kensei no longer started daily brawls. After all, Renka now lived with Alex and his harem, and Juma had to deal with the aftermath of their madness. Alex watched the exchange with interest, slightly shaking his head. Life at Ryozanpaku was, as always, lively. But the moment he stayed quiet for too long, Sasaki and Sujetsu started their usual whining again, saying they wouldn't work for free and might as well die instead. Their complaints finally pushed Juma over the edge, and she launched into a fierce argument, trying to rein in the two idiots. As the hall erupted into noise once again, a voice cut through Michikatsu's. While they argue, Alex, allow me to ask you something. Is there any chance that, during one of the missions, I might meet my ancestors, Michikatsu and Yoriichi Tsujikuni? He carefully placed his teacup on the table, gazing at Alex with a serious expression. A meeting with Yoriichi is unlikely, unless something significant happened during his lifetime that distorted the course of events, Alex said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. But encountering another Michikatsu? That's possible. Time is a strange thing. Sometimes it twists, sometimes it loops. Who knows what we'll come across? What do you mean by that? Akiyama asked with interest, leaning forward. Hearing his question, everyone in the hall turned their eyes to Alex, curious to hear his answer. After all, the man in front of them was someone who could actually shed light on such matters. Even Juma, who had just been arguing moments before, fell silent. The two who had been refusing to work for free a minute ago also quieted down, intrigued. Alex stroked his chin in thought, carefully choosing his words. Explaining the nature of time was never an easy task, even his own girls had trouble grasping it when he tried to explain. Let me put it simply. As I said, time is strange. Some events have already happened, others are just beginning, and some are still ahead, Alex began in a pensive tone. Can you make it even simpler? Kensei asked, raising his hand like a schoolboy. My daddy says that what feels like the present to you might already be the end, or just the beginning for someone else, Nyaruko chimed in, crossing her arms. And now I'm completely lost, Sasaki muttered, rubbing his forehead. Let me give an example, Alex continued calmly. Take the story of Yoriichi Tsujikuni. In one timeline, he's just been born, that's the start of his journey. In another, he's midway through his life. And in a third, he's long gone, leaving behind only legend. Imagine rivers flowing side by side. In one, you've just stepped in another, you're already at the finish. And all of them are still you. The missions assigned by the system might send you to any of these points in time, depending on the objective. I think I understand now, Michikatsu nodded. So, there's a chance I could meet both of my ancestors. If that's the case, then I'm in. I don't want my daughter to take part in this alone. What kind of father would I be if I just sat and watched Siko carry such a burden? Himari would never forgive me for that. One down, Alex smirked. What about the rest of you? No pressure. You can stay here, open your own dojo, and keep calling the beating of idiots training. But as for Kenichi, he doesn't get a choice. He's going with Takashi's team. He glanced at Kenichi, who visibly trembled even more. Well, sometimes it really is worth stretching your legs, Hayato said. Mio said she's going to participate too. So, on behalf of Ryo Zanpaku, I'll say, we support you. And as for Kenichi, it's about time he grew up and came out of his shell. Ma Dojo won't stay out of this either, Juma added, giving her husband a cold look. I know full well, if he ends up in another world unsupervised, the first thing he'll do is bother the girls. Then he'll either end up in jail or be executed. Her words sent the hall into laughter. Everyone knew Juma was right. Only in her presence did Kensei forget his habit of taking pictures up girls' skirts. But the most upset was Kenichi. They hadn't even asked him, they just signed him up. His shoulders slumped, but he understood Alex was right. In the world they were going to, his loved ones would be safe. That gave him at least a little confidence despite the fear of the unknown future. When the conversation ended, Alex began to get up from the floor, but before he could, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx immediately clung to him, hugging him from three sides like three little monkeys. Waving goodbye to the others, Alex headed to the next stop, the Sunwoo clan's house. His daughters didn't leave him for a step, chatting and giggling as he walked. He wondered whether Seol would agree to move to another world or prefer to stay and rebuild Korea. Approaching the large house where the Sunwoo clan was based, Alex knocked on the door and waited. After a few seconds, Jaini opened it, wearing a look of both surprise and mild annoyance. So what's the occasion? Bragging about now having 3 daughters, she asked, leaning against the doorframe. Almost. I came to talk to Seol and the elders, Alex replied with a smile, ignoring her jab. Then come in, Jaini said, stepping aside. Alex nodded and entered. The Sunwoo clan's house was one of the largest in the settlement. Its members had worked hard to build a proper headquarters that reflected the clan's status. Lady Seol. Grandpa. Alex is here to talk. Jaini shouted, standing next to him in the hall. Jaini, how many times do I have to tell you not to shout in the house? Your Lady Seol's protector, behave accordingly, came the voice of Elder Quan, descending the stairs with his hands behind his back. Alex looked up and saw Seol. She had grown noticeably taller, just a couple of centimeters, but still. After Alex healed her illness, not only her body had changed. She had become more confident, open, and cheerful. Once, Seol had struggled to speak, but now she looked ahead with assurance. She noticed Alex and waved at him. Between them, a warm friendship had long been established, just like Seol's friendship with Mio, Renka, Siko, Rei, and Beatrice. And what did you want to talk about, young man? Elder Quan asked, looking at Alex. Maybe we should sit down first. It feels a bit odd to talk right here in the middle of the hall, Alex suggested with a light smile. Quan nodded and led them toward the hall. As they walked, Alex started talking to Seol, asking about her progress in martial arts. Seol eagerly began sharing stories about her training, expressing her impressions. This was truly important to her, she had barely been able to walk before, and now she trained alongside the others. Alex listened with a smile, happy about the changes in her. He saw a future leader in her, not just a student, but a true head of the clan. Now, Seol not only learned to fight but also cared deeply about the clan and its members. From time to time, Seol glanced at Nyaruko and Jinx. Alex didn't go into details about how they came to be there but happily introduced the girls to her. Seol received them with interest and warmth. Finally, they entered a spacious hall where a round table stood in the center. Alex immediately understood that this was the place for discussing important clan matters. Despite the ruined world, as long as Seol lived, the Sunwoo clan lived too. Its members remained loyal to her because, to them, the clan was, first and foremost, family. Alex sat down at the table and immediately took out some treats for Anya, Nyaruko, and Jink so they wouldn't interrupt the conversation. He also offered some to Seol and Jaini. After a few minutes, the other elders arrived, the kind who looked more like kindly retirees enjoying their golden years than fierce clan elders. When everyone took their seats, Alex realized it was time to begin. So, Alex, what did you want to talk about? Seol asked, now fully in her role as clan leader. Actually, it's quite simple. I came with a proposal, to help you restore the Sunwoo clan and also offer a job, Alex answered calmly. Young man, could you clarify how exactly you plan to help us? And is this related to the job you mentioned? Elder Chung asked, stroking his beard. That's right. Let me explain everything step by step. Questions can come afterward, Alex said, scanning the room before beginning. He started by proposing the clan relocate to Orario. Naturally, many questions arose, to which Alex promptly gave detailed and clear answers. He explained that Orario had many orphans who could be given a home and raised as future clan members. This was not only help for the clan but also a chance to give these children family and protection. Even though he and Freya had already been assisting orphans, the problem remained acute. Having addressed this point, Alex moved on to the second, the job offer. When he began explaining the essence of it, the elders exchanged glances at first. It sounded insane. But Alex calmly and thoroughly answered every question. He hid nothing and didn't embellish, he simply spoke the truth. Gradually, the elders began to understand, this was indeed a job that did not contradict the clan's spirit but rather supported its growth and strengthening. Moreover, the clan could gain much, resources, experience, connections. When Alex finished explaining, it was time for discussion. The elders quietly exchanged words among themselves, while Seol silently watched Alex. Finally, she spoke. I agree with your proposal, Alex. The Sunwoo clan will support you in your plan. Are you sure, young lady? Kwon asked, tilting his head slightly. Completely. If it weren't for Alex, I wouldn't have just stayed bedridden, I wouldn't have survived. Thanks to him, I can live a normal life. Thanks to him, our clan even made it to this day, we would have simply been wiped out at the South Korean border. We owe Alex too much. And I will repay this debt, even if it takes my whole life. If the young lady has made her decision, who are we to go against it? Elder Chung nodded. As you said, even if it takes a lifetime, we will repay the debt. And even more. The other elders immediately agreed, nodding one after another. The decision was made. The Sunwoo clan stood with Alex. Only Elder Kwon remained, the only one who had not yet voiced his opinion. He remained silent, pondering Alex's words. A light silence hung in the room. Since Lady Seol has accepted your proposal, then the Sunwoo clan will follow you, Alex, to repay the debt. We always repay what we owe, Elder Kwon finally said firmly and calmly. Then get ready. We leave by evening. As promised, I'll provide you with housing and funds for the beginning while I set up the system, Alex replied with a slight smile. Seol smiled back and nodded. The elders rose from their seats to give orders to the other clan members. Alex picked up his daughters, and accompanied by Seol and Jaini, headed toward the exit. Just as they almost reached the door, Jaini called out to him. Alex, can I ask a question? She frowned and squinted. Why did you make such an offer to our clan? You didn't have to. Or is it because we have a lot of people you can use? Alex stopped and turned his head toward her. You're mistaken, Jaini. It's not like that at all. It's not about the number of people. I just like your clan. You're like one big family, friendly, united. Even when the world was falling apart, you didn't abandon each other, you protected Seol, cared for one another. Strength is important. But human qualities matter more. Strength can be gained at any moment in life. But a sense of comradeship, you can't buy it or train it. It's in the heart. I think that answer suits you. Absolutely, Jaini nodded shortly. Now go where you were going. We still have to pack. It's not every day you move to a world with gods and a dungeon, she said with a smirk and began pushing Alex out the door, while Seol laughed watching the scene. Alex's answer pleased her too. His words about the Sunwoo clan were sincere and meaningful to her. Alex let Jaini push him out the door and headed toward his next destination, the shooting range, where another group awaited whom he wanted to make a similar offer. So far, everything was going well, no one he approached had refused. But Alex was especially counting on this group's agreement. Because he knew that in the new job, it wouldn't work without people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Lem and his fighters, Price, Soap, Ghost, those were exactly the kind of people. Alex smiled, remembering Itami, just mentioned to him that in the new world there are real magical girls, and he would agree without hesitation. With a slight smile, shaking his head, Alex walked forward. His daughters, hanging on his shoulders and arms, exchanged curious glances. "Daddy, why are you laughing like a fool again?" Nairuko asked, looking at him suspiciously. "Yeah. Tell us, Dad." Jinx encouraged, while Anya was already preparing to explain things to her sisters. Alex began telling them about Itami and his strange love for magical girls. Anya immediately started explaining to her sisters who those were. Alex listened and imagined his 3 little princesses dressing up in magical girl costumes. But then he just sighed, realizing that even in pink skirts, with magic wands and bows, they would still be gremlins. Little, noisy, unpredictable gremlins, not kind and cute magical girls from fairy tales. To be continued. Chapter 386, Chapter 386, Farewell to One World, Hello Orario. Alex was heading toward the shooting range, the place where the last group of people he intended to recruit for his world-saving mission had gathered. The folks from Ryozanpaku had already agreed, and the Sunwoo clan had accepted his proposal too. All that remained was to convince the final group, and the martial artists. Although, convincing that last group probably wouldn't even be necessary. After all, the ones handling them were girls. Alex didn't have to worry much about those muscle-brained martial artists refusing, not with Yuri, Cammy, and Chun-Li sent to recruit them. As soon as those guys heard they'd get to fight a horde of various monsters in a dungeon, or even go head-to-head with truly powerful opponents, they'd jump into the portal without hesitation. And if that trio gave the go-ahead, the rest would follow without question. Especially after hearing that the new world was full of monsters, dungeons, and worthy foes. Alex was 100% sure of it. Right now, what concerned him most was the group of soldiers, particularly Ghost. There were times when a target needed to be eliminated quietly, without leaving a trace. And for that, Ghost was irreplaceable. Not every villain charged at the world with screaming and explosions. Some played the part of virtuous saints, acting like heroes while secretly being monsters who destroy everything for their goals. In those cases, the mission required nothing flashy, just a silent bullet to the head, leaving behind a corpse and a mystery. While Alex was thinking through these details, his thoughts were interrupted by his daughters. Anya, Nairuko, and Jinx were animatedly discussing magical girls and planning to form their own magical team. But they quickly realized that 3 members weren't enough. So Anya suggested inviting Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Alex nearly choked at the thought. He wanted to explain to his daughters that Gir and Stitch were boys, and neither of them was going to run around in pink dresses, waving magic wands and tossing flower petals. Gir would more likely start swinging a chainsaw, turning everything into a bloodbath while yelling, in the name of holy cleansing. And Stitch? He'd be throwing grenades, cackling like a madman. As for Mimi, she'd turn any idiot she met into a watermelon using her mace. In short, they'd be the most violent and chaotic magical girl team in history. Alex struggled to suppress a laugh as he imagined these magical girls spreading not joy and love, but chaos, destruction, and bloody fireworks. He genuinely pitied the poor souls who'd have the misfortune of crossing paths with such a team. If they survived, it would be straight to lifelong therapy in a mental institution. Assuming they survived, of course. His train of thought was suddenly derailed by pain. Someone had yanked hard on his hair. "Daddy, are you thinking something bad about us again?" Jinx asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously as she sat on his shoulders, still pulling his hair. Anya and Nairuko, standing nearby, immediately nodded in agreement. "Where did you get that idea, sweetheart? How could I ever think anything bad about my little princesses?" Alex replied with an innocent smile. "You always make that face when you're thinking dumb stuff." Jinx accused. "Mom said if you make that face, it means you're planning something suspicious. And that means you need to be punished." She pulled his hair even harder. Anya and Nairuko joined in too, tugging at his cheeks from both sides. While enduring his execution, Alex briefly thought that soon he wouldn't even need to eat the gomu gomu fruit. His face was already turning into rubber on its own. Turns out, female intuition works even on little girls. Although, to be fair, he hadn't actually thought anything bad about them. He just considered them little gremlins. But apparently, they sensed even that, because they started stretching his face even harder, just in case. Alex was almost grateful that his daughters were only pulling on his face. Unlike certain grown women, who in situations like this preferred to bite his cheeks, or even his head. Okay, that's enough," he mumbled, struggling to move his lips. "I was just imagining how you'd look in magical girl outfits. I was designing costumes, trying to make you happy, my princesses. You should have just said so." Nairuko huffed, finally letting go of his cheek. Daddy. If you told us you wanted to sew us cute dresses, we wouldn't have punished you." Anya said cheerfully. "Can I pick the color of my dress?" asked Jinx, still holding onto his hair. "Anything you want, my little princess," Alex replied with a strained smile. "Then I want a grenade launcher. Or a big machine gun." No, wait, a grenade launcher machine gun. Jinx shouted with delight, bouncing happily on his shoulders as she clearly dove headfirst into her bloody magical girl fantasy. I'll think about it, Alex muttered with a tired sigh. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx immediately understood that their daddy hadn't actually said no to the weapons idea, and launched into a lively debate about what kind of armament would best match their magical girl costumes. Alex, at that moment, was completely lost. He had no idea what to say, so he did what he usually did in such situations. He just went with the flow, hoping their excitement would soon wear off and they'd forget all about costumes and fighting evil. Listening to the girls' cheerful chatter, Alex finally reached the shooting range. Even from a distance, the sounds of gunfire could be heard. The group of guys was clearly doing some live practice. Alex was surprised. After such a massive battle the day before, he'd expected everyone to be flat on their backs, exhausted. As he got closer, he spotted Lem and his team. Soap, Price, and Ghost were there too. Even Jake had shown up, which wasn't all that surprising. Alex's gaze settled on Itami, who looked like he'd been dragged out of bed against his will, deprived of the chance to stay home and watch anime in peace. Well, look who finally decided to grace us with his presence, Lem smirked. The Demon King himself, and from what I can see, now with 2 more daughters. Jealous you don't have any of your own? Alex shot back, rolling his eyes. Lem only chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Alex walked closer, and all eyes turned to him. He carefully set Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx down so they could wander off and avoid interrupting the adult conversation. The moment their feet hit the ground, the girls rushed toward the weapons rack. Before anyone could stop her, Jinx had already grabbed a rifle and bolted. Alex saw it, of course, but didn't even flinch. He was used to his little gremlin's antics by now. Jinx felt her father's eyes on her and gave him a mischievous grin, hiding the weapon behind her back. Anya and Nyaruko immediately stepped in front of her, shielding their sister like it was a perfectly rehearsed maneuver. Alex just shook his head and pretended he hadn't noticed. After all, they'd been holding back their chaotic nature for quite a while now. And what brings you down to our level, oh great Demon King? R asked, smirking with his arms crossed. Honestly, I was expecting screaming, panic, maybe a few dumb questions. But you guys aren't even surprised. I haven't even told you anything yet, Alex replied with a faint smirk, looking over the men. Alex, you must have forgotten what happened yesterday, Soap began, rolling his eyes. I mean, I can deal with a destroyed island, fine, Old Man Hayato said it was possible. But I wasn't the one floating in the sky holding a golden spear, and I didn't turn the sky into some cracked glass nightmare monster. We saw the stars through those cracks, during the day, while the damn sun was still shining. Oh, and the sky was blood red. Because of demons. Everyone else simply nodded in agreement. Well, I won't argue. You're right, Alex shrugged. Yeah, I really am the Demon King. Alexander Voldigode. Nice to meet you, again. Yay, he added, striking a ridiculous pose like some low-budget anime hero. The guys stared at him in disbelief. Just yesterday, he was up in the sky fighting a horror that still gave them chills. And now here he was, acting like a clown. But still, it was Alex. He had always been like this, serious in battle, and outside of it, a complete idiot. They couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The laughter broke the tension. They realized that no matter how powerful he had become, Alex was still himself. Only Itami nodded as if he had already known all of this, though a spark of pure otaku excitement flickered in his eyes. All right, spit it out. You didn't come just to shoot the breeze, Price said, lighting a cigar. Exactly. I have an offer. A job. But I'll say this up front, you're free to say no. I'm not pressuring anyone, Alex said, lighting up a cigarette of his own. Before we decide anything, maybe you could tell us what kind of job we're talking about. We're adults, after all. We want to understand what we'd be getting into, Ghost said, leaning against a wooden post. Alex nodded and started explaining what he had in mind. He told them about the organization he wanted to build and why he had chosen them specifically for this offer. From the first few sentences, the guys understood, Alex was planning something truly massive. This had long since moved beyond the scope of a single world. His plan was grand, maybe even insane. He didn't sugarcoat anything and admitted right away, this wasn't a job about heroism or patrolling city streets. Sometimes, it would require getting your hands dirty. Eliminating villains, not giving them pep talks and trying to redeem them. In Alex's view, not everyone deserved a second chance. And he was ready to shoulder that responsibility, with those willing to stand beside him. It didn't take long for him to lay out the whole idea, and when he finished, silence fell. Everyone was deep in thought. For Itami, it was like a dream come true. The chance to visit different worlds, including anime universes, was already more than enough reason to say yes. The others, meanwhile, were still weighing the risks. Lem and Price exchanged glances. They both had the same thought in their eyes: if they agreed to this, they could kiss a peaceful retirement goodbye. But really, who needed that anyway? Soap, despite all his military experience, still carried the heart of a hero. He saw this as a chance to make sure what happened to their own world never happened again. Ghost, as always, remained silent. He simply observed Alex, continuing to analyze everything. The former members of Coco's squad were also deep in thought, but for them, not much would change, only the scale of their missions. And the promised pay was generous. "You know what, Alex? I'm in," Jake said first, smirking. "Been a mercenary my whole life. You promised good pay. So if you want me to kill some god or whatever, just pay me, and we're square." "I'm in too," Soap said, crossing his arms. "If there's a chance to prevent what happened to our world from happening again, I'm willing to take the risk. And the chance to see other worlds? Just a nice bonus." Alex looked around at the rest. "And you guys?" "Ah, kid." Lem drawled with a smirk. "With you, we can forget about any peaceful life. But we're mercs. If you pay, we're in." "Right, boys." "Damn right." As long as the pay's good, the guys from Coco's squad chimed in together. "Hey. Don't forget me." Itami shouted. "If I get to visit anime worlds, I'm ready to work 25 hours a day, 8 days a week." Alex laughed. "Price." "Simon." "I'm in," Ghost nodded. "I never dreamed of retirement anyway. And killing, that's what I do best." "Well, there goes my retirement." "Lasted a whole half a day," Price smirked, flicking ash from his cigar. "But I'm not leaving my squad behind. Count me in too, kid." "Great. Then start packing. By evening, we'll be in my world," Alex said with a grin. "Trust me, you're gonna love it." "Alex, can I ask something?" Hugo said uncertainly. "Can we bring our families with us?" "Of course, Hugo," Alex nodded. "They'll be much safer in my world. Like I promised, I'll provide housing and money to get you started. Not to brag, but my family's pretty wealthy. And I've got enough treasure to buy half of any world." "Ha. Now you're definitely bragging." Lem laughed, reaching out to shake his hand. "It'll be a pleasure working with you, boss." "Pleasure's mine," Alex replied, shaking his hand. We didn't travel half the world just to stop here. He was genuinely glad they agreed. Alex knew well, he couldn't be everywhere at once. Sure, he could create clones and send them across worlds, but it was far more reliable to build a team he could trust. Once the basics were settled, they moved on to the most important topic: payment. Alex explained the system. Payment would be based on mission difficulty. Sometimes it'd be money, other times, artifacts or access to tech and magic from other worlds. But in the middle of the conversation, a powerful explosion rang out. Everyone immediately turned. Half of the shooting range had been reduced to smoking rubble. And standing in the midst of it all were Jinx, Nyaruko, and Anya, more specifically, Jinx, holding a makeshift grenade launcher. Alex covered his face with one hand. "Well, now I definitely believe they're your daughters," Lem said, staring at the wreckage. "Looks like destruction runs in your blood." "I'd be offended, but you're right," Alex sighed. "The Voldegode family has one small quirk: we just can't not blow things up." "So, you're saying it's normal that your new daughter blew up half the range?" Toji asked, nervously adjusting his glasses. "She didn't destroy the world." "So yeah, all good," Alex replied calmly. "I won't even argue," Ar muttered, shaking his head. "At least it wasn't the moon." "That's something, I guess." "You're just jealous," Lutz jumped in. "Alex already has 3 daughters. You're still flying solo." The guys all burst out laughing, looking at Ar. After all, he always claimed he could charm any woman, yet even after the apocalypse, he remained alone, never finding anyone. Ar's face quickly darkened with irritation, and reaching his boiling point, he lunged at Lutz. The latter, laughing cheerfully, took off running. "Hey! Come back, jerk!" Ar shouted, flailing his arms as Lutz teased him even more, throwing new jabs his way. Alex and the others laughed heartily, enjoying the comical scene. After a few more minutes of chatting and laughter, he said goodbye to the guys, scooping up Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx before they could blow up the other half of the shooting range. "Don't forget, be ready to leave by evening," he reminded them as he left. Leaving the range, Alex felt satisfied. He had managed to do everything he planned. Everyone he wanted to invite had agreed. Now he could confidently hand over full control of the Balalaika settlement to Svetlana and another woman he trusted completely. Besides, in the near future, the settlement would merge with the resistance led by Chris anyway. On the way home, Alex pondered how many people would be going with him to the other world, and, strangely, it didn't bother him at all. He even thought about Elisa, Anoka, and Malka. Once back in Orario, he'd definitely add them to Lily's group. He was sure the others, Lily, Haruheim, Cassandra, Bella, Daphne, and Valerie, wouldn't mind. Especially since he personally trained Elisa, Anoka, and Malka and knew they could stand their ground. He also thought about Nobukatsu. After a moment's thought, Alex decided to put the boy under Finn's care, let him teach everything Nobukatsu needed to know about the dungeon. Plus, he'd make some boyfriends since he mostly hung out with girls. Approaching the house, Alex stepped inside, and froze. The place was almost completely empty, and all the girls sat on plain wooden stools. His face showed genuine shock. "What the, did you guys decide to take everything?" he breathed, looking around. The girls noticed his reaction and laughed cheerfully. They fully understood why he was so surprised. "We just don't want to leave anything here," Revi said with a smirk. "Not a single rag. We'd even take the walls if you let us." Alex just shook his head and glanced at Yuri, Chunli, and Cammy. With his look, he asked how their talks with the others had gone. The girls smiled in unison and gave a thumbs up. "Stop standing there with your mouth open," Coco said lazily, leaning back in her chair. "Better tell us, did you manage to convince everyone, or did someone still refuse your crazy plan?" Everyone agreed, Alex answered with satisfaction, putting his daughters down on the floor. Seol and the Sunvu clan gave their consent. The guys didn't refuse either, they said the main thing for them was to get paid. "So, you can consider everything settled here. So, can we already go to your world?" Revi asked, rocking on her stool. "Almost," Alex nodded. "The guys are gathering now and discussing moving with their families. Everything's on schedule, we leave in the evening. For now, we're just waiting. I've been meaning to ask, when does your vacation start? Or is it already started?" Ada asked with curiosity. Let me explain. Here's the plan, we return to Orario, spend a day there, you settle in, unpack your rooms, all that. And from the next day, official vacation, Alex replied, leaning his elbow on his knee. The girls exchanged looks, not understanding why they needed that extra day at all. Alex sighed and continued. "I have to build houses for everyone I'm taking with me. Even with the help of clones, it will take time. Plus, you'll need to set up your rooms, too. Why do we need rooms if we already sleep with you?" Shizuka asked in surprise, looking up at him. "Shizuka, you're such a silly," Rika snorted, kicking her under the table. "These will be our personal rooms, with our stuff, our own corners where we can do hobbies or just be alone. Of course, we'll still sleep with Alex. But do you want to cram all your things into one closet again?" "You should have just said that right away," Shizuka mumbled, poking Rika with her foot. The girls finally understood why they needed personal rooms. Alex even gave Becca as an example, she had her own room, which looked more like a weapon storage than a bedroom. Becca just shrugged, she never denied it. Even though she had her own corner in Alex's workshop, that didn't stop her from dragging weapons to her room and taking them apart there. Now her thoughts were occupied with something else, how she would tease Hestia, since now she had a daughter before the busted goddess. Alex, unlike her, was thinking about something else, he was eagerly awaiting the moment he'd see his family again. Though from their perspective not much time had passed, for him months had gone by, and he truly missed them. He also didn't forget that once back in Orario, he'd need to update the rings of Rhea, Hestia, Loki, Hephaestus, Freya, Gloria, Lucina, and Kiwi, so they could come to him anytime without waiting for him to return himself. Alex clearly understood that once they returned, a lot of work would begin. But being himself, he decided to do the same as in Brunhild's world, use clones to handle his duties while he finally goes on vacation with his family. There were still a few hours left before the departure. Alex and the girls were simply chatting about everything related to the vacation. The girls eagerly shared ideas about where they wanted to go, after all, since it was a vacation, they wanted to enjoy it to the fullest. Besides that, everyone was curious about one question, which schools would Alex attend after the vacation? Despite their interest, he decided not to open the envelopes with the letters himself, he wanted it to be a surprise. Alex watched the girls as they chatted, joked, and made plans. His family had grown, and he was only happy about that. Glancing at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, he smirked, thinking that once they returned to Orario, those three would definitely brag about how they helped save 2 worlds. He also looked at Nobuna. She was literally trembling with impatience, her thirst for adventure was bursting out. If it weren't for the restraining looks from Nagahide and Katsui, she would have already been running back and forth in anticipation of the departure. Alice and Nobukatsu were also excited, new worlds, new places, a chance to see what they had only dreamed about before. "Alex, it's time." "Everyone's already gathered," Brunhilde said, glancing at the clock. "Finally. I'm tired of waiting. Wait for us, Orario, city of adventurers and dungeons. Here we come." Nobuena shouted, jumping off her chair. Ah, here we go, Namio sighed with a bit of sadness. I even got attached to this house. But it doesn't matter. Our home is where our family is. Right, Alex. You're right, Namio, he nodded. Now, girls, it's time to go. This is the last time you see this world. So let's make it beautiful. What are you already planning? Ray squinted suspiciously at him. Alex just smiled mysteriously and stepped outside. The girls exchanged looks, then took Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya in their arms and followed him. He stopped in front of the house they had lived in all this time. It would be silly to lie, he really liked this house. But everything had its time. Besides, he had already taken the aircraft carrier with him, there was no way he was going to leave such a ship behind in this world. Taking a deep breath, Alex slapped his palm against the ground. The house began to change. Right before their eyes, it transformed into a huge tree covered with pink petals. They slowly started to fall, as if saying goodbye. The girls held their breath, watching this magical sight. Alex, however, didn't mention that this was happening not only here. In every place where the red markers had once been, the same trees were now growing, as if cleansing the land of corruption. After admiring the tree for a couple more minutes, Alex and his companions headed to the meeting point. He didn't want to give any farewell speeches. Let these people continue living their lives, without depending on him. Everyone was already gathered in the open space. Alex immediately noticed, there really were many people. Alice and Nobukatsu were already cheerfully chatting with Anoka and Malka. Among others, he spotted Kazara and Kanami with their companions. Even those like Takata and Yukita were here. He looked around to make sure no one was left behind. The Sunvu clan led by Seal was present. Lem and his team were here. Even the Riot Zanpaku dojo had arrived in full force. Ryo, Ken, Jean, and others were ready to follow Alex. Finally, he shifted his gaze to Takashi. He looked noticeably nervous, waiting for his meeting with Gloria. Yuki stood beside him, holding his hand and offering support. What's taking so long? Kensei's voice rang out. We're all gathered here already. Come on, do whatever you're doing, open the passage. I can't wait to meet the girls from the fantasy worlds, elves, those pointy-eared ones, magical girls, hee hee hee. Oh, Dad, you'd better keep quiet, Renka muttered tiredly, looking at him with sympathy. The others also looked at Kensei, some with pity, others with clear mockery. But among them was one person who wasn't laughing at all, his own wife, Juma. She looked at her husband with such bloodthirst that the air around her seemed to sparkle with fury. Kensei, lost in fantasies about the girls with ears, completely forgot who was standing next to him. Feeling the dangerous aura, he slowly turned his head like a robot, and met his wife's bloodshot eyes. He didn't manage to say a word, the next moment Juma's fist slammed into his face with such force that he was knocked out on the spot. Renka's brothers wasted no time and, with obvious practiced skill, tied up their father, turning him into a mummy in seconds. Apparently, this had become a routine procedure for them. The others just shook their heads and laughed. Kensei just never learns to keep his mouth shut, that's all. All right, since everyone's ready. It's time to go, Alex said with a grin, summoning Yamato. Wait. Your sword can open portals even to other worlds. I thought you used magic, pentagrams, scrolls, and all that. Soap stared at him in surprise. You don't even know half of what Yamato can do, Alex smirked. Now, step back, I'm opening the portal. Everyone stepped back. Alex swung the blade twice, cutting through the air, and a wide portal opened before them, large enough for the entire group to pass through easily. Alex was the first to step into the shining vortex, followed by the girls. On the other side, they found themselves in a dense, green forest, a familiar place where his journey had once begun. The girls followed him out and started looking around. Everyone was curious why Alex had opened the portal in the forest instead of somewhere else, or even directly in Orario. This is my favorite forest, I even missed it. Alex murmured, gazing at the trees. I opened the portal here on purpose. I didn't want to do it right in the city, I've got enough headaches as it is. Can you imagine if everyone started asking questions or, worse, panicking? Ha, that's classic. The main hero ends up in a fantasy world and finds himself in a forest. Where's the starter tree, though? Kuta smirked, surveying the area. A forest is a forest. Except the air here is way cleaner than back home, Hayato noted, taking a deep breath. Well then, my dears, welcome to the new world. Alex declared ceremoniously, drawing everyone's attention. From here, our path leads to Orario. Once there, I'll tell you everything and show you around. Do we really have to walk? Ada drawled. There are cars. I'd love to, but, no, Alex rolled his eyes. I don't need gods banging on the door yelling, get me a ride, brother. Thanks, but I'll pass. Makes sense, Claire smirked. Then lead the way. Besides you and Becca, no one else knows their way around here, so be kind and show us the road. Alex nodded and led the group forward. They had to go through the forest, the walk wouldn't take long, about 10 minutes. Then, a similar stroll along the road leading to Orario. A perfect chance to look around, breathe fresh air, and feel the start of a new life. To be continued. Chapter 387. Chapter 387. Bureaucracy exists in all worlds and is inevitable. Alex, along with a sizable group, was moving through the forest leading to the road that stretched directly toward Orario. Every now and then, he glanced back to make sure no one had fallen behind. A little caution never hurt. Among the crowd were a few overly curious individuals who could easily wander off at the first opportunity, get lost, and then Alex would have to scour the entire forest searching for yet another lost idiot. As they walked, everyone's eyes occasionally drifted to their surroundings. Truth be told, the forest in this fantasy world wasn't all that different from a normal one, except maybe the air was cleaner, and the sunlight softer. Alex was already imagining the faces of the gate guards at Orario. The expressions of shock and mild panic when he arrived with this colorful crowd seemed all too easy to picture. Aoi and Itami, like excited children, couldn't stop staring at the scenery around them. If it were up to them, they'd have already run off to explore. Kota was in the same category, the only thing stopping him from sprinting toward the nearest tree in search of a starting zone, like in any decent ice guy, were his girls clinging tightly to him. Alex, how much longer do we have to walk to get to the city? Shizuka drawled lazily, clearly not thrilled about the hike. 20 minutes or so. As soon as we leave the forest, we'll hit the road that caravans use to get to the city, Alex replied without even glancing back. Caravans, you say? Casper perked up. So I can become a merchant again and travel around. Depends on what exactly you plan to trade, Alex said, throwing a brief but pointed look over his shoulder. And what difference does that make? Lem chimed in, lighting a cigarette. From what I gather, merchants here do the same thing as back home, move goods between cities. You're mostly right, Alex nodded. But there's a catch. In some regions of this world, slavery still thrives. I've made sure that doesn't apply to Orario, but as you can imagine, slaves have always existed and probably always will. So. Alex paused for a moment. If Casper decides to trade in slaves, he'll end up in the Red City. What kind of place is that? Kota frowned. Never heard of it. Is it another world or something worse? It's my personal hell, Alex said coldly. For those who forget where the line is between trade and depravity. What happens there, no one should ever see. Not for the faint of heart. Casper gulped, feeling a chill run down his spine. He started to sweat and tremble, but despite his fear, he leaned toward his sister and whispered, Coco, what is this Red City? Is it really that? Coco didn't let him finish, she grabbed him by the collar and started whispering with a sly smile. With each phrase, Casper's face grew paler, his eyes wider. All the martial arts masters nearby had sharp hearing, and as they overheard the details, they exchanged glances. Even they, seasoned warriors who had seen a lot, looked troubled. Everything about the Red City screamed one thing, stay away. Everyone. Alex smirked as he saw Casper frantically nodding, clearly showing that he understood, got the message, and would behave. Just as Alex had said, before long they emerged from the forest and stepped onto a wide, cobbled road leading straight to Orario. Looking up at the sun, Alex estimated it was around noon. They had arrived earlier than expected, which was perfect. Getting into the city at night was far more complicated, the lines at the gates were much longer. Even though Orario was only about 10 minutes away on foot, the tower at the center of the city could already be seen from a distance. Majestic, piercing the sky, it left no doubt, this was where true adventure began. That's the Tower of Babel. Damn, it looked way smaller in the anime. Kota exclaimed in awe, pointing ahead. Wait, that's the dungeon. Why a tower instead of, a dungeon? Or did I miss something about your fantasy worlds? Hayato asked, stroking his beard in confusion. Everyone stopped, staring in awe at the Tower of Babel rising above the horizon. For most of them, it was the first time seeing anything like it. This wasn't just a skyscraper or a building made of glass and steel. It was a real fantasy tower, and it stirred emotions far stronger than any metropolis on Earth ever could. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, comfortably perched on the girl's shoulders, were also staring at the tower. But their thoughts had nothing to do with its height. What they were thinking was simple, what would happen if they climbed all the way to the top? The three little gremlins exchanged glances and, without a word, nodded in unison. A plan was clearly forming in their mischievous little minds. Alex immediately sensed something was off. He looked at his daughters, and of course, he caught that familiar gleam in their eyes. The one that always showed up right before they did something insane. Meanwhile, the group continued to stand there, enjoying the magnificent view. Old man Hayato, allow me to explain, Kota began, adjusting his glasses so they gleamed ominously. After all, I'm an expert on dungeons and towers. Cut to the chase, windbag. We don't have all day for your dramatic speeches, Takashi grumbled, lazily kicking Kota in the leg. All right, don't get your panties in a twist. Long story short, the dungeon goes deep underground. And the Tower of Babel is basically the above-ground part. Inside, you've got shops, the gods' living quarters, training halls, even restaurants. And most importantly, the most beautiful goddess in all of Arario lives there, maybe even the whole world. Kota announced proudly. Wow. And who would that be? Ar asked, clearly intrigued. That would be my wife. Freya, Alex said calmly, giving Ar a pointed look. So don't even think about it. Or I'll turn you inside out. Ar's facial expression could only be described as a masterpiece, a perfect blend of envy, fear, and a fleeting hope that was instantly crushed by Alex's glare. The rest of the guys gave Alex a collective thumbs up, silently acknowledging his win in the race for the most beautiful goddess. No one except Alex's girls had actually seen Freya in person, but even based on Kota's description, it was clear, she was something else. After Alex's remark, the guys' enthusiasm dropped significantly. No one wanted to be on the receiving end of an inside-out threat. All right, enough staring, Moira said, giving Alex a push forward. The city awaits. The tower's nice and all, but I want to see how people live here. Everyone agreed with that. Even from here, the massive walls of Arario were already visible, along with something far less pleasant, a long line of people waiting to get in. Everyone's faces fell as they realized they'd have to wait in line. Then, all at once, they turned to Alex with hopeful eyes. Alex, you wouldn't happen to have a way to skip this, would you? Takashi broke first. I thought you were some kind of local celebrity or something. VIP access, no lines. Alex sighed. I wish. But no, guys. To get into the city, all of you need to get temporary ID papers. Then you'll have to register with the Adventurers Guild to get a permanent one. Even Becca had to go through it. Though she nearly shot the gate guard for making a bad joke. He added nonchalantly. Many exchanged skeptical glances but chose not to argue. A line was a line, no big deal. What mattered was that a new world, new opportunities, and an entirely different life awaited them. And the tower, it could wait. Becca simply shrugged indifferently. After all, it wasn't her fault the guard had been too chatty. Everyone glanced at her, and no one was really surprised, no one doubted she was capable of something like that. Only Jinx raised her thumb proudly in her mother's direction, silently showing her approval. Seeing the gesture, Becca beamed with joy, grabbed her daughter in a hug, and began rubbing her cheek against hers with delight. The heartwarming scene briefly distracted everyone from the harsh reality. Even in a fantasy world, you couldn't escape bureaucracy. It became clear to everyone they'd have to wait in line like ordinary mortals. Some people glanced toward the city gates, and groaned in unison upon seeing the scale of the problem. The line stretched for a good 100 meters, and it was obvious they'd be stuck under the sun for at least an hour. Damn it, I was hoping for a carefree adventure in an anime world, and now there's this damn bureaucracy again. Why can't it be all sunshine and rainbows like the authors write? Itami moaned, dropping to his knees in despair. Get used to it, Alex replied calmly. It's only this once. After you get your permanent ID, you'll be able to enter and exit the city without any issues. Oh, and before I forget. He snapped his fingers, and thick booklets appeared in everyone's hands. I recommend reading them before you go in. Seriously. What's in them? Asked Elder Chong, lazily fanning himself with the booklet to fend off the heat. I'm sure you've heard the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. These booklets contain everything you need to know about Arario so none of you end up in trouble. The system here is different, a person's strength is determined by their level, and appearances can be very deceiving. A fragile-looking girl could be far stronger than any of you. And now, especially for the men in our group, Alex paused meaningfully, keep it in your pants. Some of the girls here can be lethally dangerous, and if you don't want to lose what's hanging between your legs, be careful who you flirt with. Just out of curiosity. R raised his hand. Which girls are the most dangerous? You know, so we know who to avoid. The entire male half of the group nodded eagerly, including those who already had girlfriends. Unfortunately for them, their partners noticed, and immediate smackdowns followed. Even the married men weren't spared, their wives were ruthless. As always, the worst blow landed on Kesney. Juma had no intention of tolerating his wandering thoughts. Only 3 stayed out of the mess, Takashi, under Yuki's strict watch, Jonah, who wasn't interested at all, and Ghost, who simply didn't care. I definitely put Amazons at the top of the danger list, Kota chimed in while Alex remained silent. They're absolute combat monsters. Amazons, huh? Nathan echoed. Like the ones from our myths. Where can we find them? Most often, in the red light district, Alex replied calmly. That did it. The men stirred, buzzed with excitement, and a few even tried to push ahead while flipping through their booklets. So, brothels are normal here? Lutz asked, astonished. You can just go there. Guys, Alex sighed. This world is stuck in the age of swords and sorcery. Brothels are as common here as shops. I've got nothing against you checking things out if you're just curious. Your choice. But I'll warn you, if anyone tries to cheat a girl in a brothel, they won't just get beaten. They'll be made to work off their debt. Also, the entire district is run by the goddess Ishtar, he added, watching the stunned faces. So think carefully about what suits you better, a brothel or a normal relationship. Thanks for the warning, our great tour guide Alex, smirked, cleared his throat, and immediately flipped to the last page of the booklet to find the city map. The other guys nodded too, though none admitted aloud that they were actually interested in the red light district. Curiosity got the better of them, and each mentally justified it to themselves. I'm just going to take a look, maybe the architecture's interesting. The girls noticed how the men had clustered together, discussing the trip to the district with suspicious enthusiasm, and looked at them with clear disgust. Alex just shook his head. He was already thinking about which guy was going to be especially unlucky today. After all, he had forgotten to mention an important detail. If an Amazon took an interest in you, consider that you'd signed your own death warrant. Some of them were so straightforward they wouldn't bother with formalities, they'd just grab you, carry you off, and that would be it. Goodbye freedom. Saya, noticing the thoughtful expression on Alex's face, tugged on his sleeve. Alex, did you forget to tell them something? If they'd opened the booklet, they'd already understand why it's better not to mess with Amazons, he answered calmly. And why? Wait, Yuki, I'm just asking out of curiosity. I'm curious too why Alex looks like the guys are in for something bad, Takashi blurted out just before Yuki lunged at him with her fists again. Alright, I admit, I'm curious too, Yuki gave up and stopped hitting her boyfriend. Hee hee. Time for me to shine again. Kota declared importantly, adjusting his glasses. The thing is, if an Amazon likes someone, she'll get him no matter what. Including by force. Her goal is to get pregnant by a worthy male. Amazons are only interested in strong men. If you've defeated one or just seem cool enough, consider that she's already hunting you. That is actually mentioned in Alex's booklet, Rekka added, flipping through the pages and showing the relevant section. The girls immediately opened their booklets as well and immersed themselves in reading. While everyone was absorbed in studying the Survival Guide to Horario, the line slowly but surely moved forward. Alex's group still stood out from the others, some wore military uniforms, some martial arts attire, and some looked like they had just escaped from a cosplay festival. And that was without counting Alex himself, a living legend of Horario, known for his deeds across the city. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx were starting to get noticeably bored. For them, energetic and full of life, standing in line was almost torture. Eventually, the whole Gremlin gang, including Gir, Mimi, Wolf, and Stitch, began running around nearby, just trying to pass the time. The people around cast irritated glances at the children's running about, but as soon as they saw how Alex and his girls looked at them, all their anger instantly evaporated. Frowns changed to sweaty brows and guilty looks, and conversations immediately quieted. Meanwhile, Alex silently praised himself for being so thoughtful. The booklet had been a real lifesaver. It spared him from having to repeat the same thing 100 times. When the line finally reached their group, Alex calmly walked through the gate with Becca, Anya, Nyaruko, Jinx, as well as Gir, Mimi, Stitch, and Wolf. The animals and kids didn't raise any questions. Becca, however, passed through with special effect. The guard at the gate was the same one she had almost shot last time. The sight of his trembling hands caused the entire group to burst out laughing. While the others were getting their temporary IDs, Alex created a clone and sent it on an important mission, to buy the land around his mansion. He decided everyone needed a place to live and a future guild for world saving. The girls stared in surprise at the new Alex, who looked like he absolutely didn't want to do anything. Where's, the other you going? Or whatever it's called? Jill asked, pointing at the departing clone. That's my clone. He went to buy land near my estate. The neighborhood's quiet, the land's still free, so it'd be a shame not to take advantage, Alex replied. Smart. Is land expensive in the city? Coco asked. When I bought the plot where the ruined church used to be, it cost me about 200,000 valis. And the plots for Pilar, Maine, Dorio, and Falco, around $1 million in total, he answered. Is that a lot? Or normal for here? Sherry asked with interest. Depends on the area. The closer to the Babylon Tower, the more expensive. I picked a spot on the outskirts, basically the slums. But it's quiet and the land is cheap, Alex explained, showing the map in the booklet. So you deliberately chose a remote place. Any particular reason? Revi squinted. I don't like crowds nearby. The city center's always noisy. I prefer quiet, he shrugged. I like quiet too. Though those guys' looks are annoying. Maybe I should gouge their eyes out. Alcina said darkly, shooting the disgruntled men an icy glare. The men who dared look at Alcina's imposing figure shuddered at once. They literally felt her bloodthirsty pressure, one glance pierced like an icy dagger. Covered in cold sweat, they immediately looked away, pretending not to have looked her way at all. Alex gently took Alcina's hand and shook his head as if to say, don't bother, it's normal for them, until they start harassing. Alcina got the hidden message, and it only fueled her mood further. The aura of bloodlust around her intensified, and that was enough for the men's group to scatter in different directions like cockroaches in the light. Yeah. Better not piss off Madame Dracula, someone muttered, watching the men flee. The group laughed. After getting their temporary IDs, the next stop was obvious, the Adventurers Guild. So, where to now, oh great guide? Lem asked with mild irony, looking around. Like I said, we're heading to the guild. While you're registering, my clone will finish buying the land and start building houses. So once everything's ready, you can move in, Alex said with a smile, giving a thumbs up. Thoughtful as always. Lead us, guide, Rory added with a smirk. Alex nodded and led his motley crew through the streets of Orario. He walked confidently, ignoring curious glances from passers-by, though it was impossible not to notice people whispering and looking back. His reputation was, as always, working at full strength. During his last visit, several major events had happened in the city. Falco's bar opened, instantly becoming a favorite spot for adventurers, and Pilar's prosthetics shop started operating, helping those who had lost limbs in the dungeons return to active life. The group following behind couldn't help but overhear the conversations. Bits of phrases included nicknames like Demon King and Dragon Slayer for Alex, and Mad Demolitionist for Becca, while Gir and Mimi were even called the beings who committed orc genocide. Wait, everyone knows who you is. Hayato said in surprise, looking at Alex. Noticing their confusion, Alex just shrugged. These are titles. The gods gave them to me. Local bureaucracy at work. Hearing the word titles, Aoi, Itami, and Koda immediately perked up. Like true anime fans, they eagerly began explaining to the others that titles in this world are almost like achievements in a game and can tell a lot about a person. When they reached the guild building, Alex let out a heavy sigh. As always, it was crowded. Someone was selling crystals, another negotiating quests, and someone else writing raid reports. The noise was typical for the place. Don't tell me we have to stand in line again. Rika said reproachfully, shooting a meaningful look at Alex. Everyone turned to him. Their eyes held a silent reproach, as if he were personally to blame for the long queues. Alex opened his mouth, then immediately shut it. He simply had nothing to say. Queues were an evil of universal scale, and not even the Demon King could fix them. The Demon King is back, suddenly shouted one of the adventurers, pointing at Alex. For a moment, the entire guild hall froze. Silence fell like a heavy curtain. All the adventurers turned to him, as if on command. The group froze, not understanding why dozens of eyes were staring at them. Alex slowly turned to the shouter and looked at him with a dry, indifferent gaze. The man immediately went pale, pulled his head into his shoulders, and tried to disappear from sight. However, the effect had already been achieved. The queue in front of the group parted on its own, as if by magic. I don't know what you've done here or why everyone's so afraid of you, but you know what? This is damn convenient. The queue is no longer a problem, Nobuena said, patting him on the shoulder and smiling. The other girls nodded in agreement. It was obvious Alex was leaving a lot unsaid if people reacted to him with such a mix of fear and respect. Alex just shrugged. Since they gave him the queue, it would be silly to refuse such a privilege. He confidently headed to the registration desk, and his motley group followed him. At the desk, Alex noticed a familiar face, Ina. He smiled, and she responded with a light, slightly tired but warm smile. However, her gaze immediately dropped to the huge number of people trailing behind him. Hi, Alex. Looks like you've returned from your travels, and it seems this time you've brought an entire army with you, Ina said, trying to smile more cheerfully. Well, something like that. Need to register everyone. I think you can handle it, Alex said cheerfully, leaning on the counter. That's going to be, oh, so much work, Ina groaned, putting a hand to her forehead as if already feeling a migraine coming. I believe in you, Ina, Alex encouraged her, giving a thumbs up. Ina cast him a tired and silent reproachful glance. Once again, he had left her to do all the work alone. Fortunately, the other guild secretaries, seeing the scale of the invasion, quickly came to her aid. No one complained. Alex's infectious and kind smile was impossible to resist. Even the other adventurers didn't protest, though their places in the queue had been pushed back. On the contrary, some even waved it off, as if to say, of course, it's the Demon King. While the newcomers were registering, Alex and Becca kept an eye on the three gremlins, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. The girls literally glowed with excitement. If it were up to them, they would have already dashed squealing toward the dungeon. Alex even had to temporarily calm down Mimi, and Stitch by putting leashes on them. Those three were also eager to start another orc genocide, especially since the team now had a new member who was about to get a baptism by fire. While Alex and Becca restrained this storm of energy, the guild door suddenly swung open with a loud bang, and in literally rolled the one whose arrival guaranteed Alex a migraine. Well, why is everyone frozen? Look who's back, the Dragon Slayer himself, returned from yet another adventure. Hey, Alex, did you bring anything tasty? Better yet, alcohol, came the well-known voice of Hermes, striding boldly into the building without shame. Alex sighed and slowly turned. Just what I needed, he said tiredly, casting a heavy look at Hermes. Oh, don't be such a sourpuss. We're best friends forever, aren't we? Hermes replied with a cheeky grin, approaching him. Alex silently shifted his gaze to Asfi standing behind Hermes. She looked like she was mentally apologizing for the whole world, especially for the fact that Hermes was her god. She didn't even try to stop him. Probably out of habit. And who do we have here? Three cute little girls. Don't tell me these are your daughters now. Oh, someone's gonna be very unhappy about this. Hermes muttered with a sly smirk, staring at Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko. Alex silently put Nyaruko down and removed the leashes from Mimi, and Stitch. Hey, Alex. I was just joking. Please, no hands. I had enough last time, I couldn't get out of bed for a week. Asfi, help me. Hermes shouted, backing away from Alex who was slowly advancing toward him. With every step, Hermes retreated, glancing at Asfi in panic, hoping for her help. Asfi, come on. Save me. You're my right hand, he begged. Asfi, without blinking, simply looked away as if she hadn't heard a word. Her face showed philosophical acceptance of the situation. Seeing this, Hermes turned even paler. The newcomers in Alex's group exchanged confused glances. Who was this strange guy anyway? Why did he call himself Alex's best friend and now look like he was going to be executed? Only those who knew anime immediately understood, this was the god Hermes, famous for his loose tongue and even looser habits. Thanks to her spiritual connection with Alex, Brunhilde also instantly recognized the god and just sighed, fully understanding how this would end. Alex didn't bother with formalities. Waiting until Hermes desperately tried to run away, he swiftly grabbed him, twisted him into a lock, and sent him into a pain submission hold. A loud, plaintive cry of pain echoed through the guild hall. No one even moved to help, everyone just shook their heads sympathetically. Even the other gods knew that if Alex caught you, no one would save you. After all, he once threatened Apollo himself. Hey, who's Alex twisting into a pretzel there? Asked Valmet, watching the scene with a bored expression. That's the god Hermes, Brunhilde calmly answered. He and Alex have, well, a rather peculiar friendship. Seriously? That screeching guy is a god. And where's, excuse me, the divinity? The aura. The charisma. Claire exclaimed, looking at Hermes as if she had just seen a chicken fall from the sky. Well, that's Hermes for you, Becca shrugged. Like spying on girls in bathhouses, cracks inappropriate jokes, always stirring up trouble. But he always gets what's coming to him. Especially from my cake. Ho ho ho. I think we'll get along, Kensei said enthusiastically, rubbing his hands like he'd found a spiritual brother. No, you won't, Juma said coldly, looking at her husband as if he was a future victim. Maybe I can't twist a god, but you, my love, I'll definitely flatten like a pancake. Kensei immediately started nodding energetically, showing submission and a readiness to stay out of trouble. His face was full of remorse and fear. But no one yet knew that the meeting between Hermes and Kensei would mark the beginning of the greatest disaster duo that every bathhouse in Orario would curse. Two miserable perverts, two brothers in misfortune, would repeatedly be caught, punished, and sent on raids of apologies. Soon, from the depths of anger and humiliation, the affected girls would create the punitive order against perverts, whose main goal would be nothing less than hunting Hermes and Kensei all across Orario. The others, watching this scene, had a perfectly logical question. Is it even normal for a god to behave like a perverted schoolboy? There was no answer. And honestly, no one expected one. To be continued. Chapter 388, The Long-Awaited Reunion. While Alex continued beating Hermes for his inappropriate words and excessive talkativeness, the group he had brought to register at the Adventurers Guild calmly filled out the paperwork. In the background, Hermes' pitiful cries echoed now and then as he was thrown into another painful hold. The line moved slowly, and many decided to keep reading the Orario guidebook to better understand what awaited them in this world. Hermes' sudden appearance gave them a vivid demonstration of what gods could be like in this world. Luckily, Alex had wisely included a special section in the guide dedicated to the gods. Upon reading it, everyone became fully convinced gods here were peculiar. Those familiar with the mythology of their previous world quickly recognized some familiar names and realized things here might actually be worse. While one half of the group eagerly studied the guide, the lazier half realized they'd better follow suit. After all, this was their new home now. Fortunately, the guide Alex had made was so detailed and clear that even the slowest person would quickly understand what to avoid and what was acceptable. Meanwhile, Alex continued his educational work on Hermes, despite the latter's cries for help aimed at Asfi. She, however, kept a calm and detached expression, pretending not to hear a thing. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx enthusiastically cheered their father on, applauding every new throw. If it hadn't been for Brunhilde holding back Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the trio would have already joined in. They clearly had the itch to punish the one who dared to touch their beloved daddy. After a few more minutes, Alex finally got bored. Hermes now sat on the floor with a black eye, messy hair, and clothes looking like a whole squad of golems had marched over him. He was sulking, rubbing his bruised face and glaring at Alex. "Alex, why do you always hit me in the face? This face is my trademark. Women love me for it. Men envy it." Hermes moaned dramatically. "Lord Hermes, don't flatter yourself. If we're talking about beauty, Alex is several levels above you," Asfi said dryly, looking down at him. "And besides, Hermes, I wouldn't even touch your face if your mouth weren't southwest damn close to it. How many times have I told you, keep your tongue in check?" "But no, you had to start again," Alex added with a lazy smirk, shrugging. The sound of something delicate cracking echoed through the guild. It was likely Hermes' self-esteem. Everyone present glanced at Alex, then back at Hermes, and silently agreed, she was right. The bruise, the wild hair, and the face full of indignation made Hermes look more like a beaten clown than a god. He clutched his chest like he'd been struck in the heart rather than the face. "Asfi, even you've betrayed me. Not only did you not protect me from this psycho, but you also said I'm not handsome. This is the ultimate betrayal." Hermes cried out theatrically, pointing at his assistant with a trembling finger. "But it's true. You're not as handsome as my muffin. Not as smart as him. And honestly, you're just a perverted voyeur who somehow hasn't been banished back to the heavens. Frankly, you shouldn't be pitted, you should be locked up," Becca said with sarcasm, not even bothering to look back at Hermes. "Mom's right," Jinx added, clutching Becca's hand tightly. "You're not just ugly, you're weak and scrawny. And my dad just mopped the floor with you." Hermes turned his head toward Becca and froze for a moment when he saw the mother and daughter who looked like two peas in a pod, including their shameless, sharp-tongued personalities. But the moment he let his gaze linger, Becca smirked and pulled a stun gun from her pocket. The familiar crackle of electricity filled the air, and Hermes immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His body trembled on cue. He had plenty of past experience with that device, and his body now instinctively responded to the sound like it was a life-or-death warning. The moment the stun gun crackled, Hermes turned his head away, pretending he hadn't even looked at Becca or Jinx. "Becca, why did that god start shaking as soon as you pulled out the stun gun?" Renka whispered, leaning closer. "Oh, that idiot's been zapped by a few positivity charges already. He usually passes out right after. Don't worry, everyone gets a set after we get back home. Alex gave all the girls in our house a similar kit. An anti-pervert kit. And trust me, it works like a charm," Becca replied cheerfully, tucking the stun gun back into her pocket. The men in the group visibly tensed. Their faces paled, even a god trembled at the sight of that thing, and they were just mere mortals. The women, on the other hand, wholeheartedly approved of the idea. It felt very much in line with Alex's thinking. Some of the women who hadn't come as Alex's partners but rather with friends or boyfriends began wondering if they could get one of those artifacts too, if they politely asked Alex. Those glances made the men tremble even more, as if the whole world had turned against them. "All right, Hermes. Spit it out, why are you here?" Alex finally asked, staring at the pitiful god. Just as Alex expected, Hermes instantly forgot he'd just been folded like laundry. He jumped to his feet, quickly straightened his clothes and hair, placed his favorite hat back on his head, and in the very next moment, he was flashing his usual smug grin like nothing had happened. The rest of the group watched him with extreme suspicion. "What do you mean, why? You came back from one of your adventures, so of course you brought something delicious, preferably with alcohol," Hermes said cheerfully. "And come on, did you really think your return to Aurario would go unnoticed? The moment you stepped foot in the city, the word spread like wildfire. And when I saw the crowd you brought with you, I decided to act fast. While the others are still getting ready, I'm already here. So basically, you showed up for free stuff, and you're afraid there won't be anything left if you're late?" Alex asked dryly. "Exactly, my old friend." Hermes admitted without a hint of shame. Now tell me, is there going to be a party? And don't you dare say no. You brought an entire army of people. That has to mean something. Yeah, there's going to be a party, Alex nodded. He was planning it anyway. Saving the world, ending the war, David's death, and the fall of the Minister of Monoliths, all of that deserved a proper celebration. After the final battle, there hadn't even been a symbolic toast, everyone had just been recovering and cleaning up the mess. So now, with everyone gathered in Orario, this was the perfect opportunity. Hermes instantly lit up the moment he got confirmation. He was one of the few who knew Alex could travel between worlds, which meant there would be food and booze from other realms. Alex's group also perked up. The party seemed like a perfect way not just to celebrate the end of the war, but to meet locals, make friends, and finally relax. Perfect. Then I'll spread the word, everyone to your place, just like always. Asfi, come on. We've got a lot of places to hit before time runs out. Hermes shouted, practically flying out of the guild. Lord Hermes, wait up. Asfi cried, rushing after him. Alex just shook his head, hoping his home wouldn't turn into yet another gathering spot for freeloaders looking to eat and drink at someone else's expense. He especially didn't want to deal with obnoxious gods showing up under the pretense of a friendship, only to stuff themselves with free food. After Hermes ran off, silence returned to the guild hall. Only the rustle of paperwork and the voices of adventurers going about their business filled the air. Alex returned to Becca and stood beside her, entertaining his 3 daughters. The girls were starting to get bored from the long wait while the others completed their registration. Alex was getting bored too, and his gaze drifted to Takashi and Yuki. They had already received their identification cards and were standing off to the side, waiting. Alex figured now was the perfect time to take them where he'd been planning to go. Becca, take everyone back to our house later. I have something urgent to take care of, Alex said, turning toward her. What, am I your tour guide now? Why should I be the one dragging everyone along? Can't it wait at least until the evening? Becca huffed, frowning. Unfortunately, no. I just need to take Takashi somewhere, Alex replied, placing a hand on her head. Fine, whatever. Just don't blame me if someone gets lost. You'll be the one tracking down the idiot who wanders off, she muttered, already knowing exactly where he was headed. Where are you going, Alex? Brunhild asked, having overheard their conversation. To Babylon. I'll be back soon. Keep an eye on the others, besides me, you know best where to go and what to do, he said with a gentle smile. Brunhild re-established her spiritual link with Alex and, realizing where he was going, simply nodded in response. Without wasting time, Alex kissed her on the lips, then scooped up Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya, his daughters, who were clearly growing restless. He didn't want to leave them in the guild, where they were visibly dying of boredom. Becca was actually relieved that Alex was taking Jinx with him. She knew better than anyone how hard it was for her daughter to sit still, and she herself was already at her limit with the monotony. Even Anya and Nyaruko looked like they were enduring their final moments of captivity. The other girls, seeing Alex preparing to leave with the kids, immediately bombarded him with questions. Where are you going? Saya asked, eyeing Alex suspiciously. And why are you taking the kids? I'm taking Takashi somewhere. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, he replied without offering further details. And before I go, when you arrive at my house, there'll be a goddess there who looks a lot like Becca. Just with bigger boobs, Alex added, glancing at his wife. If Becca and that goddess start fighting, don't interfere. They'll handle it. It's kind of their thing. And why would they start fighting? We should at least know the reason, Yuriko asked, voicing everyone's curiosity. Because that lazy goddess will be jealous I had a kid with Alex before she did, Becca snorted and raised her chin proudly. Jealousy does that. In short, just stay out of it. I'll be back as soon as I'm done, said Alex with a wave of his hand. He knew exactly how the next encounter between Becca and Hestia would end, and that's why he gave a heads up in advance. The girls, however, were only more intrigued by the mysterious goddess who supposedly looked like Becca but with enhancements. They couldn't wait to see her for themselves, but the registration line was still in the way. Holding his daughters in his arms, Alex approached Takashi and Yuki, who were standing to the side, chatting quietly. David, Yuki. Follow me, Alex said shortly. And where are you taking us? Takashi asked, while Yuki silently nodded, waiting for an answer. You'll find out soon. Enough questions. Move it, Alex replied and walked ahead without looking back, knowing the two would follow him regardless. Takashi and Yuki exchanged glances, then looked toward Alex, who was already walking out of the guild. Not wanting to fall behind, they quickly followed him. Once outside, they saw Alex settling Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko onto a flying cushion. He carefully arranged his daughters so they could comfortably survey the surroundings from above. When he finished, Alex turned to Yuki and Takashi, nodded to them, waved his hand, and continued forward. Takashi and Yuki silently followed. Along the way, they watched the city streets with interest. Adventurers passed by, some were heading into the dungeon, while others were returning with trophies. However, on some faces, Takashi noticed clear disappointment. "Alex, what's wrong with them? Why do they look so down? Did something happen in the dungeon?" he asked, catching up to Alex. "No, it's simpler than that," Alex answered calmly. "They just had a bad day. They gathered few crystals, which means they earned almost nothing. Not every day you come back with a profit." Takashi nodded in agreement. He was beginning to understand how this world worked and life in Orario, thanks in part to Kota, who enthusiastically talked about every corner of the city without stopping for a moment. And also thanks to the detailed guidebook that Alex had handed to everyone. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, sitting on the cushion, eagerly turned their heads, fascinated by the new surroundings. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Naturally, none of them paid attention to the whispers of passing adventurers. Those adventurers looked at Alex and the three girls with surprise and caution, wondering, could the Demon King really have children now? Especially Jinx and Nyaruko, who clearly bore Alex's features, which only fueled the rapidly spreading rumors throughout the city. Although, truth be told, these were no rumors. But the girls didn't care about rumors. They lived in the moment, watching, marveling, and admiring. Until suddenly Jinx looked up and pointed her finger at the Babylon Tower. "Dad, someone's watching us." "From there," she said, and Nyaruko immediately nodded in agreement. Alex followed her finger and instantly understood who it could be. Only one woman watched so attentively from such a height, Freya. As usual, she sat at the top of the tower, observing the city, never breaking her habit. Alex had long since come to terms with it and didn't even try to stop her. Freya just liked seeing everything from above, especially him. Yuki and Takashi also looked up, but aside from the majestic tower, they saw nothing. Anya, however, frowned and looked at Babylon with interest, trying to guess who was up there. "Girls, repeat after me." Alex folded his hands above his head in the shape of a heart and raised them up. "Like this." "Dad, why?" Anya asked in surprise, looking at him. "Because another one of your moms is watching us," he said with a smile. "And we have to make her happy." The three girls seemed to light up and eagerly copied their father's gesture, folding their hands into a heart shape above their heads. Takashi and Yuki immediately tried to step as far away from Alex as possible, as if trying to show they had nothing to do with him. To them, it looked terribly embarrassing. But Alex himself didn't care at all about the looks from those around him. Meanwhile, Freya stood by the window, watching Alex and his daughters. A faint smile played on her lips, but her eyes were narrowed, focused and attentive. From the very beginning, she had noticed Alex's arrival in Orario and knew exactly where he was leading his group. That was why she hadn't interfered, knowing everything was going according to plan. When she saw him leaving the guild with Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, her gaze lingered on Takashi. Seeing his soul, Freya confirmed her suspicions, he really was Gloria's son. Their souls shared similar traits. But what caught her attention the most were the three girls sitting on the flying cushion next to Alex. She knew Alex had adopted Anya, reports regularly sent by GIR confirmed this. All of them showed how much Alex adored his daughter. It was this devotion and love that only fueled Freya's desire to give him a child herself. But where had the other two girls come from? Freya peered closely at the little girl with azure hair and immediately understood, she was Becca's daughter. Irritated, she bit her nail and looked away for a moment. However, the second girl, the one with white hair, raised the most questions. Her soul was hidden, as if she didn't exist at all. That was unsettling. In fact, Alex had wisely limited the powers of Nyaruko and Jinx in advance, knowing Freya would definitely try to look into their souls. And he fully understood how that might end, especially if someone examined Nyaruko's essence, a mixture of chaos and destruction. "So, the one with green hair is Becca's daughter?" Freya murmured, intently watching the girls. "But who is the mother of the white-haired one?" Well, never mind. Darling will answer all my questions. Whether he wants to or not." "Lady Freya, are you planning to come down to meet your husband?" came a calm voice from behind, Otters. "No, I don't see the point. I'll see Darling at home anyway. Right now, he's heading to Babylon, and his path leads to only one place, to Gloria," Freya replied calmly without turning around. "To Gloria?" Otter repeated with his usual impassive expression. "Yes. He found her son. It will be a reunion of mother and child separated by death itself." "What an astonishing turn," Freya said, sinking back into her chair. Meanwhile, Alex was already leading his three daughters toward Babylon. Takashi and Yuki followed, continuing to look around like tourists. Reaching the elevator, Alex pressed the button for the floor where the shopping pavilions were located and calmly waited. He said nothing, deciding to surprise Takashi. When there were so many people around, talking to Gloria wouldn't be convenient. Alex knew perfectly well that she was helping out at Hephaestus's shop right now, and the two women, very similar in character, were close friends despite their stern nature and endless patience for his destructive adventures. The elevator gave a slight jolt and stopped. The doors opened, letting Alex, Yuki, and Takashi out. The girls on the flying cushion followed leisurely. Their path led to Hephaestus's shop, where Gloria was helping her friend and sister. Halfway to their destination, Alex noticed Pilar coming out of his workshop. The same as always, with his usual mohawk, dark glasses, and a cigarette in his teeth. He lazily closed the door, paying no attention to anyone, rummaged in his pocket, and finally found his keys. Takashi immediately recognized Pilar, because if it weren't for Kota insisting on watching anime, he wouldn't have known what fate awaited him if it hadn't been him who died that day but his mother Gloria. Takashi knew Pilar was one of the people he was supposed to work with and the first in their group to die at the hands of the cyber psycho. At that moment, Pilar locked his shop, lazily put the key in his pocket, ready to leave, but then saw Alex smiling at him. Pilar finally looked up, saw Alex, and his face lit up with a broad, genuine smile. "Hey, Chumba. Didn't know you were back," he said with a smirk as he approached. "And who's this with you?" "That little one. Damn, she looks just like my sister did as a kid." Alex squinted and answered with a mysterious smile. "Well, try to guess." Pilar raised an eyebrow, looking first at Alex, then at Jinx, and back at Alex. With every second, his gaze became more stunned, until suddenly a light bulb went off in his head like a lightning flash. The cigarette fell silently from Pilar's mouth onto the floor as he finally realized who was in front of him. The girl with the bright eyes, restless energy, and painfully familiar features, she was his niece. There was a brief moment of shock. In Pilar's mind, it was like a short circuit, he had become an uncle. Meanwhile, noticing Pilar's expression, Yuki leaned toward Takashi and quietly asked, "Who is he anyway? Do you happen to know?" Takashi quickly whispered everything he knew into Yuki's ear. She listened carefully, nodded, and looked at him approvingly. Meanwhile, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx were looking at Pilar as if he were a strange uncle with long arms and a ridiculous hairstyle. By collective agreement, they deemed him a rather suspicious character. Only Jinx didn't yet know that this strange uncle was her real uncle. And also, the very person who, like her, was fanatical about technology and inventions, just like her entire maternal family. After Alex, he was the closest person to Becca. "Chumba. Don't tell me this is my niece." Pilar blurted out in shock, pointing at Jinx. "Bingo," Alex replied with a smile. "So, what do you think?" "Impressed." "Impressed doesn't even cover it. You leave with my sister saying, 'We're off to save worlds,' and come back with 3 daughters. And one of them is my niece. How long have you been wandering through different worlds for her to grow up like that? She must be like 6 or 7 by now. Chumba, my heart's about to jump out from all this." While Pilar clutched his chest, Alex couldn't hold back laughter and decided to explain how Jinx came to be. He briefly recounted everything, starting with Becca's pregnancy, remembering how she got offended at being called a gremlin and attacked him, and finishing with how Jinx literally came into the world after one accidental touch on Becca's belly. Pilar nodded, pretending to understand everything, but his facial expression showed he got maybe 10% of it. The main thing he understood was that he now had a niece. "Chumba, man, this is crazy. All right, we gotta call the others, let them see my niece too. She's a spitting image of Becca as a kid," Pilar said, giving Alex a thumbs up. "Call them, of course. There's a welcome party today anyway. Dorio, Maina, Falco, let them come," Alex answered with a smile. "A party sounds good. But tell me, Chumba, have you started getting interested in boys?" Pilar smirked, pointing at Takashi. "Because I can't find any other reason why you're dragging that guy around with you." Dark lines of irritation immediately flashed across Alex's face at those words. Takashi, for his part, stepped back with disgust, and Yuki barely held back her laughter. "I told you, think before you speak," Alex muttered and jabbed Pilar in the stomach with irritation. "KHH. What for? I was just joking." Pilar wheezed, holding his stomach. "You should have looked at what he's wearing first. Then looked at his face. Doesn't he remind you of anyone?" Alex rolled his eyes wearily. Pilar raised an eyebrow and carefully examined Takashi from head to toe. The first thing that immediately caught his eye was the jacket that Gloria used to wear all the time. Now it was on this young man. The longer Pilar looked, the stronger the feeling of familiarity grew. He quickly put 2 and 2 together, and the realization struck like lightning. This guy, he partly resembled Gloria's late son, David. That could only mean one thing: Alex had found him. Chumba, looks like you brought more surprises than I expected after your return. First my niece, now David too. You're truly working miracles. The others will definitely faint when they find out, Pilar said, shaking his head with an admiring smile. Just got lucky running into him in a world that's gone to hell, Alex replied, patting Pilar on the shoulder. But we'll talk later. For now, run, warn the others. We'll finish the trip to Gloria. Ah, right. I was already wondering why the hell you dragged yourselves here. Alright, Chumba, I'm off. Maybe I'll get lucky and run into my sister too, said Pilar, turning around and quickly rushing off. Alex watched him go, shaking his head with a slight smile. Pilar was still the same as he knew him, energetic, loud, and endlessly devoted to his family. Meanwhile, Takashi caught the gist of the conversation between Alex and Pilar. He realized why they had come, and the thought that he was about to meet his mother, not by voice or screen, but in person, made his heart beat faster. He started to get noticeably nervous, and Alex, sensing this, said nothing more, letting the young man compose himself. At the same time, Gloria and Hephaestus were passing time in the shop, chatting leisurely. They knew Alex would return soon but didn't know exactly when. Though only a couple of weeks had passed from their perspective, in the other world, as they knew, much more time could have elapsed. The shop door swung open, and a bell jingled above it. Both women turned toward the entrance. Alex was standing there. He smiled and stepped slightly aside, giving those behind him a clear view. Gloria's eyes widened when she saw her son's face. David, she whispered softly, almost hoarsely. Hi, Mom. Or rather, hi again, Takashi replied awkwardly. Without hesitation, Gloria quickly rounded the counter and in an instant was before her son, wrapping him in a tight, warm embrace. Feeling the familiar warmth, Takashi could no longer hold back, tears streamed down his face. He pressed Gloria to him, burying his face in her shoulder. Tears also streamed from Gloria's eyes, and they just stood there, holding each other, unable to let go. Alex nodded approvingly with a gentle smile, then glanced at Nyaruko, Anya, and Jinx. He gave them a signal to be quiet and not disturb. The girls immediately gave thumbs up, showing they understood. Then Alex turned his gaze to Hephaestus and smiled at her tenderly. But the goddess's eyes were fixed on the three girls sitting innocently on the flying cushion. It was clear from Hephaestus's eyes, she needed explanations. And urgently. Alex sighed, smiled, and walked toward her, giving Gloria and Takashi some space for their long-awaited reunion. To be continued. Chapter 389, Visiting Friends in Afterlife. To avoid interrupting the reunion between mother and son, Alex decided to be tactful and quietly stepped aside. He walked over to Hephaestus to give Gloria and Takashi the chance to enjoy this long-awaited moment in private, without outside attention. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, seated on the floating cushion, were surprisingly well-behaved. After all, their beloved daddy had strictly asked them not to disturb the touching scene. But it was all just an act. Every now and then, they peeked through their fingers, pretending to be obedient children. As Alex approached Hephaestus, he immediately noticed that the goddess's gaze hadn't left the three girls. She was watching them with clear suspicion and growing curiosity. Her look made it obvious, she wanted answers, especially about where the other two daughters had come from. Her eyes were particularly drawn to Jinx. The more she looked, the more traits of Alex and Becky she saw in the child. With every passing second, it became more obvious, Jinx was their daughter. As for Nyaruko, her parentage remained a mystery. What also puzzled Hephaestus was why both girls looked older already, considering GIR's reports hadn't mentioned them at all. Alex, Hephaestus said firmly but quietly, leaning on the counter and never breaking eye contact. I think you owe me an explanation. Where did the other two daughters come from? Instead of answering, Alex simply smiled and, walking around the counter, pulled Hephaestus into a gentle hug. The goddess didn't resist, she returned the embrace and rested her chin on his shoulder. Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko instantly covered their faces with their hands like shy little girls, but peeked through their fingers with mischievous grins, watching their beloved dad hug their new mom. Even though Hephaestus allowed herself to enjoy the embrace, she knew exactly what Alex was doing, dodging the question. So, without missing a beat, she gave him a quick pinch in the side, right in the spot she knew was the most sensitive. Don't change the subject, Alex. Do you really think you can distract me with hugs? She said with narrowed eyes. Although, judging by the one with the turquoise hair, she's clearly Becky's daughter. Alex chuckled lightly and finally began to tell Hephaestus the whole story, how Jinx and Nyaruko had come to be. The moment he mentioned Nyaruko, Hephaestus's expression grew more exhausted. She listened in slight disbelief, unsure how a woman with whom Alex had such unusual relations could end up bearing his child. But what stunned her even more was the story about Jinx's birth, especially the part about the flash of light and a 6-year-old girl literally appearing out of nowhere. When Alex relayed his father's words about how his children would be born, Hephaestus fell into serious thought. Maybe the same would happen to her: pregnancy, a touch on the stomach, a flash, and voila, a 7-year-old daughter already running around the house. Looking at the three girls, Hephaestus couldn't help but feel her maternal instincts stirring. The longer she looked at them, the more she wanted to hug them, hold them close, protect them, completely unaware that these sweet and innocent little ones were actually chaotic gremlins just waiting for a chance to drop the act and wreak havoc. Alex gently floated the cushion closer so the girls could meet their new mom. The girls behaved like perfect angels, but Alex already knew, behind the next door, once adult eyes were off them, the madness would begin again. Meanwhile, behind them, the scene unfolding was the culmination of two hearts' deepest wishes. Mother and son, torn apart by death itself, were finally together again. Gloria couldn't let go of Takashi, her arms wrapped around him tighter than ever. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of joy and pure relief. If not for that chance meeting on a rainy evening, when she was on the brink of cyberpsychosis, everything could have ended differently. She could have lost her mind, ended up in a clinic, or just vanished like so many others in Night City. But then he appeared. Alex. He promised to find her son, and he kept that promise. And for Takashi, that meeting was just as meaningful. At the very beginning, when he first arrived in this new world, he thought he was going insane, strange dreams of Night City, of his mother, of a past life. But in the end, it was all true. His cheat turned out to be his stepfather, insanely strong and powerful. "I'm so happy to see you again, David. You can't imagine how grateful I am to fate for this moment," Gloria whispered, not letting go of her son. "I'm happy too, Mom." "I didn't even believe this was possible," Takashi replied, hugging her tightly in return. Gloria wiped her tears and looked into his eyes. "Do you remember what I told you the first time we talked, when you realized your dreams were real?" Which conversation?" Takashi tried to dodge the topic, though he already knew it was pointless. "I told you to find yourself a girl." "So, tell me, son, did you?" Takashi choked on his own spit. He had been trying to forget that awkward, embarrassing conversation they had the last time he saw her, even if it was only through a phone screen. Ever since, he couldn't stop recalling how everyone around Gloria had laughed at him. Seeing her son's expression, Gloria began to wonder if he was still alone. But then, a quiet yet deeply betraying giggle broke the silence. She turned toward the source of the sound and saw a young girl around her son's age, covering her mouth with her hand and struggling to hold in her laughter. It was Yuki. Takashi immediately recognized her giggle, and his face darkened. Even his own girlfriend couldn't hold back a smirk. Sensing his glare, Yuki shot him an apologetic look, though she was still barely keeping herself from bursting. Gloria's eyes darted between her son and Yuki, and the unmistakable gleam of maternal intuition lit up in her gaze. She'd just spotted a potential daughter-in-law. "David, maybe you'd like to introduce your girlfriend?" Gloria asked sweetly, barely hiding her enthusiasm. "Ahem. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Yuki." "Yuki, this is my mom, Gloria." "Though I guess you already figured that out," Takashi said awkwardly. "Nice to meet you, Miss Martinez. Takashi's told me a lot about you." "Well, aside from what coulda added, since he never shuts up," Yuki said politely with a small bow. "Nice to meet you too, Yuki. And I truly admire your patience if you're able to put up with my son." "But, who's this coulda? A friend of yours?" Gloria asked with a warm, motherly smile. "Anime fanboy," Alex cut in with a smirk. "You can't get him to shut up. He only stops talking in his sleep, and even then, not always." The guy nearly lost his mind when he realized Takashi was David. And when he heard "I'm the Demon King," his brain completely short-circuited. Gloria, Takashi, and Yuki turned to Alex, who stood next to Hephaestus. The goddess of the forge was currently being introduced to her three daughters, and her gaze, full of astonishment, was locked on the floating cushion where Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx were comfortably seated. She hadn't spoken yet, but her expression clearly screamed explanations. Now, Gloria also noticed the girls. She already knew about Anya, but Nyaruko and Jinx were a surprise. Still, she decided not to get distracted. Right now, the reunion with her son mattered more. The mention of anime only confirmed her suspicions. She remembered all the conversations she'd had with Alex. "So it's all true?" she murmured, glancing at Takashi. He and Yuki both nodded. Their tired expressions showed how many times Kuda had dragged them into endless monologues about his favorite anime titles, especially during the apocalypse, when they were part of the same team. Sometimes it was easier to knock him out than to make him stop talking. But Gloria understood something else. If Kuda had known the truth and stayed by her son's side, then he was a true friend. She began to wonder what other kinds of friends her son had made in that new and dangerous world. Takashi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He didn't have many close friends: Jonah, Yuki, Kuda himself, and Kuda's girlfriends. No one else had ever gotten that close. Gloria listened with a warm smile, nodding in rhythm with his words. "All right, my lovely family, you'll have plenty of time to chat later, Alex said, clapping his hands loudly. But time's ticking, and it waits for no one, except me, of course. We've still got a lot to do. What kind of business could you possibly have now? What are you up to this time? Or did you forget something again? Hephaestus and Gloria said in perfect sync. Takashi and Yuki exchanged stunned glances. It was like the lines came out in unison. Looking closer, Takashi realized that Gloria and Hephaestus were indeed alike. The same sharp tone, the same piercing gaze. Alex just rolled his eyes. Yeah, I brought this on myself, making you think I only cause chaos out of boredom. He turned to face them and continued. Short version, tonight there's a welcome party for everyone I brought back. You'll meet them, get to know each other. But for now, I think we should stop by Falco's bar and catch up with some old friends. Sound good? And just how many people did you bring with you? Hephaestus asked, suddenly realizing she hadn't asked the most important question since his return. How many new faces had he dragged back this time? A lot, Alex replied with a mysterious smile. I'll explain everything later. For now, close the shop, Hephaestus, and let's go. Our vacation starts tomorrow, and I want to make the most of today. With that, he turned toward the exit, leaving everyone with a pile of unanswered questions, and a growing excitement for what lay ahead. Hephaestus and Gloria heard the word vacation and understood perfectly. Alex had been waiting for this for a long time. Which meant he truly needed a break. Realizing this, Hephaestus stopped asking questions. Alex had already promised to explain everything later. Even though many of the girls had already heard about his wild plan from Freya, they all understood one thing. Alex had set too many wheels in motion in Orario, and making them all spin would take a huge amount of time. Not distracting him with any more questions, the group, Alex, Gloria, Hephaestus, Takashi, and Yuki, left the shop. While Hephaestus was locking up, Gloria had a chance to meet Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. Just like Hephaestus, she couldn't help but feel affection while looking at these adorable little girls, having no idea that each one of them was a little gremlin in disguise. Once the shop was closed, the group headed toward the elevator to ride down. You're not going to visit Freya? Hephaestus asked while they waited. She's probably still sitting in Babylon, like always when you're not around. She's already seen us. Most likely, she's either on her way home now or already there. Considering the group I brought with me, there's no way she's going to miss the chance to add a few strong fighters to her family. Especially after what happened with the dungeon, which was kind of my fault, Alex said, shrugging. What did you do to the dungeon? Takashi asked, eyeing him with curiosity. Well, when I was beating up a god who merged with a dragon on the lower floors, I might have, accidentally or not, destroyed everything below the 18th floor. That god used the dungeon's core as a catalyst. And when it ended up in my hands, it was almost empty. I might have gone a little overboard and poured mana into it. As a result, the monsters got stronger, and the dungeon got deeper. How much deeper? No idea, Alex explained calmly. Takashi looked at Gloria, and she silently nodded. But neither he nor Yuki was even remotely surprised by what they'd just heard. They had already witnessed what could happen in battles involving Alex. And his attempt to brush it off with the word accidentally sounded especially unconvincing. Gloria and Hephaestus knew full well what Alex was capable of, especially when he fought seriously, ruined cities, vanished islands, flipped landscapes, all in the name of victory. And the carefree look on his face only confirmed one thing: he had done it on purpose. Takashi glanced at his mother again. That look clearly said, Mom, couldn't you have picked a normal stepdad? Alex caught that look, and without hesitation, smacked Takashi on the back of the head so hard the boy nearly folded in half. One more look like that and it won't be a slap, it'll be a fistful of love, Alex said grimly, raising his fist. Gloria couldn't help but smile, watching the interaction between her husband and son. To her, they were the most precious men in her life, one, the child she thought she had lost forever, the other, her beloved partner. Hephaestus shook her head at the scene, but her attention was suddenly drawn to some suspicious whispering. She turned and stared at Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, who immediately put on their most innocent expressions. A warning bell went off in Hephaestus's mind. These three were definitely pretending. Those sweet faces were just a mask. And as usual, she was right. As they exited Babylon, Alex turned and glanced up at the top of the tower. Just as he expected, Freya was gone. Most likely, she had already returned home, not only to greet the new arrivals but also to watch the next episode of their ongoing domestic chaos. Just the thought of it made Hephaestus sigh heavily. She knew exactly who made the most noise at home: Becca, Loki, and Hestia. Instead of a peaceful family evening, what awaited them were verbal duels. And now, with Becca having a child, things were about to escalate to a whole new level. That's why Hephaestus fully supported the idea of seeing Alex and Gloria's friends first before heading back into the madness. Meanwhile, Gloria was talking animatedly with Takashi and Yuki, eager to know everything that had happened to them while Alex was off solving the world's problems. Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya were curiously scanning their surroundings, taking in the city with wide, fascinated eyes. Alex and Hephaestus, on the other hand, were patiently fielding a never-ending stream of childish questions, mostly about food, sweets, and dungeon monsters. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Afterlife bar, opened by Falco. The place was currently closed, it only opened in the evening so adventurers could gather, drink good alcohol, and share stories. Alex, Takashi said, eyeing the sign. Not to be that guy, but wasn't there a bar with that name in Night City? There was. Falco's just honoring tradition, Alex replied with a grin. Though, if he only let in seasoned veterans, Afterlife in Orario would become legendary. Takashi nodded, and an image of Kuta instantly popped into his mind, his shocked expression if he found out there was a bar in Orario called Afterlife, run by someone he knew personally. He could practically see Kuta fainting on the spot, foaming at the mouth from the sheer overload. Takashi smirked. Maybe it was worth bringing him here just to witness that. As Alex stood at the bar's entrance, he couldn't help but notice, since the day it opened, Afterlife still stood out among the rest of the buildings. The glowing neon sign and its modern design contrasted sharply with the city's usual fantasy architecture. It was a true island of the future wedged into a world of swords and sorcery. Without hesitation, Alex pushed open the doors and stepped inside. Gloria and Hephaestus followed him, and the flying cushion carrying Anya, Jinx, and Nairuko glided smoothly after them. Takashi and Yuki exchanged glances and followed as well, they were curious to see what lay behind the facade of such an unusual place. Already at the threshold, Alex heard Pilar's familiar voice, passionately telling a story. Apparently, he was once again having an emotional conversation with Maine, Dorio, and Falco, their interested remarks carrying through the room. Takashi looked around the space. He saw those who would have been his comrades if fate had taken a different course. There was a strange feeling, slight awkwardness, a pinch of sadness, but Takashi, deciding to follow Alex's example, simply let himself go with the flow. Alex, upon seeing his old friends, broke into a genuine smile. He would be lying if he said he hadn't missed them. Together, they had been through a lot in Night City, from despair to victory, and had become more than friends. They had become family. Look who's back, came Maine's familiar voice. He turned, leaning on the bar counter. We were wondering when you'd wrap up your business, Chumba. And you didn't just bring Gloria's son, you also dragged along 3 of my nieces. Wow, you really outdid yourself. Didn't expect anything less from you. I'm glad to see you too, Maine. And you, Dorio, Falco, Alex replied warmly, stepping closer. All right, spill it. Maine smirked. Pilar already blabbed that you and Becca saved not 1 but 2 worlds. But no details. Come on, dish out what you went through. Yeah, Alex. We all want to hear it, Dorio added, patting Alex on the shoulder. That's right, Falco nodded, wiping a glass. You don't hear stories about saving 2 whole worlds every day at the bar. Alex chuckled, sat down at the counter, and Falco, without waiting for a request, placed a bottle of cold beer in front of him. Gloria and Hephaestus also settled nearby and ordered drinks. Only Takashi and Yuki hesitated a little, unsure how to behave in such a setting. Hey, Chumba, why are you standing there like a statue? Maine called out, beckoning Takashi. Relax. We're your mom's friends, nothing to be shy about. You don't see a guy who came back from the dead every day. Falco, pour him a drink, this calls for a celebration. Especially since he brought a girl with him. Ha ha ha, hold on a sec, Falco laughed and immediately poured drinks for Yuki and Takashi. Takashi nodded, helped Yuki sit down first, then took a seat beside her. Meanwhile, Alex personally prepared milkshakes for his 3 daughters so they could enjoy something tasty together. Once everyone had their drinks, Alex began telling a brief version of his adventures to Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar. When the conversation reached the last world, the zombie apocalypse that suddenly turned into a battle with space zombies, and then a full-scale demon invasion, Maine couldn't hide his irritation. He was upset that he hadn't been invited to such a massive conflict. Well, Alex, you really outdid yourself. Not inviting me to fight demons and zombies, that's a personal insult, he grumbled, taking a sip from his glass. Alex just smirked and shook his head, it was so like Maine. He was always up for an adrenaline rush. Before Maine forgot, Alex pulled out several bottles of rare alcohol brought from other worlds to add to Falco's collection. Seeing the new drinks, Maine and Pilar couldn't resist and decided to start a tasting right then and there. By the way, Alex, Dorio said, resting her cheek on her fist, aren't you worried about what your goddess will say when she finds out about Jinx? That's exactly why I'm sitting here right now, Alex replied with a grin, raising his beer bottle. I'm 100% sure Becca and Hestia are at it again. Back home is probably absolute chaos. I'd like to say it's not true, but sadly, it is, Hephaestus said, taking a sip of whiskey. Better to sit it out here until they calm down. Everyone in the bar nodded in agreement. They all knew about the strange friendship between Becca and Hestia. They'd steal snacks from each other, argue over trivial things, and sometimes even fight. And when Loki got involved, the noise at home multiplied several times. Hephaestus and Gloria clearly didn't mind having a little break at the bar until the storm at home settled down. Alex hoped Brunhilde could keep things in order since she was the most responsible one in the house. But he forgot she still had a spiritual connection to him and could hear all his thoughts clearly. Now she was twice as irritated, first, because Alex dumped his responsibilities on her, and second, because she had to be the one to break up Becca and Hestia's fight, which started the moment Becca came home proudly announcing she was the first to have a daughter by Alex. That instantly set the hearth goddess off, and a real battle broke out between the weapon gremlin and the fiery goddess. Meanwhile, Loki, Freya, and Ryu sat a little apart, watching the fight with interest as if it were just a typical Tuesday evening, while getting acquainted with the girls Alex had brought from other worlds. At that moment in the bar, Alex suddenly shuddered, realizing that once he got home, he was in for a not-so-pleasant conversation with a very strict Valkyrie. But he was ready to accept any punishment. After all, he truly deserved it. "Chumba," Maine addressed Alex, "who did you bring this time? Don't tell me it's just the girls who fell for your devilish charm again." "I brought quite a few," Alex replied, taking a sip of his beer. "Former soldiers, mercenaries, martial arts masters, and their families. Such a diverse bunch, it's hard to put into words. Are those martial arts masters strong? Or just fancy titles but no real skill?" Dorio asked with curiosity. "There are some really strong ones. I'd highlight two, Old Man Hayato and Elder Quan," Alex said, stroking his chin. "How strong are they?" Falco asked, pouring Alex a fresh beer. "Old Man Hayato was considered the strongest master in the world where I found David. Quan is a bit weaker, but still impressive. During the last war with the demons, those two literally tore huge demons to shreds. So, draw your own conclusions." "Sounds awesome. I'll have to see those old guys in action. What else was in that world besides zombies and demons? And don't say nothing interesting," Maine squinted. "Well, besides zombies, demons, and a couple of nasty gods," Alex started counting on his fingers, "I also met a ghost girl who now lives in my shadow. I also have a sinister book of the dead that can summon evil into the world. Oh, and there was a fight with a stubborn guy, during which we accidentally destroyed Mars's satellite. He tried to kill me, I tried to knock some sense into him. Same old story." The bar fell silent for a moment, then everyone simultaneously raised their glasses. "To Alex's usual adventures," Maine said with a grin. "Yeah," Falco, Dorio, and Pilar smiled, raising their glasses. "It's never boring with you." Maine, Falco, Dorio, and Pilar stared at Alex, then involuntarily glanced at his shadow. Falco even peeked out from behind the bar counter to get a better look. As they focused on the shadow, it suddenly took the shape of a girl with long flowing hair that seemed to have a life of its own. Takashi and Yuki quickly moved farther away, clearly not eager to be near that shadow. Gloria and Hephaestus were already aware of Zhangya's existence, so while not surprised, they also glanced at the shadow. Meanwhile, Anya was explaining to Nairuko and Jinx who Zhangya was and that she was also their mother, though the girls had long felt her presence anyway. "Wow, your charm even works on ghosts," Maine said, shivering. "And I don't even want to know how strong this girl is if just her shadow gives me goosebumps. Okay, let's talk about the book first, then about that guy you somehow managed to destroy a planet with. I'm really intrigued." "Here it is," Alex said, placing the Book of the Dead on the bar counter. "But better not touch it, it's cursed. I keep meaning to destroy it, but never get around to it." Everyone stared at the book with the creepy face on the cover. Alex began to explain how it was created and what kind of evil it contained. He also mentioned that it wasn't the only such book and that all of them served as portals to another dimension, from which demons and other horrors come. This story only confirmed that the last world he visited was truly a complete disaster. "And what about that guy you almost beat to atoms?" Dorio asked. "Did you bring him with you too?" Alex chuckled and started telling how the meeting with Doomslayer went and why it ended in a fight. He spoke about Slayer's hatred for demons and his path full of pain, rage, and destruction. Nobody was really surprised that he attacked Alex. But everyone was amazed that Slayer managed to injure him because, in their opinion, Alex was nearly invulnerable. And that meant only one thing: Doomguy was truly incredibly strong. "Uncle Doomguy came back home," Anya said, spreading her arms wide. "He hardly talks, at most just or nods. But Dad understands him. And he even has a huge robot." "A robot? A big one?" Pilar's eyes lit up. "Chumba, I hope you brought it with you. Because I really need to see it." "I did," Alex smirked. But you'll have to get permission from Gir, Mimi, and Stitch first. Without their approval, you won't get within a meter of that robot. Stitch? Who's that? You made a new robot with a silly name. Falco asked, surprised. Stitch is Becky's pet, Alex answered calmly. Basically, he's no different from Gir and Mimi. A walking disaster. He especially likes to bother Takashi. They've kidnapped him so many times you could write a book about it. That's all your fault. Takashi scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you didn't encourage them, they wouldn't drag me around like I'm some victim of a cannibal tribe. Everyone immediately wanted to hear the details, and Alex, barely holding back his smile, started recounting the exploits of the troublemaking trio. They laughed until they cried as he described how the victims ended up tied upside down to a tree or bound like caterpillars on a ship's deck. Many wanted to see those scenes with their own eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, Alex decided to share a few more funny stories about their adventures in the zombie apocalypse, where the trio also never let anyone rest, turning world-saving missions into pure madness. To be continued. Chapter 390, finally, the return home. Sitting in the Afterlife bar, Alex was sharing stories about his journey and the rescue of two worlds with his friends. On either side of him sat Hephaestus and Gloria. Although they already knew about the events thanks to Gir, who had been regularly sending reports home at the request of the girls left in Horario, it was far more interesting to hear the tales from Alex himself. Alex decided to start with a couple of amusing stories from his travels, specifically, one that happened in Valhalla. Maine, Dorio, Pilar, and Falco listened with interest as he described a world where the gods decided to destroy humanity, but instead of direct extermination, they organized a tournament, giving people a chance to fight for their existence. I might have bent the rules a little, Alex admitted with a smirk, but it was all for the survival of humanity. The others gave him dry, amused looks, clearly not surprised that he had managed to find a loophole even in Ragnarok. Alex began listing historical figures he had fought alongside or against. Many of the names were unfamiliar to his friends, but a few were famous enough that even Maine, Dorio, Pilar, and Falco recognized them. They were especially curious about how strong humanity's representatives were. Believe me, said Alex, even without my help, they had a shot at winning. If it weren't for Odin being turned into a puppet by an evil god, things could have ended very differently. But knowing how things can go sideways, I didn't want to take any chances. Wait a second, Dorio said, confused. So, the gods killed your brother, you almost committed genocide in response, but in the end, you helped the humans and gods come to an agreement. Pretty much. Let's just say, gods are like children with unlimited power. Sure, they're selfish and arrogant, but in this case, they were being manipulated. And since I managed to bring my brother back to life, I'd say everyone came out ahead, Alex replied, lazily tracing the neck of his bottle with his finger. I'd argue that not all gods are like that, Hephaestus snorted. But yeah, even in our world, there are plenty of idiots. Like you always say, where there are good ones, there's always someone to screw it all up. Sounds like a toast, said Pilar, raising his glass. To those who didn't turn into assholes. Everyone laughed and clinked their glasses. Even Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx raised their milkshakes, joining in the cheerful atmosphere. Alex went on to say that he planned to do with Horario what he had done with Valhalla. In his words, the city had grown stale, every day the same, dungeon, return, a few titles at Donatus, and that was it. He wanted to shake up the system. Hephaestus, being a goddess, fully supported such ideas. She understood that change could benefit the city and prevent the next bout of madness from a bored god deciding to wreck everything just for fun. You brought people from another world, and now you're just sitting here drinking beer. You've gotten irresponsible, Alex, said a female voice from behind. A sly smirk spread across Falco's face, he recognized that voice. Alex turned and saw Kiwi and Lucina entering the bar. The others turned as well. Only Takashi looked confused and embarrassed, after all, according to the anime, he was supposed to end up with Lucina. Yuki, noticing his look, promptly pinched his side, snapping him back to reality. Alex looked first at Kiwi's cold expression, then at Lucina's amused smile. Without a second thought, he teleported right to them and hugged both tightly. The girls gasped in surprise as he lifted them off the ground, but quickly returned the hug. How did you know I'd be here? Alex asked, gently setting them down. Wasn't hard, Kiwi replied. The moment Hermes burst into Loki's mansion yelling about your return and your 3 daughters, one of whom looks like Becca, it all added up. And knowing Becca and Hestia would start arguing again, especially now that you have a daughter, it was obvious you'd avoid the mansion. The bar is the best hiding spot. Or, worst case, the hostess of fertility, added Lucina. Ah, my brilliant plan has been exposed. I couldn't escape the sharp intuition of women, Alex said dramatically, clutching his heart. Don't overact. No one falls for your performances anymore, Lucina replied with a smirk, slapping his arm. Alex stopped pretending his heart hurt, straightened up, and immediately pulled Lucina and Kiwi into another hug. He was curious about what they were doing at Loki's mansion, and the girls explained that, as usual, they had come to talk with Reveria about magic. Alex nodded and invited them to join the group until the chaos at home settled down. Neither of them objected. Since Alex had left, the house had been surprisingly quiet, apart from the occasional spat between Hestia and Loki. But now, with Alex and Becca back, the place was loud again, not just noisy, but full-blown storm-level chaos. Lucina and Kiwi clearly weren't in a hurry to return home and get caught in the center of that cacophony. Alex began introducing Lucina and Kiwi to Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. If Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar didn't already know who Nyaruko's mother was, they might have assumed it was Lucina. Their eye and hair colors were nearly identical, with only a few minor differences. Alex noticed it too as he watched Lucina warmly interact with the girls. The fleeting thought crossed his mind, what if Nyaruko had been his daughter with Freya? Kiwi, unlike the others, wasn't fooled by the innocent faces of the trio. Thanks to her past, she still had the habit of observing and analyzing the behavior of those around her. Even now, living in peace, she never let her guard down. She quickly realized that the smiles and shining eyes were just masks. These girls were little troublemakers, and definitely not as simple as they appeared. Kiwi gave Alex a long, meaningful look. He responded with a tired nod, confirming her suspicion. Seeing her fears were valid, Kiwi only sighed. Her face clearly said, "Home's going to be even louder now." Then her gaze landed on Takashi. The moment he noticed Kiwi's piercing look, he quickly looked away. His mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of the anime, and what his fate might have been in an alternate timeline if he hadn't died in that gang shootout on the highway. Lucina looked at him too, noticing the strange mix of emotions in his expression. "Chum, why so quiet all of a sudden?" "Don't tell me you're shy around us," asked Maine, slightly tipsy and looking at Takashi with curiosity. "No. It's just complicated," Takashi replied, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. "What's so complicated?" Falco chimed in. "Come on, share. We only met today, sure, but we're your mom's friends. No need to be shy around us. It's that damn anime. Now I don't know how to look at you all," Takashi muttered, dropping his hand and glancing uncomfortably around the people sitting nearby. Kiwi, Gloria, Lucina, and Hephaestus immediately understood what he meant. Alex had once told them about the world where they were nothing more than anime characters. Curiosity had, of course, gotten the better of them, and they had asked GIR to send over the full series, just to see the fate that could have awaited them. If not for a chain of coincidences and their meeting with Alex, many of them could have died on the streets of Night City. But now they had the chance to live, love, and be happy. For Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar, though, Takashi's words sounded like the ramblings of a Sunday's teenager. Yuki, sitting beside Takashi, gently ran her hand along his back. She remembered how, on Kota's advice, they had sat down to watch that anime, and how Takashi's face twisted in despair when he realized just how differently his life could have turned out. "Alex, are you finally going to explain what the hell David is talking about? What anime? And what do we have to do with it?" asked Maine, turning to Alex. He was the only one who could make sense of it. Long story short, Alex began, reaching for a cigarette, only to get a jab from Hephaestus, who snatched it out of his mouth and firmly pointed at the girls. "In the last world I visited before returning home, there was an anime. Its plot literally told David's story, how he joined your crew and how it all ended." "So I was a character in some kind of cartoon for kids?" Pilar said thoughtfully, scratching his chin. "And how did it all go?" Alex glanced at Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar. The mention of an anime where they were characters had clearly grabbed their attention. Excitement and curiosity lit up their faces. In contrast, Gloria, Hephaestus, Lucina, and Kiwi were clearly avoiding the topic. Each of them had been left with a heavy emotional weight after watching it. The ending wasn't happy at all. In fact, it was downright tragic. Falco, while polishing his glass, noticed the change in Alex's and the girls' expressions. He began to suspect that there was a lot more behind this anime than they were letting on. Meanwhile, Maine, Dorio, and Pilar were too deep in their own thoughts to notice the shift in mood. "So I have fans in other worlds." Maine chuckled. "Sounds cool. Unexpected, but awesome." Alex just shook his head with a tired smile. "Maine, I hate to break it to you, but it wasn't some fun story about friendship and overcoming challenges. There was no happy ending." "What do you mean?" Dorio frowned. "From the looks on your faces, it ended badly, didn't it?" "Badly is putting it mildly," Lucina said with a sigh. "That anime gave me nightmares. I kept thinking it was all a dream, that I never really got out of Night City. I was terrified I'd wake up in that crumbling loft, surrounded by filth and death. I was afraid of hearing another cyber psycho rampage just outside my door. But you know, Maine said, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling, we should know what could have happened to us. Because we survived thanks to you, Alex. We need to remember that. Alex took a sip from his bottle and nodded. If David had survived that accident instead of Gloria, you never would have met me. And it would have all ended badly. Out of your whole crew, only 2 made it out alive. The men exchanged glances. Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar were hit with a heavy feeling. They looked at the women, Gloria, Kiwi, and Lucina simply nodded, and their expression said more than any words could. Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko, the most caring daughters in the infinite multiverse, quickly noticed the grown-ups getting gloomy. Naturally, they sprang into action. Starting with the most important person, their beloved daddy, the girls began pulling faces and acting goofy, doing everything they could to make him laugh. Alex and the women couldn't help but smile at their daughter's antics. The sadness faded, giving way to warmth. After all, it was just an anime. Reality was here, right next to them. So in that version, we accomplished nothing, Maine said quietly. Sad, yeah. But in the end, those weren't really us. The real us are here. So yeah, you really did save us, Alex. You know what I want to know. Pilar cut in. How exactly did we all die? Don't tell me none of you are curious. Come on, Alex, spill the details. Alex smirked. All right, since you asked. I probably don't need to explain that Gloria died in the car crash, you already know that. You were the first to die, Pilar. A cyberpsycho took you out after you decided to pick a fight because he was loudly pissing into a barrel. He literally took your head off. Ha! Pilar burst out laughing, crossing his arms. So that piss freak wasn't just annoying, he was deadly. Now it makes sense why I felt like I narrowly dodged death that day. Everyone laughed, even Alex shook his head. Pilar hadn't changed a bit, not even after hearing about his own death. So, what happened next? Maine asked, his tone turning serious again. Next, was Dorio, Alex said. You had a cyberpsychosis episode. Dorio tried to stop you, and you beat her to death. When you came to your senses, you realized what you'd done. The police were already on your tail, and Max TAC took you out. Well, damn. Was all Dorio managed to say. Then came Kiwi. She trusted Faraday, betrayed the team, and gave up Lucina's location. She was shot in an alley. After that, Becca, Falco, and David went to save Lucina. Becca was killed by Atom Smasher, he crushed her skull. David died fighting him on the rooftop of Arasaka. The only ones who made it out were Lucina and Falco. Lucina left for the moon, and Falco went back to the Nomads. No happy ending, no family, no friends, just funeral urns in the North Oak Columbarium. Silence fell. Shit, Dorio muttered quietly. Someone really deserves to have their hands broken for writing a plot like that. But the important thing is, you're alive, Alex said gently. That was just one possible future. Now you're in Orario. Gods, dungeons, adventures, if you ask me, that's a major upgrade. Damn right, Maine agreed, standing up. We're not in Night City anymore, we're here. Alive. Whole. And since you're finally back, it's time to head home. You promised us a party, remember? Alex smiled and shook his head. He was glad to see Maine, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar take the grim truth about their alternate lives in stride. They didn't dwell on it, they just kept moving forward. Lucina, Kiwi, and Gloria, seeing the calm expressions of their friends, also chose to let the past lie. Their lives had already changed, they had left behind that cursed city and were now living full, vibrant lives. After seating his 3 daughters on a floating cushion, Alex and the others made their way home to begin preparations for the evening's celebration. He was curious how much the neighborhood around his estate had changed since the construction of the new homes for people he had brought from other worlds. As the group stepped out of the bar, they strolled toward the estate, chatting and laughing. The neighborhood had changed drastically, new houses stood everywhere, dojos for martial arts masters, mansions for the Sunwoo clan. And right in the center was a large, empty lot. Alex, what's with that empty space? Or did you skip buying it cause the seller was greedy? Pilar asked with a grin, pointing at the vacant land. I'll explain later. For now, just think about the party and the food, Alex replied, shaking his head with a smile. Lucina gently tugged on his sleeve and asked what he planned to build there. Alex whispered just a few words into her ear. When she heard them, Lucina nodded in understanding, it was clearly another one of her husband's ambitious projects. As they approached the mansion gates, Alex noticed a small group of people hesitating to enter. It was Kota with his girlfriends, along with Jonah, Malka, and their younger siblings. Kota froze the moment he spotted the group. And when he saw Maine, Dorio, Falco, Pilar, Gloria, Lucina, and Kiwi, he immediately went full fan mode. His body started trembling like he'd been strapped into an electric chair. "Alex, why is that chubby guy shaking like someone plugged him into a socket?" Dorio asked, pointing at Kota. "That's Kota. He's your fan. Please don't hit him if he starts getting on your nerves. Just ask his girlfriends, they'll drag him away quickly," Takashi said, answering in Alex's place. "Wait, that tubby dude has a harem." "Damn, I'm jealous," Pilar said, shaking his head. Alex could only nod. Honestly, sometimes he wanted to smack Kota with something heavy just to shut him up for a minute. But of course, Kota had used his body flicker technique to instantly appear right in front of Main and the others. Alex just shook his head in exhaustion. Kota could only activate that technique when his inner otaku soul was fully awakened. Main, Dorio, Falco, and Pilar stared at him in surprise. "Can I get an autograph? I'm your biggest fan," Kota asked, holding out a notebook with trembling hands. "Ha ha ha. Sure thing. Always happy to meet a fan from another world." Main laughed, grabbing the notebook. Alex and Takashi exchanged a look and sighed in sync. They already knew there were more fans among the newcomers, and this definitely wouldn't be the last autograph request. With a gesture, Alex called over Lucina, Kiwi, Gloria, and Hephaestus, leaving Main and the others to deal with Kota and his endless questions. Shooting a glance at Kota's girlfriends, he silently signaled them to intervene before Kota completely lost control. The girls sighed heavily. It looked like it was time to calm down their anime-obsessed boyfriend once again. "Hey, Jonah, why are you guys standing at the gate?" Alex asked, approaching. "We weren't sure if you were home. Decided to wait. If not for the girls, that maniac would have already kicked the door in," Jonah shrugged. Alex wasn't surprised. Jonah then looked from Takashi to Gloria, who was standing beside him. He'd noticed their interaction and gave Takashi a questioning nod that silently asked, "Everything okay?" Takashi just smiled and gave a confident nod in return. Alex opened the gate, and everyone stepped onto the estate grounds. The closer they got to the house, the more Alex felt a headache creeping in. He knew what was waiting inside, an interrogation: who, from where, why, and how. Grabbing the doorknob, he took a deep breath, hoping he could somehow talk his way through it. Behind him, Lucina, Hephaestus, Kiwi, and Gloria were barely holding back amused smirks. They knew exactly how this was going to end. Only Takashi, Jonah, Yuki, and Malka didn't understand why Alex was hesitating to open the door. "What's wrong, darling? Scared to go in? Want me to open it for you?" Lucina whispered, hugging Alex from behind and resting her chin on his shoulder. "You just love messing with me, huh?" Alex muttered, gently pinching her nose. "Of course. I love you so much. But sadly, love won't save you from fate. You're clearly doomed," she said, kissing him on the cheek. Alex rolled his eyes at Lucina's words and sighed deeply. The girls realized he was finally going to open the door and quickly stepped aside. They knew what was coming. Gloria subtly warned Takashi and the others to take a step back, just in case. They exchanged confused glances, but obeyed, sensing something explosive was about to happen. Just then, Kota was being dragged away by his girlfriends, completely absorbed in his notebook, now filled with autographs from Main and the others. And the moment Alex touched the door handle and cracked it open, a black-haired missile shot out and nearly knocked him off his feet. He didn't even have time to say a word before he was being shaken violently from side to side. The newcomer stood frozen, unsure what was happening, until they recognized Hestia, the goddess herself, currently shaking Alex with fiery eyes full of rage and frustration. "Alex, explain to me how this gremlin gave birth to your child before I did," Hestia shouted, still shaking him furiously. "I was the first. How did that green-haired goblin beat me to it?" "Wait, Hestia. I'm gonna puke," Alex choked out. "Just look at Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. Even if they're not your biological daughters, they're still your girls too. You're their mom." Hestia froze for a moment. Her gaze fell on the three girls sitting on the flying cushion. They, by the way, were watching one of their moms shaking their dad with obvious delight. And at that moment, Hestia finally understood Alex's words. Even if they weren't her biological daughters, they were still her daughters. A light bulb instantly went off in her head, and a cunning plan was born, to win Jinx's love so that she would love her more than Becca did. Alex sighed. Hestia had finally calmed down. But just as he started to relax, the goddess jumped off him and rushed to the girls, determined to win their favor immediately. Turning around, Alex caught the mocking glances of Gloria, Hephaestus, Lucina, and Kiwi. They were clearly enjoying his miserable situation. Alex pouted and, looking offended, headed inside. The girls laughed and followed him. Meanwhile, Hestia had already climbed onto the flying cushion and settled down next to the daughters, beginning to behave like a truly loving mom. Entering the house, Alex immediately noticed Becca's proud smirk. She was looking down on the other girls with superiority, and they were trying hard to keep from clashing with her right then and there. Those who had stayed in Orario immediately swarmed Alex as soon as he entered. Lily, Bella, Haruheim, and Valeri practically clung to him, not letting him move an inch. "Alex, tell her to stop looking like she just won a prize," Lily complained indignantly, pointing at Becca. Meanwhile, the girls Alex had brought with him had already made friends with the others. Yuriko, Alcina, and Gondel quickly found common ground with Freya. Ada, Coco, Rika, Moira, and Reve happily joined Loki's group, especially after a couple of drinks. The rest of the girls also felt comfortable and settled freely in the living room, chatting animatedly while waiting for Alex. Looking around at all this, Alex realized one thing: the house urgently needed to be expanded. And by a lot. But first, he tackled a more immediate problem: Lily, who was still complaining. While he was calming her down, Becca noticed Hestia cozily settled next to Jinx, Anya, and Nairuko. She immediately understood what this busty goddess was up to. Her expression changed to one that said, "This means war." "I'm glad you've already made friends," Alex said, addressing the girls he had brought with him. "But now it's time to pick private rooms. I'll get everything ready." Everyone nodded. Of course, private rooms were a necessity, especially when even goddesses had their own. Alex gently lifted the girls who were hanging on him and went upstairs to work on magically expanding the space. 10 minutes later, he returned with a satisfied look on his face. "Everything's ready. Now all that's left is to choose the rooms," he announced. As if on cue, the most hyperactive girls immediately rushed upstairs to claim the best rooms. Meanwhile, Gloria was already talking with Namio. The two women were discussing Takashi. One was his mother in his past life, the other in this one. Takashi's face burned with embarrassment, because only mothers could discuss such awkward details about their sons' lives. Koda and Jonah openly laughed, watching his suffering. Alex smiled, happy to finally be home. But as soon as he caught Brunhilde's gaze, all his joy instantly vanished. Her icy, silent look spoke volumes. "That's it," Alex muttered, following her submissively. Brunhilde was clearly about to discuss why he had dumped all the problems on her again, even though as the man of the house, he should be the one solving the family issues. The others watched as poor Alex was led away, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. To be continued. Chapter 391, The Demon Who United Everyone. Following Brunhilde into the manor's main hall, Alex knew exactly what kind of conversation awaited him. He fully recognized his guilt. Back in the previous world, he dumped too many responsibilities on her, managing the settlement, taking care of the survivor group. Even with help from Yuriko, Saya, and Coco, Brunhilde still had to do much of his work. And now, instead of enjoying some well-earned rest like the other girls, she was stuck dealing with Becca and Hestia, who started fighting the very moment Becca stepped over the threshold and loudly declared to the entire house that she'd won the race by being the first to bear Alex's child. The reactions throughout the manor varied. Some were jealous, others were angry, but Hestia didn't hesitate. She lunged at Becca, starting an epic brawl laced with a barrage of insults. Of course, it was Brunhilde who had to break them up. Alex stood at attention like a scolded schoolboy, silently enduring Brunhilde's lecture. She kept repeating that he was the head of the family, and it was his responsibility to resolve household disputes and maintain harmony. Just because she was his wife didn't mean she had to act as the family's diplomat, especially considering she was still relatively new here. Alex could only nod along, agreeing with every word. What made it worse was the chorus of amused snickers coming from the upper floor. The other girls were clearly enjoying the show, peeking over the railing or from the lounge, grinning from ear to ear as Alex got put in his place. He looked exactly like a husband getting scolded for yet another screw-up. When Alex glanced away toward the laughing girls with a look of wounded pride, he immediately received a light but resounding smack on the head and a sharp "I'm not finished yet." That triggered another round of laughter, not just from the girls but even from the guys, who had come to watch what had clearly become prime entertainment. Alex just sighed, already mentally planning his upcoming vacation, which was supposed to start the very next day. Tonight would be a welcome party, and tomorrow morning they'd finally leave for a family getaway. All of Orario's problems, the guild setup, the buildings, they'd all be delegated to his clones. Let them handle it. Brunhilde noticed the distant look in Alex's eyes and immediately realized he wasn't listening anymore. She sighed heavily. Of course she knew what he was thinking, vacation. But that didn't change the fact that she had once again been forced to clean up his mess. "That's right, sister, keep scolding him. Just look at his face, he's not even listening to you," said Hlock as she descended from the upper floor after picking out her room. "She's right, big sis. You're stuck solving everyone's problems again instead of resting," Alvidra added with a sly smirk as she glanced mockingly at Alex. Both Valkyries, walking down the stairs, seized the chance to tease Alex while he was at his most defenseless. He shot them an irritated glare, but that only made them grin wider, clearly enjoying the scene. Fine. Alex thought. Time to confiscate all their sweets. Let them live off salad for a week. But the moment that thought crossed his mind, Alviter and Hlock immediately tensed. As if reading his mind, they threw on innocent expressions and quickly fled into the lounge, doing their best not to meet his gaze. Brunhild, watching her sisters flee, said nothing. She simply sighed again and turned her eyes back to her husband. She silently hoped that, during the vacation, she wouldn't have to deal with anything. No fights, no drama, just rest, like everyone else. After all, she had firmly decided, she wouldn't get involved in anything until the vacation was over. All family issues should be handled by the one who created them, Alex. Realizing that the scolding had finally ended, Alex let out a relieved sigh, only to receive another sharp smack on the head from Brunhild. Her gaze made it clear, from now on, all family management duties were officially his. She was washing her hands of it. If he was the head of the family, then let him handle it. Alex just nodded, understanding that he could no longer shift his responsibilities onto his wife's shoulders. She had already done more than enough, especially in the previous world, where she'd basically kept the entire settlement and the survivor group together. Before Brunhild walked off toward the lounge, Alex gently wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her close. Thank you for helping me all this time. I promise, during this vacation, you'll get to truly relax, he said, still holding her. So, after the vacation I'll have to start working again. Brunhild replied with a small smile, looking into his eyes. I'm not asking you to. I can hire people to take care of things. Worst case, I'll use my clones. But knowing you, you won't be able to sit still for long. You'll end up diving back into it anyway, Alex said, pressing his forehead against hers. We'll see how this family vacation goes. If I'm satisfied, I don't mind helping my husband with his grand world-saving plans again. After all, without me, Saya, Yuriko, and Coco, everything would have fallen apart ages ago, wouldn't it, my dear husband, she whispered in a sultry tone, placing her hand on his cheek. Who are you and what have you done with my strict Valkyrie? Confess, and I promise I won't hurt you. Alex exclaimed theatrically, staring at her in surprise. Idiot, Brunhild laughed, pulling both his cheeks playfully. Alex laughed too and hugged her tighter. But their short romantic moment was interrupted by a very pointed cough. They turned to see a group of girls standing at the entrance to the lounge, all staring at them with dry, slightly jealous expressions. It was clear they'd decided to ruin the moment. Alex smiled, let go of Brunhild, and walked back into the room. He sat down among the guys, Kota, Maine, Falco, Pilar, Takashi, and Jonah, while the girls continued getting to know one another. Kota, in particular, was practically vibrating with excitement. His dream of living in an anime world had literally come true, and he still couldn't believe he was now sharing a roof with characters from multiple universes. Alex watched with a smile as the girls, Nyaruko, Jinx, and Anya, immediately became the center of attention. Alice, Gal, and Nobukatsu quickly bonded with Valeri, Alex's younger sister, whom he'd brought from Night City. Lily, Haruheim, Bella, Daphne, and Cassandra also found common ground with girls their age. Though the looks Lily, Haruheim, and Bella kept shooting at Alex were quite telling, full of unmistakable disapproval. But Alex only smiled, he knew exactly why they loved him. Lucina and Lucy hit it off almost immediately, both behaved like lazy cats, preferring to lounge around and snack on salads. Ada and Kiwi bonded over their reserved nature and observant personalities, old habits from their world still lingered. Thanks to GIR's constant reports, the girls from Arario already knew who Alex would be bringing with him, so they quickly found common ground with the newcomers. By the way, Alex, Kota spoke up, scratching his chin. I've been meaning to ask, your little sister Valeri. Who is she? I don't remember a character like that in Danmaki. That's because she's not from this world. You might know her by the name V, Alex replied calmly. Wait, you're telling me she's V? That's impossible. There's only a 2-year gap between the anime and the game. And Valeri looks like she's what, 14 or 15? Kota exclaimed in disbelief. What are you even talking about? What game? Don't tell me they made a video game about our shitty city, Maine muttered, arms crossed. It's not just a game, it's a damn masterpiece. And Valeri was supposed to be the main protagonist, Kota said with enthusiasm. Maine, Pilar, and Falco gave Kota a long look. In just a few minutes, they had already realized how chatty this guy could be if no one stopped him in time. Then they turned to Alex, silently asking for confirmation. Alex simply nodded, he wasn't in the mood to explain, for the 100th time, all that nonsense about timelines and why Valeri looked so young instead of the adult she should have been in the original storyline. He was just too lazy to retell how the avatar of Nyanyan, known as the Mechanical Man, had disrupted the chronology of another world simply by existing there. That ripple effect had left Valeri stuck in a younger form. But seeing the confused looks from the guys, Alex sighed and threw out a few words to give them at least a rough idea of the situation. Then he glanced at the clock and realized it was time to start preparing for the party. All right, guys. While the girls are chatting, we as the male part of the team need to handle the prep, Alex said, rising from his chair. Sigh, who made us friends again? Fine, I'll help, for the booze from another world. That's hard to turn down, Maine said with a smirk. How many people are even coming to this party? I get that you brought a whole crowd from another world. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a full-blown public event, Falco added, getting up too. What scares me most is Hermes and that loud mouth of his. He might drag half of Horario to my house for free food and drinks, Alex muttered with a sigh, rubbing his shoulder. Ha. I'd love to say you're wrong. But all I can say is good luck. Not like it's my wallet that's gonna suffer, Maine laughed, slapping Alex on the back. Alex's face showed the weariness of a man who had seen too much. He knew full well that Hermes really was capable of pulling something like that. Shaking his head, he led the guys to start setting up for the party, which would be held in the Coliseum, a special arena built in the basement of his home, where all major celebrations took place. When the girls noticed the guys heading off somewhere, they immediately grew suspicious. Where were they going and what were they up to? Alex, where are you going? Don't tell me that after finally returning, you'd rather go hang out with the guys instead of spending time with your lovely wives. You're breaking my heart, sniff, Loki said, pretending to be hurt. Of course not. We just need to prepare for the party. There'll be a lot of people, Alex replied with a slight smile, not falling for Loki's dramatics. Do you need help? You brought so many people. I can't even imagine how many friends you have here and how many are planning to show up at our place, Nemio said with concern. Nemio, just relax. Let Alex take care of everything. You've already done more than enough, keeping the house in order while they were in another world. Take a break. All the responsibilities are his now, Freya said with a smile, giving Alex an approving look. He simply nodded in agreement. But Nemio protested quietly, still worried as the lady of the house. No buts. Just rest. We'll have plenty of time to try your home cooking later, Hestia said gently, easing her back into her seat. All the girls living in Horario supported the decision. They remembered that last time, when a welcome party had been thrown for Maine and his team, it was Alex who handled all the preparations. And so it would be again. Nemio still looked concerned, but under the pressure of her friend's support, she eventually stayed put. Alex fully agreed that organizing the party was his responsibility. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx wanted to follow their daddy and help out, but the other girls didn't give them a single chance to slip away. In the end, they had to surrender and accept the endless stream of affection from their mothers. Reminding everyone that he'd handle everything himself, Alex motioned for the guys to follow him, and they left the house. The mighty Demon King can't stand up to his wives. How adorable, Maine quipped, walking beside Alex and pulling faces. Says the man whose wife broke his jaw for mouthing off. You're in the same boat, just lucky mine don't beat me, Alex snorted, rolling his eyes. Maine choked on his own breath at the unexpected jab and instinctively rubbed his jaw, remembering that legendary hit from Dorio. The guys burst out laughing. And what are you all laughing at? Alex said, grinning at the others. Especially you, David. Yuki practically commands your household. And you, Kota, your girls have dragged you home by the leg so many times, it's practically tradition. Laughter erupted again, louder this time. The male half of the team marched ahead, on their way to prepare for what would be one of the largest parties ever thrown in Alex's home. Takashi and Kota instantly stopped laughing and exchanged glances, then looked at Alex. He, Takashi, Maine, and Kota shared a knowing look and nodded in unison. Even if they were technically the men of the house, they all knew the final say always went to the women. But that didn't bother them at all, after all, everything ran on love. Meanwhile, Falco, Jonah, and Pilar, still bachelors, kept laughing at the four whipped husbands. Alex and the others gave them a squinty look. Just wait, they thought. When you end up in relationships, let's see who's laughing then. Hey, what are you standing around laughing about? Came a familiar voice from behind. Alex turned and saw Lem, accompanied by Yugo, R, Lutz, Toji, Mao, and Wiley. They had spotted Alex from afar and came over to find out what was going on. Alex immediately started introducing Maine, Falco, and Pilar to the group. He explained that they used to work for Coco and were former mercenaries. Maine and his teammates quickly got the impression that these guys would be easy to get along with. So, Alex, why are you just standing there like a statue? Lem asked, lighting a cigarette. Perfect timing. We could use a few more hands, Alex replied with a grin. Oh. And how can we serve you, our glorious warlord? Toji said with irony, adjusting his glasses. We need to buy drinks and food for the party at my place. After all, a victory over demons calls for a celebration. Though, I'll admit, Slayer and I did most of the work, Alex said with a smile, lighting up a cigarette himself. Of course you did. Should we fall to our knees now and worship you, O Savior of the universe? Lem snorted. Not necessary. But helping carry the crates, that would be appreciated. And you'll get to try the local food and drinks, Alex replied. Thus, the party planning team grew even larger. First stop, the liquor store, so the newcomers could sample local spirits. After buying a sizable number of crates, they moved on to food shopping. It didn't take long for Alex to realize, organizing a party for this many people was going to be anything but easy. The final stop on their route was the Mistress of Fertility. Alex nearly got hit on the head with a rolling pin when he ordered a huge amount of food. As always, Coda was thrilled, another iconic spot in Orario. Meanwhile, the guys from the new group were openly ogling the waitresses until Alex warned them. If you don't want to be carried out feet first, stop staring. These girls aren't just cute faces, each one is more dangerous than she looks. Maine, Falco, Pilar, and Coda all confirmed in unison, all the waitresses were high-level warriors, and especially to be wary of Mia Grand, the former captain of the Freya family. She's level 6, and if anyone tries to joke around too much, they'll have to pick their teeth up off the floor. After grabbing the food, Alex and the guys stepped outside to the sounds of Mia's protests. The guys swallowed nervously, realizing they'd have to be careful next time they visited this restaurant. Before leaving Mistress of Fertility, Alex didn't forget to invite Mia Grand and all the waitresses to his party at home. Mia didn't say much and said she'd think about whether to come or not. But Chloe, Anyanaya, and the other waitresses expressed their desire to attend Alex's party, which made Mia roll her eyes and start shooing Alex out of the restaurant for disturbing the waitresses at work. Alex laughed and quickly left Mistress of Fertility before another rolling pin could fly at his face. R nervously glanced at the restaurant owner as she menacingly held the rolling pin in her hands. She's so angry. How does she even keep the restaurant afloat if she treats customers so roughly, he muttered, scratching his chin. The thing is, the food here is delicious. And that's just Mia's personality. Many adventurers just don't know how to behave. And if you cross the line, she'll quickly remind you who's boss. Just don't say that out loud, the local waitress's cat ears aren't just for show, they're real. They heard everything you just said, Alex explained with a smirk. And that's not all, Maine added, patting her on the shoulder. Amazons work here. If you're lucky, they'll just shame you. If not, you'll be flying out the window. Good luck, Chumba. You're definitely going to need it, Pilar chimed in, patting her on the other shoulder. I thought the unlucky one would be old Kensei again, but nope, you're the first to get into trouble, Lem said, barely containing his laughter. Toji and Coda, being anime fans, immediately nodded in agreement with Maine's words. R nervously swallowed and involuntarily glanced back, two pairs of cat eyes were staring at him, one with mockery, the other with amusement. He instantly realized his words had been overheard by two cat girls. The guys noticed R's expression and burst out laughing, teasing him, just a couple of hours in Orario, and you've already made enemies in the form of the waitresses and the local restaurant owner. Everyone was enjoying the moment, unable to hold back their laughter, especially at how R had messed up once again. Only Alex and Maine didn't tell him it was a joke and that no one was going to touch him as long as he kept talking. After all, R wasn't the first fool who couldn't hold his tongue when entering the Mistress of Fertility. The local waitresses were used to it by now, but teasing newcomers was tradition. After finishing their food and alcohol shopping for the party, Alex and the group of guys headed toward his estate, carrying heavy boxes. Of course, Alex could have stored everything in his inventory, but that would have taken away the fun of preparing. Along the way, the guys chatted and got to know each other better, and soon Lem and the others started wondering, why did Maine, Falco, and Pilar call Takashi David? The answer came quickly, and Toji, a hardcore anime fan, literally started having a nervous breakdown. Takashi didn't just end up in another world, he was actually David. That was the last straw. Toji barely held it together when he first met Maine's group, and now he completely lost it. When they reached the estate gates, they spotted Itami and his ex, or maybe now current, wife, Aoi. These two were also fans, and seeing familiar characters caused their emotions to overflow. Maine, Falco, and Pilar exchanged looks that said, "Here we go again." Understanding that some people took things a little too excitedly, Alex shook his head and invited Itami and Aoi inside while the others caught up. Inside the house, Alex immediately called Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to help unload the boxes of food and drinks. Itami was already reaching for his notebook, hoping to collect autographs, but was quickly pulled away to help the others. Instead of autographs, he was faced with heavy boxes and a basement coliseum. Itami literally cried in despair as he was led downstairs. "You have quite a spacious basement. I'd even say very spacious. It even has a sky." "I don't even want to know how you made that here," muttered Lem, setting down the boxes. "Magic and runes," Alex replied calmly. "Now enough talking, let's put everything in place." Someone run and get the rest of the guys, we need more hands. I'll go. I'll go. R shouted and ran off without another word. The guys just rolled their eyes as he ran off at the first chance. Preparation for the party was in full swing. Soon R returned with a whole crowd of guys who stared wide-eyed at the Coliseum. Alex's basement was not just spacious, it was truly massive. But Alex didn't give them much time to look around. Look around later. Now, work. This Coliseum is for training, right? Jean asked, dragging tables. Yeah, something like that, Alex answered. But we mostly use it for parties. There's plenty of space in the house too, but it doesn't feel right to throw a party inside when there are people who like to throw punches. Here it's spacious and there's room for everyone. When can we go to the dungeon? Ryu asked eagerly. My fists are itching to fight local monsters. I want to see who's stronger, demons from our world or the creatures here. You'll have time. You just arrived. For now, less talk, more work. And you, Itami, don't even think about running off or bothering the girls for autographs, Alex added, noticing him trying to sneak away. Itami could only surrender when he was caught trying to run away from work. Meanwhile, more and more people were gathering in the Coliseum, both those Alex had brought from other worlds and friends he had made in this one. Even Mia and Takamikazuchi showed up, by Hermes' personal invitation. Both gods glanced at Alex apologetically, but he just waved them off, they were friends, and extra hands were never a bad thing. Except for Hermes himself, who, instead of helping, started carrying food from the tables. However, he was quickly stopped and made to work, his protests about his divine status completely ignored. Even the girls, who initially decided to stay on the sidelines, couldn't resist and came down to help so the guys wouldn't have to strain themselves alone. The preparations for the party were coming to an end, and the Coliseum gradually filled up, more and more people kept arriving. The girls from Orario, especially those close to Alex, grew anxious when they heard about his daughters. They understood that with each passing day, their chances of being more to him were dwindling. This was the thought running through Tiona, Lily, Haruheim, Bella, Riveria, Seer, and even Ace. Though Ace's thoughts weren't entirely her own, her constant motherly guidance from Arya pushed her in that direction. Without it, Ace would probably still be daydreaming, confused about her feelings. But Arya's gentle reminders finally helped her come to a decision. The party hadn't started yet, but the people Alex brought from other worlds were already mingling. Alex was glad that no fights had broken out yet to test their strength against each other. But he knew for sure, it was only a matter of time. Just give someone a drink, and the challenges, arguments, and duels would begin, as usual. After checking one last time that everything was ready, Alex decided it was time to start. Come on, Alex. Give us a speech, like you do. Lem shouted, grinning widely, caught up in the festive mood. All right, Alex smiled. They literally pushed him into the center of the circle. After all, people from 4 different worlds had gathered in one place, and all of them were here because of one person. Alex was the one who had brought them all together. He held a bottle of beer in his hand, with Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx hanging onto him like 3 little monkeys, all caught up in the shared joy and excitement. I think we should start with the main reason we're here. Today, we've gathered to get to know each other. On one hand, these are the people with whom we've crossed half the world, fighting side by side against monsters, zombies, demons, necromorphs. We stood on the Korean border to hold back a demon army and give humanity a chance to survive. We stormed an island taken over by a bastard who decided to let demons into their world. And in the end, we fought to save reality itself. Yes, most of the work was done by me and my friend, but the victory was shared. We stood firm. And I'm glad you chose to follow me then and continue walking beside me now. On the other hand, these are my friends and family from this world. If I keep talking, I'm afraid this speech will go on for hours. So I'll keep it short. I'm proud that we're all here today. Let's raise our glasses to what unites us, to the friendship that has connected 4 worlds. And may no world ever again be on the brink of destruction. Cheers. Alex finished with a smile. Cheers, echoed throughout the Coliseum. Hooray, some shouted, raising their glasses. Laughter, joy, and cheerful cries rolled through the Coliseum. Alex was right, this evening truly marked the beginning of a new friendship that united people from 4 worlds. And though battles, arguments, and maybe problems lay ahead, in this moment they were one. To be continued. Chapter 392, Chapter 392, the end of the party and the beginning of a week-long vacation. The beginning of the welcome party kicked off on a positive note. Alex's speech had infected everyone with a cheerful spirit, and from that moment, a strong friendship between people from 4 different worlds began to take root. As the celebration gained momentum, Alex's friends from Orario showed genuine interest in those he had brought with him. According to Alex himself, their journey wasn't just about fighting monsters, it had been a full-scale war for the survival of an entire world. The stories of how their group traveled across half a continent, helping everyone in need, left the locals more and more impressed. But when the conversation turned to Alex's personal battles, none of his companions could find the words. Each of his fights ended in total devastation. At first, Alex had tried to hold back, but with every encounter, the destruction only grew. That, however, didn't shock the people of Horario at all. They were already used to his outrageous exploits. The more glasses were filled, the more relaxed the guests became, and bonds slowly began to form among everyone. Meanwhile, Alex was busy serving his wives, wanting them to fully enjoy the evening. But since he was only one man with two hands, he had to summon clones to help serve food and drinks. Before long, Alex had been demoted from party host to simple chef and waiter. Rio, Chloe, Seer, Anyanaya, and the other waitresses offered to help with the serving, but Alex refused with a smile. It was his gift to everyone, especially those who came from the hostess of fertility. They deserved to relax too. But aside from cooking, Alex had to fend off impatient girls trying to grab meat straight off the grill and simultaneously handle the affection of his daughters, who clung to him with infectious laughter. At the same time, Alex watched as the girls from different worlds quickly found common ground. Just as he had expected, each gravitated toward those who shared their temperament and interests. Seeing such harmony in his massive family made him smile. Still, the noise and excitement kept him on alert, wary of any spontaneous fights. But so far, all was peaceful. Deep down, Alex already knew it was only a matter of time before the inevitable part of any of his parties arrived, the Drunken Fist Master Tournament. As the celebration continued, Alex kept grilling meat, dodging grabby hands, and responding to flirtatious gestures from his girls, who came up one by one to spend time with him. He never turned them down. He knew how important it was to show love and care. But he also knew the more wine filled the glasses, the bolder the flirting would become. Eventually, it would cross the line into something more aggressive. That's just how his parties always went, whether in Horario or another world, the outcome was the same. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx had run off to play with Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Or rather, it had turned into a hunt, because Gir and Mimi had found their latest victim for pranks. This time, it was Alan, the poor cat boy, who once again wasn't lucky. Now he was being chased not by just two pranksters, but a whole gang of 6, and escaping them was nearly impossible. Alan's unlucky again. Freya said with a smirk as she approached Alex, a glass of wine in hand, leaning lazily against his shoulder. I still don't understand why Gir and Mimi love picking on my adopted son so much. It's not just them anymore, Alex sighed. Now Stitch, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx have joined in. I suspect it has something to do with Alan being a cat. And Gir, Mimi, and Stitch are, probably dogs. Honestly, I'm not even sure what they are anymore. But you get the idea. You know, darling, I could argue with you, but sadly, you're right. Though, if you look closely, Alan's not their only target. Alex turned toward the chase and snorted. Yep. I see Bet's joined the escape attempt. Poor Bet, always trying to act like the cool guy, and once again, ending up humiliated. After Gir and Mimi hung him upside down last time, you'd think he would have learned something. But now there are 6 of them. 6. Bet, seriously, haven't you learned anything? Ha 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 ha. Tiona laughed, jumping onto Alex's shoulders. Let him run. That idiot's been way too loud lately. Alex just shook his head as Tiona settled on his shoulders like he was her personal throne. Everyone nearby watched with interest as Bet and Alan ran for their lives, chased by Gir, Mimi, Stitch, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. The 6 of them seemed to have endless energy. Alex even thought to himself. All they need now are torches, and they'd pass for an angry village mob on their way to burn a witch. The party guests were thoroughly enjoying the scene. Bet and Alan, both adult men, were being chased by what were essentially kids, and couldn't fight back, knowing that any hit would be met with far worse retaliation. The comedy reached its peak with an act of grand betrayal. Realizing escape was hopeless, Alan decided to save his own skin by tripping Bet. One foot stuck out, Bet stumbled, and the next moment, all 6 pursuers pounced on him. A loud, pained, and indignant cry rang out. Aline, traitor. The audience, however, responded with thunderous applause. No one saw that twist coming. A second later, Bet was hanging upside down, tied by his ankles to a pole. Unfortunately for Alan, he was caught not long after and ended up hanging next to his former friend, enduring the Wolf Boy's accusations and glares. Ha, they caught him faster than usual this time, Loki commented lazily, popping open a can of beer. Well, back then it was just Gir and Mimi chasing him. Now it's 6 of them, and 3 of them are our daughters. Honestly, I'm surprised they lasted as long as they did, Rika said, sipping her drink. Is no one bothered by the fact that the Wolf Boy and Cat Boy are hanging upside down like they were caught stealing or something? Shizuka asked with mild concern. Nope. Totally normal. Get used to it, it happens a lot around here, Hestia replied, continuing to chow down. The busted little shrimps, right? Loki nodded. Hey, ironing board, I told you before. Just because your chest never grew doesn't mean everyone else has the same problem, Hestia snapped, pointing her fork at Loki. What did you say, you little gremlin? You want to fight again? Loki squinted, rising to the challenge. Come at me, board. Let's see who's who, Hestia growled, pushing her plate aside. The two goddesses bumped foreheads and began shoving each other. The newer girls exchanged confused glances, unsure whether to intervene. Brunhild, meanwhile, just sat calmly. She had promised herself not to get involved in family squabbles. The girls from Orario weren't surprised in the slightest. They were used to this. Even though Loki and Hestia were now both in relationships with Alex, they still bickered constantly. Any trivial matter could spark a storm. Gloria and Hephaestus, sitting nearby with Nemeo and Kiriko, exchanged tired but amused looks. Both knew that if no one stepped in, Loki and Hestia could argue for hours. All right, you two. Hephaestus said sharply, standing and striding over to opposite corners. Now. And I don't want to see you near each other for the rest of the party. Loki and Hestia huffed at each other and took seats on opposite sides of the room. Hephaestus rubbed her forehead, already dreading the chaos their next family trip would bring, especially with these two always at each other's throats. The newcomers, on the other hand, were thrilled. They even applauded Hephaestus, a bravo for how quickly and efficiently she diffused the conflict between the two goddesses. A tired but satisfied smile appeared on Hephaestus's face. She had long since become an expert at preventing their arguments. Returning to her seat, she received a supportive pat on the shoulder from Gloria. Meanwhile, Lucy and Lucina were deep in conversation, enjoying the food Alex had prepared. When Lucina saw Lucy using her vectors to serve herself food, she was instantly inspired and activated her own mana to do the same, all without having to get up from the table. It worked perfectly, both girls ate comfortably and effortlessly. White and Red, the android twin sisters, weren't bored either. They were busy gathering information about the gods, since in their world, all of this was just myth. Now they had a chance to gather real data and understand how this world truly worked. Freya, who stood nearby with Alex, observed them with growing curiosity. Her gaze became more thoughtful by the second. Darling, she said, gently stroking Alex's arm, why do those two girls have such strange souls? They seem incomplete. Who do you mean? Alex asked, turning to her. Those two with white hair. I already figured out who they are, but their souls. It's like they're unfinished, Freya replied, pointing toward White and Red. Ah, you mean White and Red. That's because they're not exactly human. They used to be AIs. They created bodies for themselves to find me and ask for help saving their world. And the reason their souls look so strange is because their creator literally embedded a piece of his own soul into them. That fragment is developing, and over time, it'll grow into a full soul. That traitor GIR supposedly included all that in his reports you asked for. Alex added. Well, sure, GIR did send reports, but you know how it is, Freya said with a smirk, swirling her wineglass. Reading a report isn't the same as seeing it for yourself. Alex nodded and looked around with a faint smile. As the party continued and the wine kept flowing, two new victims emerged. Though calling them victims might have been generous, they were more like enemies of the female half of the group. The culprits, Kensei and Hermes, who had quietly and quickly found common ground. Their shared interest. A collection of panty photos, which Kensei proudly showed off. And thus began a brotherhood between the perverted martial arts master and Orario's most talkative god. Of course, it couldn't last long. Under the influence of alcohol, they completely lost their sense of self-preservation and quickly provoked the women. It all ended when Juma, without a moment's hesitation, administered a very public punishment. Kensei was first. Despite being married, he still tried to sneak photos under skirts. Then her bloodshot eyes turned to Hermes. He tried to escape, but not even the silver tongue of the most talkative god could save him from a punch to the jaw. The result was simple. Hermes and Kensei ended up tied to a post, gagged to stop them from spewing more nonsense. Nearby, still hanging upside down, were Alan and Bet, each in trouble for their own reasons. Juma immediately earned the admiration of every woman at the party, becoming the undisputed heroine of the evening. The male guests, however, were left utterly confused. How could such a strong, beautiful woman like Juma possibly fall for a short, balding pervert like Kensei? Some even wanted to ask him his secret, if only they weren't afraid of getting beaten up or tied to the same post. I've been meaning to ask, Renka. That pervy old man, is he really your father? Riveria asked, glancing at the girl, as several others nodded in agreement. What do you mean? Renka asked, puzzled. Well, you just don't look anything like him. Your mom's gorgeous, and he's short, balding, and, well, you know, Tiona shrugged. All the girls once again nodded in sync. It was true, Renka resembled her mother far more than her father. Renka herself wasn't quite sure how to respond, but one thing she knew for certain, Kensei was her father. Unfortunately. Instead of answering directly, she began complaining about his behavior, and all the girls who weren't personally familiar with Kensei listened with growing fascination. By the end of her story, they had unanimously added Kensei to their internal blacklist, enemy of all women. Meanwhile, Alex took advantage of a rare quiet moment to stand beside Kiwi, his arm wrapped around her waist. She leaned against him, and the two of them shook their heads in unison at the mess Kensei had made. They chatted quietly, enjoying the rare peace and closeness, but of course, it didn't last. A loud commotion from the other side of the Colosseum caught everyone's attention. Alex sighed, a vein twitching near his eye. What now? Kiwi asked, not moving away from him. Drunken Fist Masters Tournament, Alex replied wearily, rubbing his forehead. And unfortunately, it now includes not just the Masters, but adventurers from Arario as well. Is it really that bad? Kiwi asked, surprised. You'll see for yourself soon enough why it's so ridiculous, Alex muttered, looking toward the makeshift arena with a tired expression. Kiwi raised an eyebrow. From the look in Alex's eyes, she realized this wasn't the first time something like this had happened in the previous world he'd brought this group from, and, regrettably, not the second either. The crowd made space, and the chaos began. As usual, Ryu and Ken were the first to enter the fray, quickly joined by Jean and Sean. After all, why fight one-on-one when you can turn it into a royal rumble? Excited by the action, the adventurers jumped in too. Only those who had enough self-control, or simply didn't want to get involved, stayed on the sidelines. Even some of the female adventurers joined the madness. Tiona leapt right into the fight, and Dorio couldn't pass up a chance to stretch her muscles and test the skill of martial artists from another world. Are they strong? Ace suddenly appeared next to Alex and tugged on his sleeve. Strong enough. You gained power through levels and fighting monsters. These guys grew strong through nothing but relentless training and constant fighting with each other, Alex answered without taking his eyes off the brawl. Hearing his words, Ace nodded and turned her gaze back to the chaos unfolding in the center of the Colosseum. Alex couldn't help but notice that Becca, Revei, and Moira had already set up a betting stand, where anyone could place bets on their favorite fighters. They were assisted by Jinx, Anya, and Nyaruko, who enthusiastically distributed tickets and collected coins. All the women looked at the setup with blank expressions, but no one tried to stop it. Some even decided to participate, then shot Alex sly looks, silently suggesting he should place a bet too, for fun and maybe a bit of profit. Alex, however, firmly shook his head. He was on break, and he wasn't about to get dragged into anything. So how big is the difference between our adventurers and those martial artists you brought with you? Riveria asked, having overheard Alex's conversation with Ace. You fight monsters in the dungeon. They fight people. So think for yourself, who has the advantage? Alex replied with a faint smile. Riveria raised an eyebrow thoughtfully, clearly intrigued by the idea. But Alex had no real interest in watching the royal battle. He already knew how it would end, with a bunch of people bruised and beaten. And he was right. The victor turned out to be Sogetsu, a master of the drunken fist style, who, as always, was delightfully tipsy. Sogetsu stood proudly in the center of the arena with one fist raised high and a half-empty bottle in the other. No one could match him in the madness that was his fighting style. Alex struggled to hold back laughter as he looked at the defeated, battered, and humiliated faces of the other participants, all taken down by drunken technique. Shaking his head to hold back laughter, Alex noticed Otter approach Freya and start talking to her. After Otter spoke, Freya thoughtfully glanced at Alex and nodded. Alex frowned. He didn't understand what they were talking about or what he had to do with it. The answer came almost immediately. Otter headed straight for Hayato, the old master Alex had brought from another world, and challenged him. Everyone's attention instantly focused on the scene. What's this, young friend? Want to fight me? Hayato asked with a smirk, looking at Otter, who was about his height. Yes, Otter replied briefly, nodding. Ho ho ho. How wonderful it is to be young. No one's challenged me in a long time. Let's see what you've got, Hayato said with a friendly laugh, stroking his beard. Otter silently removed his massive sword from his back and planted it in the ground. He wanted to fight with his fists. Hayato didn't mind. Everyone immediately realized that an unexpected battle was about to begin, a duel between Arario's strongest adventurer and the old man from another world who was already considered a legend. Even Alex was intrigued. How strong is this old man? Tiona asked, barely recovering from the earlier brawl. In his world, he was considered the strongest man, Alex replied calmly. So? Otter doesn't stand a chance at all. Bella asked, looking surprised at the gray-haired Hayato. Alex silently nodded. At first, he thought Otter might have a chance. But after seeing Hayato's strength firsthand, he realized Otter didn't have the slightest chance of winning. The duel began. Otter launched the first attack, delivering fast and precise strikes. But Hayato easily parried every attempt. Alex explained to the onlookers that Hayato's technique was called the steel barrier, a defensive form where hand movements create a hemisphere that effectively deflects attacks. When Otter realized that direct strikes wouldn't work, he began using strength and tricks to break through the defense. But Hayato calmly and smilingly blocked each attempt. Ha ha ha. Young man, you fight well. But now, allow this old man to show you what he's capable of, Hayato said laughing, switching his stance. Hearing Hayato's words, Otter became cautious and stepped back into a defensive position. Hayato stretched out his hand, sending out a powerful shockwave. The compressed air forced Otter to retreat until Hayato struck again, amplifying the first wave. Both attacks merged into one, and Otter was instantly slammed into the Colosseum wall, leaving a huge palm print on it. Those who didn't know Hayato's strength watched in astonishment. It was hard to believe that a seemingly good-natured old man could defeat Otter with just 2 strikes. Meanwhile, Otter got up, shook himself off, looked at Hayato, and nodded. Hayato responded by giving a thumbs up. I told you, Alex said, shrugging. It's not just about strength, but also experience. Old man Hayato wasn't called a legendary master and the strongest man in the world for nothing. Maybe I should learn some martial arts too. Just for fun, Tiona said thoughtfully. Up to you. It's your decision if you want to. In any case, they'll open a dojo and might start taking students, Alex replied, patting her head. Tiona purred contentedly, but the idea of a dojo stuck firmly in her mind. She was seriously considering trying it out. She wasn't the only one. More and more adventurers showed interest in learning martial arts to see how much it would help in dungeon runs and fights with monsters. The celebration party came to an end. The guests were leaving the Colosseum, barely standing on their feet. It had been a full evening, everyone had talked plenty and had fun. If Alex hadn't reminded them, Kensei and Hermes would have remained tied to the pole. While seeing the guests off, Alex had a feeling the evening wasn't over yet. And he was right. As soon as the estate doors closed, before he even realized what was happening, the girls had already dragged him to the bedroom. What happened next was obvious. Torn clothes, smeared lips, and overly excited girls. Waking up in the morning, Alex rubbed his stiff neck and shook his head wearily. Everything was going according to the familiar script, and he wasn't surprised by yesterday's attack. Looking around, he noticed no one was left in the room. First thing, he washed up, then went down to the first floor where he heard the girls' lively voices. Some looked quite cheerful and happy, others, on the contrary, looked at Alex with obvious displeasure. Among the offended were Seer, Lily, and Tiona. Haruhan tried not to look directly at him, but there was a hint of hurt in her eyes too. Good morning, handsome, Rika smirked. Good morning. Hope you didn't eat too much. Alex asked, sitting at the table. What do you mean? Lucina asked suspiciously, placing coffee in front of him. Is there a reason we shouldn't have breakfast? There is, Alex said calmly, taking a sip from his mug. And what is it? Hephaestus asked with interest. As I said yesterday, my vacation started. And to be precise, 8 hours ago. I was planning that we'd have breakfast, somewhere else. The girls froze, recalling his words. Alex had mentioned a few times that he was going on vacation, but no one took it seriously because of the festive mood, and his words about a family vacation were soon forgotten. Now, realizing that he meant breakfast in another world, a wave of surprise swept through the room. Alex calmly sipped his coffee, watching their reactions. He shifted his gaze to Ace, Tiona, Riveria, Seer, and Arya. They all had spent the night at his place, and he planned to take them with him on vacation since they happened to be in the right place at the right time. Wait, Loki practically jumped in place. Are you saying we could have breakfast in another world? Exactly, Alex nodded. And we still can. But we need to pack. We'll be gone exactly 1 week, until my vacation is over. Damn it, where's my bag? Loki shouted, jumping up and rushing to her room. The other girls didn't sit still either. As soon as they heard it was time to get ready, they jumped up and went to gather their things. Alex shook his head, his gaze sliding over those who were still sitting, clearly unsure what to do next. He lingered on Seer, who for some reason went upstairs in his house. Alex didn't even immediately remember when she had moved in, but after thinking a few seconds, he just shrugged and decided not to bother. His gaze returned to those still sitting motionless, Tiona, Riveria, Ace, and Arya. What are you sitting around for? Alex said lazily, raising an eyebrow. Come on, get moving. I'm not going to waste a single second of my vacation on your hesitation. Can we come too? It's a family trip. Arya asked uncertainly, slightly lowering her gaze. Ace silently nodded in support of her mother's words. If I said pack, then pack, Alex replied firmly, rolling his eyes. Hurry up, don't waste my well-earned vacation time. The four girls quickly nodded and hurried off to Loki's family mansion to grab their things. Alex finished the last of his coffee in one gulp, set the cup on the table, and caught happy voices from upstairs. The girls were animatedly discussing which worlds they might visit. He just hoped they wouldn't overdo it with the amount of luggage, though he knew perfectly well that hope was in vain. Even during the zombie apocalypse, they somehow managed to lug tons of clothes with them. And vacations, that was a whole different story. Remembering something important, Alex created a wooden sign and quickly wrote a message on it. When finished, he took the sign in his hands, went outside the mansion, and headed to the iron gates. Attaching the sign, he read it once more. We have gone on a family vacation. We will be gone for the whole week. For any questions, please contact my clones, they can be found all over Arario. Making sure the sign was firmly hung, Alex nodded and immediately created several of his clones. He began assigning them tasks to complete during the week of his absence. The clones looked at him with dry, almost disapproving eyes, clearly indicating they were not thrilled about working while the original was resting. But Alex didn't care. The result was what mattered. After distributing the tasks, he calmly returned inside. In the living room, Alex made himself comfortable and started waiting for the girls, who, judging by the sounds upstairs, couldn't decide what to bring with them. Only Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx weren't fussing, they didn't worry about luggage at all. In any case, Jinx and Nyaruko could create anything they needed for themselves and Anya if they wanted. And if not, their daddy could easily do it himself. To be continued. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, The Start of Vacation and Arrival in Another World in Search of Delicious Food. While the girls were packing their things for the long journey ahead, one that was supposed to last an entire week, Alex was entertaining his daughters, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx. The little ones eagerly awaited the start of the adventure with their beloved dad and moms. Elisa, Nobukatsu, Gal, and Valeri were the first to come downstairs, they had packed light. However, Alex immediately noticed Valeri's bag. Knowing his younger sister well, he suspected she might have slipped something inside, not exactly appropriate for a family vacation. Valeri caught his look and quickly hid the bag behind her back, which only confirmed his suspicions. Alex gently lifted Jinx off his lap, stood up from the couch, and calmly walked over to his sister. Vi, let's do this the easy way. Show me what's in the bag. Don't make me do it myself, he said with a soft, almost good-natured smile. Big brother, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just my stuff, and underwear. You're not seriously planning on going through your little sister's underwear, are you? Valeri asked with feigned innocence. Laughter from Elisa and Nobukatsu echoed in the background. Valeri shot them a sharp older sister glare, which only made them giggle more. Alex cleared his throat slightly, bringing Valeri's attention back, and pointed at the bag with his eyes. Valeri tried to hold her brother's calm and steady gaze, but her confidence faded with each second. Fine, take a look. She muttered sulkily and set the bag down on the coffee table. That's better. Or did you really think you're grown enough to pull one over on me? Grow up first, little rascal, Alex said gently, ruffling her hair. He opened the bag and, just as expected, found more than just clothes. With a sigh, Alex began pulling out the contents, a pair of pistols, several grenades, shock, EMP, incendiary. His expression turned blank, as if mentally asking, what exactly was she planning to blow up during a family vacation? Valeri just whistled innocently, hands clasped behind her head. A shotgun. Alex mumbled, pulling out yet another item. And a compact launcher. Vi, were you going on vacation or into battle? I'll give everything back to you when the vacation's over, Alex said calmly, stashing the weapons into his inventory. You're so boring. What if we needed it? Like, if some idiot tries to ruin our trip. Alex gave her a small smirk. He knew all too well that with his luck, this vacation likely wouldn't go off without a hitch. But if someone really did try to ruin it, that idiot would end up in orbit, shining like a star. Literally. Ah, and I almost forgot about you too. Empty your pockets, Alex said, glancing at Elisa and Nobukatsu. We don't have anything, they replied in unison, all innocence. Yeah, right. Empty them. Gal, you don't need to, I know you're clean, he said, patting her head. Big brother. I just want our vacation to be peaceful. You've been waiting for this, Gal said with a bright smile. Good girl. I'm proud of you. As for you two, everything from your pockets. On the table. Elisa and Nobukatsu immediately stopped laughing. Valeri smirked knowingly, realizing her siblings probably had something interesting stashed too. There was no point resisting. Elisa placed a set of shuriken and kunai on the table, while Nobukatsu reluctantly pulled out a pair of brass knuckles. He had been trying more and more to imitate Alex lately, even adopting his fighting style. "Much better," said Alex, storing the weapons in his inventory. Just then, Lucina entered the living room with a travel bag slung over her shoulder. "What's going on here?" she asked, raising a brow. Even though Lucina, like the rest of the girls, had her own spatial inventory embedded in her ring, they had collectively decided, if they were going on vacation, they'd do it by the book, to fully enjoy the experience. Alex looked at Lucina with interest and was pleasantly surprised by how stunning she looked in modern clothes. Even back when he lived in Night City, he had always admired her sense of style. And now, her casual yet fashionable outfit made her even more charming. She wore tight denim shorts, a loose white t-shirt, and a light, short jacket. Noticing the way Alex was looking at her, Lucina walked over and wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling. "I know you love me," she said with a soft smile. "But maybe you could stop freezing up every time you see me. Anyway, what was all that noise about?" "Nothing major," Alex sighed, glancing off to the side. "Just had to confiscate some dangerous stuff from Vi, Nobukatsu, and Elisa. Honestly felt like they were prepping to rob a millionaire, not go on a family trip." The trio guiltily looked away, trying to act as if it had nothing to do with them. Lucina couldn't hold back her laughter. The vacation hadn't even started yet, and things were already entertaining. Alex took Lucina's hand and led her to the couch, where he helped her sit while they waited for the others. Anya immediately settled onto her lap, while Nyaruko and Jinx climbed back onto Alex's knees. Gradually, the rest of the girls began coming downstairs, some with backpacks, others with suitcases. Alex looked them over and was surprised to see that, surprisingly, none of them had packed half the house. Still, he didn't dwell on it too long. Something else caught his attention. The girls who had lived their whole lives in this world were now wearing modern clothing. And they looked amazing. Freya wore slim-fit jeans and a tucked-in white blouse, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Loki stayed true to herself, short denim shorts and a simple t-shirt. Hephaestus had on fitted jeans that highlighted her figure, along with her usual white shirt. Standing next to Gloria, they looked like sisters. Hestia chose a light white dress and a straw hat, giving her an even more innocent appearance. Ryu wore a green knee-length skirt, a white t-shirt, and a light green cardigan. Lily, Haruheim, Daphne, Cassandra, and Bella all stuck to their usual styles, just adapted for the modern world. Even the Valkyries had traded their traditional outfits for something more practical for travel. But Alex's gaze landed on one particular figure, a pale-skinned girl in a black tracksuit with a high collar and a ponytail tied at the top of her head. It was the goddess Nyx. "Didn't expect you to crawl out of your lair, Nyx," Alex said in surprise. "I heard you were leaving. Something about food from another world." She muttered lazily, hands in her pockets. "No way I'm staying in this giant house alone." "Just admit you want to come with us," Freya said calmly, looking at her. "All that talk about food is just an excuse. You don't want to be left alone." Nyx gave her a blank look, as if she hadn't heard, but didn't argue either. The truth was, she'd long gotten used to the presence of others in the house. Even if she rarely left her room, being completely alone didn't appeal to her. Alex didn't mind her coming along, even though she'd ended up in their home by accident. He now considered the lazy goddess part of their strange but warm family. The living room was nearly full now, with the girls sitting wherever they found space. Patience was starting to wear thin. Alex remained calmly seated, still waiting for the final participants to show up: Arya, Ace, Riveria, and Tiona, who were also supposed to join them. He turned his gaze to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. They looked like true tourists. Gir and Stitch wore beach shorts, Hawaiian shirts, sunglasses, hats, and cameras hanging from their necks. Backpacks were slung over their shoulders. Mimi wore a pink floral dress with the same accessories as her companions. Just as the girls began to lose patience, the front door burst open. Standing at the entrance were Riveria, Ace, Tiona, and Arya, bags in hand. "Finally. Everyone's here," Loki exclaimed, leaping toward Alex and tugging on his arm. "That's it, enough wasting daylight. I'm tired of waiting. I want to try food from another world. I didn't even finish my breakfast because of you. Get up and open the portal. Now." The girls all nodded in agreement after Loki's words. Riveria, Tiona, Ace, and Arya looked a bit guilty. They had taken longer because they were packing for the trip. They had no idea where Alex was planning to take them, so they brought everything just in case. Meanwhile, the rest of the girls could no longer wait and started dragging Alex off the couch. Or more accurately, Loki and Hestia joined forces to pull him to his feet. Chuckling, Alex let them, and followed everyone into the spacious hall to open the portal. However, there was one last thing to take care of before the journey began. Alex stood in front of everyone and waited for the girls to stop chatting and expressing their frustration over what they thought was him wasting time. "Ladies, your attention, please. Let's start with the basic rules of our vacation. First, goddesses, no divine powers and no interfering with mortals. Second, no killing, blowing things up, or maiming anyone unless absolutely necessary. If a guy starts bothering you, just tell him to buzz off, or kindly suggest he crawl back to wherever he came from. If he doesn't understand, no, the standard protocol applies: groin kick, taser, pepper spray to the eyes. I think that's clear. We're not that wild that you have to remind us of this, Reveille muttered, rolling her eyes. Just a precaution, Alex said with a smile. Now for those who grew up in this world. If you have any questions, ask me or the girls who are familiar with modern society. As I always say. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, the girls finished in chorus, rolling their eyes again. Exactly. And finally, Riveria, Rio, Haruheim, Thrud, and Alcina. You'll need to adjust your appearance, you stand out too much. Sure, people might think you're cosplayers, but let's not take chances. Especially with Alcina's height, although, I actually like it, he added with a wink. Get on with it, husband, Alcina said, holding a smoking cigarette holder between her fingers. Alex nodded and used magic to change their appearances. Riveria's and Rio's ears became normal, and Haruheim's fox ears and tail disappeared, leaving her a bit confused. The biggest changes were for Alcina and Thrud. Their height was reduced to match Alex and Kiwi. Alcina felt an unfamiliar lightness, she no longer had to look down while speaking to others. Thrud looked a bit puzzled too, she used to be the tallest among her sisters, and now she was about the same height as Gondel. Still, her biker outfit gave her the same intimidating look, as if she was ready to break someone's jaw at any moment. All right, everything's set, time to move out, Alex said with a smile. Finally. I thought you'd go on lecturing us for another hour about what we can and can't do. We're grown women, you know, Coco said, looking exasperated. The others nodded in agreement. Alex just shook his head. But before he could summon Yamato, Anya, Jinx, and Nyaruko immediately clambered onto him, hanging off him like a bunch of grapes. Laughing at his daughter's impatience, Alex unsheathed Yamato and opened a portal with 2 swift slashes. He was the first to step through, carrying the trio of little riders with him. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch rushed in right after him, they could barely wait to get going. The rest of the girls followed without delay. They emerged into an alleyway in a bustling city. Alex quickly cast a concealment spell so no one would notice the sudden appearance of such a large group. Those who were in another world for the first time looked around with curiosity, trying to take in as many details as possible. Alex waited until everyone had stepped out, then finally spoke. Why is it always an alleyway? Couldn't you have opened the portal somewhere normal? Becca asked with an eye roll. Sorry, my love. Of course, I should have opened a portal in the middle of the city center so that passers-by could have heart attacks en masse and the local army could swarm us, Alex replied with the exact same expression. While Alex and Becca were arguing about his choice of portal location, the other girls looked around, trying to figure out where they were. They spotted signs on passing cars and store names. Some began to guess which country they were in, the only question left was which city. Alex, you brought us to Japan again. Wasn't last time bad enough? Ray asked, giving him a tired look. To be precise, we're in Tokyo. The license plates say Tokyo, Mari added, giving Alex a suspicious glance. So, why here again? Last time we were in Tokyo, we had to fight off a zombie horde. That was not a pleasant adventure. We're here for a reason. I told you, first, breakfast. And in this world, in Tokyo, there's a rather interesting school where you can try some insanely delicious food. There's a school festival going on right now. And that means one thing, a flavor celebration awaits us, Alex explained calmly. Wait, a school? That's a place for kids. What does that have to do with breakfast? Rio frowned, clearly trying to make sense of what was happening. I think I get what Alex is talking about. Shizuka clapped her hands. I saw a manga a student was reading back when I was a school nurse. The plot was about a culinary academy where students compete in cooking. Wait, is that the manga you told us about? The one where people's clothes fly off after eating something tasty and they end up sitting there naked? Rika asked suspiciously, looking at Shizuka. Shizuka nodded energetically, confirming her friend's guess. The girls exchanged glances, then looked at Alex. Their eyes all said the same thing, did you seriously bring us to a world like that? Alex rolled his eyes in response, clearly saying, that's nonsense. That's not going to happen. His look made it obvious that no one was going to lose their clothes just because they had a good meal. Despite their skepticism, the girls decided to question Shizuka further. She seemed to be the only one even slightly familiar with this absurd world. While everyone was deep in conversation, Alex silently fiddled with his phone, organizing something. During that time, he discreetly created a clone, which exchanged a brief glance with him before a glowing magic circle lit up beneath it, and the clone vanished. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, still hanging on Alex, immediately began tugging at his cheeks and clothes, demanding to know what was going on. Alex simply pressed a finger to his lips, signaling that it was a secret for now. The girls nodded knowingly, they knew a surprise was coming. Besides that, Alex had to keep the trio of adventurers, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, under control. They were already itching to break free, drawn by the phrase, delicious food. If it weren't for their leashes, they would have already run off looking for new trouble and culinary delights. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the alley. The girls stopped talking and saw Alex's clone strolling back lazily. They glanced at the original Alex, then back at the clone, trying to figure out what had happened during that time. "Did you get everything done?" Alex asked. "Everything was done perfectly. But next time, don't ask me to time travel." "That idiot didn't like it," the clone replied with a gloomy look, throwing a glance at his original. Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was apparently the god of time. Seems the god had tried to interfere and paid the price for it. Alex just shrugged. Either way, his collection had gained another argument. The clone shrugged again and vanished in a cloud of white smoke. "Wait," Freya interrupted. "Why did your clone have to time travel? I think I don't need to explain how popular the Tatsuki Academy and its festival are. Tickets sell out instantly. So I had to cheat a little to get enough," Alex answered with an innocent look. "All right. And who's that idiot he was talking about?" Hestia crossed her arms. "The god of time. He decided he could stand in my way. The clone, well, let's just say he convinced him not to interfere. But it doesn't matter now. I'll say this, any idiot who tries to stop me from spending my vacation with you girls will instantly get a ticket, either to a black hole or straight to the Red City," Alex said, his eyes flashing with irritation. The girls even felt a little sorry for that unlucky god of time who dared to mess with Alex's plans. But the pity quickly faded, their attention was fully captured by the upcoming school festival where they could try all sorts of tasty treats. Only Valerie, Elisa, and Nobukatsu looked at Alex with fanatical admiration. After all, he had killed the god of time. And not even personally, but through his clone. Seeing that the others didn't care at all about this minor fact, Alex just shrugged. He took the three little princesses, Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx, off himself and carefully set them down. Then he lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and headed for the alley exit. As soon as he stepped out, a tall mountain came into view, crowned by the towering Tatsuki Academy. The girls following him saw the academy too, and especially those who were in another world for the first time started whispering to each other in amazement. "I don't want to ruin the mood, but is this normal? A school for kids, and it takes up an entire mountain. How do they even get there?" Arya asked, unable to hold back. "I'm wondering the same thing. But what interests me more is how many kids get lost on the way to this academy," Nyx added lazily, hands in pockets. "Places like that usually have dormitories," Saya explained, adjusting her glasses. "Students study and live right at the school. Even at our old school, it was the same." The girls from Arario immediately surrounded Saya, bombarding her with questions about a world where schools are entire cities. While Saya explained how modern academies are organized, the large group was already approaching the main entrance. With every step, their desire to try the local food grew stronger. Both Alex and Shizuka had promised that the cuisine at Tatsuki Academy was top-notch. Ryu and Seer were even planning to jot down a couple of recipes to later surprise the owner of the tavern, the mistress of fertility. As the group of girls led by Alex walked through the streets, they attracted quite a bit of attention from passers-by. Their attractiveness, especially that of the goddesses, was immediately noticeable. And Freya, as usual, stood out the most. It wasn't for nothing that she was considered the most beautiful goddess. But Freya didn't care about the admiring looks. Her dream had come true. She had finally left Arario and was walking beside the men she loved with all her heart. Freya and Gondel held Alex's arms, looking like true twin sisters. "Damn it, Freya, do something about your face already. I'm sick of these stares," Loki grumbled, shooting irritated looks at everyone. "It's not my fault I'm this beautiful." "Mortals can only look and envy," Freya replied coolly without even glancing at those around her. Such narcissism. Although, what else would you expect from the goddess of beauty? Ada snickered. "You're right, sis. Being the goddess of beauty is not only a blessing but also a constant inconvenience. All these stares, for example. But I'm sure my husband can handle it," Freya added with a light laugh, covering her lips with her hand. Hearing her words, Alex nodded and shot a cold glare at the men who were staring a little too openly at his companions. The men immediately flinched and lowered their heads as if on cue. The female passers-by also didn't go unnoticed. Freya and Gondel responded to the admiring looks from the women with icy gazes, empty as black holes. That was enough. Everyone looked away, breaking out in a cold sweat. The other girls couldn't help but shake their heads watching this. But in the end, they all came to the same conclusion. Alex, Freya, and Gondel had just solved a small but pesky problem. Reaching the academy gates, Alex took out his phone again, quickly typed something, and immediately the girls' phones chimed with incoming messages. "Did you send us a map of the academy? Do you think we might get lost?" Chiquita asked with a smirk. "Not quite. Ladies, I know this is a family trip. But as a caring husband, I also understand that you need space to spend time with your friends. So there's no need to stick together all the time, split into groups, explore, have fun. After all, that's what we came here for," Alex said with a kind smile. "I'd say you just want a break from all this crowd," Claire smirked, slipping her phone into her pocket. "But you can't argue with logic. This way, we'll get to what we want to try faster." The other girls were also fine with the idea of splitting into groups and almost immediately did so. Girls of roughly the same age, like Nobuona, Nagahide, Katsui, Lily, Haruheim, Bella, Daphne, Cassandra, Rei, Siko, Saya, Mio, Renka, Seer, Tiona, Ace, 02, and Lucy, formed one group. Namio, Kiriko, Gloria, Hephaestus, and Arya gathered into another group. The Valkyries quickly organized their own separate team, except for Gondel, who unexpectedly joined Freya. The food lovers, Becca, Loki, Hestia, Moira, Rika, Shizuka, Revei, Beatrix, Yuri, Shigeru, and Rory, also formed a gastronomic squad. Alcina and Yuriko joined Gondel and Freya. Another group was formed by Chiquita, Valmet, Cami, Chunli, Coco, Ada, Shino, Mari, Jill, Claire, Lucina, Kiwi, Ryu, Riveria, Nyx, Rekka, and Sherry. Alex barely had time to react before the girls instantly organized themselves and rushed to storm Tatsuki Academy in search of delicious food. Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx had already started celebrating a small victory. All their mommies had left, which meant it was time to spend with Daddy. But their joy was short-lived. Of course, the girls had no intention of leaving the kids with Alex alone, fully aware that he could drag them into some dubious adventure. "Guys, if I accidentally forgot any girl, please remind me. My headache doesn't help me remember, and my trouble with names has been driving me crazy since childhood. If I didn't forget anyone, good job. If I did, I apologize." "No. Let me go, Mama Valmet. I want to go with Daddy." Nyaruko shouted, wriggling in Valmet's arms. "I want to walk with Daddy too. Mom, let me go." Jinx chimed in, trying to break free from Becca's grip. "And I want to go with Daddy," added Anya, struggling unsuccessfully against Gloria. The women exchanged tired glances, realizing that such scenes would likely repeat many times, especially as the number of kids in the house grew. They were already sure, no matter how close the children were to their mothers, they would want to spend more time with their father. Alex was already thinking about taking Anya, Nyaruko, and Jinx away from the girls, but they didn't give him the slightest chance. After quickly kissing him on the cheek, the girls set off to explore the festival, leaving Alex alone. Almost alone, his three faithful companions remained, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were already busy photographing every corner of the academy. "So now it's the four of us." "As usual," Alex said, lighting a cigarette. "As usual," Stitch repeated, lowering his camera after taking a picture of Alex against the academy gates. "And now, for delicious food," Gir exclaimed, raising his paw. "Yes." Alex, Mimi, and Stitch answered in unison, raising their fists in the air. Finishing his cigarette, Alex tossed the butt into a trash can and, accompanied by his three companions, walked through the academy gates. He hoped everything would go smoothly, no buildings would explode, nothing would burn to the ground, and, overall, there would be no global catastrophe. Alex relied on the part of the girls who might be able to restrain those prone to radical measures like beating up chefs for bad food or shooting in response to rude comments. He walked slowly, enjoying the atmosphere and the lack of need to rush. Finally, a well-deserved rest. To be continued. Chapter 394, The Demon King in Search of Divine Flavor. Alex and his three companions were leisurely walking along the road leading to Tatsuki Academy. Unlike the girls, Alex was in no rush, he was planning to fully enjoy this week-long vacation. He strolled along at a relaxed pace, occasionally glancing at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who were already eagerly anticipating delicious food. He understood, vacation had officially begun, which meant, no Niang avatars threatening the universe, no elaborate schemes to lure out enemies. Just rest, good food, and a bit of peace. As they climbed the mountain toward the academy, Alex habitually lit a cigarette. But a thought quickly crossed his mind, smoking was probably banned on campus, and he'd likely have to restrain his habit if he didn't want to be nagged. As they got closer to the academy, the sound of voices began to drift in from the distance. Alex was surprised he hadn't caught up with the girls yet, apparently, they were moving much faster. Luckily, he had already sent them all the festival info in advance. It was called the Moon Banquet, and he wanted them to feel comfortable and know how to exchange money for special coupons. A few minutes later, Alex spotted the massive crowd that had gathered for the food. Among them, he saw his girls already exchanging money for coupons. When they saw him, they all gave him teasing smiles. Now it was his turn to wait in line. Only Nairuko, Jinx, and Anya looked at their father with hopeful eyes, silently pleading to be taken along for a festival stroll. But the girls didn't wait for him. They disappeared into the crowd, leaving Alex to face his fate, specifically, the end of a very long line. He sighed as he watched them go, remembering how he'd recently made them wait in line at the Adventurers Guild. Apparently, this was their little revenge. Staring at the queue, Alex wondered, how the hell did they get to the counter so fast? The answer didn't take long to appear. He noticed a pinkish aura of charm floating above the crowd's heads. Turning his gaze, he locked eyes with Freya, whose violet eyes sparkled mischievously. Of course. I told them not to use divine powers, Alex muttered. Ignored, Stitch added with exaggerated importance, still snapping photos of everything. Alex just shook his head. At least no one got hurt. Freya had simply sped things up a bit. But he was still stuck in place. The people ahead remained frozen, eyes blank, still under the spell. Clapping his hands in irritation, Alex dispelled the charm. The aura vanished, and the people began blinking, looking around in confusion, trying to figure out what had just happened. The line began to move, and soon Alex was at the counter. Animals aren't allowed in, the girl behind the booth said uncertainly, eyeing his companions. They're not animals. Have you ever seen animals in beachwear and walking upright? Alex replied calmly. We're not animals. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch shouted in unison, clearly offended. The girl looked at the trio again, their behavior, their clothes, the cameras in their paws, everything said they were at least not ordinary animals. Unsure what to think, she simply nodded and handed over the coupons. Alex thanked her, tucked the coupons into the bag on his chest, and stepped aside, pulling out his phone. Opening the festival map, he began planning a route. The academy was divided into zones: Main Street, prices from 500 to 1,000 yen. Central Zone, from 1,000 to 5,000 yen. Elite District, 5,000 yen and up. Alex knew someone special was waiting for him in the Elite Zone. But for now, he just wanted to enjoy some regular food. He instinctively put a cigarette in his mouth, but a sudden cough made him turn. A teacher was sternly pointing at a "no smoking" sign. Alex simply shrugged and returned the cigarette to his pocket. Shall we start with the cheap food and work our way up? He asked his companions. Yes. Cheap first, then expensive. Mimi exclaimed happily, nodding her head. With that decision, the three of them, or rather, four, since the trio had already rushed ahead, completely forgetting about Alex and the fact that all the food coupons were in his bag, made their way deeper into the noisy, delicious-smelling festival. Gir and Stitch nodded in sync. Alex glanced at the excited faces of his companions and simply shrugged. What occupied his thoughts more was this: how did Stitch manage to eat as much as Gir and Mimi combined? But, deciding to leave that mystery unsolved, Alex focused on something else. Had the main events of this world's story already begun, or had he arrived a year early? If things were already in motion, the chances of his vacation being ruined would increase significantly. To confirm it, he just had to see the protagonist, Soma. If Soma was here, it meant the canon timeline was underway. And that meant one idiot could very well ruin his mood: Irina's father. Alex hoped that corpse-faced man would stay in his hole. Otherwise, if he did show up, Nakiri Irina might soon be fatherless, because her dad would be sent straight to the Red City. While Alex pondered, he and his three companions arrived at the festival's first zone, Main Street. Looking around, he tried to decide what food to try first. At that moment, a commotion drew his attention. Turning his head, Alex saw a guy with a biker-style haircut yelling at passers-by to try the food from his stall. That was Kenichi Konishi. The cooking was being handled by a tanned girl with short blonde hair, Ikumi Mito. Seeing them, Alex realized he had arrived right in the middle of the story, which did not bode well. Irina's father was definitely planning to crawl out and ruin everything. Hey, handsome. Wanna try our donburi? We've got the best donburi in the entire academy. Kenichi shouted as he noticed Alex. Alex looked at him in surprise, then pointed to himself, silently asking if he was really the one being addressed. Kenichi nodded eagerly. Alex glanced at Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, asking if they wanted to try it. As soon as they caught the scent of grilled meat, all three began nodding furiously. Shrugging, Alex walked up to the stall and studied the menu, tapping his chin thoughtfully. What'll you be having? Ikumi asked, looking at him. I think, for standard donburi, Alex replied, raising 4 fingers. Ikumi nodded and began cooking. Alex and his companions waited as the food was prepared. Meanwhile, he looked around. His girls were sampling dishes from various stalls, as if they intended to collect everything at once. Hestia stood out in particular. She was carrying a literal mountain of food while chewing a skewer at the same time. When the donburi was ready, Alex handed over the coupons and took his portion. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch snatched theirs at such speed it looked like they hadn't eaten in years. Alex ate calmly, ignoring the stunned stares of passers-by watching his companions practically inhale their food, heads tilted back. Alex found the dish decent. Of course, compared to the exquisite meals he had tried in Valhalla, prepared by gods who specialized in cuisine, this was modest. But for something made by ordinary humans, it was more than respectable. So, how's our donburi? Ikumi asked, watching their reactions. Not bad. Price, flavor, and quality are in good balance. With food like this, you could open a small restaurant, the kind office workers go to for beer and a solid meal. What about you three? Alex asked, tossing his plastic bowl and turning to his companions. A solid 4, Gir said, holding up a sign with the number 4. 4 for me too, Mimi agreed, raising her sign. Not enough meat. More meat. I don't want to eat mush. So, 3.5. Stitch grumbled, holding up his own rating. Are they rating on a 5-point or 10-point scale? Kenichi asked awkwardly. That's up to you to decide, Alex replied with a slight smile. But know this, a score like that from them is practically the highest praise, considering the kind of dishes they're used to. Then Alex stepped in a bit closer and, with a mysterious smile, added. Non est terminus. Alex and his 3 companions left the Donburi Society stall, leaving Kenichi and Ikumi with puzzled expressions. They still hadn't figured out who exactly had just visited them, or what had even happened. As for Alex, he believed that if the first dish turned out to be delicious, then the day was off to a good start. Strolling from one food stall to another, he sampled more and more dishes. Each time, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch enthusiastically gave their ratings. Some foods made them visibly disgusted, and others they outright refused to finish. At one point, they stumbled upon a stall where the girls behind the counter looked more like witches at a Sabbath than actual cooks. Alex eyed the murky, bubbling liquid in the cauldron with deep suspicion. He had no intention of getting anywhere near it. But luckily, he had 3 taste testers willing to try almost anything. The moment Gir, Mimi, and Stitch tasted the suspicious brew, their faces twisted in horror, and they began running around in a frenzy, as if trying to exorcise everything they'd eaten up to that point. Alex glanced at the strange cooks, who, like true witches, giggled quietly as they observed the trio's reaction. Then, upon recalling their faces, Alex finally recognized the lead girl of the stall, now Sudatsuka. Her dishes were known for, let's say, their unconventional taste and frightening appearance. Burn this heresy. Gir yelled angrily, pointing at the cauldron. Burn it. Mimi and Stitch chimed in, already ready to conduct a full-scale sanitary purge of the entire stall. Sigh. All right, you 3, that's enough. Don't blame the girls. They're just experimenting with flavors, Alex said, stopping his overzealous companions. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch thrashed in his arms, demanding a holy cleansing by fire. Their shouting drew the attention of nearby festival-goers. People approached out of curiosity, but the moment they looked into the cauldron and saw the bubbling substance inside, they immediately backed away, pretending they were just passing by. Meanwhile, Alex's girls, who were scattered around the festival, heard the commotion too, and immediately knew who was behind it. Only 3 beings could yell that loudly about heresy and burning heretics. What happened this time? Why do those 3 want to burn something again? Nobuna asked, continuing to eat her yakisoba. I think it's got something to do with that weird stall where the girls look like witches, Ray replied, expertly lifting meat with her chopsticks. Heh, I knew from the start not to eat anything made by those witches, said Lily, shrugging as she popped a takoyaki into her mouth. Even before I met Alex, I tried all sorts of things, but nothing like that. I'm just glad I have a family and normal food now. Well, that's Alex's problem now. He's the one who brought those 3 to the festival. Let him deal with it, 02 smirked, licking a spoonful of ice cream. The girls exchanged glances and burst into laughter, well aware that Alex had once again found himself in the middle of a ridiculous situation. With great effort, Alex finally calmed down his trio of tasters and apologized to the girls in the stall for the disturbance. He. Maybe you'd like to try our special dish. You might be able to appreciate its true flavor, now offered with an unmistakably witchy grin. Thanks for the generous offer, little witch, but I'll pass. I'm sure there's a gourmet out there somewhere at this festival who can truly appreciate your culinary originality. But for now, I must be going. I wish you a good day, and plenty of brave customers, Alex replied, scooping up his still grumbling tasters. With the trio of unfortunate taste testers in his arms, Alex made a swift retreat from the bizarre group of girls. Even as he walked farther away, he could still hear their witch-like laughter echoing behind him. he couldn't understand how the Tatsuki Academy even allowed such strange food to be sold. Then again, it was no longer his problem. Dashing over to the Aldini brothers' stall, Alex hoped that some delicious food would calm Mimi, and Stitch down, and make them forget all about their fiery plans to burn the suspicious group of girls who looked far too much like witches. Luckily, his plan worked. After enjoying the Aldini brothers' cooking, the trio regained their emotional balance and no longer showed any desire to torch a single tent. Having finished their feast in the main street zone, Alex headed onward to the central zone. Spotting part of his group, he called out, "Anyone want to come with me?" But the girls just shook their heads, looking like they'd been struck down by overindulgence. It was clear they didn't plan on moving for at least another hour. "And where are the others?" "I don't see them nearby," Alex asked as he prepared to move on. "The Valkyries are wandering around somewhere," Saya answered, sipping her tea. "Mom and her crew probably went straight to the elite zone. The rest are either raiding another stall or already moved on to the next area in search of more snacks. I still don't get how they fit so much food in their stomachs." "Me neither. We only tried food from a few stalls, and my stomach is already begging for mercy. If I eat even one more bite, everything I've eaten so far might just launch itself back out," Nobuna said, gently rubbing her belly and covering her mouth. "I think I forgot to give you this," Alex said, pulling a small bottle of pills from his pocket and setting it down in front of them. "What's that?" Daphne asked lazily. "Fast digestion tablets. Take one, and the heaviness will go away. And for heaven's sake, girls, you're not kids anymore, stop trying to eat absolutely everything." But the girls ignored his lecture. They snatched the bottle and immediately took a pill each. Only 02 passed on it. She still looked ready to eat the same amount again, if not more. After a brief chat, Alex left the girls to rest and headed toward the central zone with his trio of companions. When he reached the bus parking lot, he saw a massive line forming, and made the only reasonable decision, not to wait in it. Picking up Mimi, and Stitch in his arms, he simply ran. Reaching the area in record time, Alex set the trio down and slowed his pace to a casual stroll. Looking around like a thief checking for witnesses, he made sure no one was nearby, then lit a cigarette. "Smoking is prohibited on academy grounds," came a female voice from behind him. Alex exhaled lazily and turned around. Standing before him was a pale-skinned girl with white hair and bright red eyes. He recognized her instantly, Alice Nakiri. Beside her was her usual companion, Ryo Kurokiba, wearing his trademark, "I exist only to boil things" expression. As Alex took another drag, Alice studied not only him but also his odd little companions dressed like tourists. "I'll say it again, smoking is prohibited on academy grounds. And besides, smoking is illegal for minors," she said firmly, folding her arms across her chest. "As you say, red-eyed princess. First of all, I'm more than old enough to smoke legally. Second, there's no one else around who could be bothered by it. And third, you'd have to prove I was smoking. Because without proof, words are just words." "Watch, bam, no cigarette," Alex said with a smirk, making the cigarette vanish from his fingers with a flick of his hand. Alice opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated. Damn it, he was right. No cigarette, no evidence. That only made her more irritated. Especially that smug grin on his face. "What's wrong, princess? First time seeing something like this. How unfortunate. Want to see another trick?" "Watch, bam, and the cigarette's back," Alex said with a cheerful laugh, snapping his fingers. And sure enough, the cigarette had reappeared in his hand. When the cigarette reappeared in Alex's hand, he took a deep drag, and immediately after, the cigarette vanished again. Seeing this, Alice began to get irritated. It was obvious, her conversation partner was simply mocking her, and her nickname, Red-Eyed Princess, sounded more like a taunt than a compliment. "Humph, try lighting up again, and I'll make sure you get kicked off academy grounds." "Come on, Rio," Nakiri Alice said coldly, snorting as she passed by Alex. "As you wish, Red-Eyed Princess. I'll be looking forward to it," Alex smirked over his shoulder. Hearing his words, Alice sharply turned back and was met once again with his smug grin. Alex just shook his head, finding her behavior more cute than threatening. Still, he crushed the cigarette butt, not out of fear, but simply because he didn't want to litter on academy property. Meanwhile, Mimi, and Stitch started teasing Alex, mocking him for the scolding from Alice. In response, Alex kicked all three lightly and continued walking through the academy grounds. Reaching the central zone, he wondered where to go first. Deciding to try the food prepared by Soma, Alex headed toward the area where he was supposed to be cooking. He knew Soma had set up his food cart directly opposite Teranori Kuga's Chinese restaurant to stage a culinary showdown. Using the map as a guide, Alex made his way to the spot. From afar, he saw a crowd of onlookers lined up at Kuga's restaurant, and nearby, Alice, Nobukatsu, Valeri, Gal, as well as Ada and Chunli, who clearly seemed engrossed in something. Smiles played on their faces, it looked like they were watching something very entertaining. "Yo, what are you all stuck here for? Not trying any food or strolling around?" Alex asked lazily as he approached. "Big brother, we're watching the main character on stage face off against his antagonist," Valerie replied cheerfully. "You don't see a show like this every day," added Chun-Li, nodding with a smile. Alex shifted his gaze to Soma, standing opposite Kuga. It really looked like a scene from an anime, where the villain is trying hard to mentally crush the hero. Alex smirked, the argument was interfering with customer service, though Kuga could afford that, he had dozens of employees. Unlike him, Soma was cooking alone, helped only by Megumi. Alex looked at Alice, Nobukatsu, Valerie, Gal, Ada, and Chun-Li. It seemed they were just enjoying the spectacle. He easily guessed that Ada and Chun-Li had come for the Chinese food but now were stuck watching this odd competition. "So, you decided this is your entertainment?" he asked lazily. "Yeah. But, it's starting to get boring. We actually came to try the food, including the meat buns this guy's making," Ada said, nodding towards Soma and Kuga. "And you want me to disperse them?" "I'm not standing here half the day just for buns," Chun-Li added, nudging him forward. Alice, Nobukatsu, Valerie, and Gal immediately looked at Alex with puppy eyes, they all wanted to try the food but didn't want to wait. Sighing, Alex put his hands in his pockets and lazily headed toward the dispute stage. Kuga was still lecturing Soma, who just stood silently listening. But soon, a shadow fell over both of them. Soma looked up, and saw a tall guy with rainbow-colored eyes standing before him. Kuga turned around too. "If you're done stalling, get back to your restaurant. Don't forget, you're not alone here. If you want to chat and brag, wait until the end of the day when the results are announced. Right now, you're just bothering customers. Or are you afraid this redhead might outdo you?" Alex said in the same calm, lazy tone. "What do you even know?" Kuga started, snickering. "I don't care. Just get lost. I came here for food, not to listen to nonsense from some chef who can't lose with dignity," Alex cut him off. His words were so calm and confident that those around began exchanging glances. A smirk appeared on Kuga's face when he heard Alex's words, and instead of replying, he simply turned and walked back to his Chinese restaurant. Soma silently observed everything with a somewhat strange expression, while his assistant and classmate, Megumi Tadokoro, started to visibly get nervous. In her eyes, Alex looked like a typical bully, and she feared the situation might soon turn into a fight. When Kuga left, relief clearly showed on Megumi's face, and she quietly exhaled, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. "Since that guy left, give me 10 of your meat buns," Alex said calmly, looking at Soma and Megumi. "Oh, 1 second. Megumi murmured, lowering her gaze and still slightly trembling. "Don't be nervous. I wasn't planning to start a fight. I just don't like it when someone interferes and delays the line," Alex said with a slight smile. "These aren't meat buns, they're hujiaobing," Soma corrected, packing the order. "Then I have a counter question, it's a bun, and it has meat inside. What stops me from calling it a meat bun?" Alex said with a playful tone, looking at Soma with a mischievous grin. Soma stammered, his hand frozen midair. "Don't worry, Yukihira Soma. No matter the name, food is still food," Alex said, taking his order and placing the coupons on the counter. "Do we know each other?" Soma asked in surprise, looking up after Alex said his full name. "Nope," Alex replied, already heading back to his group. Soma and Megumi exchanged glances, not understanding what kind of strange customer that was. Meanwhile, Alex handed out hujiaobing to everyone in his group. He looked at the bun in his hand, bit into it, and started chewing. He savored the flavor and didn't hide that, compared to all the food he'd tried at the festival, this was the best dish. Alex glanced with interest at Ada and Chun-Li, waiting for their reaction. He was genuinely curious whether they would respond like characters from a manga or act differently. Unfortunately for Alex, both girls let out a soft but unmistakable moan of pleasure after the first bite. Alex's eye twitched. He looked down at his bun, and some rather dark thoughts began to form in his mind, like breaking Soma's arm. At that moment, Soma himself, standing next to Megumi and waiting for the next customer, flinched and started looking around, as if sensing an impending danger. Megumi looked at Soma in surprise. "What's wrong?" He just shook his head, not knowing how to explain the sudden feeling. "How embarrassing. I never thought food could make me moan." Ada whispered, adjusting her qipao. "Looks like Shizuka wasn't lying, this really happens. At least the clothes stayed on." Alice, Nobukatsu, Valerie, and Gal stared suspiciously at Ada and Chun-Li, then glanced down at the buns in their hands. Suddenly, they all began to doubt whether they should try them after all. Alex sighed deeply and finished his bun. "Don't say it. That was the best hujiaobing I've ever had." But if I'm going to make those sounds every time, maybe I'll pass. And yes, it's good the clothes didn't come off like Shizuka scared us, Chun-Li said, wiping her hands with a napkin. I already said it's nonsense. And if the clothes did come off, well, the academy wouldn't be standing, Alex said lazily, yawning. There it is, your love again. Didn't you like it? Ada asked, wiping her lips with a napkin. In Valhalla, I've eaten much better dishes. But yeah, at this festival, that's the best so far, he shrugged. Now I'm curious what they fed you there. But now we're going to try what the yellow-haired guy's restaurant serves. Alex, don't you want to come with us? Chun-Li offered, stroking her chin. I don't like spicy food. You go without me. Me and these three will keep exploring, Alex replied, shaking his head. Well, go then. We're off to try Chinese cuisine, Ada laughed, waving goodbye. Alex kissed Chun-Li and Ada farewell, then gently patted Alice, Nobukatsu, Valeri, and Gal on the heads. After that, he turned and walked away, truly intending to continue his stroll. He wasn't lying, spicy food wasn't his thing. He preferred sweets. Watching the group heading to Kuga's restaurant, Alex wondered how Alice, Nobukatsu, Valeri, and Gal would handle dishes with truly hellish spice. But shaking his head, he decided not to worry and carried on with his walk. Maybe he'd be lucky and run into some of his other girls. He noticed they had all split into small groups again, each hunting for food that suited their taste. Beckoning Gir, Mimi, and Stitch to follow, Alex set off in search of his next gastronomic adventure. To be continued. Chapter 395, A Walk Through the School Festival Full of Events. Seeing Ada and Chun-Li head toward the Chinese restaurant run by Kuga, Alex gave a small smile. Both girls were curious to see just how different the flavors were, whether Soma's Hujiaobing or Kuga's traditional Chinese dishes would come out on top. Alice, Nobukatsu, Valeri, and Gal followed after them, deciding to try the Chinese cuisine as well. However, their enthusiasm waned quickly once they saw the people inside letting out near moan-like sounds of pleasure with each bite. The sight of such delicious food was, frankly, a little unnerving. Casting one last glance at his family disappearing into Kuga's restaurant, Alex turned his eyes to Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, who, as always, had already managed to find food somewhere. Alex just hoped they hadn't raided a stall and that no one would come demanding compensation. Either way, he decided not to ask questions and kept moving, on the hunt for something tasty. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch immediately followed him, hoping to find something truly worth the effort. The trio had already figured out that food in the central zone of the festival was far tastier than what you'd find on the main street. Where are we heading next? What do you want to try? Alex asked, glancing back. Meat, the trio answered in unison. Well, then let's find some meat, Alex said with a grin, popping a candy into his mouth. With his hands behind his head, he strolled past Soma's food cart. Soma silently watched him, especially after Alex had tried his dish, and hadn't shown the slightest reaction. No amazement, no surprise, just a simple, tasty and nothing more. That stung Soma's pride deeply. Noticing the intense gaze, Alex just smirked and casually tossed a candy at him. Soma caught it, glanced at the sweet in his hand, then looked back at Alex, who was already walking away with that lazy gait of his, like he was already bored of everything in the world. Meanwhile, the trio had caught a scent. A real, juicy, mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat. Stitch especially, drool poured from him like a waterfall. Alex looked at the flood with mild confusion before realizing the path was obvious. Just follow the smell. Reaching the source, they found a large crowd. No wonder, with that kind of aroma in the air. He scanned the line, then looked at Stitch, who was practically half-drenched in drool. Alex briefly considered whether to do what Freya would, charm everyone and skip the line entirely. Hey, handsome, come over here, came a familiar voice behind him. Alex turned to see Loki, Riku, Moira, Jill, Revei, and Shizuka sitting at a table piled high with meat and a whole battery of empty cans. For Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the invitation was a lifesaver, they'd been about ready to start a food riot. Without hesitation, they dashed over and began devouring everything in sight without even asking for permission. Instead of getting angry, the girls burst out laughing. As Alex walked over, he noticed all the cans were empty, and instantly understood what that meant. Sighing internally, he approached the girls, and just as he was about to grab a chair, Loki stood up from hers, pulled him down into it, then sat herself on his lap. Girls, I'm no prude, but I still have to ask, what exactly are you drinking? He asked, eyeing the empty containers suspiciously. What do you mean? Beer, of course. What's a grilled meat party without beer? It's a classic. Moira answered, taking a swig from another can. This is a school festival. A family-friendly event. Children's area, Alex rolled his eyes and placed a palm on his forehead. Oh, stop whining. No one's gonna find out. Just try the meat, it's divine. Loki said, and before he could argue, she shoved a piece right into his mouth. Tasting the meat, Alex instinctively nodded, the grill here was top-notch. Even if the girls were washing it down with beer, he had a way to handle any issues with the organizers, should someone try to kick them out. Deciding to sit with the girls for a while and chat, Alex wanted to know how the festival was going for them. Were they actually enjoying the event, or had they just been eating meat and drinking beer the whole time? Judging by their satisfied faces, they were clearly enjoying the celebration to the fullest. As he had with the others, Alex placed a small bottle of digestive medicine on the table, just in case someone overate and got a stomachache. Where are Hestia and the others? He asked while chewing another piece of meat that Loki had sneakily stuffed into his mouth. That shrimp's wandering around with Hephaestus somewhere. The rest scattered too. We're just sitting here enjoying the delicious meat, Loki answered lazily, leaning against his chest. I saw Lucy, Lucina, and Kiwi, added Moira, waving toward the direction the girls had gone. They mentioned something about ramen. Ramen, huh? Sounds tempting, Alex mused. Last time I was in Japan, I didn't get a chance to try it. And I doubt a zombie chef could have prepared it properly. Now I want ramen too. But I'm staying put for now. That last piece of meat was clearly one too many, said Shizuka, grimacing slightly and rubbing her stomach. Alex sighed and silently placed the medicine bottle in front of her. Shizuka instantly grabbed it, popped a tablet, and leaned back in her chair, waiting for the discomfort to pass. After sitting a bit longer, Alex decided to go in search of ramen. Maybe he'd run into Lucy, Kiwi, and Lucina. Before leaving, he kissed the girls goodbye and told them not to overeat. In response, the girls waved him off, clearly signaling they weren't kids. Smirking, Alex tugged along Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, the trio who clearly didn't want to leave the meat stall. But when they heard that ramen also had meat in it, the foodies bolted ahead. Following the academy map, Alex made his way to the area where ramen was being served. As he got closer, he noticed a strange crowd and muffled voices coming from it. Curious, he and his companions pushed through the people, and came upon a very strange scene. On the ground sat a ramen stand student in uniform, crying his eyes out, snot and tears running down his face. He looked as if his very soul had been drained. Next to him, sitting calmly, were Lucy, Lucina, Kiwi, along with White and Red. But what shocked Alex most was that White and Red were still talking, and the student's face was growing paler by the second. Rubbing his face at the onset of a headache, Alex decided to find out what had happened. Skirting around the poor chef, he approached his girls. Girls, what happened here? Why is this poor guy on the floor crying? Lucy, Lucina, and Kiwi exchanged glances, then looked over at the student. They knew exactly what had happened, and who was responsible. It had started when the three of them decided to try ramen and ran into White and Red along the way. Inviting the androids to come along, they went to the ramen stall and placed their order. But White and Red immediately began to thoroughly analyze the dish, its taste, texture, ingredients, cooking method, spice balance. Unfortunately for the student, their critique was so brutally detailed that he just couldn't take it and broke down in tears, which quickly drew a crowd of onlookers. All the poor guy had wanted was to serve a bowl of noodles. After hearing the story, Alex couldn't help but glance at the student with sympathy. The guy had simply been unlucky to run into the analytical might of White and Red. But Alex hadn't come here to sympathize, he wanted ramen. Hey, student, Alex said, looking at the poor guy. Quit crying. Did you come to this academy to become a chef? Do you think these two are the toughest clients you'll ever have? Believe me, it only gets worse from here. If you're going to react like this every time, you'd be better off quitting now and becoming an office clerk. By the time you're 30, you'll be bald and chugging coffee by the gallon just to stay awake at your desk. At Alex's words, sorrowful sighs rippled through the crowd, especially from a few men who clutched their chests in offense, as the sun gleamed off their thinning scalps. Those who noticed the scene quickly covered their mouths, trying not to laugh. But Alex's speech lit a spark in the student's eyes. He remembered why he had come to this academy, with dreams and ambitions. His dream was simple but sincere, to open a restaurant that served the tastiest ramen imaginable. Remembering this, the student's eyes burned with determination, and he promised himself he'd make ramen that no one would dare criticize. Suddenly springing to his feet, he dashed back into the kitchen, eyes blazing, ready to show the world what he was capable of. The inspired crowd applauded Alex for his words, which had seemingly brought the young man back to life. But Alex simply shook his head. He hadn't said it to be motivational, he just wanted a decent bowl of ramen without having to search for another stand. Ha ha ha, Alex, there you go again. Your words made that poor student believe in himself. Come here, I'll give you your reward, Lucina said, patting the spot next to her. I just didn't want to go looking for another ramen stall, Alex replied calmly as he sat beside her. The moment he sat down, Lucina kissed him on the cheek. But that doesn't change the fact that student self-esteem is pretty fragile, Kiwi remarked, pointing her chopsticks toward the kitchen. Sigh. And you too, how many students have you already pushed into an existential crisis? Alex asked with a light sigh, glancing over at White and Red. If constructive criticism makes them give up, then they never should have pursued this in the first place, White replied coldly. Without critique, they can't see their mistakes. And without seeing mistakes, they can't grow. Without progress, all their effort is meaningless. No matter how much they try to comfort themselves, taste doesn't lie, Red added with equal calm. I'm not against criticism. It's just, the way you two say things, it sounds like you're actively trying to break people, Alex said, resting his cheek on his hand. That's not our problem, the two girls replied in unison. Alex shook his head, chuckling softly. Deciding to change the subject, he asked where the girls had already been and what food they'd tried at the festival. As they chatted, waiting for the ramen, he couldn't help but wonder how many students had been reduced to tears by White and Red. After all, their databases held terabytes of global culinary data, including critiques from professional reviewers. They were true experts. When the girls listed how many stalls they had visited, Alex came to the conclusion that half the festival's participants had probably lost all confidence in their cooking abilities. Or maybe they had managed to endure it. But that was no longer his concern, because at last, the ramen arrived. Taking a bite, Alex immediately felt the student's piercing gaze, holding his breath in anticipation of a reaction. Alex sighed. The ramen was good. Not exceptional yet, perhaps, but the guy was definitely on the right track. Smiling slightly, Alex nodded in the student's direction. The young man clenched his fist under the counter, and the fire reignited in his eyes. Lucina and Kiwi watched the scene, smiling and shaking their heads. I thought you were about to start criticizing him too, Kiwi said, sipping her green tea. I wouldn't say this ramen gave me some kind of culinary epiphany, but the flavor is pleasant, rich, not greasy. It's decent enough to fill your stomach. Especially considering this is only the second bowl of ramen I've ever had, Alex replied, continuing to eat. Wait, when did you have ramen the first time? Lucina asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, come on, like you don't know. Back when we lived in Night City, you dragged me into that ramen restaurant on our first date. The meat was synthetic, but to be honest, the taste wasn't bad. We even ordered delivery from there afterward, Alex said, smirking as he pinched Lucina's nose. Lucina smiled, leaned against Alex, and rested her head on his shoulder. Their relationship had just begun to blossom back then, or rather, it had taken off rapidly. They continued eating in silence, broken only by the sounds of ramen slurping from Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. The trio was already finishing their fourth bowl and still managing to order the next one. Alex and the girls watched the gourmands with amused curiosity, starting to suspect that the three of them were seriously trying to sample every type of ramen at the stand. No one in their family even tried to understand anymore where those three managed to fit all that food. It was one of those mysteries everyone had long given up on. Finishing his bowl, Alex ordered a cup of green tea to refresh his throat. Where are Becca and Jinx? He asked, sipping his tea. I'm afraid Becca might shoot some idiot out of pure irritation. And where do you think Becca would take our daughter? Kiwi asked with a knowing squint. Alex raised an eyebrow. Isn't it obvious? Lucina drawled lazily, rubbing her cheek against his shoulder. She definitely went off looking for a good hamburger. And I'm sure she's trying to get Jinx hooked on her favorite food. Not surprised. Becca's always loved burgers. If there's a festival somewhere, she's the first one looking for the burger stand. But I still worry, what if someone starts bothering her and she decides to open fire? Alex said with a heavy sigh, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Relax, Lucina said with a light smile, sipping tea from his cup. I'm sure Gloria will stop Becca if it comes to that. Still, Alex decided to check for himself. He closed his eyes and spread his mana across the entire academy grounds, searching for traces of Becca and Jinx. Soon, he found them. They were with Gloria, Brunhild, Hestia, and Hephaestus. Solid security, Alex thought with relief. At the same time, Anya and Nyarko were with Coco, Valmont, Chiquita, Cami, Sherry, Revei, and Claire. Once he confirmed that everyone was safe, Alex let out a relieved breath, and a calm smile appeared on his face. Lucina and Kiwi noticed right away and immediately understood what he had just done. Couldn't help yourself, huh? Had to check everything personally, Kiwi said with mild irony. Our overprotective husband. I just don't want anything ruining your moods, Alex replied warmly. We're supposed to be relaxing. I want everyone to enjoy this week. If you say so, our caring family head. So, where are you off to now? Lucina asked, poking his cheek with her finger. Haven't decided yet. Why, want to come with me? Alex said with a playful smile. We'd love to, but sadly for you, my dear husband, Lucina replied with a grin, the girls and I are going to hunt down more Japanese cuisine. Alex nodded understandingly, not insisting. As a farewell, he kissed Lucina, Kiwi, Lucy, Red, and White, then dragged along the trio of gourmets who, judging by their enthusiasm, were seriously planning to eat the entire ramen stand. While Alex chatted with the girls, Mimi, and Stitch didn't stop ordering new portions without the slightest pause. Finally, pulling them away from the noodles, Alex headed further into the festival. After a hearty meal, he wanted something sweet, so it was time to find the dessert stand. How about something sweet, he suggested to the trio. They nodded in unison. They didn't care what it was, as long as it was tasty and didn't remind them of that strange potion once made by a group of girls suspiciously like witches. Deciding not to check the academy map, Alex just walked forward, strolling through the festival alleys. And it paid off. Soon they came across an ice cream stand. Of course, they tried it. But it didn't end with just one ice cream. Seeing a nearby pastry booth, the whole group immediately headed there. Taking a slice of cake and a cup of coffee each, Alex and his gourmets sat down at a table. The cake tastes good, but still, it's not enough, Alex said, spearing a strawberry with his fork. Not enough, Stitch agreed, tossing a piece into his mouth. We need more sweets, Gir declared with glowing eyes. I want to try something else. Mimi added, nodding excitedly. Alex nodded, quickly finishing his cake and downing his coffee in one gulp. Deciding to search for more sweets, he noticed many stands nearby, but strangely, none of the desserts caught his interest anymore. It was as if the appearance of the pastries no longer intrigued him. As he walked further, he spotted Hlock and Alvitter happily eating some chocolate candies. Intrigued, Alex approached with his three gourmets. Hlock, Alvitter, where are your sisters? He asked. What a silly question, Alex. Isn't it obvious? They're not here, Hlock said lazily, rolling her eyes. Alex responded with a blank look and shook his head. But the Valkyries just laughed and continued eating their filled chocolates. Interested, Alex decided to try some himself. Approaching the stand, he saw a rich selection of sweets, but his attention was drawn to the chocolate-covered strawberries and candies with strawberry cream. Taking some samples, he returned to Hlock and Alvitter and also gave a few pieces to his three gourmets to taste. Where do you want to go next? Alex asked, putting a piece of chocolate-covered strawberry in his mouth. We heard mortals talking about some molecular gastronomy stand, or something like that. We want to check it out, Alvitter replied, stealing another piece of strawberry from him. Molecular gastronomy, huh? Maybe we should try it too. I'm curious what it tastes like, Alex said, scratching his chin while completely ignoring the fact that his strawberry candies were slowly disappearing into someone else's mouths. Alex knew only one girl in the academy who was into molecular gastronomy, Nakiri Alice. He had met her before, most memorably when she scolded him for smoking on academy grounds and even threatened to kick him out if she saw him with a cigarette again. Laughing at the memory, Alex reached for another candy, but found nothing. Lowering his gaze, he realized the plate was empty. Looking up, he met the mocking glances of Hlock and Alvitter. Alex shook his head and tousled both their hair. Hey! Don't touch my hair. I did it this morning, and you're messing it up with your hands. Didn't anyone tell you that hair is an important part of a woman's beauty? Hlock protested, brushing his hand away. As you say, my spoiled Valkyrie. So, shall we go see what that molecular gastronomy is all about? Alex said with a smile. Hlock snorted and slapped Alex's hand again, but her face showed she had no real objection to the words, my Valkyrie. The two Valkyries took Alex by the arms, and the three of them pushed through the crowd, occasionally stopping to peek at yet another sweet stall. Walking through the festival, Alex and the two Valkyries attracted a lot of attention. The male audience, especially the students, were clearly envious. After all, Alex was walking alongside two very attractive girls. But when their eyes landed on Alex's face, envy turned into outright hatred. Compared to him, the other guys looked like potatoes with eyes. How stupid these guys are, Hlock snorted contemptuously. All they can do is envy. They should look in the mirror first. Even a gorilla at the zoo looks better than any of them. You're right, sister, nodded Alvitter. Even a gorilla is better. Alex calmly scanned the students and other men who had heard every word the two Valkyries said. Students of the Tatsuki Academy, as well as students from other schools who had come with friends or family, and even adult men, all clutched their chests in shock at what they'd just heard. Alex felt a slight pity, but he couldn't control what Hlock and Alvitter said. That was just their nature. Ugly. Ugly. Ugly, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch started chanting, adding fuel to the fire. Alex distinctly heard something crack. It was the hearts of the men whose pride had just been ruthlessly and unexpectedly crushed. The words of Gir, Mimi, and Stitch were the final straw that broke the already fragile male self-esteem. Some students dropped to their knees, crying and cursing themselves for not being born beautiful. It was as if the harsh truth of their whole lives had been rubbed in their faces. Alex barely held back laughter. Such a sight didn't happen every day. a whole crowd of guys sobbing on their knees. But then came Hlock's last words. Pathetic. That was the final blow. A couple of students even fainted from the emotional pain. Alex glanced at Hlock, who was undoubtedly enjoying the effect of her words. He began to suspect that because of the spiritual bond between him and the Valkyries, he had unintentionally influenced their personalities. Even Brunhild had changed over time under his influence. Leaving behind the scene of the tragedy, where the male part of the crowd was sobbing, Alex and his companions calmly made their way to the molecular gastronomy stand. They walked slowly because Hlock and Alvidar kept pulling Alex by the hands, leading him to new stands with interesting food. Everything they didn't finish was automatically given to Alex. He tried to protest, suggesting to give the leftovers to Gir, Mimi, or Stitch, the eternal gourmets, but the Valkyries simply ignored his words and continued feeding him like a personal taste tester. Resigned, Alex accepted this role, since he had no other choice anyway. Finally, they reached the stand where Nakiri Alice was supposed to be working. However, waiting for them was a sign. Closed. Ingredients have run out. We apologize for the inconvenience. What the hell? Hlock snapped irritably. We came all this way just for this, and no one's here. It says here the ingredients are finished. Molecular gastronomy takes time and preparation. It's hard to prepare everything again in a short time, Alex explained calmly, trying to soothe the Valkyrie. I really wanted to try those strange sweets. Alvidar said sadly, looking at the sign as if it were a broken dream. Don't be upset. We can always stay here for another day or two. No need to leave this world right away, Alex said, gently stroking both their heads. That's what you should have said from the start, idiot. Hlock snorted and gave Alex a spiteful kick in the leg. I thought we were only here for a day. I haven't even tried half the things at this festival. Alex just smirked and shook his head. But Hlock and Alvidar, as a parting shot, simultaneously kicked him in the leg again, stuck out their tongues, and holding hands, disappeared into the crowd. Alex was left standing in front of the closed stand with the three gourmets, who were clearly confused. He was speechless at the behavior of these two spoiled Valkyries. Deciding not to bother, Alex pulled out his phone and checked the time. Some restaurants in the elite area of the festival opened later than the other stands, and it was time to head there, to try the cuisine of the elite 10 members. Besides, he knew Freya and other girls who preferred the refined atmosphere and food had already gone there. To be continued. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, The Demon King Meets the Possessor of the God Tongue. Alex stood in front of the closed molecular gastronomy stall that was supposed to be run by Nakiri Alice. After Hlock and Alvidar had ditched him to continue wandering the school festival, he was once again alone, well, in the company of his three little helpers. Gir, Mimi, and Stitch, as always, hadn't wasted any time and had already gotten themselves food from a nearby booth. The amount the trio had eaten was genuinely shocking, for any other living being, that food would have lasted a month, even with 5 meals a day. Glancing once more at the closed stall, Alex figured there was no point in sticking around, there were still plenty of open stands filled with delicious treats. Grabbing his gourmets, he headed off, hoping to run into one of his girls. He'd already seen a few, but there were still others he hadn't yet found, and he was curious how the festival was going for them. While walking, Alex ran into Ryu and Seer, who were jotting down recipes from their favorite dishes in their notebooks to later try at the Hostess of Fertility tavern. Alex recommended a few stands he'd already tried himself. In return, he received kisses from both girls, making him, once again, public enemy number one among all nearby men. Continuing on, Alex came across Yuri at a Korean food stall. The moment she saw him, she waved happily. The other men, who still held onto some hope, quickly stepped aside, intimidated by Alex's icy gaze. None of them knew, however, that if someone did try to flirt with Yuri, she'd just beat them up. After sharing a meal with her, Alex kissed his wife and moved on. As he pushed his way through the festival's central zone, Alex began seeing more and more of his girls. Some were hunting for treats, others relaxing and letting their stomachs recover. Eventually, Alex reached a burger stall surrounded by a massive crowd. He immediately understood why. Pushing his way closer, he saw Becca and Hestia locked in a fierce competition to see who could eat more burgers. Spectators watched the epic showdown in awe as the two girls devoured burgers like black holes. Nearby stood Brunhilde, Hephaestus, and Gloria, who was holding Jinx in her arms. The little one was cheering loudly for both her moms. The moment she sensed her father's presence, Jinx happily leapt from Gloria's arms and ran to Alex. Before he could say anything, she had already climbed up him and settled onto his shoulders. Seeing her, Gloria instantly realized where Jinx had gone and calmed down. Brunhilde and Hephaestus also noticed Alex, but instead of excitement, their faces showed pure exhaustion, and Alex immediately understood why. Pushing through the crowd, he approached the women. "How many have they eaten already?" he asked, glancing at Becca and Hestia. "That's a complicated question," Hephaestus replied, her voice tired as she watched the two unyielding competitors. What do you mean? Alex tilted his head, confused. Exactly what I said. Those two are already on their third burger stall. And judging by the look in their eyes, they're not planning to stop anytime soon, Brunhilde added, pointing toward the burger queens. Alex rubbed his face in exhaustion and stared at the three women. His expression clearly asked, "Are you serious right now?" Gloria, Hephaestus, and Brunhilde all nodded in sync, confirming that Becca and Hestia were indeed demolishing their third burger stall. Alex honestly didn't know how to react to that. But when he noticed the satisfied looks on the girls' faces, their eyes burning with competitive fire, he decided not to interfere. Watching Hestia and Becca eat everything that could possibly be eaten, and glancing at the students who had opened the stall, who now looked like survivors of a war, Alex could only sigh. A group of exhausted students sat on the ground with vacant eyes, clearly too drained to move. Spectators who had been watching the showdown erupted into thunderous applause. No one had expected that two such petite girls could demolish that much food. But Becca and Hestia didn't care. They kept arguing. After all, this was their third stall and their third battle. The score now stood at 1-1, with one draw. As soon as they saw Alex, both immediately stopped bickering and clung to him, once again making him the enemy of every man nearby, or at least in their eyes. Alex couldn't care less about the jealous glares. He was more concerned that the girls had overeaten and might end up feeling sick. Just in case, he gave them each a digestion tablet. He wasn't in the mood to hear complaints later. Moving away from the crowd, Alex led the five girls to a quieter spot to sit and chat. With Jinx sitting in his lap, he asked the others which stalls they'd managed to visit. You should have seen Chunli and Ada's faces when they tried the food. They literally moaned from how good it was, he said with a grin. Wait, Hestia said, raising an eyebrow. You're telling me they actually moaned? Yep, Alex nodded. Everyone burst out laughing. Especially Yuri, who had learned this tidbit from Alex when they met at the Korean food stand. She mentally stored that information for later use, after all, knowing that a rival moans from food. That was too good to pass up. Where are you going next? Gloria asked, comfortably resting on Alex's shoulder. Judging by the time, it's about time to head to the elite district. Back when I sent my clone into the past, he made a reservation for me in advance, so I wouldn't have to stress about getting into one of those restaurants, Alex replied, pulling out his phone. And what do they serve there? Hestia asked while sipping her drink, trying to ease the heaviness in her stomach after the burger war. In short, they're top-tier restaurants. Like the best in the world, but located right on the academy grounds, he explained. So basically, a district for rich, stuck-up bastards? Becca asked lazily, swinging her legs from the bench. Well, you could put it that way. There are only 10 restaurants there. Entry is by reservation only, Alex said, gently stroking her hair. Then how did Freya, Alcina, Yuriko, and Gondel get in? They didn't reserve anything, Gloria asked in surprise. It's Freya we're talking about. She'll charm whoever she needs to, and the doors will open themselves, Hestia shrugged. Why only 10 restaurants, when the other zones have tons of food? Hephaestus asked. Because that district belongs to what they call the Elite 10. They're the best culinary students here. They've almost reached the peak of their craft, Alex explained. Brunhilde looked at him closely. But that's not what's really bothering you, is it? Something's going to happen. You don't want to interfere, but you will anyway, she said quietly. Gloria, Becca, Hestia, and Hephaestus exchanged glances, then looked at Alex. They already knew that if anyone could read him best, it was Brunhilde. Their connection wasn't just spiritual, it was one of deep understanding. Gloria, Hephaestus, and Hestia had gotten to know Brunhilde better recently, and they were starting to see how meticulous she was, just like Alex. Alex gave her a crooked smile. He already knew what was going to happen. And the moment the girls saw that smile, they too wanted to know what could possibly be going on at the festival to make him pull that face. Come on, spill it. Just don't tell me some idiot is going to ruin everything, Becca grumbled and lazily kicked him in the leg. Yeah, Daddy. Who's ruining it? Can I beat him up? Jinx asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. All right. In short, there's a coup brewing in the academy. The Elite 10 are about to split. And the cause is one idiot who thinks food is an art meant only for the chosen few. He believes dishes should be elegant, refined, and highlight social status. But honestly, he's just a jealous loser who's never accomplished anything in his life, Alex said with a sigh, rubbing his face, clearly wishing for a cigarette. In other words, a pathetic nobody, Brunhilde concluded coldly. Alex nodded in agreement with Brunhilde. He could tell the girls wanted to know more about the idiot in question, so he decided to tell them about a man named Azumi Nakiri, someone he saw as complete scum, a man whose soul was consumed by envy and feelings of inferiority. As Alex began to explain what Azumi had done to his own family, how he treated his daughter for his selfish ambitions, and everything Irina had gone through, the atmosphere shifted. He explained that Azami's actions had left deep scars on Irina's soul, so deep that, instead of feeling joy at the sight of her father, she experienced overwhelming fear. Gloria and Hephaestus frowned when they heard this. Hestia, on the other hand, was so furious that if Hephaestus hadn't covered her mouth, she would have started swearing with a fury that could rival Becca herself. Brunhild just shook her head. Alex's words only confirmed her thoughts. Azami was pure trash. Becca was already mentally calculating how many magazines she'd need if that idiot showed up and tried to ruin her mood. Jinx, meanwhile, was absolutely beaming. She finally had a chance to beat someone with a stick. In her head, a plan was already forming: sneak away with Anya and Nyaruko, find Azami first, and give him a proper lesson. Jinx giggled like a little gremlin, thinking her thoughts had gone unnoticed. But the moment she did, every adult turned to look at her, and immediately understood their daughter was definitely plotting something. "So what are you going to do, Alex?" Brunhild asked directly. "Are you going to intervene and knock this idiot down from his pedestal? Or just ignore it and hide behind the fact that we're on vacation?" The other girls were also watching him closely, waiting for his answer. On one hand, Azami will lose anyway, and all his plans will fall apart. But on the other hand, Alex looked at Jinx, still sitting on his lap. "On the other hand, I want to send that bastard into a black hole just for the way he treated his own child. Your own insecurities don't give you the right to force your ambitions onto your kid. So if he shows up, I'll just shove him back into whatever hole he crawled out of. And he can stay there until he rots." "Then just do it," Becca replied, pulling a pistol from under her hoodie. "We all knew this vacation wasn't going to be peaceful. One or two idiots won't ruin it. And guys like him, no one's gonna miss them. If a man can't protect his family, he deserves a few bullets in the chest." Gloria, Hephaestus, Hestia, and Brunhild all nodded in unison, fully agreeing. No one was even surprised that Becca had a gun on her. Jinx nodded furiously too, completely siding with her mom. And when Gir, Mimi, and Stitch heard that someone could be beaten up, they immediately pulled out their collapsible batons. With a sharp click, they extended and began crackling with electricity. Alex was momentarily speechless. Azami hadn't even shown up yet, and he was already being awaited with batons and a pistol. Then again, that dead-eyed bastard probably deserved every bit of what was coming to him. While Alex was spending time with the girls and chatting, Becca had already sent out word to the others about what was coming at Tatsuki Academy. The girls still roaming the festival and enjoying the food received the message. They opened it with interest, and when they read about the coming power shift, they exchanged glances. None of them had expected things in this world to escalate on such a massive scale. Each of them already knew about the Academy, its influence, and its weight in this world. Upon learning that Alex planned to intervene, many wanted to know exactly how he would do it. Maybe he'd need help, or at least they wanted the chance to watch the fun unfold. Some expressed displeasure. Everything had been going so peacefully until another idiot showed up. And in her message, Becca made it clear, the cause of the coming upheaval was Azami Nakiri's personal ambitions. Meanwhile, Irina Nakiri herself, who had become an important part of all that was happening, anxiously awaited the opening of her restaurant. Only minutes remained. Although this was far from her first booth at the Moon Festival, she was nervous as if it were her very first time. Irina had refined her cooking to an automatic level, perfecting her recipes again and again, down to the smallest details. But the reason for her nervousness wasn't the cooking at all. It was all about one single customer. As soon as ticket sales started on the Academy's website, the first one was bought literally the second the table reservations opened. Irina didn't know who this person was. Her secretary and friend Hisako handled the communications. Irina had only heard the voice of this mysterious client and seen the expression on Hisako's face, and that was enough to understand, this was someone special. With every passing moment, Irina's anxiety grew. She stood in the kitchen, trying to calm herself, suppressing the waves of nervousness washing over her. "Why am I so nervous?" she quietly muttered to herself. "I've cooked for the most influential people, even for royal families. I have to pull myself together." She placed a hand on her chest and took deep breaths, trying to steady her wildly beating heart. At that moment, Hisako rushed into the kitchen. "Madam Irina. The first guest has arrived," she announced loudly, barely catching her breath. Irina's heart quickened again, but now curiosity awakened inside her instead of anxiety. Who was this mysterious person who booked the first table? "Did you see him?" Irina asked, raising an eyebrow slightly, unable to hide her interest. "Yes." "Well, yes, Madam Irina," Hisako answered, quickly shifting from an excited tone to a more professional one. "So we still have a little time while he's studying the menu. Can you show me what he looks like?" Hisako nodded energetically and gestured for Irina to follow her. As they walked, thoughts involuntarily spun in Irina's mind. Being a fan of romantic manga, she had read many similar stories, a mysterious man, a sudden meeting, mutual attraction, hardships, trials, and in the end, a happy ending. Irina's cheeks flushed faintly, but she quickly composed herself so Hisako wouldn't notice. They approached the kitchen doorway. Irina peeked out carefully, and her breath caught for a moment. He was there. Alex entered the restaurant. He wore a black shirt with rolled-up sleeves, elegant trousers, and classic shoes. His hair was neatly slicked back, and earrings once owned by Yuriichi Tsujikuni dangled from his ears. Standing beside him were Gir and Stitch, both dressed in black tuxedos, while Mimi wore an evening gown. The four of them clearly made an effort to look appropriate, matching the upscale atmosphere. Alex glanced around the restaurant, immediately appreciating its decor. The interior truly lived up to a 5-star standard, refined style, coziness, and attention to detail. He smiled slightly. "Allow me to show you to your table," came a polite, professional voice nearby. It was Hisako, who had already approached the guests. Alex nodded and followed Hisako with a light, almost imperceptible smile. He walked with a relaxed gait, habitually surveying his surroundings. Not that he disliked such places, rather, he disliked the faces of the patrons who often frequented these expensive establishments. Their expressions seemed to shout, "The world should revolve around us because we have more money." And that always irritated Alex. While he pondered this, Hisako led them to a table and began handing out menus. Alongside Alex sat his 3 companions, Gir, Mimi, and Stitch. Hisako stole glances at them, unsure what to make of it all. She was especially embarrassed by their appearance, strange creatures in expensive tuxedos and an evening dress, like a scene from a cartoon that had escaped into the real world. "Excuse me, but animals are not allowed in the restaurant," Hisako finally said, unable to hold back any longer. Alex, maintaining his composure, looked at her with a warm but slightly mocking smile. "Young lady, my companions are not animals. Have you ever seen animals walk on their hind legs, wear evening clothes, and speak fluently? Moreover, if you haven't noticed, Hisako Arado, they can talk, which, I dare remind you, is not a skill common to ordinary beasts." Hisako was about to object, but stopped herself immediately. Yes, she had heard them speak, clear and unmistakable. And no matter how much she wanted to deny it, she simply couldn't. In the end, she did what any sensible person in her position would do, she ignored what was happening and pretended she noticed nothing. Even the fact that Alex had addressed her by her full name. After she left, Alex smirked slightly, shook his head, and began studying the menu. Most of the dishes belonged to exquisite French cuisine, but no matter how much he scanned the lines, he found nothing particularly appetizing for himself. He thoughtfully tapped his chin with a finger when suddenly he felt a burning gaze piercing his back. Slowly turning his head, he met Irina's eyes. Their gazes locked, Alex's iridescent, shimmering eyes and Irina's deep violet ones. For her, the moment seemed to stretch in time. All the bustle around disappeared. Those eyes, they were like precious gems, like stars in the night sky, mesmerizing and unfathomable. Alex, maintaining a polite smile, made a light gesture inviting her to come closer. Irina, as if snapping out of a trance, awkwardly stepped forward, trying not to reveal her nervousness. Within moments, she was standing by the table, feeling her heart pounding in her throat. "Young lady, this is your signature menu, isn't it? May my companions and I learn more about your dishes?" Alex asked with the same courteous smile, keeping eye contact. At that moment, Gir's eyes briefly glowed, he was recording everything. Whether it was dirt or just a report, either way, all the girls in Alex's family had tasked Gir with monitoring him, who he talks to, who he might bring home, and who he might seduce. Mimi and Stitch were also taking notes, watching the hostess with conspiratorial seriousness. Meanwhile, Irina, completely flustered, paid no attention to their appearance or clothes, her focus remained locked on Alex's eyes. "Oh, of course. Is there something specific you'd like to know?" she finally managed, trying to gather her thoughts. "To start, my companions prefer meat dishes. They don't really care what kind of meat it is, as long as the taste is top-notch. They're spoiled, you see. As for me, I mostly eat chicken or pork. And I see you have several options fitting that description. But tell me, which of these dishes do you personally enjoy preparing?" Alex kept smiling gently, looking straight into Irina's eyes, and she slowly began to blush, trying to remember how to speak. Alex's question caught Irina off guard. It wasn't about cooking technique, ingredients, or spices used. Instead, he asked what she personally enjoyed cooking, and that threw her off balance. Usually, people asked what she served, how it was made, and what spices were used. No one had ever asked about her personal preferences. For a moment, Irina froze. "I don't have any particular preferences. I like to cook everything," she finally replied, composing herself. "Well, I'm glad to hear that. Since you like to cook everything, this time I won't choose. Instead of ordering from the menu, why don't you just surprise me?" Let your dish be a surprise, Alex said, setting the menu aside with a slight smile. That smile sparked a flame inside Irina's soul. She nodded briefly and almost ran to the kitchen, ignoring the new guests filling the dining room. Irina stormed into the kitchen like a whirlwind, rushed to the fridge, and began sorting through the prepared ingredients. She decided to abandon the standard menu. At that moment, she wanted to create something special. But as she grabbed the last ingredient, her hand suddenly froze midair. "What am I doing?" she whispered to herself. An internal battle ignited within her mind. One voice, emotional, feminine, insisted that she must impress the mysterious guest by pouring her soul into the dish. The other, cold and rational, argued that she should simply follow the pre-planned menu. But logic quickly gave way, overwhelmed by pride and passion. Now both inner voices shouted in unison, "Surprise him, drive him crazy with your cooking." That's right. He must understand that Nakiri should never be underestimated. No matter what, Nakiri's food is the best in the world. Irina said with fiery eyes, encouraging herself. Only a few minutes passed before Hisako entered the kitchen, having just taken orders from the new guests. But seeing Irina obsessively pacing near the stove, she froze involuntarily. Yes, she already knew how focused Irina could be, but now her mistress looked truly obsessed. "Lady Irina, Hisako began, but Irina sharply turned and looked her straight in the eyes. "Chop the potatoes." Quickly, she said in a tone that left no room for objections. "But..." Hisako tried to protest but met a stern, piercing gaze. This was not just an order. It was an ultimatum. Swallowing, Hisako silently nodded and hurried to obey. She knew that when Irina was like this, nothing would stop her until she achieved her goal. Hisako watched every move carefully. If before Irina gave 100%, now she was ready to give 200 to leave anyone who tasted her dish speechless with admiration. This time, Lady Irina seems ready to outdo herself, Hisako murmured, watching her. "Hisako, don't get distracted," Irina said without even pausing her work. Hisako immediately nodded and returned to her tasks. Irina completely ignored the other guests who had come to try her food. All her thoughts were focused on one thing: she wanted to amaze Alex with her cooking. Even her rational and feminine sides, which rarely agreed, now spoke as one. Her dish had to astonish, shake, and leave a mark on the heart of whoever tasted it. As she cooked, the smile on her face grew wider and wider. She didn't even notice how completely absorbed she was in the process. Everything she had cooked before was nothing compared to what was being created right before her eyes at that moment. Finally, all the preparations were complete. Only one last step remained: to combine the ingredients into a single dish that was to become her masterpiece. Irina suspected where Alex came from and believed he was from Europe, judging by the origin of his surname and estate. That's why she chose a European dish, a timeless classic. She caught a glimpse of Hisako already preparing ingredients for the other guests. But Irina didn't feel guilty for having completely forgotten about them. In any case, it didn't matter. She only slightly grimaced, then refocused fully on cooking. 15 minutes later, the dish was ready. It was not just a dish, it was her masterpiece. Irina eagerly awaited the moment when she would see Alex's face the very second he tasted her creation. And she was certain his expression would be truly magnificent. She looked at the dish she had prepared, and the wide, almost mad smile on her face spread even more. The anticipation was becoming unbearable. Meanwhile, Hisako watched her mistress with concern. Irina now looked obsessed. But Hisako had no time to worry. She had to serve dishes to the other guests, she couldn't keep them waiting. To be continued.